Tom Collins. Many things were changed during the war. The face of the earth was altered, and the people of the earth changed. Before the war, Frank Race was an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
New York in the spring, just after a rain, with the sun sneaking a look at you now and then. Everything glistened, particularly the girls in those transparent raincoats. I was walking right alongside one of them, a blonde who was putting ideas in my head, when...
Mr. Race! Frank Race, hey!
It was Mark Donovan, coming in fast as usual. I crawled into his cab, a vehicle that looked as though it must have gone through the Battle of the Bulge.
I've been looking all over for you. Called come to the apartment from Intercontinental Maritime Underwriters. Guy named Chalmers Latham.
An interesting piece of news. Start beating those signals, Mark. A guy named Chalmers Latham. I remembered him from the Rotogravures. First family, good-looking, shoots golf along with the pros. A Frank Merriwell in business. He drew salary as an executive vice president in charge of claims. And at the moment, he wasn't happy.
I don't believe we've met before, Race.
I don't believe so.
I heard of you through McCormick, our chief adjuster. Attorney, aren't you?
That's right.
The OSS during the war, quite a lot of foreign service, decorated several times.
You've got me.
Might I ask why you prefer not to practice your profession?
Well, I got fidgety in courtrooms. It's a handicap, irritates the judges.
I'd like to point out, Race, that the function of this office is to adjust claims, not to investigate them.
But you've had one come along that looks fuzzy.
Not one, two. Two freighters operated by the same firm. The claim in each case is for total loss.
How did they go?
Overdue and presumed lost. Frankly, they just disappeared, without traces. Ship, cargo, and crew.
Well, sounds like an interesting assignment.
As I just mentioned, our function is to adjust claims and, well...
You don't want to make a fuss.
You understand. Now, the claims may turn out to be perfectly legitimate. So I suggest that, on the surface, you make it apparent that you're not working for us. Pardon me a moment.
Right.
Yes? Put Mr. Nina on. No, wait a second. I'll talk to her out there. Excuse me a minute, Race.
Yeah, quite all right, Latham. He took at least 15 minutes. And when he came back, he kept moving around, smoking rapidly.
You free this evening, Race?
I could be.
I'd like to take you to Sally Deneen's for dinner.
Informal or white tie?
White tie. I'll pick you up at 8.
I left Latham's office and headed for the elevator, but I never quite got to it. The interception came in the shape of a paunchy personality with a pair of eyes that reminded you of grapes. Peeled grapes. His face was round and without guile, and he spoke with the voice of a choir boy.
We're taking the stairs.
Well, I'm not seeking exercise. You know, that's a long way down.
I said we're taking the stairs. You go moving your flippers and you'll pick up a crop of bruises.
I got the feeling I'd pick up more than that. Those orbs told me he'd been smoking a brand they don't advertise. We took the stairs.
Stay close to the buildings. And remember, one phony move and I'll plant a slug in there.
There were several cabs around, but no sign of Mark Donovan. We walked about 4 blocks to finally turn in at a short blind alley, a loading dock. On hand were a couple of citizens who'd been fair game for any dragnet. One of them was an ordinary hood, but the other... Well, you remember the way a bootlegger used to dress when business was good? Slouch hat, double-breasted Chesterfield.
Hello, Race. My name's Jacklin. Eddie Jacklin.
Should that make me happy?
I'm not here to stall around. What'll you take to turn down that job for Intercontinental?
I might be able to answer that better if I knew what they intended to pay me.
Now you're doing the stalling.
Like I told you, Eddie, you don't have to offer him no dough. Just let me push him around a little.
Like this? Grape eyes?
I heard you were pretty handy with that commando stuff.
Well, he could have been friendlier about things. Walked me several blocks without uttering a civil word.
I try to be friendly with people I do business with.
You may as well get it straight, Jacklin. I'm not doing business.
I had an idea you'd say that, so I made plans.
With a 45 in your hand. I respect you.
Nemo, flag us a cab. All right, Race. Drift toward the street.
Jacklin gave the cabbie an east side address, and we lurched away. Our flying start made me glance at the driver. I had to swallow a grunt when I saw it was Mark. His eye in the mirror caught mine, and I got set for his play. And I wasn't long in coming. Getting a clear stretch ahead, he gunned the cab to about 50, then slapped on the brakes. I braced myself, and when Jacklin and Nemo went forward, I grabbed both of them behind the heads and pushed hard.
Get him outside, Frank.
Get out, Jacklin!
Roll your head, Frank. Roll your head.
I was conscious of a sickening splat, and we all sprawled on the pavement. Nemo and I came up together, and I went at him with the sharp edges of my hands. He took 2 or 3 and then broke away into camps.
Come on, Race. Let's get out of here. Fine fare you turn out to be. Wait for me, says the man. And that is the last I see him.
Well, if you'd been watching, you'd have seen me come out of that building with a gun barrel bruising my backbone.
I took 5 minutes maybe to snag me a cup of coffee.
How much coffee do you drink in a day?
This is only my 9th cup. Since noon, it is. Why don't you have some more?
Mark, do you know about a family named Deneen?
Oh, the big shots. Yeah, I know. Hauled them around once or twice. There is a girl that's a pip.
Do they own ships?
That's right, sure. The girl and her brother had a big court fight in 44. Hit all the headlines. Some kind of battle about running a company.
No, we weren't reading very many newspapers in 44.
What is cooking on all this, anyway?
Dinner. They're home this evening. On the way over, Latham had briefed me on the family, but at that, I wasn't quite prepared for the militant aunt who presided over the household. Miss Deneen's aunt, Carrie Farrell, must have been about 45. Her complexion had the look of freshly stirred oatmeal. She spoke in tones that seemed to be directed at someone behind you, about 50 feet behind you. Carrie's Mr. Farrell always seemed to be smiling, apologetically, as though he felt himself to be a traitor to his sex because of being her husband.
Race? Well, that's an odd name, isn't it? Has anyone ever told you that the race doesn't always go to the fleetest?
I'm afraid that doesn't quite make sense, Carrie.
Does to me. I'm sure it does to Mr. Race. Come along. Sally isn't here yet, but we won't wait for her.
We were dabbling with a chocolate souffle, and I was wondering why Latham had bothered to set this up when she appeared in the doorway. You know, the loveliness of some women affects you gently, like the sampling of fine wine. With Sally Deneen, it reached out and took you by the lapels and said, "Look at me." She wasn't a blonde. She didn't need to be. Not with that coloring. Not with that thick, dusky hair. Her eyes were large and sultry. When they settled on me, I wasn't conscious of where I was.
Sorry I'm late, everybody. Hello, Chalmers. What have you been doing lately?
Fretting about your ships?
Oh, bother the ships.
Yeah, that simply amazes me, the way you all accept the situation so resignedly.
What else can we do, Chalmers? None of us here knows a thing about shipping.
Bob does, or should. By the way, Sally, where is your brother? I thought he'd be here tonight.
With me here? Don't be silly, darling.
Well, I wanted to see him because, well, I'm going to be frank with you. I hate to have to do it, but I'm forced to investigate the loss of those 2 vessels.
What?
And we'll keep it as quiet as possible.
And I gather that Mr. Race will do the investigating.
Yes.
Well, whatever you think best, darling. As Uncle Matt said, We know very little about shipping.
Nice dinner, Latham. I enjoyed it.
What did you think of them?
Interesting people. Do they share ownership of the company?
Sally and Auntie and Brother Bob. Farrell is in only to the extent of marriage.
How are they financially?
I'm not sure. You see, Race, I have an emotional interest in her affairs. And
I caught that.
How soon can you leave for San Francisco?
That's where the ships are?
Most of them.
Well, I'll be phoning for a reservation while I change my clothes.
Good. And Race, there'll be a $1,000 bonus if you make good use of that discretion of yours.
Frisco and fog. According to all reports, they're like bread and butter, particularly in the spring. So the sun was a newly minted gold piece. The only cloudiness visible was in my taxi driver's face as the car in front of us made a left turn from a right-hand lane. The cabbie dropped me at a hotel that matched the weather, the Mark Hopkins. And while I was smudging the register, I heard myself being paged. I signaled the bellhop, and he led me to the bar. Sally was there.
Surprise, Mr. Race?
Frankly, yes.
What will you have to drink?
A bourbon and soda, please.
Since you'd like to know, I wheedled your destination out of Chalmers, Latham.
What did you use to get out here? A rocket?
Well, I imagine I caught an earlier plane. Trust I don't look travel-worn.
You look... Well, if you don't know how you look, you're not the girl I think you are.
As a compliment, I'm afraid that one is tinged with cynicism.
No, I'm not being cynical. I may get that way later, but I'm not now.
I like your race. You mind?
What about Latham?
Will you believe me?
If you level.
I'm leveling, Race. Chalmers doesn't know I'm not interested. It isn't my fault.
That's good enough for me. Let's drink to the new cities, new acquaintances.
Let's drink to Oz.
I spent the next couple of days kicking around and asking questions about the missing ships. And I drew a lot of blanks. Then I ran into Sally again, at night, in the lobby of the hotel.
Tell me, Race, have you been avoiding me?
I've been circulating around. That's the way I earn a living.
Aunt Carrie and Uncle Matt flew out. I'm having dinner with them. Why don't you join us?
Here at the hotel?
No. And we have a house out here that we keep open the year round. St. Francis Wood. How about dinner?
Oh, well, I'll enjoy that. But I'm afraid I'll be a little late. See, there's a ship in the harbor I want to have a look at. The Hackensack Victory.
Oh, that's one of ours.
I know. Maybe you'd like to go along.
Couldn't we make it tomorrow?
Let's make it tonight. Think of what it'll do for your appetite.
You're a very persistent man.
The Hackensack Victory is an exact counterpart of the two ships that disappeared. You don't have to come if you don't want to.
I'll come.
We found the Hackensack Victory with the gangplank down. When we reached the deck, I led Sally aft to a cabin door that bore a brass plate, identifying the quarters as belonging to the master.
The captain may not like this.
You don't happen to know him, do you?
To the best of my knowledge, I've never even seen the man.
What do you want?
Well, we just thought we'd like to have a look around.
We've got no time for sightseers.
Captain, this is Miss Sally Deneen, one of the owners.
Now, how would I know that?
Maybe you'd like to see a driver's license.
I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go ashore.
I think we better do that, Race. He's perfectly within his rights.
All right, Sally. If you say so.
Oh, I'm starved. Wonder how far we'll have to walk to find a cab.
You're starved, and I'm curious.
What about?
The world is full of sounds, mostly words. If your mind is watching while your ears listen, surprising what people will tell you without intending to.
Have I told you anything, Race? Without intending to?
You didn't want me aboard that ship.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You know, there's something funny about it. About the master's cabin. They've been redecorating it. Did you notice it? All that cluster of wood shavings on the floor and the smell of paint. But maybe you didn't notice.
Not particularly.
They've been doing something to the ceiling beams. Now, why would they do that?
Race, why don't you forget your job for tonight?
She stopped as she said this. So I stopped, too. I reached out, took her by the shoulders. I didn't have to do anything else. Her arms went around my neck, and for a few minutes I did no thinking whatsoever. When we broke it up, Sally seemed a little shaky herself.
That was nice, Race.
I thought so, too.
Shall we have that dinner now?
If you don't mind, I'll pass it up for now.
And in the meantime?
I'm going back on that vessel.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
There was something wrong with the Hackensack Victory. I was sure of that. And I couldn't drop the feeling that Sally Deneen was in on it. The gangplank of the ship was up, so I picked a mooring line and managed a hand-over-hand passage that put me aboard. No one seemed to be around, but the master's cabin was unlocked, and I pushed my way in. It was the same lad, and he started to be trucking it again until he glimpsed the Smith & Wesson in my hand.
Well, what do you want now?
Just a little talk. Why don't you sit down? First, I'd like to know why the remodeling job, the beam up there.
I don't know what you mean.
That beam has just been cased with another piece of wood. Very skillfully, too.
Why would anyone want to do that?
This vessel carries a serial number. It's to be found on her engines, on her compass, on her keel. And it's usually carved into the main beam of the master's cabin.
Who'd want to be changing all that?
I thought maybe you'd like to tell me.
I'm not saying a word about anything.
Maybe you'll talk at police headquarters. Put on your coat.
You can't arrest me. Where's your authority?
In my hand. Get that coat on. He was right. I had no authority. But somehow I was going to get him inside a police precinct. We left the cabin and went to the waist. We got halfway down the gangplank.
That you, Kennedy?
Yeah, but watch out for this fella. He's hijacking me.
Well, well, if it isn't Race. Going somewhere, Race?
They were at the foot of the gangway, all of them. Jacqueline, Grape Eyes, and Nemo.
Take it carefully. He's got a gun on my side.
We got rods, too. 3 of them. Why don't you try coming by, Race?
Listen, Jacqueline. Listen carefully. I'm coming down with Kennedy in front of me. And you lads are going to back away to the left. Make any bad moves and I start blasting. I've forgotten the Grape Eyes wasn't exactly the rational type. I never cared for high dives, but it was either Jacqueline or a jackknife. I must have been a sad sight parading around with that oil slick all over me. But I paraded. At police headquarters, I wrote a description of Captain Kennedy and swore out a warrant for his arrest. Then I went to the hotel and scrubbed myself for about an hour and crawled into bed. I slept hard until... Yes?
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, you. I'm sorry about last night. Adventure reared its delaying head.
All is forgiven. As a matter of fact, we're getting together tonight. Aunt Carrie, Uncle Matt, you and I. If you aren't too busy.
Ooh. Is this for dinner?
In your honor. The address is 122 Roland Lane.
St. Francis Wood?
That's it.
I'll be there scrubbed and combed. 122 Roland Lane turned out to be an attractive sort of place. Monterey style, not unusually large. When I got inside, I was provided with the surprise of finding Chalmers Latham on hand. He drew me to one side.
Anything to report?
First, you told me. Did Sally Deneen and her brother ever patch up that disagreement they had a few years ago?
No. No, they never patched it up.
Where is the brother?
Haven't any idea.
Does anyone have any idea?
What are you getting at?
If the brother were to die, would Sally come into any money?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, his will cuts her off with a customary dollar. Oh, there's Carrie and Matt. I'll talk to you later.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself, Mr. Race?
Suppose I could say I've been looking for victory ships.
Oh? Are there a lot of them?
Good heavens, my dear. There were hundreds of them built during the war. And many a welder lost his life working between their double hulls.
Some of them weren't built very well. A number of them are broken apart at sea.
And that could have happened to ours, couldn't it, Race?
Yeah.
You look pensive, Race. Did you hear me? I said you look pensive.
Yeah, it must be this cigarette. I'm trying a new brand.
Oh, come now, Race.
Or maybe it's because I just realized what happened to those two vessels.
You what?
All right, Race, let's have it.
If you own ships insured for $250,000 apiece, it's sometimes profitable to collect that insurance, isn't it?
Quite profitable.
But it would be more profitable if you could collect the insurance and still have the ships, wouldn't it? More profitable and less open to detection.
What are you driving at?
Victory ships, and the fact that so many of them were built. Ships that are exact duplicates except for their registry. Some of them are worth $250,000, others you can pick up as salvage for a few thousand.
Please come to the point, Mr. Ace.
The Hackensack Victory was originally bought for a salvage price, wasn't it?
I think so. I believe our company had it refitted.
And that happens to be my point. The Hackensack Victory was never actually rebuilt.
What?
The Hackensack Victory isn't the Hackensack Victory at all. It's the Jackson Victory, one of the ships you were supposed to have lost.
Why, you must be insane.
It makes quite a picture. You have a sound vessel insured for a fat amount. You buy a battered sister ship for a couple of dimes, sink it somewhere, then transfer its identity to the valuable ship and declare the good one lost. Sweet maritime racket for somebody.
But who? Who among us would do a thing like that?
I beg your pardon, madam. There's a phone call for Mr. Ace.
It was the hotel, relaying a message from police headquarters. They picked up Kennedy and wanted me to come in and identify him. Sally had come to the phone with me, and I told her about it.
Never mind calling a cab. We'll take my car. Come on.
What could I say? We went to the car and blew out of there. Took me several minutes before I realized she was headed away from the city instead of toward it. I let out a yelp.
Just relax, Race, and everybody will be happy.
Hey, you little ninny, what are you trying to do?
I'm sorry, Race. The company's been losing money for some time. I guess that brother of mine just couldn't take it. But I care for him, Race. I care for him, even though we don't get along. I care for him too much to see him disgraced.
Why, you little idiot, slow down.
Don't move, Race. I'll wreck us if you do.
I knew what I had to do. Grab the wheel with one hand and hit her with the other. It'd be touch and go, but... Well, have you ever tried to stop a speeding car with an unconscious girl flopping all over you? I took time out to make sure she wasn't too badly hurt. Then I swung the bus around and headed it back. She came around pretty soon, but didn't say anything. Just sat there letting me make the plays. The police had Kennedy all right, in the hospital. But it wasn't easy to identify him. His features had been altered too much, and he was unconscious, almost dead. I left the place, and Sally and I drove slowly back to St. Francis Wood. It was pretty late by then, and the house was dark. But I went in anyway. In the dim light of the living room, I took Sally in my arms. And in spite of what I had done to her, she responded.
All right. When we care for each other the way we do, is it necessary for you to be so hard about things? Can't you work for me instead of the insurance company?
Sally, what do you think happened to the crews of those two ships?
Well, I don't know. It hadn't occurred to me.
It occurred to me. I believe they were murdered. And, Sally...
Yes?
I think your brother has been murdered, too.
I'll take it, Race.
I let her. She needed something to
Yes?
concentrate on after a
Miss
wallop like
Delaney?
that. Quite a lot of conversation seemed to
he
come from the other end.
That's good.
Finally, still holding the phone,
Yes,
Sally turned to me.
It's the police. Captain Kennedy has regained consciousness, but they don't expect it will be for long. They want to know if you have any suggestions.
Yeah, let me have him. Hello. See if you can get a statement from him, will you, Inspector? And keep driving at him with one name, Matthew Farrell. Keep repeating it to him, and I think you'll blow the whole thing wide open. Oh, that's funny.
What's the matter, Race?
The line seems to have gone dead.
It's been dead for several seconds, Race. I cut it just before you offered my name to the police.
Uncle Matt!
He stood there fully dressed, and he was gripping what seemed to be a Luger, gripping it steadily.
What made you suspicious, Race?
In New York, you said you knew nothing about shipping. Tonight, you spoke of welding double hulls. And then I imagine there's a will, isn't there? Bob Dineen's will, leaving his share of the company to you and your wife.
My wife had nothing to do with it.
No, I can believe that.
And you're going to have nothing to do with it. Either of you. I'm sorry, Sally.
He had a gun on me, but he was looking at Sally. It was a chance I had to take. I dove at him. It's all right.
Oh, he's
Dead. Yes. Had to be him or us.
Oh, Race.
Yes, Sally. I know. Violence isn't part of your world, is it? You really don't have any courage.
We were all right until you came.
I'm sorry to disturb your sheltered little world, Sally. But hiding from things doesn't make it a better world than mine. Maybe we'd better take a rain check on each other. And give Chalmers Latham a message for me, will you? Just tell him there's no charge. This one is on me.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. This is a Bruce Ells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things. The face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
They say the way you wake up has an important effect on the whole of your day. Coming awake peacefully sets you off to a relaxed, poised beginning. So I came out of my nocturnal fog to the sound of...
Now listen, you're gonna talk to him if I have to beat your brains? Oh, now look what you did. Just stop it.
Mark, for Pete's sake.
Oh. Oh, are you awake?
Am I awake? What are you trying to do, break my lease?
Well, we just want to talk to you.
You both wanted to talk to me? And somehow I have the idea that the desire isn't exactly mutual.
But this guy's in trouble, Frank, and he's a friend of mine. His name is Bob Kennedy, and he drives a hack, just like me.
It was cold outside, and all Kennedy had on for a coat was a worn Army field jacket. He needed a shave. From the way he shaped up, he could have done with some solid meals. His features were distorted with fear.
I've been telling him, Frank, if anybody can help him, you can. Go on, Bob, spill a story.
Oh, look, Mark, we're wasting time. I gotta get out of town. It's my only chance.
Your only chance for what?
He thinks his wife is in the morgue, Grace.
Any connection with that item in yesterday's paper? An unidentified girl?
Yeah, that's it. Same description, her clothes.
The report said there was plenty of indication that she might have been murdered. How do you fit in, Bob?
Well, would you believe me if I say I didn't do it?
Now, let me get dressed. I think we'd better go to the morgue and have a look at that girl. And on the way, you can break this down for me. He was an ex-GI, studying architecture on a BA program. His wife had been an English war bride. He told me about it as we drove.
I didn't marry into the royal family or anything like that. She worked in the factory during the war making ammunition. But she was pretty. No guy could have a better wife.
Yet you had a fight.
Yeah. We picked a great place to pull it off. In a cafeteria with a million people around. She left me there. That's all I know.
Where might she have gone, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. Unless it was to look for a job.
This is it. And I know the boys in here, so you might let me do the talking. The girl in the morgue was Bob Kennedy's wife, all right.
Oh.
She still looked pretty and young, even lying there. Bob's stricken eyes came up to meet mine, staring at me. I shrugged at the attendant, and he replaced the sheet. I think you ought to go to the police, Bob.
No, after that fight, you know what else? We had insurance policies on each other. Double indemnity endowments. Yeah, they were her idea. For our old age and to protect the kid. There's the big fat motive they're going to pin on me.
You have a child.
2 years old. Boy.
That money could be important to him.
Sure. Sure it could.
He'll never use a quarter of it if the court declares you guilty of murdering his mother. And hiding out now is going to look bad. You turn yourself in.
Not a chance. I haven't got a prayer, and I know it. I'm going to say thanks and get lost.
Mark's cab stood at the curb, and Mark shot me a warning look as I came out. There was reason for his attitude. On the sidewalk waited a couple of gentlemen who might have been war dealers just for getting out the vote. The smaller of the pair intercepted me at the bottom of the steps.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right. And you?
What's the idea case in the morgue?
Maybe I live here.
You don't, but you might. What's the story?
Sorry. Saving that for my biography.
Yeah? Well, we'll see how long you save it. Okay, get in the cab.
He had his argument in his hand, a snub-nosed automatic. So I shrugged and moved toward the taxi. At the same time, Mark slid across the seat and stepped out as though to open the door for us, and immediately pinwheeled into action with a 14-inch end wrench.
Take the big guy, Frank!
Watch it, Mark!
Hey, miss me. Get on this, Eddie!
It is washed up as of now.
And you too, Marlowe! Oh, brother, that wraps him up. Come on, Frank, let's get out of here before that shot brings the boys in blue.
Yeah, as soon as I unload this gun. What's the story on that Milo personality? You seem to know him.
Milo Morgan? Certainly. He belongs to Larry Carmichael, the racket boys. Why?
Yeah, Larry Carmichael. Good lad, Marcus. You've steered me into the lead I've been looking for. I knew Larry Carmichael. Big fellow with blonde curly hair that was going gray. Found him in his nightclub office practicing billiard shots.
Hey, what's the pitch on you anyway? You come in here for the first time in a year and all you do is ask questions.
Too nosy?
I don't like questions. You ought to know that.
Ever hear of a girl called Faye Kennedy?
I know lots of people.
I saw her a little while ago. On a slab in the morgue.
Go on out to the bar. Have yourself a drink. I sell good liquor.
But you don't want to talk about the Kennedy girl.
I gave a party. I had lots of guests. Your dame was there. I never knew it. And if you keep playing cop, I'm going to get sore.
I left him as he muffed his third shot, which wasn't like him. It was still early in the evening, but several people were sitting at the bar. As I went by, a voice tagged me.
Heave to, Frank. It's martini time.
Well, Larry Carmichael, Jr. You've grown up.
Sit down, Race. This is Bunny Covington.
Hello, Rays.
Dusky hair and blue eyes are always tough on a man. When they go with everything else this girl had to offer, you wanted to sit down. Slowly. Bunny Covington, #1 glamour deb of the season. Top of the bottle for looks, poise, or money.
Quit staring, Ray. She's going to stay a while. What have you been doing?
I just finished chatting with your father.
How'd you find him?
His billiard game is off. His disposition's off with it.
If he's playing billiards, he's feeling happier than he did yesterday. Might be a good time for me to interview him. Stay put, children. I'll be back.
So the kid has made the big league.
Meaning me?
According to the rotos, you're an ultra-exclusive package.
People talk about you, too.
I'm not as pretty, though.
Well, you make an impression. I understand you enjoy getting into trouble.
Kids like Larry inclined to exaggerate.
Is that what you're doing now? Getting into trouble?
If you're talking about this very moment, I'd say the answer was yes.
I'm going to enjoy you, Ray. How would you like to take me somewhere else? I'm in the mood to patronize several spots tonight.
What about young Larry?
Oh, he's a charming boy, but I'm not wearing fraternity pins this season.
Well, I must make a phone call first.
Well, go ahead and make it. And to ease your conscience, I'll say goodbye to Larry Jr.
My call was to the Homicide Bureau, to a friend by the name of Lieutenant Vander. I asked him if the girl in the morgue had been identified.
Sure, a kid called Faye Kennedy.
Well, how's it go in the book? Homicide?
Well, she was found alongside the highway dead from a blow on the head. What do you think?
Picked up anyone yet?
What's your interest in this, Frank?
Just curiosity.
You and your curiosity.
I'd still like to know if you've made an arrest.
Well, we brought in the girl's husband about an hour ago.
You calling it open and shut?
Oh, no, not this early. But the guy was skipping town when we took him.
I don't think he did it.
Does that mean you know something, Frank?
I'll keep you posted, Lieutenant.
Listen, Frank.
You ready to go now?
I'll have to call a cab.
Oh, we can use my car.
What about Larry Jr.?
Still talking money with his dad.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. many things were changed during the war. The face of the earth was altered, and the people of the earth changed. Before the war, Frank Race was an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
New York in the spring, just after a rain, with the sun sneaking a look at you now and then. Everything glistened, particularly the girls in those transparent raincoats. I was walking right alongside one of them, a blonde who was putting ideas in my head, when
Mr. Race! Frank Race, hey!
it was Mark Donovan coming in fast as usual. I crawled into his cab, a vehicle that looked as though it must have gone through the Battle of the Bulge.
I've been looking all over for you. Call come to the apartment from Intercontinental Maritime Underwriters. A guy named Chalmers Latham.
An interesting piece of news. Start beating those signals, Mark. A guy named Chalmers Latham. I remembered him from the Rotogravures. First family, good-looking, shoots golf along with the pros. A Frank Merriwell in business. He drew salary as an executive vice president in charge of claims. And at the moment, he wasn't happy.
I don't believe we've met before, Race.
I don't believe so.
I heard of you through McCormick, our chief adjuster. Attorney, aren't you?
That's right.
The OSS during the war, quite a lot of foreign service, decorated several times.
You've got me.
Might I ask why you prefer not to practice your profession?
Well, I got fidgety in courtrooms. It's a handicap, irritates the judges.
I'd like to point out, Race, that the function of this office is to adjust claims, not to investigate them.
But you've had one come along that looks fuzzy.
Not one, two. Two freighters operated by the same firm. The claim in each case is for total loss.
How did they go?
Overdue and presumed lost.
Hmm.
Frankly, they just disappeared, without traces. Ship, cargo, and crew.
Well, sounds like an interesting assignment.
As I just mentioned, our function is to adjust claims and, well...
You don't want to make a fuss.
You understand. Now, the claims may turn out to be perfectly legitimate. So I suggest that, on the surface, you make it apparent that you're not working for us. Pardon me a moment.
Right.
Yes? Put Miss Deneen on. No, wait a second. I'll talk to her out there. Excuse me a minute, Race.
Yeah, quite all right, Latham. He took at least 15 minutes. And when he came back, he kept moving around, smoking rapidly.
You free this evening, Race?
I could be.
I'd like to take you to Sally Deneen's for dinner.
Informal or white tie?
White tie. I'll pick you up at 8.
I left Latham's office and headed for the elevator, but I never quite got to it. The interception came in the shape of a paunchy personality with a pair of eyes that reminded you of grapes. Peeled grapes. His face was round and without guile, and he spoke with the voice of a choir boy.
We're taking the stairs.
Well, I'm not seeking exercise. You know, that's a long way down.
I said we're taking the stairs. You go moving your flippers and you'll pick up a crop of bruises.
I got the feeling I'd pick up more than that. Those orbs told me he'd been smoking a brand they don't advertise. We took the stairs.
Stay close to the buildings. And remember, one phony move and I'll plant a slug in there.
There were several cabs around, but no sign of Mark Donovan. We walked about 4 blocks to finally turn in at a short blind alley, a loading dock. On hand were a couple of citizens who'd been fair game for any dragnet. One of them was an ordinary hood, but the other... Well, you remember the way a bootlegger used to dress when business was good? Slouch hat, double-breasted Chesterfield.
Hello, Race. My name's Jacklin. Eddie Jacklin.
Should that make me happy?
I'm not here to stall around. What'll you take to turn down that job for Intercontinental?
I might be able to answer that better if I knew what they intended to pay me.
Now you're doing the stalling.
Like I told you, Eddie, you don't have to offer him no dough. Just let me push him around a little.
Like this? Grape eyes?
I heard you were pretty handy with that commando stuff.
Well, he could have been friendlier about things. Walked me several blocks without uttering a civil word.
I try to be friendly with people I do business with.
You may as well get it straight, Jacklin. I'm not doing business.
I had an idea you'd say that, so I made plans.
With a .45 in your hand. I respect you.
Nemo, flag us a cab. All right, Race. Drift toward the street.
Jacqueline gave the cabbie an east side address, and we lurched away. Our flying start made me glance at the driver. I had to swallow a grunt when I saw it was Mark. His eye in the mirror caught mine, and I got set for his play. And I wasn't long in coming. Getting a clear stretch ahead, he gunned the cab to about 50, then slapped on the brakes. I'd braced myself, and when Jacqueline and Nemo went forward, I grabbed both of them behind the heads and pushed hard.
Get him outside, Frank.
Get out, Jacqueline!
Roll your head, Frank. Roll your head.
I was conscious of a sickening splat, and we all sprawled on the pavement. Nemo and I came up together, and I went at him with the sharp edges of my hands. He took 2 or 3 and then broke away and decamped.
Come on, Race. Let's get out of here. A fine fare you turn out to be. Wait for me, says the man. And that is the last I see him.
Well, if you'd been watching, you'd have seen me come out of that building with a gun barrel bruising my backbone.
I took 5 minutes maybe to snag me a cup of coffee.
How much coffee do you drink in a day?
This is only my 9th cup. Since noon, it is. Why don't you have some more?
Mark, do you know about a family named Deneen?
Oh, the big shots. Yeah, I know. Hauled them around once or twice. There is a girl that's a pip.
Do they own ships?
That's right, sure. The girl and her brother had a big court fight in 44. Hit all the headlines. Some kind of battle about running a company.
No, we weren't reading very many newspapers in 44.
What is cooking on all this, anyway?
Dinner. They're home this evening. On the way over, Latham had briefed me on the family, but at that, I wasn't quite prepared for the militant aunt who presided over the household. Miss Deneen's aunt, Carrie Farrell, must have been about 45. Her complexion had the look of freshly stirred oatmeal. She spoke in tones that seemed to be directed at someone behind you, about 50 feet behind you. Carrie's Mr. Farrell always seemed to be smiling, apologetically, as though he felt himself to be a traitor to his sex because of being her husband.
Race? Well, that's an odd name, isn't it? Has anyone ever told you that the race doesn't always go to the fleetest?
I'm afraid that doesn't quite make sense, Carrie.
Does to me. I'm sure it does to Mr. Race. Come along. Sally isn't here yet, but we won't wait for her.
We were dabbling with a chocolate souffle, and I was wondering why Latham had bothered to set this up when she appeared in the doorway. You know, the loveliness of some women affects you gently, like the sampling of fine wine. With Sally Deneen, it reached out and took you by the lapels and said, "Look at me." She wasn't a blonde. She didn't need to be. Not with that coloring. Not with that thick, dusky hair. Her eyes were large and sultry. When they settled on me, I wasn't conscious of where I was.
Sorry I'm late, everybody. Hello, Chalmers. What have you been doing lately?
Fretting about your ships?
Oh, bother the ships.
Yeah, that simply amazes me, the way you all accept the situation so resignedly.
What else can we do, Chalmers? None of us here knows a thing about shipping.
Bob does, or should. By the way, Sally, where is your brother? I thought he'd be here tonight.
With me here? Don't be silly, darling.
Well, I wanted to see him because, well, I'm going to be frank with you. I hate to have to do it, but I'm forced to investigate the loss of those 2 vessels.
What?
And we'll keep it as quiet as possible.
And I gather that Mr. Race will do the investigating.
Yes.
Well, whatever you think best, darling. As Uncle Matt said, we know very little about shipping.
Nice dinner, Latham. I enjoyed it.
What did you think of them?
Interesting people. Do they share ownership of the company?
Sally and Auntie and Brother Bob. Farrell is in only to the extent of marriage.
How are they financially?
I'm not sure. You see, Race, I have an emotional interest in their affairs. And
I caught that.
How soon can you leave for San Francisco?
That's where the ships are?
Most of them.
Well, I'll be phoning for a reservation while I change my clothes.
Good. And Race, there'll be a $1,000 bonus if you make good use of that discretion of yours.
Frisco and fog. According to all reports, they're like bread and butter, particularly in the spring. So the sun was a newly minted gold piece. The only cloudiness visible was in my taxi driver's face. as the car in front of us made a left turn from a right-hand lane. The cabbie dropped me at a hotel that matched the weather, the Mark Hopkins. And while I was smudging the register, I heard myself being paged. I signaled the bellhop, and he led me to the bar. Sally was there.
Surprise, Mr. Race?
Frankly, yes.
What will you have to drink?
A bourbon and soda, please.
Since you'd like to know, I wheedled your destination out of Chalmers, Latham.
What did you use to get out here? A rocket?
Well, I imagine I caught an earlier plane. Trust I don't look travel-worn.
You look... Well, if you don't know how you look, you're not the girl I think you are.
It's a compliment. I'm afraid that one is tinged with cynicism.
No, I'm not being cynical. I may get that way later, but I'm not now.
I like you, Race. You mind?
What about Latham?
Will you believe me?
If you level.
I'm leveling, Race. Chalmers doesn't know I'm not interested. It isn't my fault.
That's good enough for me. Let's drink to the new cities, new acquaintances.
Let's drink to Oz.
I spent the next couple of days kicking around and asking questions about the missing ships. And I drew a lot of blanks. Then I ran into Sally again, at night, in the lobby of the hotel.
Tell me, Race, have you been avoiding me?
I've been circulating around. That's the way I earn a living.
Aunt Carrie and Uncle Matt flew out. I'm having dinner with them. Why don't you join us?
Here at the hotel?
No. We have a house out here that we keep open the year round. St. Francis Wood. How about dinner?
Oh, well, I'll enjoy that. But I'm afraid I'll be a little late. See, there's a ship in the harbor I want to have a look at. The Hackensack Victory.
Oh, that's one of ours.
I know. Maybe you'd like to go along.
Couldn't we make it tomorrow?
Let's make it tonight. Think of what it'll do for your appetite.
You're a very persistent man.
The Hackensack Victory is an exact counterpart of the two ships that disappeared. You don't have to come if you don't want to.
I'll come.
We found the Hackensack Victory with the gangplank down. When we reached the deck, I led Sally aft to a cabin door that bore a brass plate, identifying the quarters as belonging to the master.
The captain may not like this.
You don't happen to know him, do you?
To the best of my knowledge, I've never even seen the man.
What do you want?
We just thought we'd like to have a look around.
We've got no time for sightseers.
Captain, this is Miss Sally Deneen, one of the owners.
Now, how would I know that?
Maybe you'd like to see a driver's license.
I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go ashore.
I think we better do that, Race. He's perfectly within his rights.
All right, Sally. If you say so.
Oh, I'm starved. Wonder how far we'll have to walk to find a cab.
You're starved, and I'm curious.
What about?
The world is full of sounds, mostly words. If your mind is watching while your ears listen, surprising what people will tell you without intending to.
Have I told you anything, Race? Without intending to?
You didn't want me aboard that ship.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You know, there's something funny about it. About the master's cabin. They've been redecorating it. Did you notice it? All that cluster of wood shavings on the floor and the smell of paint. But maybe you didn't notice.
Not particularly.
They've been doing something to the ceiling beams. Now, why would they do that?
Race, why don't you forget your job for tonight?
She stopped as she said this. So I stopped, too. I reached out, took her by the shoulders. I didn't have to do anything else. Her arms went around my neck, and for a few minutes I did no thinking whatsoever. When we broke it up, Sally seemed a little shaky herself.
That was nice, Race.
I thought so, too.
Shall we have that dinner now?
If you don't mind, I'll pass it up for now.
And in the meantime?
I'm going back on that vessel.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
There was was something wrong with the Hackensack Victory. I was sure of that. And I couldn't drop the feeling that Sally Deneen was in on it. The gangplank of the ship was up, so I picked a mooring line and managed a hand-over-hand passage that put me aboard. No one seemed to be around, but the master's cabin was unlocked, and I pushed my way in. It was the same lad, and he started to be trucking it again until he glimpsed the Smith & Wesson in my hand.
Well, what do you want now?
Just a little talk. Why don't you sit down? First, I'd like to know why the remodeling job, the beam up there.
I don't know what you mean.
That beam has just been cased with another piece of wood. Very skillfully, too.
Why would anyone want to do that?
This vessel carries a serial number. It's to be found on her engines, on her compass, on her keel. And it's usually carved into the main beam of the master's cabin.
Who'd want to be changing all that?
I thought maybe you'd like to tell me.
I'm not saying a word about anything.
Maybe you'll talk at police headquarters. Put on your coat.
You can't arrest me. Where's your authority?
In my hand. Get that coat on. He was right. I had no authority. But somehow I was going to get him inside a police precinct. We left the cabin and went to the waist. We got halfway down the gangplank.
That you, Kennedy?
Yeah, but watch out for this fella. He's hijacking me.
Well, well, if it isn't Race. Going somewhere, Race?
They were at the foot of the gangway, all of them. Jacqueline, Grape Eyes, and Nemo.
Take it carefully. He's got a gun on my side.
We got rods, too. 3 of them. Why don't you try coming by, Race?
Listen, Jacqueline. Listen carefully. I'm coming down with Kennedy in front of me. And you lads are going to back away to the left. Make any bad moves and I start blasting. I've forgotten that Grape Eyes wasn't exactly the rational type. I never cared for high dives, but it was either Jacqueline or a jackknife. I must have been a sad sight parading around with that oil slick all over me. But I paraded. At police headquarters, I wrote a description of Captain Kennedy and swore out a warrant for his arrest. Then I went to the hotel and scrubbed myself for about an hour and crawled into bed. I slept hard until... Yes?
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, you. I'm sorry about last night. Adventure reared its delaying head.
All is forgiven. As a matter of fact, we're getting together tonight. Aunt Carrie, Uncle Matt, you and I. So you aren't too busy.
Ooh. Is this for dinner?
In your honor. The address is 122 Roland Lane.
St. Francis Wood?
That's it.
I'll be there scrubbed and combed. 122 Roland Lane turned out to be an attractive sort of place. Monterey style, not unusually large. When I got inside, I was provided with the surprise of finding Chalmers Latham on hand. He drew me to one side.
Anything to report?
First, you told me. Did Sally Deneen and her brother ever patch up that disagreement they had a few years ago?
No. No, they never patched it up.
Where is the brother?
Haven't any idea.
Does anyone have any idea?
What are you getting at?
If the brother were to die, would Sally come into any money?
To the best of my knowledge, his will cuts her off with a customary dollar. Oh, there's Carrie and Matt. I'll talk to you later.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself, Mr. Ace?
Suppose I could say I've been looking for victory ships.
Oh? Are there a lot of them?
Good heavens, my dear. There were hundreds of them built during the war. And many a welder lost his life working between their double hulls.
Some of them weren't built very well. A number of them are broken apart at sea.
And that could have happened to ours, couldn't it, Race?
Yeah.
You look pensive, Race. Did you hear me? I said you look pensive.
Yeah, it must be this cigarette. I'm trying a new brand.
Oh, come now, Race.
Or maybe it's because I just realized what happened to those 2 vessels.
You what?
All right, Race, let's have it.
If you own ships insured for $250,000 apiece, it's sometimes profitable to collect that insurance, isn't it?
Quite profitable.
But it would be more profitable if you could collect the insurance and still have the ships, wouldn't it? More profitable and less open to detection.
What are you driving at?
Victory ships, and the fact that so many of them were built. Ships that are exact duplicates except for their registry. Some of them are worth $250,000. Others you can pick up as salvage for a few thousand.
Please come to the point, Mr. Race.
The Hackensack Victory was originally bought for a salvage price, wasn't it?
I think so. I believe our company had it refitted.
And that happens to be my point. The Hackensack Victory was never actually rebuilt.
What?
The Hackensack Victory isn't the Hackensack Victory at all. It's the Jackson Victory, one of the ships you were supposed to have lost.
Why, you must be insane.
It makes quite a picture. You have a sound vessel insured for a fat amount. You buy a battered sister ship for a couple of dimes, sink it somewhere, then transfer its identity to the valuable ship and declare the good one lost. Sweet maritime racket for somebody.
But who? Who among us would do a thing like that?
I beg your pardon, madam. There's a phone call for Mr. Ace.
It was the hotel, relaying a message from police headquarters. They picked up Kennedy and wanted me to come in and identify him. Sally had come to the phone with me, and I told her about it.
Never mind calling a cab. We'll take my car. Come on.
What could I say? We went to the car and blew out of there. Took me several minutes before I realized she was headed away from the city instead of toward it. I let out a yelp.
Just relax, Race, and everybody will be happy.
Well, you little ninny, what are you trying to do?
I'm sorry, Race. The company's been losing money for some time. I guess that brother of mine just couldn't take it. But I care for him, Race. I care for him, even though we don't get along. I care for him too much to see him disgraced.
Why, you little idiot, slow down.
Don't move, Race. I'll wreck us if you do.
I knew what I had to do. Grab the wheel with one hand and hit her with the other. There'd be touch and go, but... Well, have you ever tried to stop a speeding car with an unconscious girl flopping all over you? I took time out to make sure she wasn't too badly hurt. Then I swung the bus around and headed it back. She came around pretty soon, but didn't say anything. Just sat there letting me make the plays. The police had Kennedy all right, in the hospital. But it wasn't easy to identify him. His features had been altered too much, and he was unconscious, almost dead. I left the place, and Sally and I drove slowly back to St. Francis Wood. It was pretty late by then, and the house was dark. But I went in anyway. In the dim light of the living room, I took Sally in my arms. And in spite of what I had done to her, she responded.
All right. When we care for each other the way we do, is it necessary for you to be so hard about things? Can't you work for me instead of the insurance company?
Sally, what do you think happened to the crews of those two ships?
Well, I don't know. It hadn't occurred to me.
It occurred to me. I believe they were murdered. And, Sally...
Yes?
I think your brother has been murdered, too.
Oh. I'll take it, Race.
I let her. She needed something to concentrate on after a wallop like that. Quite a lot of conversation seemed to come from the other end.
That's good.
Finally, still holding the phone, Sally turned to me.
It's the police. Captain Kennedy has regained consciousness, but they don't expect it will be for long. They want to know if you have any suggestions.
Yeah, let me have him. Hello. See if you can get a statement from him, will you, Inspector? And keep driving at him with one name, Matthew Farrell. Keep repeating it to him, and I think you'll blow the whole thing wide open. Oh, that's funny.
What's the matter, Race?
The line seems to have gone dead.
It's been dead for several seconds, Race. I cut it just before you offered my name to the police.
Uncle Matt!
He stood there fully dressed, and he was gripping what seemed to be a Luger, gripping it steadily.
What made you suspicious, Race?
In New York, you said you knew nothing about shipping. Tonight, you spoke of welding double hulls. And then I imagine there's a will, isn't there? Bob Deneen's will, leaving his share of the company to you and your wife.
My wife had nothing to do with it.
No, I can believe that.
And you're going to have nothing to do with it. Either of you. I'm sorry, Sally.
Oh.
He had a gun on me, but he was looking at Sally. It was a chance I had to take. I dove at him.
Race!
It's all right.
Oh, he's...
Dead. Yes. Had to be him or us.
Oh, Race!
Yes, Sally. I know. Violence isn't part of your world, is it? You really don't have any courage.
We were all right until you came.
I'm sorry to disturb your sheltered little world, Sally. But hiding from things doesn't make it a better world than mine. Maybe we'd better take a rain check on each other. And, give Chalmers Latham a message for me, will you? Just tell him there's no charge. This one is on me.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. This is a Bruce Ells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things. The face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
They say the way you wake up has an important effect on the whole of your day. Coming awake peacefully sets you off to a relaxed, poised beginning. So I came out of my nocturnal fog to the sound of...
Now listen, you're gonna talk to him if I have to beat your brains? Oh, now look what you did. Just because you want to be stubborn.
Mark, for Pete's sake.
Oh, are you awake?
Am I awake? What are you trying to do, break my lease?
Well, we just want to talk to you.
You both wanted to talk to me? And somehow I have the idea that the desire isn't exactly mutual.
But this guy's in trouble, Frank, and he's a friend of mine. His name is Bob Kennedy, and he drives a hack, just like me.
It was cold outside, and all Kennedy had on for a coat was a worn Army field jacket. He needed a shave. And the way he shaped up, he could have done with some solid meals. His features were distorted with fear.
I've been telling him, Frank, if anybody can help him, you can. Go on, Bob, spill a story.
Oh, look, Mark, we're wasting time. I got to get out of town. It's my only chance.
Your only chance for what?
He thinks his wife is in the morgue, Grace.
Any connection with that item in yesterday's paper? An unidentified girl?
Yeah, that's it. Same description, her clothes.
The report said there was plenty of indication that she might have been murdered. How do you fit in, Bob?
Well, would you believe me if I say I didn't do it?
Now, let me get dressed. I think we'd better go to the morgue and have a look at that girl. And on the way, you can break this down for me. He was an ex-GI, studying architecture on a BA program. His wife had been an English war bride. He told me about it as we drove.
I didn't marry into the royal family or anything like that. She worked in the factory during the war making ammunition. But she was pretty. No guy could have a better wife.
Yet you had a fight.
Yeah. We picked a great place to pull it off. In a cafeteria with a million people around. She left me there. That's all I know.
Where might she have gone, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. Unless it was to look for a job.
This is it. And I know the boys in here, so you might let me do the talking. The girl in the morgue was Bob Kennedy's wife, all right.
Oh.
She still looked pretty and young, even lying there. Bob's stricken eyes came up to meet mine, staring at me. I shrugged at the attendant, and he replaced the sheet. I think you ought to go to the police, Bob.
No, after that fight, you know what else? We had insurance policies on each other. Double indemnity endowments. Yeah, they were her idea. For our old age and to protect the kid. There's the big fat motive they're going to pin on me.
You have a child.
2 years old. Boy.
That money could be important to him.
Sure. Sure it could.
He'll never use a quarter of it if the court declares you guilty of murdering his mother. And hiding out now is going to look bad. You turn yourself in.
Not a chance. I haven't got a prayer, and I know it. I'm going to say thanks and get lost.
Mark's cab stood at the curb, and Mark shot me a warning look as I came out. There was reason for his attitude. On the sidewalk waited a couple of gentlemen who might have been war dealers just for getting out the vote. The smaller of the pair intercepted me at the bottom of the steps.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right. And you?
What's the idea casing the morgue?
Maybe I live here.
You don't, but you might. What's the story?
Sorry. Saving that for my biography.
Yeah? Well, we'll see how long you save it. Okay, get in the cab.
He had his argument in his hand, a snub-nosed automatic. So I shrugged and moved toward the taxi. At the same time, Mark slid across the seat and stepped out as though to open the door for us, and immediately pinwheeled into action with a 14-inch end wrench.
Take the big guy, Frank.
What's it, Mark?
Hey, miss me. Get on this, Eddie!
It is washed up as of now.
And you too, Marlowe. Oh, brother, that wraps him up. Come on, Frank, let's get out of here before that shot brings the boys in blue.
Yeah, as soon as I unload this gun. What's the story on that Milo personality? You seem to know him.
Milo Morgan? Sighting. He belongs to Larry Carmichael, the racket boss. Why?
Yeah, Larry Carmichael. Good lad, Marcus. You've steered me into the lead I've been looking for. I knew Larry Carmichael. Big fellow with blonde curly hair that was going gray. Found him in his nightclub office practicing billiard shots.
Hey, what's the pitch on you anyway? You come in here for the first time in a year and all you do is ask questions.
Too nosy?
I don't like questions. You ought to know that.
Ever hear of a girl called Faye Kennedy?
I know lots of people.
I saw her a little while ago. On a slab in the morgue.
Go on out to the bar. Have yourself a drink. I sell good liquor.
But you don't want to talk about the Kennedy girl.
I gave a party. I had lots of guests. Your dame was there. I never knew it. And if you keep playing cop, I'm going to get sore.
I left him as he muffed his third shot, which wasn't like him. It was still early in the evening, but several people were sitting at the bar. As I went by, a voice tagged me.
Heave to, Frank. It's martini time.
Well, Larry Carmichael Jr. You've grown up.
Sit down, Race. This is Bunny Covington.
Hello, Race.
Dusky hair and blue eyes are always tough on a man. When they go with everything else this girl had to offer, you wanted to sit down. Slowly. Bunny Covington, #1 glamour deb of the season. Top of the bottle for looks, poise, or money.
Quit staring, Ray. She's going to stay a while. What have you been doing?
I just finished chatting with your father.
How'd you find him?
His billiard game is off. His disposition's off with it.
If he's playing billiards, he's feeling happier than he did yesterday. Might be a good time for me to interview him. Stay put, children. I'll be back.
So the kid has made the big league.
Meaning me?
According to the rotors, you're an ultra-exclusive package.
People talk about you, too.
I'm not as pretty, though.
Well, you make an impression. I understand you enjoy getting into trouble.
Kids like Larry inclined to exaggerate.
Is that what you're doing now? Getting into trouble?
If you're talking about this very moment, I'd say the answer was yes.
I'm going to enjoy you, Race. How would you like to take me somewhere else? I'm in the mood to patronize several spots tonight.
What about young Larry?
Oh, he's a charming boy, but I'm not wearing fraternity pins this season.
Well, I must make a phone call first.
Well, go ahead and make it. And to ease your conscience, I'll say goodbye to Larry Jr.
My call was to the Homicide Bureau, to a friend by the name of Lieutenant Vander. I asked him if the girl in the morgue had been identified.
Sure, a kid called Faye Kennedy.
Well, how's it go in the book? Homicide?
Well, she was found alongside the highway, dead from a blow on the head. What do you think?
Picked up anyone yet?
What's your interest in this, Frank?
Well, just curiosity.
You and your curiosity.
I'd still like to know if you've made an arrest.
Well, we brought in the girl's husband about an hour ago.
You calling it open and shut?
Oh, no, not this early. But the guy was skipping town when we took him.
I don't think he did it.
Does that mean you know something, Frank?
I'll keep you posted, Lieutenant.
Listen, Frank.
You ready to go now?
I'll have to call a cab.
Oh, we can use my car.
What about Larry Jr.?
Still talking money with his dad. The child has to live, you know.
We went out to the parking lot, and they brought her car around. I had to repress an exclamation when I saw it. One of those export jobs they're sending out of Europe these days, to the tune of about $7,000.
I'm flattered that you like it, Race. Jump in and drive.
I should think you'd want an exclusive on that.
No, not I, darling. My whim runs to handsome chauffeurs. You know something?
What?
3 nightclubs in a row adds up to a lot of nightclubs, even for me. How about going into that drive-in for hamburgers?
We're in.
Oh, I'm starved.
Must be the exercise. Yeah, we won't need menus, miss. Make it hamburgers, french fries, and coffee.
Ah, this is nice. But you're not going to take me right home, Race. I'm determined to make a night of it. This is the first time in a week that I haven't been bored.
Poor little rich girl.
Tell me something, Race.
If I can.
What do I have to do to get you to take me seriously?
But tell me something about yourself.
Ask me anything.
How long have you been running around with young Larry?
Oh, a few days. Just for laughs.
Were you at the Carmichael party the night before last?
As a matter of fact, I was. Why?
There was a girl at that party who was found dead the next day. Police think she was murdered.
You're talking about the girl the police identified today?
That's right. Faye Kennedy.
Well, how do you tie her in with the party, Race? The paper said something about the body being found on some highway.
Well, I'll move around, ask a few questions, listen to a few answers. It adds up.
That girl, are you working on the case?
Not professionally. I'm just trying to help someone out of a jam.
Would I be helping someone out of a jam if I told you I saw that girl at the party?
Keep giving.
She was one of the extra girls hired as a maid. I noticed her when I heard her talk. That English accent. I liked her. I tried to engage her to work for me.
What happened?
She didn't want a steady job.
You know what happened to her later?
Yes, I do. It was almost morning when I talked to her about working for me. Most of the guests had left, and she couldn't get a cab. So Larry loaned her one of the house cars, a Ford coupe.
And she left by herself. All alone? You sure of that?
Well, yes, I'm positive. I watched her drive away. What's the matter? Don't you like my information?
I'm thinking what it probably means for her husband. Trial and conviction for murder.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I've had cases that have been failures, plenty of them. But when a kid has been accused of murdering his wife, the mother of his son, and something tells you he's innocent, you don't like the thought of failure. So I called it homicide and interrupted Lieutenant Vander doing some desk work.
Sit down, Frank. What can I do for you?
I'd just like to get a look at Faye Kennedy's effects.
Well, I happen to have them right here. Look all you like. As compact, lipstick, 4 pennies, and the photograph of a small boy.
That all?
That's the business.
Did you know that she worked as a maid?
Yeah, we know. She only worked a few days at a time, but I guess she was looking for a regular job because she just applied for a Social Security card. Now it's your turn, Frank. What do you know about her?
Nothing worthwhile yet. When I do, I'll bring it to you. Where are they holding the child?
Juvenile hall. Why?
I'd like to see him.
Hey, mister, can you use a cab?
A good man, that's against the law. You know it.
Stop making with the funnies, Frank. Come on, get in here and I'll give you a lift.
I was going over to Juvenile Hall to see Bob Kennedy's kid. What were you doing around here?
I was going to see if I get a pass to go in and see Bob. I'll make it later.
Brief me on something, Mark.
Sorry.
What do you know about Larry Carmichael, Jr.?
Crazy kid. Always getting into jams.
What kind of jams?
Dames, mostly. They're always taking him for dough. I guess that's why the old man tightened up on a bankroll. Why?
I've sort of had him on my mind. What about Larry Sr.? Has he ever been arrested?
Oh, yeah. But they never proved nothing against him. He was indicted by the grand jury about 8 years ago, but he beats the rap.
What was he charged with?
They hooked him as head of a ring that had been clouting hot shorts.
Doing what?
Clouting hot shorts. You know, stealing cars.
Didn't he have enough on him?
He was too clever. By the time he got finished repainting him and everything, even the insurance companies couldn't identify him.
Where did he do all this painting and changing?
Garage he's got, over on State Street.
Does he still have it?
Yeah, but it's strictly legit now.
Just the same, I think I'll postpone my trip to Juvenile Hall for a while. Drop me off and you can go and visit Bob Kennedy.
Okay, that's the way you want it. Where you going now?
To pay another call on Larry Carmichael, Sr.
Hello, Race. You back again?
Oh, I just thought you might want to talk to me now.
I might. Care for a drink?
You can owe me one.
Hey, I thought you and me were friends.
We are, aren't we?
The way you mauled a couple of my boys yesterday.
Oh, come now. They wanted to prod me around with pistols.
Oh, they thought you were somebody else.
They knew me.
I still think they made a mistake.
Why don't you call them in here? You could ask them a few questions.
Well, they're not around right now.
Why were they casing the morgue, Larry?
Would you believe me if I told you I didn't know?
I might. Go ahead and tell me.
Who are you working for, Frank? What are you so busy about?
Now you're making sounds that don't mean anything. You know the story.
Kennedy girl?
Didn't want to talk about it yesterday.
Well, I didn't know I was going to have you breathing down the back of my neck. What are you trying to prove?
I don't want to see her husband go to the block for something he didn't do.
You got ideas I'm the one that tripped him up, huh?
Did you, Larry?
Look, Race, I thought you worked for insurance companies.
That's right.
Well, go back to work for them. You'll be happier.
Tell me something, Larry. You own a big garage, don't you? One of those open all-night affairs?
I own a service station. So what?
Oh, just a casual question. May want to sell you some advertising one of these days.
What are you talking about?
If it's about me, I want to hear all of it. Hello, Race.
Hello, Bunny.
Going somewhere?
As usual.
Take me?
Why don't you hang around here, baby?
I'm sorry, Larry. I need some fresh air. How about it, Race? I've got your favorite car outside.
It won't be exciting.
Let me decide that. Where are we going?
To see a little kid. He was tiny and tow-headed. It looked as though he'd usually have a cute, ready grin. But there was evidence that he'd been crying a lot. And when I lifted him, I caught a soft, tired sob deep in his throat. I was told he'd be kept there until the disposition of his father had been decided, either by the police or by the court. Later, when Bunny Covington and I got outside, there seemed to be more clouds in the sky than when we'd gone in. More bleakness to the day.
What did they call him, Race? I didn't get it.
Kimmy. His first name's Cameron. Let's go.
What'll happen to him if his father's convicted?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, you drive. They'll probably put him up for adoption, won't they?
Something like that. Whatever happens, it's going to be rough on him.
How are you doing on this case?
So far, I've walked up a lot of blind alleys. I keep getting the feeling that I'm overlooking something. Something I've already seen.
Well, what about the police? Can't they help?
Well, they've got the husband. No, I don't know. Maybe they're right, but...
But you'll keep trying.
That's right. Incidentally, this Greyhound of yours is running low on gas.
Oh, well, there's a station across the street.
I know. Let's go to that garage of Larry Carmichael's. I can't help being curious about that Ford coupe you mentioned. The service station was one of Larry Carmichael's pet enterprises, one of those super service subdivisions that peddle everything from windshield wipers to body and fender work. It was toward the body and fender building that I made my inquisitive way while the car took time out for gas and Bunny took time out to pretty up. There's no activity going on, but the Dent and Scratch Emporium was open, so I prowled in. I'd been peering around for about 5 minutes when someone switched on a light. It was one of those uniformed private police boys. The moment I caught his malevolent grin, I knew something ugly had turned up. While I was thinking this, he leveled a .38 at me. I dove behind a Buick station wagon, crawled as far as the rear wheels of a Dodge truck, where I jumped up and tore for an open door at the far end.
What's the matter, Race?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, whatever happened?
Some lad set me up for a clay pigeon. He almost won the Cupid doll.
Oh, there's never a dull moment with you, Race. Shall we drop in somewhere for a drink?
Yeah, sounds enticing, but on the way I'd like to patronize the first public telephone we see.
More cops and robbers?
Getting shot at seems to have blown the fog from my brain. I just caught the idea that might wrap up this package.
Good. Then maybe you'll have a little time for thinking about me.
I spent 45 minutes in one of those sidewalk phone booths. I called Vander at Homicide and asked him to relay a message to Bob Kennedy in his cell. When Vander called back with the answer, I talked to him into securing another item of information from the motor vehicle department. And when I got back to Bunny, everything had finally gelled.
You know, I've discovered what makes you so attractive to me, Race. It's because I'm always having to wait for you. Do you know that you're the first person I've ever waited for in my life?
Drive on, Duchess.
Now, you take the wheel.
You know, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
The fact that you never want to drive.
Well, I told you the reason. I like handsome chauffeurs.
Want me to tell you the real reason?
Go ahead.
Your driver's license has been revoked. Too many convictions for speeding, for reckless driving.
All right, so I'm a good little girl. I let others drive for me.
You drove the other night, though. You drove and you had an accident with this car.
Race, you're upset. You haven't been getting enough sleep.
You bought the car new, didn't you, Duchess? How long have you had it?
6 weeks.
Both the front fenders have been refinished. I can tell because the rubber fittings are coated with paint. That's always the tip-off to a repaint job.
Do you read palms, too, Race?
It all ties in with what happened to Faye Kennedy. You see, when you offered her that maid's job, she didn't turn you down. She accepted it. She'd been looking for a job, so you took her home with you when you left the party. Which would have been all right, except that on the way, you couldn't resist showing off the speed of this rocket. You ran it off the road into some brush. You didn't hurt yourself, and the car was still drivable. But you fractured that girl's skull. So you pushed her out and left her there, alongside the road. Because you knew that with your record, you'd face a charge of manslaughter.
Darling, you are upset. Let's go and have that drink.
Sorry, Duchess. No drinks.
Oh, Race, you can't really believe all this. Oh, I admit I cracked up the car, but the rest of it... Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
No. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it because you lied. You lied when you said you saw that girl drive a Ford away from the party.
I did see her, Race. I can prove it.
No, Duchess. Faye Kennedy was born in England into a poor family. Poor families, they don't have cars. She didn't have a driver's license either because she never learned how to drive a car.
All right, Race. You've put it together. But you're not going to be difficult about it, are you? After all, manslaughter isn't murder.
You'd have turned it into murder. You'd have let that girl's husband go to the chair.
Oh, they wouldn't have given him the chair, Race. Life imprisonment, maybe, not the chair.
Just life imprisonment. You have no trouble being casual with other people's lives, do you, Duchess? Tell me, how much did you have to pay Larry's private cop to shoot me for a trespasser?
Race, I was in a jam. Race, give me a chance. Give me a chance to show you my real inner feeling for you.
I had a look at your inner feeling, Duchess, when we saw that baby. You were about as sympathetic as a poleaxe.
Where are we going, Race?
To Center Street, Homicide Bureau. Last year, debutante, you came out. This year, you're going in.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time, 1 week from today, for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney. But he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the Istanbul adventure.
There are men who'll tell you they've seen the city die, and it's hard to find argument for their words. Our population has dwindled to half between the wars. Our trade has dried to a trickle, but somehow, with a wet night engulfing crooked streets and shadowy bazaars, I was feeling the old exhilaration and expectant sense of violence. There's always Istanbul. Here, this doorway. Rather close.
You're very helpful.
Cigarette?
Yes, thank you.
Light? Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I'm intrigued. A woman comes out of the night, a woman pursued by bullets. She turns out to be lovely.
If you don't mind, I must go.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll go with you.
No, please.
Oh, now look, tomorrow I'm leaving Turkey, but tonight you need help.
It's not for me. It's for a friend. A friend who's in trouble, an American like yourself.
American?
He's hurt, badly hurt. I think he's dying.
Well, let's get him a doctor.
That's why I'm trying to get out of this sector. I know a physician who will go to him.
I'll get you out. Come on.
Wait, listen. They've come back.
Who's they? Here, let me get clear. Move behind me. Yeah.
Hey, Ray!
Oh.
And I thought I knew my way around. This is worse than driving a hack in Boston.
Yeah, it's all right. His name's Donovan. He's Brooklyn Irish and to us harmless.
Hey, what goes on? Where are you, Frank?
Right here. Where have you been?
Oh, where have I been, he wants to know. I am out with a man just because he wants to go walking and he disappears. Where have I been?
I happened to turn up a side street while you were gaping in some window. I'd imagined you'd follow.
What do you say we start grinding back at the hotel, huh? Even with this slicker on, I'm beginning to feel like a blotter. Hey, who's this?
And come to think of it, we don't know each other's name, do we? I'm Frank Race.
I'm Lisa Kruger.
What's the story, Ray?
Well, I don't know all of it, Mark. But there's an American nearby who needs medical help. We're going to get him a doctor. There are people around here who might try to stop us.
And you talked me out of bringing along my end wrench.
From another section of the city, Liesel made a phone call. Within 15 minutes, we were joined with a physician. He was young and tall and dark, with a face you felt you could believe in. Liesel introduced him as Dr. Amarand.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you for helping Liesel. I believe we shall manage all right now.
It might be harder getting back into that sector than it was getting out. We'd better stick with you. The rain had stopped, and with it had gone the freshness of the night. With no wind stirring, the street smelled fetid, oppressive. There was no lift to the blackness, and you got the feeling of continually being about to walk into something. Then there was a gate. Beyond it, a small light coming from what looked like a stable. Mark and I were asked to wait, and the other two left us.
You know, I wonder if we're going to get a chance to cancel them reservations.
What reservations?
On the boat.
Why should we want to cancel them?
Race, I got to look at that girl. You won't be taking no boat tomorrow. Which, to me, is kind of sad.
Here she comes.
Come, Race. You want your friend? I told the American about you, Race. He wants to talk to you.
He is too weak to say much, Mr. Race. If you will kneel down.
What's his name, Doctor?
Dwyer. Johnny Dwyer.
Hi, Johnny.
Hiya, fella. Where you from?
I work out of New York. I was born in Indiana.
Hey, sounds like home. I'm from Dayton, Ohio.
Who hurt you, Johnny?
Some bad ones, fella. Pulling a bad deal. Liesel and Doc will tell you they're great people.
He'd better not speak anymore.
Someone is coming.
On the candle!
Come out of it, Race. Come out of it, will you? Oh, that's better.
Oh. What happened to me?
Well, you won't need to part your hair for a while, not the way that slug creased your head.
Where's Liesel? And the doctor?
I guess they got away. The doc got in a lick, too, hey? One of them visitors is as dead as a smoked herring.
What about Johnny? Johnny Dwyer?
He's dead too, Frank. I don't know what these people are playing, but it ain't post office, Frank. It ain't post office.
As Mark had prophesied, we missed our boat because I went looking for Liesel. I spent almost a week at it before giving up, after which I lapsed into an inertia of just lying around the hotel.
Look, I never knew you to get this low over a dame before. Why not think about other things, huh? Here, I brought up a telegram for you.
Yeah, read it to me.
All right. Hey, who is Anthony Woolwine?
Tony Woolwine. He's an executive for Intercontinental Underwriters.
Yeah, well, he wants to see you. Urgent.
Well, that means you get your wish about Fifth Avenue.
Don't sound like New York to me. This is from France. Someplace called, Cannes.
Cannes. It's on the Riviera, not far from Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo? Where all that high-powered gambling goes on?
The same.
Oh, no kidding. Well, look, if it's all right with you, I just as soon postpone seeing Fifth Avenue for a little while.
Tony Woolwine. A nice guy who always seemed to be where there was sunshine. At Cannes, he had everything to go with the climate. Rambling villa, lots of ground around it, lots of swimming pool taking up the ground. He greeted me in bathing trunks and a tan that made everything about him seem brown but his grin.
It may look like a holiday, Frank, but I'm not over here just for laughs.
I've been wondering why you sent for me.
Tomorrow you embark on a dirty job.
Well, that's fair warning. Thanks.
Do you mind if I make a personal observation?
Go ahead. Got me under your spell.
You don't seem to have your usual eye out for the ladies. And here I've been thinking that this crop I gathered was unusually bounteous.
Yeah, with your usual discernment, you've provided both quantity and quality. I've noticed. Particularly that bit of symmetry near the diving board.
In the black suit? Ah, that's better. Now I'll stop fretting. Oh, there's somebody I want you to meet. Chuck?
Yeah?
Come on over here. It's a flyer I'd like to have you know. You like him. He's offered to help us out on this task I mentioned.
Hi.
Chuck, I want you to know Frank Race. Chuck Farrell, Frank Race.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you?
And I am Liesel Kruger.
She stood there quietly, utterly composed. An exquisite figure in a black bathing suit. She had been the one who'd drawn my comment, the one by the diving board. She looked young, younger than she had in Istanbul, and her loveliness in the stare of the sun was something to take the breath out of you.
Where, oh, where did we find this? Woolwine, you've been holding out on us. Hey, look beautiful.
We thought you were dead, Race, when we saw you go down with the blood all over your face.
Blood all over you. You got away all right? You and the doctor?
Hammeran's arm was broken by a bullet. We got away. We couldn't have done it had not you and your friend been there to confuse him.
I realize this must be some sort of a reunion,
Is
but...
Race the man you were telling me of, Tony?
Oh, yes, Race is the man.
You mean there's a tie-up here somewhere?
Well, my side of it is purely insurance. The company's had to pay off claims on 3 large shipments of food, clothing, and medical supplies coming to Europe from the United States. We don't want to have to refuse insurance on future shipments, but naturally we can't keep that up. So we've got to solve the problem.
I take it these shipments weren't lost at sea.
Liesel, now it's your turn.
Well, it's the same thing that has been choking Europe to death for so long, Race. Black market. The last year it seems to have come under the control of one organization, all over the continent.
Is this what you've been fighting? You and Dr. Amaran?
Yes. To Americans, the black market might seem vicious, but I'm sure it seems impersonal, a blight that doesn't really touch. But with us, well, I had a brother, all I had left of my family, and a year ago he became ill of pneumonia. I was assured that if he received penicillin, he would live.
It's usually effective.
I got him the penicillin, Race. At a price very hard for me to pay. I got him the penicillin. But he died. At the age of 19.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liesel.
He died because the drug was worthless.
What happened to those shipments that were lost?
Destroyed. Cargo, train, and crew. Nothing left each time but smoldering ashes.
I don't get it. What happened to them?
The black market would have stolen those shipments.
but they knew it would be too difficult. So they destroy them. Nobody knows how, because the train crews are always killed. And then the black marketeers get their high prices with shoddy clothes and bad food and synthetic medicine.
Sounds like a rough bunch.
Race knows how rough they can be. He saw some of their work in Istanbul.
There'll be 2 more trains going through this month. One on the 19th, the other on the 27th.
They must not be destroyed, Race. Listen to me. There is an epidemic of diphtheria breaking out through the western portion of France. Unless those trains get through with diphtheria toxides, thousands of children are going to die.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The coastline of the Riviera is like no other place in the world. But for me, Liesl Kruger made it even more glamorous. Glamour. It was a quality she would carry with her wherever she went, heightening it with her beauty and a willingness to involve herself in lethal danger for a cause without profit.
There's no other spot like this, Race. For me, that is. You have probably seen other places just as lovely, just as unique.
As lovely? Yes. As unique? Not quite.
Oh, it's such a beautiful evening.
Liesl,
Yes, Race?
how do I get my teeth into this fight of yours? Where do I start?
Haman. Haman can tell you more about it even than I.
Where is he?
In Toulon. He would be happy to see you.
You seem very close, you and the doctor.
Well, when 2 persons share the dangers we have shared, there will naturally be a bond. But I'm not in love with him. If that is what you mean, Race.
Why do you do it, Liesl?
Why do I fight? That was my brother. And I suppose there's something else. Something it would be hard to put into words. You should know. You have the same feeling.
I get paid for what I do.
Oh, do you always get paid? Who paid you for helping us in Istanbul?
Get out of it, Liesl. Let Amaran fight them. Let me fight them. But you get out of it.
Why do you say that?
We stood facing one another. And over my shoulder, the moonlight spotlighted the terrific face of hers, with its provocative lips and frame of thick, lustrous hair. I didn't grab her. I reached for her gently. And everything took time out for a while.
I meant that, Race.
So did I. And I'm asking you again to pull out of this business.
Race, I can't. I've got to stay with it to the end. No matter what the end may be.
You awake yet, Frank?
Yeah, come in.
You're being invaded.
What's up?
We thought you might like to look the country over from the air. How long will it take you to dress?
A quarter of an hour. Where's the plane?
Oh, not more than 20 minutes from here.
Well, what have you got?
A salvage job I picked up. A P-47.
Some ship, Frank. Chuck thought he was getting a bargain when he bought that ice wagon. Lots of power, and he bought it for dimes. The payoff is that operating it will keep him in hock for the rest of his life.
P-47 adds up to a lot of planes.
I wouldn't have anything else. She pays her way.
Say, what's wrong with your hand, Chuck? When'd you do that?
Oh, I nicked it as I was gassing up the other day. It's a little swollen.
A little swollen? You'd better do something about it, Chuck.
Tomorrow. Today I want to fly.
Chuck, since this is just a tour of duty with no destination, would you like to drop me in Toulon for a couple of hours?
Toulon? Why, sure.
I'll be calling on a doctor there. We'll get him to take a look at that hand of yours. Amaran stared at me when he saw me. His left hand hung in a sling. One of his eyes was almost shut with a bruise that extended down the whole side of his face.
Race!
But we thought
You
that...
thought I'd been killed. Liesl told me.
Liesl, you've seen her. Oh, why do we stand here? Come in.
She told me where to find you.
Huh?
I'm in this with you now, all the way. And there's an American insurance company behind me.
Oh, thank heaven. You cannot know how much we need help.
Tell me about Johnny Dwyer. Where did he fit in? What happened to him?
Well, he was, first of all, an idealist. So many of you Americans are. And he knew how to fight. So they murdered him.
What was he doing in Istanbul?
He'd learned too much. So the black marketeers chased him from here.
From Toulon? Is that why you're here?
Yes. Johnny Dwyer stayed at a quayside hotel there, a rat trap called the Charbonnier. Why he went there, Liesl and I never learned. Too many things happened too rapidly. But it was from the Charbonnier that they hounded him. First to Marseille, then to Rome, then to Istanbul. It was from Rome that we got his call for help and word to meet him in Turkey. You know what happened there.
The Hotel Charbonnier. I imagine they know you there.
Oh, I wish I could say I knew them as well.
You have no idea of an identity behind it?
Oh, nothing worth a sou. We've dealt with one or two, but they were no more than underlings. We learned nothing.
I'm going to take lodgings at the Hotel Charbonnier with a friend who was with me in Istanbul.
There must be a safer way.
But none quicker than I can see. And now, I wonder if I may ask a favor of you.
Anything.
The pilot who flew me over here has a bad hand, an infection. I wish you'd look at it.
Well, he's here with you?
He remained in his plane, but I've got a cab outside.
Well, then let us go to him.
We found Chuck Farrell leaning against the fuselage of his P-47. In his hand, a silver flask with which he waved at us as we came up. Amaran, smiling as I introduced them, tightened his lips seriously when he saw the hand. He made a clinic of the 47's cockpit, taking Chuck's temperature and otherwise thoroughly checking his patient's condition.
You have absorbed quite a little alcohol lately, huh?
Oh, I guess I've been doing all right. Why? Come on, Doc. Brief me on this.
When did you have an inoculation for tetanus last?
Never had one that I know of.
You were not in your army?
No. Do I have tetanus coming on?
It's possible.
Bad, huh?
Since you have received no toxoids, then I can bolster an inoculation with antitoxin. It's indicated.
Well, then let's have it. Will it make me sick?
It may not, depending on your sensitivity to it. You should not fly this plane.
Oh, ever been checked out in a P-47 race?
Yeah.
Good. Then you can ferry us back.
Well, possibly Dr. Amron will come over and check your condition in a day or so.
Of course. And when will you keep the rendezvous we discussed?
As soon as I can pry Mark Donovan loose from those Monte Carlo gaming tables. There are parks and promenades in Toulon, all handsome. There's the view of the sea. There's the cathedral and other old churches and a fine town hall. And not far from its docks, on a crooked street, forgotten by all but the police, and a few citizens who would prefer that the police also forgot it, stands the Hotel Charbonnier, as dubious a hostel as you'll find anywhere along the Mediterranean.
I will say just one thing. If I'd have known I was leaving Monte Carlo for this, on this race, I think I'd have run out on you.
Now, cheer up, Mark. You'll find after a while the place grows on you.
Yeah, something's been growing on me, and it ain't my disposition. If I could only get me a cup of coffee.
Why don't you look around?
I've been looking around. There's wine everywhere. You can wade in this stuff, but not one drop of coffee. I gotta find some somewhere. Hey, a note under the door.
Let me have it.
Where's it from?
Dr. Amaron. He wants me to go to him at once. Something urgent. You wait here.
Oh, come inside, Race.
What is it? Trouble?
Worse than that. Tragedy. Look over there.
Liesl! She's been hurt. What is it, Amaran? What happened to her?
She's dying, Race. She got here about an hour ago. She's been trying to tell me what happened, but she's had only strength enough to say your name.
You've got to save her.
I've done everything I can, Race. Talk to her. She will hear you. She wants to hear you.
I had a lot of things to say to her, but if she ever heard any of them, there was no sign. After a while, I gave it up and went back to the Hotel Charbonnier. There in the musty hallway.
Race,
What? No. It's you, Mark.
come here, will you? Gotta have a look in here. I heard this morning that this place used to be a cafe, see? So I started poking around in the basement, thinking I might accidentally run across some coffees. Gotta move these crates first. And then this door. Can you squeeze through?
Yeah. What have you got?
Take a look at what I got. An arsenal. Rifles, pistols, submachine guns, even shells. Look at this one, will you?
Shell. That's no shell, Mark. That's a rocket.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a fool I've been. Chuck Farrell and his P-47.
What are you talking about?
P-47's Thunderbolts. Along with the British Typhoons, they were the top rocket-firing planes of the war. Rockets for knocking out tanks and trains. Trains, Mark, do you hear that?
Certainly I hear it, but
Chuck Farrell, he destroyed the supply trains. And I've been eating with him, drinking with him, flying with him.
Wait a second.
What is it?
So now you must have found out what we're doing.
Here, then. Load this pistol. You're going out through that window up there. When you get clear, fire 2 shots, you understand? Then head for Woolwine. Tell him about this whole setup.
Now, wait a minute. You can boost me up to that window, but what about you? How you gonna get out of it?
Give me a foot and get going. Here.
Okay, I'm up.
Get clear to the street before you signal.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do?
Hold him off with this Tommy gun. Get going.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, one more rush to get that door open. Race,
What can I do for you?
it's Chuck Farrell.
Nice to have you aboard.
That machine gun won't do you any good, Race. I've got a dozen boys here. We'll smoke you out if we have to.
Farrell, listen.
All right, I'm listening.
You heard that shot?
Yeah, I heard it. So what?
That's a friend of mine, signaling that he's clear of here. He's going to Woolwine to tell him how you've been using that P-47 to destroy those trains with rockets.
All right, Race. I'm coming in. Alone. And empty-handed.
Make sure your people stay out.
Now, relax, Race. You're getting lost. With Woolwine knowing about the rockets, why should I sweat out a lost cause?
Always play the cool hand. Is that the philosophy, Farrell?
Why not? We'll work out other deals. I've made plenty of money, and I've still got it. What can you do? Extradite me? Nuts. Of course, you might turn that chatterbox on me. But you're not the type for that. Are you, Race?
I don't have to be, Chuck. You're all taken care of.
What do you mean?
You look sort of feverish.
What? Sure, I'm feverish. I've got tetanus. But I've been treated for it. You took care of that.
I know. I saw your doctor about an hour ago. He was trying to save the life of a lovely girl you murdered.
I didn't do that, Race.
You were part of it. The same way you've been part of murdering a lot of other people, including kids. But you finished, Chuck. Amaran said you weren't in shape for a bout with tetanus.
Stop trying to annoy me. I took that antitoxin, didn't I?
Dr. Amaran learned this morning that the antitoxin he gave you was worthless.
Worthless?
It was worthless because it came through your own black market channels. And there's none available that'll be effective. Not until a new supply arrives from America in 15 days. And in 15 days, Chuck, I have a feeling you won't be around.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time, 1 week from today, for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of 17 Black.
Saratoga, city of sport and health, where you can watch the thoroughbreds come thundering into the stretch or increase your physical efficiency with its spring water and sunshine. But my sport of the moment wasn't taking place in the sunshine. And I'm afraid the healthful effect of its atmosphere was rather dubious.
Number 17, Black. Now you're coming up, Mr. Race.
Yeah, it's about time after what I've dropped here tonight. I'll let that ride again.
Aha! At last I find you.
Oh, hello, Mark. Thought you were in New York.
Place your bets, please.
I was sent up here to find you. We gotta get going. Come on.
Won't you hurry? I'm busy.
You're gonna be busy. You got a hasty task for Universal Indemnity, the embezzlement job, and they want you right now.
Number 17, Black. Looks like you're in the groove, Mr. Race.
I've got luck on my shoulder. Leave it right there, Eddie. I'm letting it ride.
Oh, no, we ain't, Eddie. Push it this way. We are heading for New York.
Yeah, but, Mark, I'm just beginning to win.
You ain't gonna win by leaving it there. Let's blow. This is important.
Place your bets, please.
Well, suppose you're right. Come on.
Certainly I'm right. Nobody can keep playing one number on that thing. It just ain't in the books.
Yeah, hold it a second.
17, Black.
You see what did I tell? Hey, you won again.
Yeah, I would have won if you hadn't picked up the bet.
Hey, look, maybe we ought to go back and play that thing for a while, huh? You're hot.
Come on, Mark. We're heading for New York. Who talked to you from the insurance company, Reed?
Yeah, Chester A. Reed. I told him you wanted a little time to yourself, but he said I was to get you anyway. He told me all about it, see, so I could brief you.
What's the story?
Some guy keeping books for a construction outfit took 70 G's of the company's money. He was bonded with Universal.
Reed wants me to go after him, huh?
No, not the guy. He's dead. Suicide. Reed wants you should see if you can find the dough.
At Universal Indemnity, I got the details. The alleged embezzler had been a man named O'Connor with a home in Yonkers. I had Mark drive me over there to see his wife.
What's the use of talking about it? Johnny's dead. After a while, I suppose I'll be able to tell myself I've still got a baby.
Baby?
He's a year old.
How you fix for money?
I've got the rent for another month. Got some ground meat for supper. Guess I'll have to get a job pretty soon.
Didn't your husband have insurance?
$8,000 worth. But we'll never get any of it. Not if they call him suicide.
Oh, it should have occurred to me. How did he die, Mrs. O'Connor?
He was found in the garage, shot in the car. Carbon monoxide.
I see.
They'll never convince me that he committed suicide. Not Johnny. He enjoyed life too much. Why
He was right in the middle of making a crib for the baby. And if he stole that money, where is it?
I understand there was a confession.
A fake. Even if it is in Johnny's handwriting. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. I'm taking the only way out. When they audit my records, they'll find I've misappropriated $70,000. Try to forgive me, Johnny.
He never took that money.
Well, possibly not, but it's missing. And your husband is dead. If we're going to prove him innocent, you'll have to help me.
Oh, I'll do anything.
Did your husband have any friends in the company or particular enemies?
Irving Dalton, the chief accountant. He always treated Johnny like a laborer. See, Johnny used to carry a hod, but when the baby was coming, he took a night school course in bookkeeping to better himself.
Did Dalton hire your husband?
No. T.J. Thomas does the hiring. He's general manager.
Does Thomas have a financial interest in the company?
I think he owns a third. The rest of it belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Maynard.
Well, possibly Mr. Thomas can help a little. I'll see him tomorrow. In the meantime, take this.
Oh, no. I couldn't.
We'll call it a loan. You've got that youngster to think about. And for the time being, stay with your baby and forget about getting a job. Take me back to the city, Mark.
What's cooking?
Know anything about a family named Maynard?
Ah, certainly a hard bunch to get along with. The old man's a retired cement finisher. See, the boys, they don't believe in labor of any kind.
No, you're working in the wrong neighborhood. The Maynards I refer to are the big-time contractors.
Oh, big shots. No, I know. Hey, Race.
What is it?
That sedan behind us. What's that they're waving out the window? It's a Tommy gun.
Right. You better do some twisting. They're waving it at us.
I'm doing the best I can. You got a gun?
In my hand. But against that firepower...
He's gaining on me, Race. We're gonna get it. Race, you okay?
Let me get my arm free.
Let me help.
He's coming up with that machine gun.
He's lining us up, Race. He's gonna... You got him. The other guy's running.
Watch out. I didn't kill that one. Just hit him in the leg.
Yeah, but he lost the chatterbox. We're okay. Yeah. Let me help you out. Yeah. Easy now. Take it easy. What kind of a deal is this anyway?
Looks like a lethal deal, Mark. Somebody's playing for big keeps. You didn't go to an ordinary lumber yard to find the offices of the Maynard Construction Company. They took up half the 14th floor of a skyscraper. I was impressed by the handsome paneling, the ancestral portraits, and the cocktail party that was going on. Well, the place was rocking. It was only after quite a bit of elbow fencing I was able to force my way to a waiter. He promised to locate T.J. Thomas for me, but it was at least 15 minutes before I got a reaction.
Mr. Race?
That's right.
I'm Irving Dalton, chief accountant for the firm. You've been moving around so you're a little dazed. You didn't come here on business, I hope, not this afternoon.
What are you celebrating? Lifting of a mortgage?
Just a little party in honor of State Senator Humphreys.
All this for a state senator? What would you do for a governor?
I understand you want to see Mr. Thomas.
Yes, T.J. Thomas. General manager, isn't he?
That's correct, but you see...
And it says general manager on this door.
It also says private, Mr. Rayson, if you don't mind.
That's a long elevator ride up here. I'd like to conclude my business this time.
So, if you ask me, I don't think it's a good idea.
Really, darling? No one asked you.
Hold it a second. If you don't mind, this is rather private. Sort of board meeting.
No, I don't mind at all. I'm most anxious to talk to the board.
Now, wait a minute.
My name's Race. I represent the Universal Indemnity Company. I'm here concerning the claim on your bookkeeper, O'Connor.
Oh. Well, in that case...
Come right in, Mr. Race. I'm Sandra Maynard. This is Mr. Thomas, our general manager, and my husband, Arthur Maynard.
What do you want to know, Race?
Several things. But first, I'd like to express a personal opinion. Your bookkeeper didn't steal anything, and he didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Dear me. Headlines. headlines. Sandra, my darling, your Welfare League group will buzz about this one.
Oh, Arthur, shut up.
This is very interesting. Are you ready to prove that someone else misappropriated the money, Mr. Race?
Not yet. But that much money doesn't just disappear.
There's an outright case of embezzlement. The books speak for themselves.
I should think so.
Oh, of course. You know all about the records, don't you, darling?
I don't know what keeps me from clawing your face off. And I'm warning you, Arthur, if you don't stop...
Witnessing marital Donna Brooks has never been to my liking, so I eased out of the room. And bumped into as delectable a bit of fabric as I'd encountered in several days. A tawny blonde with a benign eye.
You look sort of grim.
You know those people in there?
Sandra and Arthur Maynard? Sure, I know them.
What's the pitch on their relationship?
You sound like someone sent out to watch the silver.
And I've run into a defendant of the family honor.
Oh, not me. I know them, but I don't play in their yard. And never will.
They don't get along. It's embarrassing.
Well, that's because they're going to be divorced. He used to be her teacher at college. I guess they never straightened it out.
Make quite a clatter out of it, don't they?
This whole party has turned into a clatter. I think I'll go home. You care to come along?
Most encouraging invitation I've had in weeks. Lead on, fair lady, lead on.
What's the matter with that cab driver back there? Sounded like he was putting up quite a squawk.
Mark? No, he's a very unreasonable fellow. Just because he waited half an hour for me, he felt he should drive us to your apartment.
When I've got my own car. He must be nuts.
Yeah, it's a night to send anybody bombing, Doris. Full moon, sky full of stars. Perfect night for romance. Or murder.
What makes you say that?
Just a thought. Do you, always carry so much luggage in your car?
I'm a nightclub singer. I'm going away for an engagement.
Oh, too bad.
Well, come with me.
What'd I do, push your piano around?
Race.
Yeah, maybe I should come along and push your piano around.
Come inside. Hold me, Race.
Delighted. But first, let's have a little light.
What are you doing?
Removing this pistol from your purse. What is it? Part of the new look?
Oh, Race, don't be like that. I'll go for you if you let me. I might even postpone going away.
How would you like to talk about a man named Johnny O'Connor and $70,000?
I might. There's something that might interest you in the bottom drawer of that bureau.
Oh, seems to be stuck.
So are you, sucker. Nice work, Doris. Now we can get rid of this chump for good.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came alive regretfully. The hazy conviction that my head had grown at least double and was still trying to expand. I told myself irritably this was no procedure for establishing Johnny O'Connor's innocence, nor securing his insurance for his wife and child. Then I caught voices, and I knew my best bet would be to play dead.
Any sign of life back there, Rocky?
Nah, he's out cold.
Better take a look and see if he's coming to.
Relax. Will you? When I slug them, they stay out for hours.
Well, flash a light on him and make sure.
Okay. Out cold as a mackerel.
Good. Here's the top of the hill.
You, want them up front, don't you?
Yeah, right behind the wheel. Here, give me a hand.
All right.
There we
Oh, this guy's big.
He's hard to lift, all right. Let's give another heave. Yeah, it's good. Now pour the liquor over.
This ain't no new idea, you know. It's got to be done right, or the cops get hep.
That's good enough. Now, put the car in high.
Ah, I want to stay. Watch it go through that guardrail on the curb.
Nothing doing. We're getting out of here.
All set.
Okay, then. Let it go. I said to grab the wheel, but the lurch of the car fooled me. Threw me sideways in the seat. I tried getting up, but the reflexes were off. That curve. I had to get control. If I didn't... Don't ever do that to yourself. I just sat there for a few seconds. Then I staggered to a phone booth and asked Mark to come out and meet me.
All I can say is it was your own fault. If I'd have been tagging along, it probably never would have even happened. I warn yous about that dame.
Well, she's very attractive, Mark. In spite of what occurred, I shall continue to think of her wistfully.
Nah, she had a look. You know me, I never miss on dames.
I agree.
As the poet says, they're the most dangerous species.
Most dangerous of the species, Mark.
You take it from me, they ain't of anything. When it comes to working angles, dames are all by themselves. What are we gonna do with this car?
Take it back.
It ain't cracked up as much as my cab was. Ain't a bad car at all. Whose is it?
Registration says it belongs to Thomas and Humphreys. Used car sales.
That's where we're taking it? At midnight? The joint will be shut tight in Atlantic City in December.
Well, let's get inside.
You know something? They could call this breaking and enter.
You mind?
Not so long as the cause is just. They need a new door here. You want my flashlight?
No, street light's enough. You take that filing cabinet and see if you can find any papers on the car. I'll try the desk.
Okay. How do they file these things? By license number, make a car, what? I ain't having no luck.
Never mind. Take a look at this.
What do you got?
Here's a registration application for the car. Made out in my name. According to this, I own it.
Then unload it as soon as you can. It needs new rings and a rebore.
A tight little arrangement.
Look, I don't get it.
I do. If I'd been killed tonight, Mark, this slip would have been mailed to the Motor Vehicle Bureau in the morning. It would have covered my accident very nicely.
Uh-oh. Looks like you're up against tough pitching, right?
And there's more to this than just the missing $70,000. I wonder if I could squeeze any information out of Sandra Maynard.
Squeeze? Another dame? In this case, chum, that ain't good.
Well, you're wrong, Marcus. In this case, it ain't bad. The home of Sandra Maynard turned out to be one of those structures that a locksmith and a couple of carpenters could turn into a hotel over a weekend. The lady of the house greeted me in a sequence, something that gave almost as much flash as she did. I instantly recognized one quality in her that I tabbed as dynamite. While you were with her, she'd make you forget all the other women you'd ever known.
After our scrambled meeting last night, this is rather unexpected. But it's nice. Cigarette?
Thanks.
There'll be drinks along the moment. Manhattans and martinis. I'm sure you must like one or the other.
There have been occasions when I've gone for both, to my eventual distress.
You're attractive, Race. But then I suppose you already know that.
You're, rather direct, Mrs. Maynard. And I'm sure you make good use of the trait.
It saves time. Oh, don't say Mrs. Maynard. I hate the name. Call me Sandra. Everyone does. Even my chauffeur.
I'm flattered.
I wonder. Have I stepped off on the wrong foot?
With your facade, why worry?
Suddenly I do find myself worrying. Do you mind if I try to impress you, Race?
I think I'd enjoy it.
Why did you come to see me?
To talk business.
Can't it wait?
I don't think it should.
Race, I have a feeling that you might be crusading.
Did you know Johnny O'Connor?
Do I look the type to know anything about a construction company? I inherited the thing from my father. I care so little about it, I've given my husband a quarter interest to get rid of him. What about your Johnny O'Connor?
He was the bookkeeper who was supposed to have committed suicide after embezzling $70,000.
And you don't think he did? Either one.
Well, it seems that he handled the expense accounts for the firm. entertainment bills, items like that.
I don't get the significance.
The state's attorney general has been asking for funds from the legislature to investigate contracted bids for public works. Been complaints that your company's had inside information on supposedly sealed bids. So a lot of expense vouchers in your office became too hot to hold. Expense vouchers that might have been linked with the bribing of public officials.
Oh, what does all this have to do with that bookkeeper?
Well, shall we say that with all those vouchers missing, say, $70,000 worth, O'Connor would be the patsy with nothing to back up the entries in his books, especially if he weren't around to offer excuses.
I'm afraid you've lost me, Race. I let Thomas run the company.
And you know nothing about this?
Nothing. But I do know one thing.
What's that?
I'm glad you came into the picture.
Thanks. I'm gratified.
Oh, stop looking at your watch. You don't have to rush off, Ray.
Yeah, it's getting late, and I've another call to make.
On another woman?
On your chief accountant, Irving Dalton.
I want to see you again. If you'd care for my case history, I'm 26 and rather wealthy. In about 60 days, I shall no longer be encumbered with a husband.
An interesting deposition. Don't worry. You'll never be lonely.
There's nobody home, Race.
Should be. This hour.
Yeah, why don't you try to knock?
Nothing like the direct approach. Should have blended that earlier this evening from Sandra Maynard.
There's going to be a light switch here somewhere. That's better. Now it. Hey, Race.
Yes. It's Dalton.
Look at his throat. Somebody must have choked the wadding out of him.
He must have been showing signs of weakening.
Let's get going, huh?
No, let's look around. Uh-oh. Open the door, but keep behind it.
Okay.
Didn't know if it'd find your wig, Dalton.
Take a better look, Thomas. You'll notice he isn't awake.
Say, what is this?
Well, I know some inquisitive gentlemen who'd call it homicide. Where do you think you're going?
I'm getting out of here.
Not yet.
I had nothing to do with this.
Possibly not. But I have a hunch we can tie you in with Johnny O'Connor's murder.
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, then you know it wasn't a suicide.
No, I...
Mark, dial the Homicide Bureau.
Now, wait a minute. Why can't we sort of talk this over?
We can. Why don't you start in?
In the first place...
Race, look outside the window!
There were lights still on in the home of Sandra Maynard. I told Mark to drift around the grounds, keep his eyes open, and then I rang the bell. The butler, appearing in a robe, insisted that his mistress had retired. I had him take me to her bedroom suite where we found her still up. She dismissed the butler.
You mind if I go on brushing my hair, Race?
Not at all.
It doesn't disconcert you?
You know very well it disconcerts me, but at the moment there's something else.
What else, Race?
I just came from Dalton's apartment. He's dead. And so is T.J. Thomas, your general manager. Dalton was strangled. Thomas was shot.
Race, you're not serious. Who could have done it?
The police might think you did.
I? Race, you're kidding. You don't think I did it, do you?
The person who killed Dalton had the strength of a man. Do you have a pistol?
Pistol?
Have you ever had one?
Yes. Yes, of course, but my husband's had it for some time.
You can prove that?
Well, I think so. The butler knows that Arthur has had it.
But the permit was issued in your name.
Yes, it was, but...
There's a bullet in Dalton's apartment. The bullet that killed Thomas. The police are going to find it. When they check it in ballistics, your butler's testimony isn't going to be much good if they find that gun here in your room.
But I told you I don't have the gun.
I have a feeling that your husband is going to plant it here.
Oh, Race, I'm all upset. Why would he do that?
First, to cover himself. When you gave him that interest in the firm, he decided to make it pay off in a big way. He got Thomas and Dalton on the hook, and they started the bribery pattern for big profits. But you're the principal owner, so he's going to try to tag you with the guilt. Another thing, if you were to be executed for murder, he'd get another big chunk of your estate, since he's still your husband.
Race, what am I going to do?
Well, we can wait for him. Then, when he gets here...
I'm already here, Miss Race. What's the matter, my darling? Lost your poise? Emulate Mr. Race. He's quite controlled.
That your gun he's holding, Sandra?
Yes, that's it.
You've caused me a great deal of trouble, Mr. Race. The obvious suicide of O'Connor satisfied the police. Why didn't it satisfy you?
Johnny O'Connor didn't have your educational background, Maynard. He'd never have used a word such as misappropriated. Not even in a suicide note. He used the same word when I interrupted that office meeting. Even Thomas was satisfied with embezzlement.
You smelled murder in one word?
2 words. It was a simpler one. O'Connor would have said books. Thomas called them books. You used records. The note said records.
I admire superior intelligence, Mr. Race, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to dispose of you.
It'd be a bit involved, wouldn't it?
Not at all. You came here to charge Sandra with crimes. She shoots you with the same gun that killed Thomas. Her gun, as you pointed out. She then commits suicide. Mr. Race, stop looking behind me as though there was someone there.
Ah, but there is.
What? I'll take care of Race. Yeah. I tell you, Race, you just can't beat an end wrench in a pinch. All you need is the right guy to flip it.
Marcus, never have I been so happy to see your ugly face.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the Enoch Arden adventure.
It was one of those places that features music, not only for atmosphere, but also to drown out the cries of the patrons when they get their checks. Mine was a mellow mood. I expected to be joined at any moment by a creature both feminine and alluring. So I was settling myself for a gentle and interesting evening when...
But I cannot admit you, monsieur. Hey, Ray, tell these guys you know me, will you?
Don't make a scene, Henri. Let the gentleman in.
There, you see, wise guy. Wise guy.
Well, what's the pitch, Mark?
I got a dame in a cab. She wants to see you.
Why didn't you come in? She's supposed to meet me here.
Huh? You expecting a dame?
Well, you don't think I'd go white tie and to dine alone, do you?
I got me a feeling a dame in my cab ain't the one you're expecting.
Blonde, statuesque, rather beautiful.
Redhead, stacked, completely a pip.
That good?
Mm-mm.
All right, you sold me. Henri.
You wish something, Monsieur Race?
Yeah, there'll be a lady seeking me. I've been taken suddenly ill.
Ill?
You'll make it convincing.
Oh, but of course, Monsieur Race. You are dying.
To steal a phrase from Mark, the lady in the cab was a pip. I had a look at her while lighting a cigarette. I held the match until it almost burned my fingers. Then I sat back to await developments.
I'm Hillary Stewart. I have a personal problem that I think you could help me with, Race. A matter of insurance. The policy's for $500,000.
Something tells me the insurance is on your husband's life.
Yes.
And at the moment he's alive?
I don't know. You see, Race, I'm 26 years old. I was married 8 years ago. Almost 7 years ago, my husband disappeared.
Disappeared?
Just disappeared. Police had the case. There was a lot of publicity, and...
Oh, yes, I remember. Martin Stewart, senior partner in the importing firm of Stewart Romick, wasn't he?
That's right. And in this state, when a person's been missing for 7 years,
He may be declared legally dead under the Enoch Arden law, which would make that little insurance policy of yours payable.
You cover ground quickly, Mr. Ray.
$500,000, I'm afraid I can't see where you'd have any problems.
Do you think the insurance company will be inclined to pay all that money without investigation?
No. I think they'll investigate all over the place. But if everything's above board...
Suppose they were to find that my husband had been murdered.
Oh, well, it'd be important only if you murdered him. Did you?
That's what I mean. That's why I want you to look into the affair, for my protection. Will you take the case?
Have dinner with me. Coax me a little.
I'd like that, but I can't. Not tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps?
Let's drop the perhaps.
All right. And now if I could be transferred to another cab, I must go home.
Well, we'll take you home. Where to?
Sumter Terrace, 1450.
Sumter Terrace is an exclusive district. One of those streets where tall, thin trees line the curbs and short, fat women parade their dogs. There was a man standing before the entrance to number 1450 as I escorted Hillary Stewart up the steps. She spoke to him.
Hello, Gary. I'm sorry I'm late.
I've been waiting an hour.
I'm truly sorry. I'll go in and get ready right away. Thanks a lot, Mr. Race. If you'll call for me...
Tomorrow. I'll remember. I wanted to go into the building, then I turned toward Mark and the cab. But I didn't go toward them. Gary was there on the steps, blocking the way to the street.
Stay away from her, understand?
Now you're making me very sad. It's practically an engraved invitation to come back.
Yeah? And what's this?
His punch nailed me to the wall of the building. His outline danced in front of me as I fought to breathe, to stay upright. I was conscious of his grinning at me, an ugly grin. Then he pulled the door open and went inside.
Hey, what went on there? What goes on, Race? You hurt?
Well, just embarrassed, Mark. Yeah, I'll be all right. A second.
I thought I saw him throw a snake punch at dirty low-down, no good. What'd he slug it?
Well, I digest my food.
I went inside. I'll go in and beat his brains.
No, not now, Mark. I can take care of myself. I have an idea we'll be seeing him again. The enforced soup diet that Gary had thrust upon me was wearing on my nerves for the next evening. My appetite was back in working order, and my spirits were high, but the housekeeper who answered the door at the residence of Hillary Stewart sent them into a nosedive.
I don't understand it, sir. She left no messages.
You have no idea where she can be reached, huh?
Well, she took a plane last night to Europe.
Europe? Last night?
Yes, sir. To Zurich, Switzerland. Perhaps you could write to her there at the Hotel Metropole.
Zurich. I don't suppose you have any idea of why she went there.
Well, Mr. Stewart, God rest him, used to have a branch of his company there. I think Mr. Romick, his partner, works from there now.
I take it you've been with Mrs. Stewart for some time?
Oh, yes, sir. I was Mr. Stewart's housekeeper for 10 years before he married her.
I understand he disappeared not long after the wedding.
Yes. Happened right here in this very room. It was a Sunday afternoon. I was listening to the radio. And then the news came over that Pearl Harbor had been bombed. Mr. Stewart, he didn't say a word. Got up and walked out of the house and We never saw him or heard of him again.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. With Hillary Stewart running out on me, my first reaction was an impulse to flip the whole thing. I can do without women to play games, even glamorous redheads. When I thought of her playmate Gary and that sneak punch, I decided that I had to see that boy again. The way he'd acted made me certain I'd find him wherever I'd find Hillary. I played a hunch. I went into a phone booth and called several of the bigger life insurance companies. And I hit the jackpot when I spoke to Steve Watson, vice president in charge of claims at Columbia Life Plan.
Yes, Race, we issued the policy on Stewart's life. Why?
I just think the claim's a little fuzzy.
Huh?
I'd check some more before paying off.
Oh, I wish you'd have told me that a little bit sooner. Claim was paid off in full yesterday.
Yesterday?
That's right.
But she'd already collected when I met her.
Was that Race?
Nothing, Steve.
Wait a minute. You got something on your mind. Spill it.
Hey, look, Steve, let me throw you a proposition. I think that claim's off base. Let me look into it. And if I come up with something, I'm working for you. And if I fail, I'm on my own.
That's the deal. Where can I reach you?
Make it care of American Express, Zurich, Switzerland. Switzerland, land of peace and comparative plenty, nestling in the heart of a war-torn and starving continent. Setting down on the runway of the Zurich airport was different from most European landings. There were no bomb-shattered buildings, no rubble-choked streets. Mark and I smudged the register at the Hotel Metropole. I found Hillary Stewart's name in the book, but she wasn't in, so I left Mark at the hotel and located the office of Stewart Rummick.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. I'm looking for, ich bin...
An American. Well, don't struggle with the lingo, pal. Let's just talk United States.
Oh, gladly. I always have trouble with my umlauts.
So do I. Hey, where are you from?
New York.
No place like it. Hey, I used to play ball for the Dodgers. 2 years with them before Uncle Robbie traded me. Third base.
Yeah, the hot corner.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. What'd you say your name was?
Frank Race. And I'm looking for a young lady I think you may know. Hillary Stewart?
Why, sure I do. I was her husband's partner. I'm Pete Rummick, and you're in luck. Hillary's in the other office. Came in a few minutes ago. Come on.
Hillary was sitting beside her desk, sipping hot chocolate. There was no flicker of surprise in her eyes when she saw me. We were still playing a game, and she was winning, because I could see that she had been expecting me. Behind the desk sat a dark-skinned man who might have been from the Mediterranean area. I had a feeling that at home he'd have been wearing a turban. He was introduced as Sutra Heyman, manager of the office.
You have just arrived in Switzerland, Mr. Rice?
A few hours ago.
Enjoy a pleasant voyage?
Enjoyed a fast flight.
You must have, Race. Faster than I expected.
Ah, but you did expect. You know, we never quite finished that chat we started in New York. Our dinner dates might result in a case of malnutrition for me.
Forgive me, Race, and I'll make it up to you this very evening. There's a quaint place just on the outskirts of town, the Dorth. Let's meet there, say at 8.
Fine. 8 o'clock it is. The Dorth is the kind of place you dream about. It had all the old world charm, along with candlelight and exquisite linen and fine old silver. The place did something extra for Hillary's eyes. And it was difficult not to forget that this lovely creature was a very dangerous companion.
Oh, I'm enjoying this enormously, Race. It's the sort of place I'd enjoy spending every evening with someone like you, after I get the insurance money.
You must be suffering from amnesia, child. You've already received the money.
Oh.
You can put away that fetching stare, Ducky. I got my information from the insurance company.
All right, Race. I guess I should have given you my confidence in the first place.
I'm listening.
I engaged you, Race, because I'm afraid.
Of what?
Being murdered?
By whom? Gary? Romick? Heyman?
I don't know. Perhaps my husband. Perhaps he really isn't dead. Oh, Race, I'm a coward, and the money only gives me more to fear.
You're not silly enough to be carting $500,000 around with you.
No. No, I cashed the check, but I put the money in one of those rental lockers that look out of your field before I came over. Here. Here's the key that opens that locker, Race. I want you to keep it for me.
You want me to keep it?
I don't know why, but I'm convinced that getting rid of this key is my only chance of staying alive.
Oh, it's a very sweet thought. Now we can stop worrying about you, but what about me?
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I waited for somebody to make a play, but nothing came. Until I got an invitation from Sutra Heyman to take part in some winter sports at a chalet he owned above Snowline. Inside the chalet, there was a roaring fire in every room. Romick was there, and so was Gary and a few other people I didn't know. But Heyman didn't bother with introductions. He showed me up to my room, and he came in, too. Closed the door.
There is a small balcony outside the window, Mr. Race. But do not become overly enthusiastic about the view. There is a sheer drop of almost 1,000 feet.
You didn't come in to tell me that.
Merely polite conversation. A prelude to more important things.
What's on your mind?
Hillary Stewart.
In what way?
I'm in love with her. I want you to leave her alone.
So you invited us up here to spend the weekend together. Rotten planning.
I have several plans. Some of them pleasant.
And the others?
Most unpleasant. They do not come within 1,000 feet of being pleasant.
What do you want? The girl or the money? Because if it's the money, you have to deal with me.
What do you mean?
Stewart's insurance. $500,000. It's locked up, and I've got the only key to it.
Then you are not interested in Hillary?
Only in a casual sort of way. Any man would be. Gary's the lad you better keep the eye on.
Gary works for me. It was his job to keep other men away from her.
Oh, so that's it. Well, brace yourself for a shock, Hammond. Your muscle man has fallen in love with his work.
Gary? You are joking.
It's no joke, Hammond. He'll kill anybody who tries to take her away from him, including you. After planting the seed of doubt within Heyman, I went to bed. But I was restive. With that 1,000-foot drop outside the window, I felt like a flagpole sitter the day before he breaks the record. It was with sleepy delight that I found myself alive in the morning. But the sleepiness wore off with tobogganing and skiing and the inevitable snow fight.
Ouch! Like that would race.
Watch him race. He's putting chunks of rice on them.
When I was a kid, we used to use coal.
I'll even it up with you. With this one.
Oh, nice work, Rummy.
Why do you want to get on my right side, will you? You're blocking my swing.
Oh, sorry. Forgot you were a southpaw.
Oh, there's Heyman in the open. Let him have it.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm the only undamaged target left.
Oh, just when I was getting the range. Oh, well. Look, there's a car coming up the road.
Yes, I think it's a friend of mine.
Oh.
I'll go meet him.
Oh. It was Mark, all right, in a battered cab that a New York hacky wouldn't have taken into the Catskills. I told the cab driver to wait, and I dragged the protesting Mark up to my room.
What's the matter with you? What'd you tell him to wait for?
Because he's going right back with him. How about the cables?
Oh, yeah. Bad news. The insurance company got in touch with the police, like you said, and they opened that lock at LaGuardia, but the loot was gone.
Gone? Are you sure, Mark?
Empty as a horse player's pocket. Here, read it yourself.
How about Romick?
2 years with the Dodgers, all right. Third base, like he told you. Batted a lousy .212, but he was okay in the field.
Still, a southpaw third baseman is a bit unusual.
What are you talking about? Romick ain't no southpaw. Just says he was a right-hander.
Good boy, Mark. That's what I wanted.
Then I don't have to go back down with that nut?
Oh, more than ever. You're going to Paris.
Paris? Why didn't you say so? I'll slide down a hill on my nose.
There's a Columbia Life Plan office on the Rue de la Paix. Get to the man in charge and tell him I sent you.
Check. Ruth de la Paix. Check.
Tell him to contact every major insurance company on the continent and find out if any of them have ever paid a claim on the life of Pete or Peter Romick.
He ain't dead.
He may be. This Romick's an imposter. Yeah, and one more thing.
Yeah?
I think Hillary brought the money over here with her. $500,000 shouldn't be too hard to trace. Have all the foreign exchange branches of the banks check to see if any private individual has had large sums of American currency exchanged for francs or British pounds, any European currency.
Consider that I have done it. And we'll be back with the info in a couple of days.
I'll wait a couple of days. I'll be as cold as Jan Mountain Peak. Heyman has a phone hidden in his den. I spotted the wires. Now, you stay at the Columbia Life Plan office when you get that information.
Right.
Make them keep the place open all night if you have to. And I'll slip down during the night and phone you from here.
I will persuade them to stay open with me end wrench.
I had less time than I thought. It was in their eyes at lunch. There was a lot of nervous tension around that table. Another very obvious thing was that all the other guests, with the exception of Hillary, Romick, Gary, and, of course, Heyman, had suddenly left for other places and other company.
You are not eating well, Race. I should think the sports would sharpen your appetite.
He goes on diet sometimes. He loves soup.
Well, I'm not much of a lunch hound. Neither is Hillary. Maybe we need more exercise. Walk?
I think I'd like that.
Excuse us?
Of course.
Sure.
The snow was beautiful and deadly. Deadly because you left a trail behind you with every step. There was no use trying to hide. There was no place to hide. Hillary knew it, too, because...
Race. Oh, Race.
Hey, take it easy.
Hold me, Race. I'm frightened. One of them's going to kill me.
Why, you? I've got the key. This is no time to argue the point, because unless I'm mistaken, there's a man on that far slope. And he has a rifle with a telescopic sight. Ow! Get down.
Where is he?
Never mind. Do as I tell you. Crawl this way, but keep low.
Oh, Race, we can't go any further. There's a drop here.
God, there's a slight slope. If it isn't too sheer, we may make it. Hold on to me now and relax. We're going to go bobsledding without a bobsled.
No, Race! No!
We hit the bottom. It was touch and go, but it was a little extra distance on our side. But we had to keep moving. At least we had darkness to cover us. Then we rested, but not for long. I was trying to figure out a way to work back to the house and keep my telephone rendezvous with Mark when...
Race, look.
Following the trail with torches. Tenacious, aren't they? Only 2 lights, though. Somebody isn't playing.
Race, you can hear me.
Don't answer him.
Well, thanks for the advice. Think I like to play clay pigeon?
Answer me, Race, or I shall have your friend call you. You don't think I let him get back to Zurich, do you?
He's got Mark.
Your friend wants you to join us here. I will let him tell you. Don't be a sucker, Race. Keep going.
I'm sorry, Hillary. All right, Heyman. Gary, you've convinced me.
Bargain with them, Race. They want the key.
Very pertinent suggestion. Yeah, listen, Heyman. Before I make a target of myself, remember, I'm the only one who knows where that key is.
I am aware of that, Race. Lead me to it. Then Gary will hold you and your friend for 48 hours, after which you will be released. Get lost, Race! Get lost!
All right, Heyman, but make Gary lay off.
You can stop him by walking toward our torches.
Here we come. We walked to the lights. Poor Mark. Looked like he'd gone 40 rounds with Dempsey. His eyes swollen, half closed.
What'd you have to give up for it?
Perhaps to fight another day, boy. All right, Heyman. Shall we march?
An excellent suggestion.
The scout troop seems to be short a member of the Eager Beaver Patrol.
Romick?
No, the man who posed as Romick.
Oh, you are very clever, Race. The real Romick is dead, of course, as you surmise.
How about the fake Romick?
He is dead too, Race. You see, he went up to search your room, and he found part of the cablegram you tried to burn. The information about the real Romick. He was very excited. He wanted to find you and confide in you, I think. But in his excitement, he fell from the balcony.
Well, that's convenient. Only two of you to split the money now. How are you going to split Hillary?
What do you mean, Race?
Well, Heyman was in a tender and confiding mood yesterday. He loves the lady. That makes you rivals, doesn't it?
Heyman?
He's needling you, you fool.
If you can convince him of that, Heyman, you're dumber than I thought.
I'm smart enough to make sure. Drop your gun, Heyman, and walk with the rest.
This is earlier than I had planned to scare you. But you had to be eliminated sooner or later.
Oh, careful, Ray. Now, I knew you'd be a sucker, Gary. Leave go of me. Now, I'll take that.
Don't shoot, Race. Please.
Don't worry. I'm not the type. How do you feel, Mark?
Oh, Rocky.
That's too bad. I thought you might want to tie the score with Gary.
Huh? Oh, I get it. For that, I'm in a pink. I got one good round in me, and that's just about all it's going to take.
Now, listen.
No, you listen. You're a very lucky guy that I ain't got my ambulance. Well, what do you know? Boy, look at all that ocean under us, will you? Well, I'd be glad to see New York again. Hey, what do you suppose them Swiss guys will do to that Gary?
He murdered Heyman. They have laws. Good ones.
You saved my life, Race. I'm very grateful.
You'll pay for it.
Of course. I'll pay you well. Are you sure the insurance company will close the case when we've told them everything?
When we've told them everything, yes. And as soon as they locate and attach the money, wherever you banked it in Europe.
But I don't understand.
And you've yet to be tried for being an accessory to your husband's murder.
Holy smokes, Race, what do you...
You made a big mistake, Hillary. You were the only one who knew the money wasn't in the locker. Or Heyman would have shot me on sight without trying to get the key.
That's not true, Race.
Oh, yes, it is, Ducky. You were all in it together. You, Heyman, and the others. Heyman was easy to tag, too. You know, the manager of a branch office of a bankrupt firm wouldn't own a Swiss chalet, equipped with servants, unless he had private means. Like the money from Rommick's insurance.
That doesn't mean that I had
It
any...
means you were greedy, Ducky. You didn't want Heyman to cut in on your $500,000.
But, Race, why would I have called you in if I had anything to...
Yes, just so you could ask that very question. You knew that I would be the perfect alibi in the eyes of the insurance company. It would have worked, too, beautifully, if you hadn't taken that money out of the locker.
You're not going to send me to prison, Race. Never! Never!
Race, he's getting away.
20,000 feet with all that ocean down there? Relax, Mark. She isn't going far.
Of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, with Tony Barrett as Mark Dollins, with Tony Barrett as Mark Dollins. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Tom Holland, Charlie Lung. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the vanishing president.
It was the first of the seventh at Polo Grounds. Dodgers at bat, score tied. Time for anyone to sit forward with anticipation. And I was doing just that when there came a sound that startled even the Brooklyn bench. Hey, Ray! There was no mistaking the voice. It belonged to Mark Donovan. I watched him work toward me through the crowd, using a combat technique that reminded you of the way he drove a taxi.
Please, you got to call Intercontinental Underwriters.
No, let it wait. I want to see the end of this game.
No, I can't wait. A guy named Jules said they had to see us right away. Some kind of a crisis.
Jim Drew, chief claim adjuster for Intercontinental Underwriters. A man with the instincts of a ferret and a gaze you could use for sandpaper. He looked relieved when he saw me.
I was beginning to think you weren't going to make it.
I almost didn't. I was watching a good ball game.
You've tackled a lot of foreign service, Race. How about another assignment?
Oh, just in the middle of a hot series. All right. What's boiling?
We've got another of those mysteries. Vessels disappearing without trace. 3 of them inside a month, all on the same shipping lane.
Same operators?
No, a different company in each case.
You have a lead?
1. The SS Lucy Wilkins sails from here tonight. She's for South American ports. She's casting off without a cargo in her hold. Each of the others sailed the same way, empty.
I see.
I want to emphasize something, Race. Those vessels disappeared completely, ship and crew. It may have been piracy, it may have been mutiny. We can be pretty sure it included murder.
So?
So, when the Lucy Wilkins sails for South America tomorrow, we'd like to have you aboard.
The Lucy Wilkins displaced about 4,500 tons. She rode high out of the water. The moon made sequins of the barnacles that blistered her hull. The softness of the night was doing her a favor. But even at that, she looked what she was. A sea-going tramp that had seen better days.
How soon do we get rolling? And from the looks of this scow, I would say rolling is the right word.
The tickets say the 14th. They don't mention the hour.
That's tomorrow. If we're going to sail tomorrow, what do we
there. What are you doing aft here?
We're passengers. We'd like to know what time the ship sails.
You'll have to see the master about that.
We'd like to see him.
He's not aboard right now.
Perhaps we'd better speak to the first officer then.
I'm the first officer. You'll still have to talk to the skipper.
You're just brimming over with cooperation, aren't you? Would you consider telling us where we might find the captain?
You know a place called the Mariner's Rest? It's a few streets over from here.
No, I imagine we can find it.
He'll be there if you want to see him. Not that it'll do you much good. By this time, he's probably stinking drunk.
You didn't have to look very hard for the Mariner's Rest. You could hear it for blocks.
Wow, the joint is throbbing.
What are we going to use to get in? A shoehorn?
There's always room for more. Come on. Now, this is the way to spend your last evening ashore. You want to lean against the bar, do we grab a table?
Take a look, my boy. If you get even close to that bar, call for a bulldozer. And as for the tables...
Looking for a spot to sit down? Here, we'll make room for you.
Well, thanks, but we don't want to intrude.
If you don't, someone else will. I'll settle for you fellas.
Yeah, much obliged. I'm Frank Race. My friend's name's Donovan.
I'm Ken Hanlon. This is
tomorrow, Dakota.
Hello, Ray. And you too, Donovan.
Black eyes and yellow hair. Real yellow hair. You see that combination once in a lifetime. A blonde Latin's always arresting. This one was enough to start a ringing in your ears.
Yes, she's real race. Spanish father and a Russian mother. Should happen often, shouldn't it?
Spanish father, Russian mother. That accounts for your name.
Your name intrigues me, Ray. Do you manage to live up to it?
Once in a while, if I'm lucky.
Hey, look, they're dancing.
Dancing to that music, it would be fun.
Well, it'd be a little like establishing a beachhead, but if you'll take a chance, I'd be delighted.
Good. Come on, Ray.
In my arms, she felt the way she looked. And that was money for candy. But we didn't do much dancing. In a jam near the door, I was suddenly strong-armed free of her and swept out into the street.
You gonna come with us quietly, chum, or would you like to do it unconscious?
There were three of them. The one who'd spoken and a pair of silent partners. Moving casually, they herded me half a block to a waiting sedan. A few minutes later, I was pushed into the office of a warehouse, aromatic with the smell of coffee.
Well, here he is, Rosario. Just like you wanted.
Good work, Barnes. Stick around.
Rosario bulked about 250. He seemed to have hair everywhere, except on the top of a skull that gleamed beneath the glare of a single hanging light bulb.
Why did you want to take that boat?
Boat?
Do not fool with me. I would not like it.
And, of course, you have the advantage. Let's start all over. Ask me again.
Sure, I ask you. Why did you want to take that boat?
You're speaking of the SS Lucy Wilkins?
You know what one.
Well, I'm reluctant to admit it, but I've been a little run down lately. My physician thought I could use a rest. Sea voyage seemed to be the answer.
People like you don't travel on slow freighters.
Well, the doctor said I could use a long rest.
Sure. You need a long rest, eh? We could give you one without much trouble, could we not, Burns?
Sure, without no trouble at all.
So what do you say you start talking, Race?
He was ready to turn it into a rough party. And I could assure myself of only one effective move. He had me standing under the hanging electric bulb, the only one in the room. So I eased a hand up as if to scratch my chin, shot it higher, and yanked.
Light! Hey, somebody get a light on! Somebody... Oh! Watch the door! Watch the door!
There's nothing like confusion when you're in the minority, whether it concerns politics or a brawl. While they groped, I ducked and got clear. A little while later, I elbowed my way back into the Mariner's Rest.
Race, where you been? I was looking for you, so was Tamara.
I took a walk around the block for a breath of fresh air.
Are you kidding? We'll get all the air we want on this trip. And, Race, I got some news for you. Guess who's sailing on this ship with us? Tamara de Cordova. How do you like them apples?
The SS Lucy Wilkins still rode high out of the water next morning. But where there'd been a dock on her port side the night before, there was now only open sea. A lot of it. All rough. At 11 o'clock, Mark still occupied his bunk. As he'd prophesied, the Lucy Wilkins rolled, sashaying from trough to trough in a manner both feminine and diabolic. So, as I walked the deck, I walked it alone.
Hello, Ray.
Hello. I wasn't sure you'd be in circulation.
Oh, I'm a pretty good sailor. You look well, Ray.
You look unbelievable.
Thank you. A woman usually needs the dim lights of evening to draw a compliment like that.
You don't need anything. With this breeze in your hair and that look in your eyes. Hold it a second.
Right out in broad daylight, too.
Y'all go away, Hanlon. Go away.
Oh, no, Ray. Let him stay. After all, we're going to have a long voyage together.
We had dinner at the captain's table that night. The next morning, I came awake slowly, with difficulty, to
the realization that Mark was shaking me. I felt stiff. Stretching didn't help any. The body seemed full of pulses, all of them throbbing.
Come on. You just don't want to wake up at all, do you?
No. You know, I feel like 4 nights in a Turkish bath.
You must have got a worse night.
Got what?
You kidding? Don't you know the feel of a Mickey when you've had one?
Mickey. So that's it. I've been drunk.
Both of us. I'm as fluttery as an old maid at a wedding. But I figure we better get moving around, huh?
They must have put it in our food.
Why would they do it, Ray?
So they could take on a cargo at sea. A cargo they didn't want us to know about.
Oh? Well, we need a little exercise to snap us out of this fog. Why don't we get down to the hold and make a little inspection? No, don't seem to be much in here either.
No, wait. Turn the flashlight over to the left.
Hey, bullseye. What do they got there?
I'd say it was artillery. Very efficient-looking 75s.
I thought them things was only good for junk.
Against a modern army, yes. But against ordinary citizens, they'd be lethally effective.
Well, what do you know? They picked up about a dozen of them. Hey, no wonder they drug us.
Come on. We've seen enough.
You know something, Race? Kind of looks like somebody wants to start a war somewhere.
Yes. We're traveling with the heavy equipment for it. Right to the end of the line. Yes, we were carrying a cargo of evil. Just 4 days later, shortly after nightfall, the Lucy Wilkins drew into her first South American port of call. Mark and I were sweating it out when...
Oh, I'll get it.
May I come in, Ray?
Of course.
I must speak quickly and to the point. Why did you take passage on this vessel?
I've been wondering when someone would ask me that.
Oh, I'm not just being curious. Something has come up, something of critical importance.
I represent a maritime insurance company. Ships have been disappearing along this sea lane. I'm here to find out why.
You must leave this vessel at once. Otherwise, you will be murdered.
That's a dashing thought.
Oh, I'm entirely in earnest, Race. The ship is carrying arms for the start of a revolution in my country. And they can't afford to try landing them with us still alive. Ken Hannon overheard them making the plan. A machine gun has been set up on the bridge. They intend to murder most of the crew as well.
Tomorrow, we've got to make it fast. We're only 4 miles offshore.
Oh, Ken, tell Race how serious it is.
I think I already know. How do we leave the ship?
It's a black night. We'll lower a boat.
Well, you'll never get away with it. Not unless someone creates a diversion.
I can make enough noise to satisfy that requirement.
No, Mark, I've got a better idea. I'll go forward and let the crew in on the picture.
That ought to stir up plenty of diversion.
You'll be taking a big risk, Race. That machine gun is trained right on the forecastle bulkhead.
I couldn't leave this ship knowing those men were to be murdered. You 3 go to the boat. As soon as the scramble starts, lower it. Topside, I slowly and carefully worked my way forward. Thankful for a cloud formation that switched off the moon. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. I had just reached a point beyond the bridge when...
What's up, mate?
Who are you?
Hawkins. Able seaman. Either ruddy whispering.
All right, Hawkins. Listen. You're going to be murdered tonight if you don't leave this ship. You and the rest of the crew.
Blimey.
I'm not just talking. The ship's going to land arms tonight. Contraband.
And dead men tell no tales. You don't have to say no more, mate. We know about the guns. Blimey, they've turned the light on us.
Duck! Hawkins, safety. I was sure of that. Because the slugs were following me like hounds to a scent. I twisted and spun to the rail. Then it was into the drink for me.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came ashore dripping wet and without shoes. Yet I attracted little attention. The city was bright with lights, but few people walked its streets. I turned into the first hotel I came to, confronting a clerk who stared at me with what seemed to be genuine concern.
Americano. You get all wet.
Yeah, I get wet is about the size of it. I need a room and the location of a shop where I can buy a pair of shoes.
The room we have, and with the bath. The shoes will have to wait until mañana. Senor came on a ship.
Well, let's say I came most of the way on a ship.
Ships. They bring trouble to my country.
I remember being here once before, several years ago. That time, the city always seemed gay, far into the night.
And now there is no gaiety.
The reason?
Any moment it may come, the revolution. And always that is bad. A man may lose his life, or his wife, his child. Who knows?
Some revolutions turn out all right. My country had one that worked out fine.
Not this one, senor. This one will bring only bad. This one will bring...
Go ahead.
I've talked too much. I've always talked too much. If the senor will come, I will show him to his room.
I had another pair of shoes by 9 the next morning. By 10:30, I'd located Mark Donovan and Ken Hanlon. The three of us sat down to breakfast together.
Boy, was I worried about you. They told me that harbor's full of barracudas.
What happened to Tamara?
We lost her right after we came ashore.
No, that's a loss a guy could mourn about.
Lost her?
She just slipped away from us. I guess she had her reasons.
Hanlon, you're a newspaper man. Why are you down here?
To cover an impending revolution. As if you didn't know.
You know, I may be wrong in my impression, but the man in the street doesn't seem to want a change in the government.
Guess you can't blame them. Since the Cordova's been the boss, they've had plenty of food and not too much hardship. They're happy with things the way they are.
Wait a minute. Did you say T. Cordova?
El Presidente.
That's Tamara's name.
He's a father.
Who's leading the opposition, Hanlon?
Might be a lad called Kizarro, but nobody seems to know for sure. Everything's been kept beautifully undercover.
How soon do you think it's coming?
I filed a story on that this morning. I told him it could start any minute. What do you plan on doing today, Race? Why don't you kick around with us?
Why don't we all separate, see what we can find out? We can meet for dinner. I went out and did a lot of walking, stopping whenever I ran into a person that looked willing to talk, which was rare. I found myself regarded with about as much confidence as a drunk in a wine cellar. Fear stalked the streets of the city. Suspicion moved beside it. I went back to the hotel late in the afternoon and found a little surprise party.
Come in, Race.
Tamara.
Close the door behind him, Burns.
Don't worry. He ain't getting away this time.
Well, Burns and Rosario. I seem to encounter you two every so often, don't I? Friends of yours, Tamara?
Rosario is in my father's cabinet. He's head of the police bureau.
I see. And is this an official visit?
You came ashore last night, Race. Why didn't you make a report to the police about the Lucy Wilkins being in the harbor?
While I was swimming, I saw him swing her about and put out to sea. Well, you must have seen it yourself.
Could it be that you did not want our government to know the ship was here?
Probably should have notified someone. But I'd been through an ordeal, and I didn't think of it.
Let me take him over. I'll make him talk.
You content with your existence, Burns?
I like it all right. Why?
Then stay out of my affairs.
Why, you... Oh!
When you get up, you might try again.
Forget it, Burns. He's too good for you.
What's the story on all this? I seem to be under suspicion for something.
In New York, I asked you why you were sailing on the Lucy Wilkins. You never got around to telling me.
Well, Tamara knows why. I told her while we were aboard ship.
You never showed me your credentials, Race.
Here, take a look at them.
If I have been wrong...
Oh, you're upset. You got a right to be jumpy.
Well, these seem to be in order. Why did you not show them to me in New York?
I didn't care for your methods of interrogation.
Oh, Race, you must forgive us. This revolt is not of the people. And the hour it begins will see the end of a democracy in this country.
Can't you stop it? Can't you fight it?
Oh, we are not a rich race. We don't have the money to buy arms, such as have been shipped here by the others.
Well, then, why is it worth so much to them to effect a coup?
The tribunals of the World War didn't find all its criminals, Race. There are many of them still at large. Men who would like to begin over again by getting control of states such as ours. We know they're ready to move at any moment. The president was seized by them this morning.
Your father?
Yes, my father. All our chances lay with him. Without him to rally the people...
Well, if they're holding your father, why don't you rally the people? They need someone to lead them, that's plain.
You mean...
You address them by radio. Tell them to resist in your father's name. Tell them it's only a few who try to take over. Tell them that if they stand firm, it can't happen.
All right, Race. I'll do it.
How about taking in the sights tonight, huh? This town looks dead on the outside, but there must be one or two joints that know how to get up steam.
Cafe del Toro.
I'll meet you lads there later. I have a report to make out to the company. Who knows where the local cable office is located?
Not me.
Hanlon?
The desk clerk can probably tell you. Or we can look it up in the phone book.
Look, fellas, I think you guys are going overboard about this revolution deal. This country's too sleepy to break out in a rash like that.
Calm before the storm, Mark. I've seen it before. When those things start, they're pretty vicious.
Where are you?
Here. In your arms. Oh, Race, I'm in trouble.
Take it easy, take it easy.
It's Rosario. He's with them, Race. He showed his hand when I tried to follow your suggestion about addressing the people. I got away only because of a servant's loyalty to my father. They may have followed me, Race.
Well, we won't stay.
Shouldn't have come. It only puts you in danger.
There's a clerk here who'll help us get away. Come along.
Here we are, senor. You go almost to the end of the alley. And there, you will see a door that goes down into a cellar. And from the cellar, you can go upstairs to the Cafe del Toro. And there will be people there. And you will find safety in the crowd.
Oh, gracias, amigo.
Go with God, senorita. And you too, senor.
What next, Race?
Well, they hunt us. I think we should do a little hunting on our own. Do you know where Rosario lives?
Yes.
I want to locate Mark and Hanlon. They're around here somewhere. And we might be able to use a little help. I'd like to see the inside of Rosario's house.
So this is the house of the chief of police, huh? What a stack of masonry. Makes them Hollywood movie mansions look like a Third Avenue boarding house.
Did you notice that aerial on the roof?
I noticed it.
High-powered transmitting type.
Now that we're here, what's the program?
Well, we'll go through the place. You and Tamara take the lower floors, Mark. Hanlon and I'll comb the upper section. Let's meet here in the living room in 30 minutes. Hanlon and I located the radio transmitter in a small room on the second floor, just off the stairway. And when we got back downstairs, Mark and Tamara were waiting with a white-haired, distinguished-looking man of about 60. I was introduced to the president of the country.
They got jail cells in this layout, and that's where they had the press, behind bars. That ain't one for the books.
What about guards?
There was two of them. But you know me, in the gloom race, I laid them out like linoleum. Then I trussed them up. Do I rate your approval?
You do.
Race, my father insists that in that drawer, in the desk, there is some kind of plan for the revolt. The desk is locked, but...
Yeah, I'll get it.
Hey, look through that window. Car driving up outside.
How many in it?
Rosario and 5 others.
Yeah, I got it. And here's your plan.
Oh, that's it. It shows the places where the arms are hidden.
And here comes trouble, Race, right now.
So, here you are. Get your hands up.
There's no time for you, Rosario.
Oh!
Or for you, Burns. Mark, where's Hanlon?
I don't know.
Come on.
Watch out, there's more of them. Both down, you and that OSS shooting.
No, just winged him. Let's get up those stairs.
All right, where goes with Hanlon?
He's at that transmitter. It only needs his signal to touch off the revolt.
Hanlon, the newspaper guy?
There's Hanlon. Now, here's the door. Lock. Stand back, Mark. I'm going to blast it. Get away from that table, Hanlon.
I'm going to send a signal if it's the last thing I do.
Throw that gun, Race. Throw it.
Hit.
Bullseye. Nice pitch, Race.
Yeah, pick up my gun, will you, Mark? Yeah. Well, that takes care of Hanlon.
Race, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. There's your kingpin on the floor, Tamara. He's just about to signal the start of hostilities. And if your father works quickly with that plan, he can round up those arms in a hurry.
I can't believe it. How'd you know he'd be up here, Race?
He claimed to be a newspaper man, a correspondent. He mentioned filing stories to American newspapers. But earlier tonight, when I asked for the location of the cable office, he didn't know where it was.
Well, what do you know? You stopped them just in time.
Oh, Race, you saved everything. I'll never be able to thank you enough.
Oh, yes, you will, baby. Yeah, but we can talk about that later.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Naomi Scher, Theodore Poneltz, Wilms Herbert, Joe Duvall, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Baradian letters.
Paris. The end of a windy day. Dusk had fallen, but walking along the quai du Louvre, we'd been able to see whitecaps on the River Seine. And now, waiting to cross the Rue de Rivoli, we caught the Eiffel Tower looking as though it might take a bow any minute. Everything seemed to be going places, particularly masculine hats and feminine skirts. Mark and I were on a holiday after finishing an investigation in Holland. I sort of like to get around and see things on foot, but Mark, well...
Listen, Race, where you going now?
At the hotel.
Another 7 or 8 blocks? I could never make it. Not unless you want to haul me piggyback.
Take care.
Not me. I don't want no part of them flying bedsteads they use in this town. Look, I got a better idea.
What?
I'll stop in at the American bar in the next corner. I promised that bartender in Brooklyn I'd swing by and shoot a fat one.
All right, I can meet you there later.
Swell. Make it about 8, huh?
Our hotel was on the Rue Montmartre. A fairly big place with one of those open-work elevators that whiz you up and down with all the speed of a truck in compound low. Our room was on the 5th floor. As I got here, a man leaning against the wall eyed me with the friendly gaze of a bartender inspecting a dubious check. Farther down the hall stood another of the same ilk, an amiable citizen who blew cigarette smoke in my face as I passed.
Hello, Race. We have been thinking you'd never come.
There were 2 of them, both brunettes, both beautiful. The one who had spoken might have been 30, the kind of 30 to make a 16-year-old regret his youth. The other was younger, maybe about 22. I was sure I'd never seen either of them in my life.
You don't remember me, do you, Grace?
Can't say I do, but you're nice to have around. Both of you.
September 14th, 1943, in St. Calais. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, it does. Means a lot.
2 days before, on September the 12th, you had parachuted down near Le Mans
Yeah.
for a rendezvous with other OSS operators. But something went wrong.
So I went on the run and ended up at a farmhouse near St. Calais, where a certain lady... Wait a minute. You couldn't be Paulette Dubrac.
But of course.
Paulette Dubrac. Well, how did you know I was here?
Oh, I saw a little squib in the newspaper. So I came.
Well,
I came, Grace, because I am in trouble. But before I say more, I want you to know my friend, Amy Kenter.
American?
Cleveland, Ohio. Hello, Race.
As I came in just now, I passed a couple of men in the hall. One was pockmarked, with a small mustache. The other one had a ring in his left ear. Would they have anything to do with this trouble you mentioned?
Oh, so they followed me here.
Who are they?
Oh, they've been stalking Paulette for days. There seems to be a gang of them. Last night she was fired upon.
Not a hangover from the underground, is it, Paulette?
I don't know, Grace. I only know that I am not as carefree as I used to be. I'm afraid. Oh, they're here. Don't open that door, Grace.
I have the adjoining room. Slip in there, both of you. Here.
Thanks.
When you hear me let them in, leave. Where can I find you later?
Across the Seine. First off the Boulevard Saint-Michel. There's a small orphanage, Saint Martin's. You'll find us there.
Yeah, I'll come. We'll talk this over. Well, come in. It's always nice to have company.
Where is the woman?
You're the boy I saw in the hall, aren't you? The one who blew smoke in my face.
Get away from the door to that other room, monsieur.
Sit down, make yourselves at home. I'll order drinks.
You have had your warning, monsieur. Now I act.
I rarely use a right-hand punch for an opener. This lad had come in chin first. His pal gaped down at him, as though looking at a freshly hooked haddock. Then, staring at me, the pal backed out and highballed down the hall. I relieved my conscience caller of the blackjack, which he'd tried to brand me with, and then frisked him for anything else of interest. He had a wallet containing several 5-franc notes, and a letter scrawled in undecipherable French, and a card bearing the embossed name of one Charles Baradian. While I was doing the checking up, my visitor stirred, came out of it. You'll be all right in a few minutes.
Pierre. Where is Pierre?
Your friend left for greener pastures. Here's your wallet and its contents. Who's Charles Baradian?
I do not know.
All right. Suppose you have a right to retain some self-respect. I'm going out. I suggest that you get yourself a drink, lie down for a while. Just don't be here when I get back. The American bar was finished in a sort of Rococo modern. Everything about the place had the light touch, including the size of the liquor portions. Mark made me know to check his bartender friend, a garrulous soul with an expression of a benevolent beagle.
Glad to meet you, Race. Any friend of Dunham's a friend of mine. What'll it be, huh?
I'll take a scotch and soda, Chick.
Sure.
Plus a serving of information.
Oh, sure. What kind of information?
The name Charles Baradian. Does it ring a bell with you?
Baradian. Yeah, it rings a big bell.
Where would I find him?
I listed all the rest of the elegance. Boulevard Houseman.
Thanks, Chick.
Oh, sure.
Now, wait a minute. You going out there now?
I thought I would.
Well, I'm going with you. This sounds like a deal we should play back to back.
Hey, so long, fellas.
Getting across the threshold of the Baradian mansion was like trying to pry your way into the Chase National Safety Deposit Room without proper credentials. My particular obstacle was personalized in one Terry Meglin, a brawny specimen with the title of private secretary, the instincts of a barroom bouncer.
You can understand, Mr. Race. It isn't only a question of looking after Mr. Bradian. There's his collection to protect. Almost $1 million worth of rare violins and objects of art.
In that case, I can appreciate your sense of responsibility. Don't ever expect Mark Donovan's vote if you run for public office. He would have preferred to wait for me in here.
Incidentally, I must limit your interview to 20 minutes.
That's a rule we never break. Yeah, we are.
Charles Baradian must have been about 45. A gray-haired man who toyed with the violin as he talked, while watching it with the stare of a hawk circling above a chicken run.
Know anything about violins, Mr. Reyes?
Not as much as I'd like to.
There is nothing quite like a fine violin. It looks beautiful, feels beautiful, makes beautiful sounds. Very few women have all those attributes, am I not right? Meglin tells me you came to talk about Paulette de Broc.
Yes.
Are you a friend of hers, or is it that you represent her?
I'm groping a little, so I'm going to be frank with you. I suspect that you have something against Paulette. I don't know what or why, but I thought you might be willing to tell me.
Yes. Yes, I will tell you. Several years ago, I allowed myself to become infatuated with Paulette. She was the only woman to whom I ever wrote letters. Lately, I have been getting those letters back, one a week. Each letter cost me quite a sum of money.
Why do you feel you must pay for them?
In a few weeks, I am to be married. Also, I am in the process of embarking on an important business venture. Shall we say I feel I cannot afford the publicity? Frankly, Mr. Ace, I've grown tired of it. Of course, if Paulette is willing to accept a lump sum. After all, I was once very fond of her.
I see. Suppose I talk to her. Return tomorrow.
I have no objection. There is just one thing. You might tell Paulette I don't mind buying anything that will keep me happy, so long as I pay for it just once.
At Saint Martin's orphanage, I was ushered through to a secluded terrace where Amy Ketter sat in the sun. A delectable figure in sweater and shorts. She got up to greet me.
Hello, Race. Paulette hasn't come in yet. She should be here soon, though.
Are those freckles I see on your nose?
Oh, yes. Darn it.
Count them among your assets. They go with the rest of you. And the rest of him.
And the rest of me?
She stood there looking up at me with half-parted lips. So I kissed her. And it was everything fresh and delightful.
Oh, gosh. That's having your prayers answered. I wanted you to do that, Race. Do my fingers feel rough on your face? Here. This other hand's smooth.
What have you been doing? Gardening? You got a blister under your chin, too.
I'm a beaver when it comes to work. Race, I did want you to kiss me, but how about Paulette?
Well, that's a question I was about to ask you. How long has she been dabbling with blackmail?
Paulette?
She ever told you anything about a man called Baradian?
Well, no. Who's he?
A dangerous citizen. No one for Mademoiselle Dubroc to be tangling with. Is she still Mademoiselle, by the way?
Oh, gosh. 1 minute the man's kissing me. The next he's giving me the 3rd degree.
I'll come back to our personal relations later.
Well, she's still not married.
What tie-up do you have with this place, the pair of you?
Oh, Paulette just keeps her going, that's all. I'm a career girl. I work here.
Well, where'd she get the money?
Her job. Oh, but maybe you don't know about that. She's been doing the lead in a revival of Rain at the La Victoire.
You sound just like a press agent, Sherry.
Well.
Hello, Race. Got a kiss for me, too?
Well, how long have you been here?
Just arrived. I don't need to have been here to know that you already have kissed Amy. Or you wouldn't be my Race. Come here.
Well, Race, looks like I've been replaced.
Well?
Yeah. You must be knocking them dead in rain.
Oh, I have been doing all right. I shall do better now that you are here.
How long have you known Charles Baradian?
Charles, there's a name out of the past.
He thinks you're blackmailing him.
Blackmailing him?
Eh?
Well, Race, what is all this about?
A matter of some letters he wrote you several years ago.
In 1940. I knew Charles Baradian just before the fall of France. He was very attentive, but to me it was not important.
He's been getting a letter a week in the mail for a price. He'd like to buy all of them from you in one package.
But I don't have these letters, Race. I have not had them for years. Why, you don't appear to believe me.
Yes, I have to believe you. But you'd better let me break that news to Baradian. By myself. Next afternoon, I rented a car. Mark and I then drove out to the Baradian mansion. I told Mark to cruise around the block till I came out. This time I had no trouble getting in. Meglin answered the door himself, and I was led to a drawing room smothered in draperies. Here, a stranger leaned against the ornate mantel. He looked capable of breaking up a dark strike, and the cut of him spelled cop in any language.
This is Mr. Race.
Oh, I am Benoit, monsieur, of the Sûreté.
So our little matter of blackmail becomes official, does it?
I am concerned with blackmail, monsieur. But more than that, I am concerned with the murder committed in this house last night. The murder of Monsieur Charles Baradien.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I was sure of one thing. My Paris holiday had definitely turned sour. Here I'd been acting as an apparent go-between in a blackmail transaction. And now its victim lay sprawled on the floor of his study, murdered. Around his neck, an ugly red welt where some sort of cord had cut and strangled the life out of him. I had a close look at the wound while Benoit laid out the details.
Well, he was first hit on the head, probably with a poker. And a fine violin is missing from the collection. What was its name, Monsieur Meglin?
Guarnerius.
Yes, well, we might call it a typical case of murder and burglary. But you can understand, gentlemen, that in this matter we cannot afford to accept the typical.
What about the weapon?
Naturally, it was not left behind. And now, Monsieur Race, if we could repair to another room.
I was going to be questioned and probably placed under arrest. So I maneuvered to let Meglin and the detective precede me from the room. Then swung the door shut and locked himself in.
Hey, he locked the door. Hey, open the door.
I stayed there, frozen, waiting for Benoit's metal machinery to work.
Open the door.
If he thought the way I anticipated, he'd figure on my breaking for a window. In that case, he'd move to warn his men on the outside. I waited until I heard them move away. Then, after a few more seconds, I quietly turned the key and opened the door. The hall was empty. As casually as I could, I walked to the front entrance. Front door stood ajar, but no one stood on the steps outside. Sidling out, I caught sight of Benoit, talking and gesticulating to a uniformed gendarme. Then I saw Mark in the car, and as he came abreast of the door, I made my play. Get going, gun it! Hey, Empress, think you can get away from him?
You kidding? This might be Paris, but I learned to drive in Brooklyn. Told you I'd get away from him. Right, what do we do now?
I'm going to look up the location of Paulette Dubrock's apartment. You can drop me there. Then I'd like you to run down as much information as you can on the Baradian household.
Check. When will I see you? And where?
That's a little after 4. I have a call to make. Meet me at 7 at Saint-Martin's orphanage. An actress playing leads usually does pretty well when it comes to money. But Paulette's apartment proved to be frugal, even old-fashioned, to the extent of having portieres between the living and dining rooms. Paulette wasn't at home, which gave me a chance to look around. On a small dresser in her bedroom, I spotted a couple of letters postmarked January 1940. Both were epistles of passionate drivel, and both were signed Charles. I heard the outer door go shut, so figuring that Paulette had come home, I went forth to greet her, and... Oh! I gained conscience again with the realization that my head was resting in a feminine lap. I looked up and saw Paulette.
How do you feel, Race?
You're very attractive, you know? Even with your face upside down.
Oh, Sherry.
What made you slug me?
Name of my mother. First it is blackmail I'm guilty of, and now you accuse me of hitting you on the head.
Someone did.
But of course it was not I, though, Race.
I wish I knew you really stand.
I have not lied to you about anything.
You did about those letters from Beradian. I found this pair on your dresser. Said you hadn't had them for years.
You could not believe that they might have been stolen from me?
Just returned? On the day after Charles Beradian's murder?
Race, no. Not Beradian.
Yes, Beradian. Strangled last night. And I wish I knew how to advise you. I don't know whether to say turn yourself over to the police or get out of the country. From where I'm lying, the last thought seems to be your best bet. Probably I should go with you.
Race, I'm really in trouble. No?
You're really in trouble? Yes. You'd better get out of Paris. For a little while, anyway. Change your appearance. You've done it before. And take care of yourself, actress. In front of the orphanage, I found Amy sitting in our rented car with Mark.
Oh, want to take me for a ride, Race? Such a luxury over here.
Why not?
Oh, fine. Just let me drop these packages inside the door. I'm a hoarder. Did you know that?
You've been doing all right with her, ain't you? Maybe you ought to slow down.
Why?
Well, she's just a freckle-faced kid a long way from home, and
Don't tell me you're picking up a set of ideals.
Nuts.
Any information on Meglin?
Well, in 2 hours, I didn't put together no Gallup report, but I did find out he keeps a room at a hotel called a Platonaire.
Uh-huh.
And, he used to run a kind of theatrical agency in the U.S., booking second-rate concert violinists.
Didn't take long, did I?
Violinist. Oh, that's interesting.
Now what are you talking about?
Oh, violinists and violins. And a lad named Meglin. I wonder what a fine Ganarius is worth.
Ganarius? What's that?
I always thought it was a kind of spaghetti dish.
It's a make of violin. One of the old-timers.
Oh. Well, where'll I drive you people?
We'll find that Hotel Platonaire. I'd like to see a man about a violin. I drew a blank at Meglin's hotel. He was out. I had given no indication as to when he'd be back. But later that evening, just before midnight, Mark and I had him for a visitor at our hotel. His attitude hadn't changed. He was still the same self-contained career boy. But he had come to see me, which indicated a fissure of worry somewhere within him.
You called on me, Race. Why?
I think you're involved in Beradian's murder.
Blunt, aren't you? Well, it won't work with me. I have an unbreakable alibi for last night.
I'm sure of that, or you wouldn't be loose. But do the police know of your interest in violins?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do, but I won't press it. I'd rather emphasize another point. I found 2 of Beradian's letters today, with fingerprints on one of the envelopes.
That's tripe, and you know it. Paper doesn't produce a good enough impression.
In this case, the impression doesn't depend on the paper. It happens to be on the glaze formed by the glue.
You're lying.
Would have been a shot in the dark, but it registered. Meglin had turned ashen. He walked to a chair and slumped into it, trying to ignite a cigarette with shaking fingers.
What's your stake in this, Race?
You got all my credentials yesterday. I'm an investigator. I have a client's interest to protect.
What are you going to do with those letters?
I imagine the French police would be rather enamored with them. Don't you?
Now, listen, Race. You can tag me with the blackmail end of this, but not with Beradian's murder. Beradian...
The bullet had come from the fire escape. Mark made a lunge for the window and disappeared in pursuit. I yanked at the phone and put in a sharp summons for a doctor. Then I turned to help Meglin. I knew that nothing was going to do much good. The bullet had nicked his lung, and the man was coughing his life away.
Race! I'm sorry, Race. Whoever it was got away. How's Meglin?
You might adjust that towel for him. Hello?
Race?
Yes.
This is Amy Kenner. Can you hear me?
Yes. Where are you?
At the orphanage. Oh, Race, I'm worried. The
Police are here, and Paulette's coming in at any minute.
Paulette? Well, I advised her to get out of Paris.
Well, she called me about an hour ago. Said she wanted to pick up some things, and...
Well, I'll be there as soon as I can. Tell her not to say anything. Mark,
Yeah,
how is he?
we ain't got nothing to keep us here, Race. This boy's dead.
Come in, Monsieur Race. We've been expecting you.
Where have you got her?
Right in here?
Should I come in, Race, or should I go upstairs and poke around like you told me?
Better go upstairs and poke around.
Right through this door. Right here, Race.
Hello, Race.
I thought you were going to get out of town.
I am not guilty, Race. They should know that. No woman would have the strength to strangle Charles Baradian.
We can't sell him on that, Paulette. Bradian was knocked unconscious before he was strangled. As Monsieur Benoit will tell you.
Exactly. A woman could have done it, or a man, or both, and with blackmail as the motive.
It points to Paulette and possibly myself.
Exactly.
What was to prevent someone else from blackmailing Baradian? Someone who knew Paulette. Someone who'd gotten hold of the letters.
Possible, but not likely.
I think it quite likely. Don't you, Amy?
I? Well, I don't know what to think, Race.
Well, you might think about why you wanted me to believe you didn't know anything about music, about violins.
I don't.
Look, career girl. All violinists have one thing in common. Calluses on the fingers of the left hands, just like the ones you had. And very often, where the instrument rubs against their necks, they develop small blisters, just like the one you had.
All right, so I'm a violinist. That doesn't prove me guilty of murdering Baradian.
You, want these items now, Race?
No, come in, Mark.
Yeah. I found them in a room. Just like you expected.
Two violins, eh? What meaning does it have?
One of them, no doubt, belongs to Miss Ketter. The other, if I'm not mistaken, will prove to be the Guarnerius taken from Baradian's home. You had to get some profit out of murdering him, didn't you?
Oh, you're insane.
You and Meglin were in on the blackmailing together.
No.
When I came into the picture, you had to move fast for a big payoff.
That's not
But
true.
Baradian balked and threatened to call in the police.
Well,
So you killed him. And you killed Meglin in my hotel room, didn't you?
Oh, prove it.
Then phoned around the corner to make me think you were here.
I found the other item, too, Race. A violin string with what looks like blood on it.
The strangling cord. Ironic, isn't it, Benoit? A collector of fiddles murdered with one of his own violin strings. Tough luck, Amy. With you, hoarding didn't turn out to be an asset after all.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Ann Stone, Truda Marson, Gerald Moore, Stan Waxman, and Jack Crucian. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the airborne adventure.
At the wheel of a taxi, Mark Donovan's idea of safety is to miss an oncoming truck by the depth of a paint job. In any kind of trouble, he's a lion, particularly with an end wrench in his hand. But when it comes to flying, he exudes about as much verve as a serving of spinach. The moment we become airborne, he shrivels, remaining the glum introvert until we sight the ground upon which we expect to land. So now, coming into San Francisco on the China Clipper, I watched him loosen up for the first time since we took off.
Look at that pretty pavement, that beautiful grass, that lovely mud. In a few minutes, I will be able to drop flat on my face and kiss some of it.
Message for you, Mr. Race.
Oh, thank you.
Probably another case. Well, I ain't gonna mind spending a little time in Frisco.
Now, listen to this, Mark. Important foreign assignment necessitates your taking off for Europe within the next 8 hours.
Oh.
Contact me as soon as you land. Layton International Indemnity.
Oh, mother come rub it. I ain't got a chance.
The personality of James Layton was a lot like that of the city in which he lived. Poised, cultured, friendly. It was the first time we'd ever met.
Sit down, Race. Cigarette?
Thanks.
We're insuring the delivery of a set of plans for $1 million.
Must be some plans.
Drawings for a new type of plane. They're scheduled to be carried from Trieste to London, from London to New York.
By courier?
Right. And you will be the courier.
My fee's going to seem like a lot of money for a messenger boy.
We'll consider it a sound investment. We want those plans delivered. And now I'd like you to know Mrs. Jefferson. She's head of the aircraft company that bought the policy. Let's step into this other office. She's waiting to meet you.
Mrs. Jefferson must have been about 60. She was big, had a face that reminded me of an evaporated apple, and wore clothes that would have served better as paint rags. I liked her at once.
Glad to have you in on this race. Did you tell him about it, Layton?
Only about the plans and the fact that we want them delivered.
Know anything about flying, Race?
He's a pilot, Mrs. Jefferson. I noticed that on his file.
Good. As a pilot, what would you say is needed most to develop private flying in this country on a mass production basis?
A fairly safe family plane that'll sell for $1,000.
Exactly. Up to now, it has been considered an impossibility, but not any longer. My company has found just such a plane. A non-spinnable four-passenger job that'll do 150 miles an hour at 8,000 feet. Just bought the plans for it.
And you could build it to price?
Definitely.
Then you'll revolutionize flying.
That's our aim. That and the profit that'll go with it.
I can't help being curious about one thing.
What's that?
Well, Trieste seems an odd place to be finding aircraft designs.
Well, we didn't find them there, Race. We found them in Budapest. But other parties seem to want them as much as we do. Getting them far as Trieste costs 3 lives. That's why we finally thought of insurance. The plans are hidden now, and safe. When they start traveling again, it's going to be another story.
You see, Race, your fee isn't going to seem excessive after all.
Mrs. Jefferson and I left Layton's office together. She had a car waiting and insisted on giving me a lift.
You fly to New York, and from there to Trieste. I'll meet you later in London, where I'll be using the name Allison for reasons of security.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a New York address. You'll find a man there who'll supply you with plane reservations and information about your destination to Trieste. Hasn't been transmitted to me, also for reasons of security. Now, why don't you have dinner with me? You have 5 hours yet before you leave.
Well, I'd enjoy that, Mrs. Jefferson, but I have a friend.
If it's a woman, the best of luck. If it's a man, have him join us. I have just stolen a cook who can do lobster thermidor in a manner...
Say no more. For dinner, you're having a pair of male guests. We stopped for a few minutes while I phoned Mark. Then we drove to a brownstone front that had the look of a dowager sure of her position in life. Mrs. Jefferson rang the bell, but instead of a butler answering the door, it was opened by a man gripping a pistol. He was dressed conservatively, in a well-cut suit. But if he had any interest in public relations, his attitude didn't indicate it.
Come on in.
Just don't make no phony moves, either of you, or I'll slap you clear out of shape, which might be an improvement for you, sister.
All right, you don't have to be so obnoxious about it.
Lippy dames. How I love lippy dames. Especially battle axes like you. Come on, move.
Gave her a push that sent her reeling, and treated me to 1 inch of pistol barrel between my ribs. A stab that left me thoroughly inarticulate for the moment. In the living room sat 2 more of them. One was an ordinary strong-arm boy. The other could have been a businessman. He looked smooth enough to sell underwater lots by mail.
Nicely done, Venner. Move them away from the door. Charlie, go and take care of that chauffeur, and then stay out front and keep your eyes open.
Don't get the idea that you'll pry anything out of me. You won't.
I wouldn't make up my mind so definitely if I were you. We've ways and means, you know. Very convincing ways and means.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't we? Venner, take over.
Venner pulled several neckties from my pocket. Whirling Mrs. Jefferson round by the shoulder, he grabbed her arms, twisted them behind her, began lacing her wrists together. For an instant, this put him between me and the pistol held by Lanford. I stepped in and shoved Benner toward Lanford. It did no good. Lanford simply sidestepped and...
That was a silly move, Race. My reflexes are a bit too quick for that sort of thing.
I'm gonna kick his teeth out for poking me like that. See?
That's enough, Venner. Let's concentrate on the lady.
I'd managed to take Lanford's pistol slap on the top side of my head, and I've absorbed kicks before. But for the moment, I couldn't have qualified as a gay and laughing boy. Nevertheless, I had to get up. I had to get up because of what they were about to do to the lady of the house.
Hey, she's trussed up like a sack of spuds.
All right. Here's a cigarette. You'll notice that it's lighted, Mrs. Jefferson. Now, if you're still determined to be stubborn...
Yes, Charlie. Must be trouble.
What's he trying to say?
Cops. He says it's cops.
We'll go out the window.
What about the dame?
Never mind. Come on.
Reese, get me free of these things, will you?
Where are you, Ray?
In here.
Who on earth is that?
The other man who came to dinner.
Hey, you all right, Rex?
I will be. Now, how did you spot this setup, Mark?
Oh, I got hep when I saw that creep patrolling out in front. So I went and I called the cops. Can you imagine me calling the cops?
The act of a solid tax-paying citizen.
Hey, what do we eat?
Here, Race. Hold this compact while I tidy myself. And as for you, Mark, you'll dine tonight. That I promise. You'll dine, and in style.
Mark and I landed at LaGuardia Field just before 8 o'clock the next morning. I left him drinking coffee while I caught a cab for my New York rendezvous. This turned out to be a 3-story walk-up, the look of which caused me to check the address I'd given the cabbie. He'd hit it on the nose, so I got out and went in. I could detect no sound from the other side of the door, but I tried again. The hallway had all the fragrance of a flop house on a hot night, and I was anxious to click or get going.
What do you want?
I'm looking for a man named Rogers.
He's not here at the moment.
If you don't mind, I'll come in and wait for him.
He may not be back for some time.
After that hallway, the room actually seemed fresh. Although this may have been an illusion created by the girl's presence. She had the equipment to do that to any room, and to any man. She held my eyes to such an extent that she almost had the door open before I realized it. Yeah, wait a second. Where do you think you're going?
I was going to leave. You object?
This room's been pulled apart. Did you have anything to do with it?
Possibly.
Close the door.
A woman always resents that, you know.
What?
A man throwing his weight around.
Sometimes a man has to. It's his only weapon.
Who are you?
The name's Race. Frank Race. How about you?
I'm Anna Marenik.
Viennese?
Hungarian.
Not exactly. Not with that accent.
I lived in London all during the war with my brother. We were refugees. It is possible that my way of speaking was affected by being in contact with so many other accents.
Well, don't misunderstand me. I'll buy your way of speaking anytime. No use walking around each other like a couple of club fighters, is there?
No use at all.
I'd moved close to her, almost without realizing it. Now I took her in my arms, encountering no resistance. And her lips were soft, warm against mine. Finally, still holding her shoulders, I drew back to look at her. She smiled at me, spoke gently.
Ray,
Yes?
if you look down, you'll see in my hand a pistol. An automatic that is pointed right at your stomach.
Indeed, I do see it. Indeed, I do.
So you are going to back away, and when I open the door and leave, you are going to make no attempt to stop me. Is it understood?
Perfectly. Yeah, but you might do one thing for me.
What is that?
You might give me your telephone number.
You'll find it in the book.
After that embrace, getting my thoughts back on business was tougher than rolling out of a warm bed into a cold tub. But I made the switch. There was another door besides the one to the hall, a door partly ajar. I pushed my way past it into another room, and there was a man sitting in a chair, his arms thrown wide, his legs spread as if to keep him from toppling to the floor. The bullet had entered his mouth. I didn't need a look to know what the back of his head had looked like. It's probably my man Rogers. So gingerly, I went through his clothes, came up with a wallet. I just opened it when a noise at the door clutched my attention. A uniformed cop stood there, engrossed in drawing a bead on my head with his pistol.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I was in a jam, no doubt about it. When you're caught going through the wallet of a man who's just been shot to death, there isn't much you can say that'll sound convincing. So I just sat tight until the plainclothes squad arrived.
All right, what goes on here?
I needed just one look at that Irish map to know that I was getting a break. Fat and moon-faced, with the eyes of a lethargic Eskimo. Dan Manson operated as a detective lieutenant in the homicide detail.
Fine thing. Doubleheader at the stadium, and I get yanked for a deal like this. Hello, Race.
The heck with the stadium. Tell this patrolman I'm a law-abiding citizen, will you?
You mean you're the suspect here? Well, what do you know? Can't a guy find a chair in this laundry? No, who messed it up like this?
Might have been the girl who was here when I arrived.
Yeah?
Dan, I've got to leave for Europe sometime today, so naturally I wouldn't want to be tied up with this business.
Well, don't give me that. You're going to be our #1 material witness.
No, I'll be around for the inquest and give you my word.
I don't know, but...
The number you want right now is that girl.
Well, you say there was a dame here. How do I know you're leveling?
He was going to hold me unless I came up with something. So I reached into a pocket and produced the compact entrusted to me the night before by Mrs. Jefferson, and forgotten by both of us. I said, here, she left this. You'll find fingerprints all over it.
Yeah, including yours. How old a dame?
Oh, 25, maybe. Beautiful, too. You'll have your smiling Irish face all over the front pages, along with her legs.
Well, all right, Frank. But I'll have to have your word that you'll show up for the inquest.
I'll give you my word and the name of every place I expect to be for the next few days.
Well, here we are again, flying. I'm up in the air so much lately, I'm beginning to feel like a pigeon.
You'll get used to it.
Not me. I'll never get used to any part of flying. It just ain't natural.
Possibly that's the answer. If you knew why it is that a plane flies, you might be more relaxed about it. Sit back, boy, while I brief you on the principles of flight.
All right. I just as soon settle for a good stiff drink.
Trieste, city of many nationalities, port of intrigue. Mark and I put up at a hotel called the Vittorio. I'd cabled Mrs. Jefferson about the death of Rogers, so we settled ourselves to await developments. On the afternoon of the third day, Mrs. Jefferson walked in on us, accompanied by an elderly man who projected the impression of a hen on hot bricks.
Dr. Tender is an aeronautical engineer. He designed our plane.
Yes, I designed it, but I have no desire to be responsible for the delivery of the plans to your country. I would much rather you took charge, Mr. Race.
It's all right with me. When do I take over?
Bring the plans here sometime this evening.
By 9 o'clock, Mark and I had become restless and hungry. Deciding they could wait for us if they arrived while we were absent, we started out for a bite to eat. But in the lobby, the sight of a girl talking to the night clerk stopped me short.
Hey, chum, what goes?
At the desk. It's the femme fatale I encountered in New York.
And you want to call her a killer? What a lovely way to die.
Something tells me this is going to be an interesting evening. I'm going to talk to her, Mark. Wherever we go, shadow us.
That's Donovan. Always on the edge of things. Look, maybe she's got a friend. Then I could protect you on the spot.
Get out of sight. Here she comes. Good evening, Miss Marinick.
Oh, it's you.
You couldn't be surprised.
What do you want?
Yeah, thought you might like to have dinner with me.
You are a strange person.
You'll learn a lot more about me while we dine. Shall we?
All right, Grace.
We found a little place below sidewalk level with a floor of flat cobbles. We sat at a table of scrubbed oak and looked at each other by the light of a candle jammed in a bottle that had once held Hennessy's 5-star cognac.
Why do you stare at me?
You're so beautiful. And so lethal.
I didn't kill that man, Race. He was dead when I arrived.
Why were you there?
Later, perhaps I may be able to tell you.
You're going to give me trouble, baby. I'm sure of that. You're going to give me trouble because of the look of him. The touch of him. Remember that kiss we had a few nights ago?
Yes, I remember, Race. I remember. A little too well. But such things are not for me. Not yet.
All right, baby. Let's have it.
So you can mock me with your doubt?
I can see that you and I are...
What is it, Race?
We're going to have company. A threesome just came in. Perhaps you know them.
Those men? I've never seen them before.
They spotted us. They're coming over. They move slightly to one side.
Who are they?
The first one in front calls him Lanford. You can classify him as a very sinister personality.
Good evening, Mr. Reyes.
Don't sit down, Lanford. Just keep standing there. All three of you.
Ah, you have a pistol.
Another excellent Luger. One that could put slugs into all of you in less time than I need to take a breath.
You won't get away from us, Race, any more than Rogers did in New York.
So you were the authors of that little act. Thanks for the information. Now you can listen to some news from me. I'm going out of this place while you stay behind. The young lady will probably want to stay with you.
No, Race. I'll go with you.
My sense of discretion said, go along. But the tone of her voice swayed me, and I nodded. Outside, the street lamps had been turned off, leaving the streets dim, shadowy.
They'll follow, won't they?
Yes. So we'll duck in here. There's a stable, ramshackle with gaping holes in its boarding. We moved to the back of it, crowded into an empty stall.
What is it they want?
Same thing you do, I imagine.
I hear something.
Well, of course you hear something. You didn't really believe you could get away from us, did you, Race?
That was by sound, Lanford. The next one won't just cripple, it'll kill.
Where on earth have you been? We've been waiting for ages.
I'm sorry. We had a brush with your friend Lanford. We had to take him to a hospital.
Splendid.
Here are the plans, Mr. Race, in this cylinder.
You'll find it rather bulky, but strong. Would you like to look at the drawings?
After the excitement they've caused, we certainly would.
The power plant is one of the big things here.
Mm-hmm. So I see. Turbine activated by 4 simplified jet units.
We are making great strides in aviation these days. For too long, we were parasites. For power, we used the engine that had been developed by the automobile. For propulsion, we used the propeller evolved for ships.
With some modification, of course.
Very little when you come to think of it. The engine we took as it was, and in water or in the air, the propeller works in much the same way. But from now on, it is going to be different, Mr. Ace. Jet force, new designs. From now on, aviation will be the giver, not the receiver.
How about it, Race? You feel all right about taking over these drawings?
I'll take care of them.
Don't forget, there's a lot of money tied up there.
When they left, I rumpled the bed and slipped the cylinder holding the plans under the covers. I'd scarcely done this when...
I'll get it, Race.
May I come in, Ray?
Hey, thought we took you to your hotel.
I have to see you again. Do you have those plans, Ray?
As a matter of fact, I do. Why?
Those plans were developed and drawn by my brother. They were stolen from him, and they were his life. If I don't get them back... You don't believe me, do you?
Maybe more than you think. What was your brother's first name?
Richard. Richard Moraine.
That checks. His initials are M on each corner of the plans. Now we'll check something else.
What are you doing?
The container is not only bulky, its walls are suspiciously thick. So I'm cutting it here and...
There is something between the layers.
Yes. A canvas. And it's probably a...
Put that down, you idiot, before you destroy it.
And you wouldn't want me to destroy an old master, would you, Mrs. Jefferson? So this is what Lanford's been after. You didn't miss a trick, did you? Big insurance for a smoke screen so he could move the painting without suspicion. With me as the clay pigeon.
Pick up that cylinder, Tender. Still going to move it, Race. I know a gentleman who'll pay me $500,000 for that painting. Just tell me one thing. How did you spot us?
Well, your Dr. Tander, such an obvious fake. No aeronautical engineer would ever make the statement that the propeller of a ship and the propeller of a plane work the same way. Would he, Mark?
Nah. An airplane prop makes a vacuum, which sucks the plane into it. You see, Race, I remember.
While the propeller of a surface vessel literally screws its way through water, which is practically a solid.
So we muffed it. We didn't miss when we saw this girl come up to your room. So long, Race. Better investigating next time. And don't try to follow me. I know how to handle this pistol right well.
I don't have to follow you, Mrs. Jefferson. When you hear this cablegram, you'll be following me.
Cablegram?
When the police found me with Rogers in New York, they wanted to hold me as a material witness. I staved that off by telling them that a woman had been there. To prove it, I gave them that compact of yours.
My compact?
Yes, and it seemed it had a mess of fingerprints on it. Most of them yours.
I didn't kill Rogers. I was on my way to London.
But you traveled under another name, you remember? Which makes me your only alibi.
You're bluffing.
Am I? Listen to the cablegram. Your young dame turned out to be a Mrs. Leah Jefferson, age 54. Where is she? Signed, Manson, Homicide Bureau, New York Police Department.
Pay no attention to him, Leah. Let us go.
I have to pay attention to him. You think I'm going to spend the rest of my life running from a murder rap? You're crazy. What are your terms, Race?
I'll take the plane drawings to the States, as per your insurance contract. The canvas will turn over to the proper authorities here in Europe. We'll say we found it.
All right. It's a deal.
It is no deal. I, too, have an interest in this affair. No, don't lift that pistol, Leah, or I'll put a bullet in you from this gun of mine. Now, just stand quietly, all of you. And now...
I was justified in doing that, wasn't I, Race? After all, he was attempting to break the law.
I'm afraid I'll have to leave that decision to the local police.
What about my brother, Race? Those drawings belong to him.
You might get in touch with him. Tell him to come along with us. I imagine he might be able to make quite a deal for himself over there. Besides, I'd kind of like to have you along, too.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, D.J. Thompson, Tom Holland, Frank Lovejoy, and Parley Bear. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Shanghai Incident.
My seat was a park bench that overlooked the oil-scum waters of the East River. Everything considered, it wasn't what you'd call a glamorous atmosphere. But I was drowsy. The sun felt warm on my back. I didn't want to move.
Hey, Race!
I flinched. The voice belonged to Mark Donovan. Never exactly a soothing influence. I hunched my shoulders and closed my eyes.
Hey, I've got a guy who wants to see you.
I'll tell him I'm out.
He's waiting in the cab. He said to tell you his name is Breslin.
That brought my eyes open. Matt Breslin, one of the best blocking backs that ever scythed his way through a broken field. I know him. I carried the ball behind him on more than one of his jaunts. Hadn't seen him for years. I got up and we went to the cab.
Well, it's good to see you, boy. Been a long time.
Too long, Matt. What are you doing for yourself?
Well, I guess you can say I'm in the same racket that you are. Insurance. I'm running the American branch of Gloyd's.
And when you say insurance, you mean insurance. You underwrite everything from weather to the possibility of triplet.
That's us. And we've got a job for you. I was after you about a month ago, but you were in Europe.
Matt, I promised myself I wouldn't do a thing for a month. I've still got 3 weeks to go.
You remember Chuck Howard, don't you?
Chuck Howard? Oh, of course. Very decent guy.
When we couldn't get you, we turned our assignment over to Chuck.
He did all right. He's a good operator.
He's a dead operator, Race. He was murdered on the job 3 days ago.
You're ribbing me, Matt.
I wish I were.
Chuck Howard had 3 kids.
I keep thinking of that.
How did it happen? Why?
We thought you might want to find that out for us.
What was the assignment?
Did you ever hear of South China Transport?
Yeah, it's an airline. I know some of the boys that fly the freight.
We indemnify them against cargo loss. And lately, there have been nothing but losses. They've been strewing valuable cargoes all over the countryside.
Well, it's a great countryside for such goings-on. Who shall I contact over there?
A lad by the name of Jack Stacy. He handles operations. Used to be in the Navy. You'll probably find him pretty sick. He was badly wounded in the fracas that killed Chuck Howard.
Where will he be?
In Shanghai.
It was raining in Shanghai. I got the feeling that all of China was weeping. Maybe I was thinking too much about Chuck Howard.
What do you know? To think that when I was 16, I tried to join the Marines just to see China.
What kept you out? Were you underweight?
Nah, under the thumb of me old lady. She wouldn't sign the papers. Well, what's the pitch on this, Race? What do we do next?
I have to see a man named Stacy at a hotel called the Killarney.
Killarney, huh? Probably run by a Lithuanian who calls himself Clancy. What do you want me to do? Go along with you?
Mark, whenever you ask a question like that, I always know you have a project in mind.
Well, they tell me there is a place here in Shanghai where you can get tattooing done, which will knock your papers out.
Ah, that's kid stuff. Don't you have enough of those things on you?
Oh, I want just one more. This guy does a dancer, which they say will keep you dreaming even after you're too old for it.
Ah, go on then. Get your tattooing done.
Good, I'll see us early enough so we can have supper together.
The lobby of the Hotel Killarney looked like the breakup of a Rose Bowl crowd. I spent 15 minutes at the desk just getting the number to Jack Stacy's room. Then, as I turned away, I felt the grip of fingers on my arm and the nudge of something sharp against my side.
There is a divan at the far corner of the lobby, Mr. Race. It would be discreet of you to accompany me there so that we may talk.
He had the face of a Buddha. He wore the clothes of a New York broker. Sensing that the sharpness against my side came from the point of a knife, I went with him. As we sat down, 3 other Chinese closed in around us.
I am Lin Wan. Would you care for a cigarette?
No, thanks.
You are naturally wondering why I took such pains to converse with you.
Naturally.
It is because I wish to give you a warning, and at the same time offer you a sum of money.
Oh, that's interesting.
I am going to ask you to forget your assignment, Mr. Race, and to accept from us an amount that will soothe any abrasion to your pride.
Just like that.
On the other hand, should you choose to be difficult, I can promise you trouble of that exquisite nature for which we Chinese are noted. Besides, what can you really accomplish, Mr. Race? Your investigation will take you into the open country of China, where you will find no worthwhile law enforcement authority.
We've run across that problem before, Mr. Lin.
Indeed.
When we lack local means of breaking up a racket, if you're familiar with the term.
I am thoroughly familiar with it.
We break it up ourselves.
Mr. Race, I still have the point of a sharp blade pressed against the most vulnerable part of your person.
I'm quite conscious of the fact.
It would be simple for me to drive it into your body. We would simply leave you sitting here.
And the point of that being that I should carefully consider your proposal.
Carefully. I shall give you until this evening to assure me that you will efface yourself. Until 6 o'clock this evening.
There's one factor about all this that piques my curiosity.
Yes?
As you pointed out, it would be such a small matter to murder me. What keeps you from doing it?
Perhaps, Mr. Race, because I dislike violence. But that will not keep me from acting should your decision prove unsatisfactory.
I found Jack Stacy propped up on a couch in his room, his arm in a sling. His disposition a match for the weather.
It's a mess, Race. Somebody's trying to force us out. That's the size of it. We've been doing well. Too well, I guess. So now they're moving in.
You have no idea who killed Chuck Howard and crippled you, huh?
The only thing I know about it is the bullet they took out of my arm. I really knew about that. They were short on anesthetic.
That's it? The slug in the mantle?
That's it.
38. But over here, that won't mean much. How do they know when you're going to fly those cargoes? Can't you keep it quiet?
I've done everything but make my people wear muzzles. Gets out somehow. They never miss.
What about your pilots? Could I talk to one of them?
Well, there's one of them in the hotel right now. I'll get him here for you in a few minutes.
Pilot showed up in about half an hour. Tall, weathered-looking Westerner.
Yeah, sure. They try to pump us. Try it all the time. Ain't cute about it, too. They use women. Mighty nice-looking women.
Chinese?
Not the one I ran into. Might have been Russian. I'm not sure. Whatever she is, it's an awful exclusive pattern.
What's her name?
Lisha Vronsa.
I don't suppose you know where she stays.
Mister, the day I slip up on finding out a lady's address, I'm gonna be ready for that old rocking chair.
All right, Brian. You just relieve yourself of that information right now. Hello, Miss Bronson.
Who is it?
The name is Race.
How
How did you get in here?
The practice of bribery will do wonders in any part of the world. May I suggest that you turn up the lamp?
What is it you want?
I couldn't answer for a moment. In the greater light, she was, as Brand had said, of an exclusive pattern. Tawny of skin and hair. The look of her gave me that odd feeling in my chest, one reminiscent of my first deep drag on a cigarette.
You stare at me. Why?
You must be used to it.
What do you want?
Last week, a friend of mine was murdered in Shanghai. I thought you might be able to tell me something about it.
I'm sorry. I can tell you nothing. Who was your friend?
A man called Charles Howard. You knew him, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I knew him. A nice person, gentle and kind. Had nothing to do with his death race.
Not directly, perhaps.
Nor indirectly. I told them nothing about Charles Howard.
Why does a girl like you have to become involved in such an affair?
Do you know what China's like for a woman who has no nationality? A woman who comes from a group of people who have no place in the world.
You're White Russian.
My father was White Russian, and my mother. What I am, I don't know.
Well, let's get back to Chuck Howard. How long did you know him?
A week or two. He was lonely here. He would talk about America, about his family. He was a nice person.
Who killed him?
I don't know, Race.
I took hold of her, pulled her close to me. Her body felt lax and responsive. Suddenly, she stiffened in my arms. Her head turned. Her eyes stared at the balcony that opened into the room.
Race.
A dark, bleak figure had etched itself inside the frame of the window. Figure with arm drawn back, with knife poised. I beat the throw by a hair, ducking as he let go. The blade grunted with regret as it went by me and bit into the door. Twisting for the window, I got hold of the thrower and...
Are you all right?
Yes, thanks to you. I won't forget it. Come with me.
Where?
I'll tell you in a minute. Come along. Hold it.
What are we doing, Race?
Look up at the building.
Oh?
Our knife-throwing friend is climbing down from the balcony.
Oh, yes.
Now you can go back. I brought you out here to keep you safe.
Why did you let him go, Race?
He's small fry. I want to follow him to where the big ones are biting. My shadowing act ended in a run-down section of the foreign settlement. Here, the knife thrower disappeared into the recesses of a bleak-looking structure with all its windows boarded up. I strolled casually alongside the place, giving the heavy timbered door the once-over, when I became conscious of shadowy figures around me. A familiar voice spoke out of the night.
Good evening, Mr. Race.
Lin Wan, this your place?
For you, Mr. Race, that can have no importance. I warned you that your time would be up by 6 o'clock this evening. It is now 9.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
There must have been 6 or 7 of them. The one nearest me I put out of action with a fast backhand to the Adam's apple. But this threw me off balance for Lin Wan, who stepped in, gripped me with a hard wrist lock, and spilled me against the wall of the house with a judo hold I hadn't been prepared for. On my back, I caught the first one with my feet and gave him a taste of a fall. But Lin Wan came in, again catching me off balance, twisted me with a toe hold, pinning me face down. There came the sweet, compelling smell of chloroform and... my senses, of all places, on a train. A Chinese train, no mistaking that. From the position of the sun, I knew we were heading north.
Well, we just can't seem to stop traveling, can we?
Mark, what are you doing here?
It's what I get for knocking around with you. How do you feel?
Like a first-class case of suspended animation. Yeah. Must have had me out for quite a while.
All night? I think they give you some kind of a shot.
Oh, we seem to have this compartment to ourselves.
They got a guy outside the door. And there's a glad boy who drops in on us every once in a while.
Tell me, how'd they take you?
With a sash weight from the feel of it. I am right now thanking me old man and me old lady for giving me this thick Irish skull.
How'd you get your tattooing done?
Did I? Will you see? Wait a minute. Let me get my sleeve up. Yeah.
Yeah, a remarkable piece of art.
Yeah, wait. Now look, see? A wiggly old muscle like this. Ain't that terrific, Ray? Just like Minsky's Burlesque on Broadway.
We kept rolling north while the sun reached the zenith of midday, and until its glare mellowed into late afternoon. It was at this time that a man opened the door and motioned for Mark to leave the compartment. Then I had company. Lin Wan. He came over and sat down beside me.
I trust you are feeling no ill effects from your experience, Mr. Race.
I'm suffering from curiosity more than anything else.
Indeed.
You murdered Chuck Howard. Why hold back where I'm concerned?
Then the insurance company would send another man, and we would have to do it all over again. It is our opinion that we should just take you out of circulation for a few months. Besides, too many murders could bring unfavorable scrutiny from your government.
I'd say it was your government, too.
I do not comprehend.
Why don't you relax, Lynn? You can cut it with Americanese as good as mine.
What gives you such an impression?
Your clothes, for one thing.
Purchased in London, Bond Street.
Purchased in Los Angeles, Spring Street. I'll give odds on that.
All right, Race. But you must admit my way of handling myself is completely oriental.
Your judo? Oh, that's good.
To learn it, I had to come to China.
You could have gotten in the States, I did.
But your judo is, shall we say, just a little tired. Smoke?
We were slowing down for some reason. And as he lit his cigarette, the train lurched, causing the light to go out. He handed me the cigarettes and the small box of safety matches. I looked at him and grinned.
Why do you smile?
I was thinking what a difference it makes to have an advantage. Shanghai, you had your boys to tip me off balance. At this moment, you're the one who's behind the 8-ball.
You will explain, won't you, Race?
With gestures. Now, this box of matches you handed me, I simply roll my fingers around it, and... Oh! Fast clout to the temple with a box of matches in your fist. It's always a good trick. The matches triple the impact. I was a little surprised he hadn't been hip to it. But we were even. He had a Colt 45 on him, the old Army model. This I confiscated, figuring that he owed it to me. Mark and I had to get off the train. There was still another lad to handle on the far side of that door. Unfortunately, he stood facing me. We both fired at the same time.
Race!
I'm all right. I'm all right. Get his gun.
You're bleeding. It's all over your face.
Crease me. Get that gun.
Hey, there's more of them coming.
Now, get back in the compartment.
Hey, they're gonna break in.
Yeah, we'll have to jump for it. Break the window.
We're moving too fast.
We'll have to try it. Break the window.
All right.
All right. Let's go. China is rough these days, particularly when it comes to travel. But you can get around if you carry weapons and money, and show a disposition to use both. So we made it back to Shanghai, taking 4 days to do it. And at the Hotel Killarney, I found not only Jack Stacy and Brand the Flyer, but also Matt Breslin, who'd just flown in.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. When I heard you were missing, it was too much for me. so I came over.
I wish I could report a little progress, man.
How about this fellow who's been giving you so much trouble?
Lin Wan? He's an American. Part Chinese, but an American just the same.
Which probably means that he's plenty smart.
Ah, see, you've got your arm out of the sling, Stacy. How's it feel?
Good as new.
Yeah, he needed it good as new this morning. He had to swim with it.
What happened?
Oh, Brand and I went out in a fishing junk, and like a goof, I fell overboard. Nothing serious. Brand flipped me a life buoy, and that's all there was to it.
Race, what about this Lin Wan? How are we going to handle him?
I don't know, man. I imagine we'll just have to wait until he pries into the picture again. Late that evening, just after market, slipped out for a nightcap. I had a visitor.
Hello, Race.
Come in.
I've been afraid for you, Race. That is the reason I cabled your company in America.
You did what?
I cabled
So you brought Matt Breslin over here.
Matt Breslin?
You're a friend of mine. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm glad to see you back, Race.
Are you? We left something unfinished the last time we saw one another. Remember?
I remember. It was this.
She put her arms around me, tilted her mouth up to mine. And when they tell you that such kisses taste like wine, they're crazy. Wine doesn't even come close.
I'm very fond of you, Race.
Happened in a hurry, didn't it?
You think it is impossible for it to happen in a hurry?
No? No, I don't think it's impossible. But you might do something to prove it.
How?
Tell me who asked you to talk to Stacy's flyers.
You know the man, Race. Lin Wan.
Do you ever say anything about others being tied in with him?
No. He just gave me a group picture of all the men who work for the airline.
Picture? Could I see it?
Wait, I may have it here in my purse. Wait.
What are you doing carrying a clip of 38s around with you?
The bullets? They came from Chuck Howard's gun.
Chuck Howard's gun?
I was one of those who found him. He was still conscious. And he seemed to want me to have it.
Sort of a grim bequest. Where do you keep the gun?
At my place.
Could I have it?
If you like. Oh, here. Here is the picture.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Well, does it tell you anything?
Tells me a lot. That gun may tell me more.
Do you want it tonight?
You're not this late. I'll come by your apartment tomorrow. Do you keep the gun in a safe place?
Where no one would ever find it. In the center of a sack of salt.
I went there next morning. And as soon as I got to her door, I knew that something was wrong. The door stood half ajar. Inside the room, everything was chaos. Chairs overturned, broken, tables on the sides. I found the gun all right, where Alicia had said it would be. But Alicia was gone. I knew I'd have to move quickly, so I found a phone and called Jack Stacy.
Stacy speaking.
This is Race. Gonna need your help.
Sure, Race.
Do you know where to find Matt Breslin and that pilot of yours, Brand?
No, not right now, but I can probably locate him.
I told him to let it ride. We couldn't afford to wait. Gave him the location of the place in the foreign settlement. The house where I'd bumped into Lin Wan and company. Stacy promised to be there in an hour, and as good as his word. He looked curiously at Mark and me as we met him in front of the heavy door of the structure.
This the headquarters?
It seems to be. And I think they're holding a girl here. Girl who's been helping us. You willing to go in?
Well, sure, if you'll show me how.
I thought we might go in by way of this door here.
With that lock to open, we'll need TNT.
I thought possibly you might have a key for it.
You thought that... I don't get it.
Neither did I. Till I remembered that you were supposed to have been in the Navy.
Well, I was in the Navy.
No, Stacy. Or whatever your name really is. No Navy man would ever say life boy. Pronunciation's optional, but you call them buoys in the Navy. Always. Move ahead of us and open the door.
brother. This ain't no great white way.
Turn the flashlight straight ahead, Mark.
You're making a big mistake, Race. How could I take the place of another man?
By murdering him. And firing the men who'd been close to him. I saw a picture of the regular pilot group last night. The ones who were in it before you installed your own boys. Besides, the bullet that wounded you in the arm was fired from Chuck Howard's .38. I checked the ballistics.
Door, Race.
Over to Mark.
So you came to see us again, Race?
Race, they've got guns.
So have we. So that makes it even up.
Try to even this up.
Race! Oh! Race.
I'm okay. But Stacy took one of Lin Juan's bullets.
Yeah, he took it all right. Right between the eyes.
How about you, Alicia?
I'm all right, Race. Thanks to you, I'm quite all right.
Oh, brother, what a finish. Hey, how's that Lin Juan character?
I shot him in the thigh. He should recover in time.
Yeah? In time for what?
To be executed. And over here, they do that in a rather sharp manner.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Ted Von Eltz, Bert Holland, Barney Phillips, and Charlie Lund. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Juvenile Passenger.
The evening had been a turkey. Following a dull dinner, I'd been collared by my hostess, a woman with about as much depth as our wading pool. The conversation had been a 3-hour filibuster, with me effecting my escape only after a farewell scene that would have odorized any little theater in the land. So now I was settling into bed with a sigh of relief. The windows were open, the light was out. I could call it a... No. Yes.
Well, about time you got home. Where you been?
Let's not talk about that. What do you want?
I'll be parking a cab in front of your place in about 5 minutes. Will you come down?
For heaven's sakes, why?
I got trouble, Race. I need your help.
No, bring your trouble up here. I'm in bed.
That's just it. I can't. You gotta come down, Race. I need you.
Oh, we'll make it 10 minutes. This had better be good.
So take a gander back there.
Oh, it's a girl.
Yeah. And how old would you say she was?
14, possibly.
All right. She's 14 and riding around in my cab at 1 o'clock in the morning. She ain't got the dough to pay her fare, and she says she'll kill herself if I don't keep driving her. That ain't a ladle of trouble I'll put in with you.
It'll do. What's your name, dear?
I don't care to say.
How long she been riding with you, Mark?
Since 11 o'clock.
How'd you happen to pick her up?
I didn't. I step into a cafe for a few minutes to lap up a cup of coffee. When I come out, there she is, already in a cab. I tried to head for a precinct house once, but she put the nix on it. She knows New York as well as I do.
Well, let's all go for a ride. Drive around, Mark. I'll talk to her. You could tell me your first name. That wouldn't give anything away.
It's Mary.
Look, no use being mad at me. I'm a stranger.
I'm not mad. It's...
Trouble at home?
I don't live at home.
Relatives?
I stay at an orphanage.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with it except... Well, how would you like it if someone were trying to send you to jail?
Someone at the orphanage?
Just the head of it, that's all.
No one can send you to jail if you haven't done anything wrong.
She claims I steal things. I don't, but... What's the use? You won't believe me either.
I believe you. I'd like to help you.
You can't do anything. Nobody can do anything.
What are you supposed to have stolen?
Some jewelry.
You like jewelry?
Sure, I like it. All girls do. But I didn't take any, even if they did find it in my mattress.
Then tell them so. Well, let me take you back.
No.
Well, you can't keep riding around in this cab all night.
Nobody wants to help me. Nobody.
I said I'll help you, and I will. We'll forget about going back to the orphanage. But you must have friends, someone with whom you can spend the night. Then, tomorrow...
I don't know anyone. Except Pharaoh Gillis.
I'm afraid a man won't do.
Oh, Ferris Gillis is a lady. She's swell. She came to the orphanage a couple of times and told me to come and see her anytime I wanted to.
You know where she lives?
We could find it in the phone book.
We found it in the phone book. An apartment hotel in the 60s, a place called the Wellington Arms. With the lady we sought seemed to be out. But we didn't exactly draw a blank. While we were still pushing the buzzer to her apartment on the second floor, the elevator clicked to a stop and 3 men got out. We drew their instant attention.
Looking for somebody?
He could have been the kid who takes your tickets at the theater. Skin was clear. He hadn't been shaving very long. He wore a bow tie and a pork pie hat, but his voice matched his eyes. And his eyes had all the warmth of wet pebbles.
You heard me. You can turn off that look of inspection. I ain't liking it.
We came to see Pharaoh Gillis.
Who's the kid?
Her name's Mary.
Mary what?
What difference does it make?
It's all right, I'll tell him. It's Leonard. Mary Leonard.
Reads like an act to me. Vinny, you and Lou take him down to the car. Fogel might want to look at him. I'll go through the apartment.
You may as well all go through the apartment. The youngster and I are going down by ourselves.
What are you trying to do, act hard? I figure you ought to go downstairs with the boys. What do you want, a written invitation?
I just want to be understood, clearly. I have an automatic in my pocket. I'm gripping it. Take the elevator, Mary. Get onto the cab. Tell Mark I may be able to use him. Scoop.
All right.
You don't think you're gonna make me stick, do you?
I'm willing to try. What's the matter, Vinny? Need a smoke? Keep your hands where they are. You can wait.
You know, I figure you do have an iron in that pocket.
Clever of you.
But I'm figuring something else, too. You didn't expect to run into us either.
Who'd want to?
So I'm betting the iron ain't loaded.
You go to a lot of trouble, don't you? Why don't you relax, boy? We're strangers. We've never seen each other before. If we just nod, go our respective ways, we'll both stay happy.
Now I'm sure you ain't got that gun loaded.
He had me. And here was a boy who plainly liked violence for its own sake. There's nothing left for me but the stairwell, so I vaulted the banister and got a decent fall.
Hey, what goes? I was just coming up.
Come in. Let's go.
Where to?
To that orphanage. This youngster's taken up enough of our time tonight. There were cars parked in front of the orphanage, and lights still on inside. In the office, a sort of conference seemed to have taken place. But we got an instantaneous reaction from a woman of about 50, a woman whose face suggested that she wanted no fun out of life and resented anyone else trying for it.
Well, just where have you been, young lady?
Who is this, Mary?
Mrs. Barkley. She's head matron.
Good evening, Mrs. Barclay.
Well?
My name's Race. I'm a private investigator. I'm acting on this young lady's behalf.
Gosh.
You are you? Well, I'll have you know,
Pardon me, Mrs. Barclay. Now, where did you find this girl, Mr. Reyes?
I have a friend who drives a taxi. Mary was one of his fares tonight. And she seemed upset, and he found it a problem. So he called on me.
I see.
I don't believe we've met.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Paul Westerhaven. This is Miss Doris Sanford. Possibly you know Winthrop Gravel. Everyone does.
Paul Westerhaven plays polo the way Stan Musial plays baseball. Horses and money, plenty of both. Doris Sanford I'd never seen before. A definite loss on my part. She was lovely even under the glare of a light that gave Mrs. Barclay's face the look of a boiled potato. If you were any kind of a sharpshooter, Winthrop Gravel was a name to flinch at. He scribed a hard-hitting newspaper column that went in for reform.
You might be interested to know, Race, that we're here because of this girl's disappearance.
She's utterly incorrigible. We've been able to do absolutely nothing with her.
You ever try being kind?
Well, it is somewhat of a problem, Race. This is the second time the girl has run off. We've been fortunate that no bad publicity has developed.
Now, where does Farrell Gillis fit into the picture?
Oh, that woman.
Who is Farrell Gillis?
Well, she's rather well known, Paul. Operates as a gambler.
As far as I'm concerned, she's a pretender and a liar.
Why do you have that opinion?
A month or so ago, Miss Gillis promised to donate the cost of a new building for the orphanage. She seemed quite enthusiastic at the time, but nothing came of it.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm ready to say goodnight. I'll come and see you tomorrow, Mary. We'll talk this over.
All right.
And if I've seemed abrupt, Mrs. Barclay, I apologize. I don't imagine your job is a breeze by any means.
Certainly isn't.
Next morning, I went back to the apartment hotel that housed Farrell Gillis. The manager, a pink-skinned man with a mouth that puckered as he talked, was still agog over the shot that had been fired the night before, but didn't connect me with it. When I mentioned Farrell Gillis, he puckered and shook his head.
No, she hasn't been here for a week. She often goes away like that, but never tells us where.
Oh, know anyone else who might know where she is?
No one. She's a very strange woman. Gambles, you know.
How about her lawyer?
I don't believe she has one.
Know where she banks?
She doesn't. I know that for a fact. Everything in cash with Miss Gillis. It's an idiosyncrasy of hers. Always carries cash. Pays us in cash, pays everyone in cash. It must be a gambling instinct.
Yeah, quite likely. Well, thanks.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Race. Didn't you say you were an investigator?
Yes.
Well, I'm always willing to help investigators. Always.
The house in which Doris Sanford lived had the look that spells lots of family background. The size that spells money. I was curious to know if Miss Sanford would appear as lovely by daylight as she had the night before. She did. And then some.
I can say one thing. You don't look as grim as you did last night.
It was a rough evening.
You care for a drink?
It was a little early. I'd rather wait. Well, you have a charming house. Makes a nice frame for you.
You couldn't pay me a nicer compliment.
Oh, yes, I could. It was just a warm-up shot.
You know, you couldn't have looked grim last night.
Speaking of the orphanage, I've just come from there. I had a talk with a kid. She isn't very happy.
I know. We've got to do something for her.
How about that Barclay lady?
Oh, she's all right. She lost her sister last month, and they were very close. She's making a bit of an adjustment. She'll get over it.
She seems to be adjusting at the expense of that kid. How does a woman like Farrell Gillis tie in with the orphanage?
Well, it seems that she stayed there as a child. She comes in every once in a while for a visit.
You know, this building she was going to underwrite. How much was it going to cost?
$50,000.
Nice bundle of money.
Yes, it is. But you can see Mrs. Barclay's side of it. She was pretty excited at the prospect.
That drink you mentioned, couldn't we have it somewhere tonight? And dinner to go with it?
That sounds as though it might be fun.
But you have another engagement.
I could break it. Couldn't I?
I like the way you say that.
Will you call for me?
With my hair combed and my face ashine.
All right, Ray. It's a date.
What have you been doing, shopping?
Oh, hello, Mark. I didn't know you were here.
Well, after last night, I thought you'd be home early, so I came up. What'd you buy?
A black felt hat for evening wear.
I thought you had one of them.
I do. But when I pulled it out today, I found a bullet hole in it.
Huh? Wonder where you got that. Hey, a guy called about 15 minutes ago. A fella by the name of Tully.
Tully?
Yeah.
Oh, he's the manager of the Wellington Arms.
Yeah, that's the one. Said to tell you Pharaoh Gillis is back. Does that sound important?
It might be. I've still got a couple of free hours, Mark. Drive me over there, will you? I found the door to the apartment slightly ajar, so I knocked. I thought I heard a voice say, "Come in," so I did. She was reclining on a divan, a woman of perhaps 60. She had a theatrical look. Her skin was heavy with makeup, her hair tinted a flamboyant red. She was smiling at me, and the set of her features indicated that she was used to smiling. There was only one thing wrong with the picture. Someone had stabbed a knife into her chest. She was dead.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Finding someone murdered always presents one serious problem. Should you notify the police? If you do, you're going to find yourself involved. If you don't, you may find yourself even more involved. But this time, I didn't have to carry out my decision. Just as I picked up the phone, a voice spoke to me in the same soft tones that had invited me into the room.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
He'd stepped out from behind a bookcase partition. And dapper serves as a one-word description. He could have been something from a style page in Esquire. He even had the leer to go with it. With him was Slate, the lad who had caused me to vault into the stairwell. The hood called Vinny was also along.
I'm Johnny Fogel. The lady is a friend of mine.
If we're going to discuss the lady, we may as well get into the past tense, don't you think?
Ah, you see, Johnny, you're sugar cookie, like I told you. You ain't gonna get nowhere with him unless you raise a few lumps on him first.
Were you a friend of the lady?
Well, to my knowledge, this is the first time I've ever laid eyes on her.
Maybe I should have said the lady was a partner of mine.
Yeah, I understand she was in an interesting business.
The most interesting business there is. A few weeks ago, she made a killing, a real big killing.
Yes?
I gave her the tip that clicked for her, so I sort of figure that now she's gone, Lord rest her soul, I'm straight in line to be the heir to what she left behind.
I suppose that's a logical pattern of reasoning for a person of your temperament.
Talk so Johnny can get what you mean.
Never mind, Slate. I get what he means, and I think he gets what I mean.
Let's not waste each other's time, Fogel.
Don't reach for that phone, pal. You ain't gonna call nobody. Frisk him, Slate.
I wouldn't worry none, Johnny. He's got a gun, but it's never loaded. I'd take it just the same. Keep it for you, chum.
You see, Race? It's like this. You coming in here made it kind of embarrassing. A little embarrassing for us, more embarrassing for you. Because it ain't gonna be sensible for me to let you go walking out, is it?
You want something, Fogel. What is it?
Pharaoh's dough. I happen to know she was healed with better than 50 grand.
And by the way every drawer in the apartment seems to have been so neatly emptied, I'd say you'd been looking for it.
Pharaoh wouldn't have been keeping the dough here. She wasn't that kind.
I haven't the slightest idea what Pharaoh Gillis was like. You may as well know that I can't tell you a thing about her money.
That's the trouble with you guys. You always want to play a lone hand. Let's get him out of here, Slate.
Start moving, Race. And this time you ain't getting away with no phony moves.
As Slate pushed me past the door, Fogel lingered for a last look at Pharaoh Gillis, which meant that Slate and I started downstairs by ourselves. He insisted on walking right behind me, so after about 6 steps, I simply sat down in front of him. He instantly went over me and crashed on the landing below. I leaped after him, but there was only time to regain my pistol before Fogel appeared at the top of the stairs.
Drop that gun, Race!
I went the rest of the way on the run, past a gaping manager in the foyer, up to a gaping Mark Donovan at curbside.
Oh, not again. Every time you go in that place, you get chased out by bullets.
Get me home in a hurry, Mark. I'm due to pick up a most attractive girl in less than 30 minutes.
Candlelight. Wine. I might have known you'd do it this way, Race.
I couldn't think of you in any other surroundings. Not at this time, anyway.
You're nice.
You're beautiful. Tell me something.
Ask it.
Each time I've seen you, you've worn black.
It's for my father. He died less than a year ago.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to be. You're observant. I like that. It's flattering. In fact, I seem to like everything about you, Race.
What would you like to do after dinner?
Go home. The butler will have the fire going, and I thought we could just talk.
The fire was going, as she'd promised. And for the first time in years, I munched freshly roasted popcorn dripping with butter.
I love this house, Race. My father left me a fortune, but out of everything, I think I appreciate this house the most. This house and all the things that go with it. Look, these are some linens my mother received when she was married. Aren't they beautiful?
She looked unbelievably lovely in the firelight. She gracefully showed me the fabrics, then carefully folded them, placed them on a nearby table.
It's the last one. Now it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Take you in my arms.
You think that's going to be hard?
Might lead to complications. You know, you show signs of being a very domestic young lady.
Why don't you kiss me? You'll find I have other qualities, too.
I beg pardon, Miss Sanford. Mr. Grayville to see you.
I'm just going to barge in, Doris. Oh, I didn't know you had company.
It's Mr. Race. You remember Winthrop? You met him last night.
Oh, yes. Of course I remember. I came to see you about that youngster. She's been arrested, Doris.
Arrested? Mary Leonard?
Well, it seems that Mrs. Barkley made a report to the police about the missing jewelry
Oh,
and...
no. We'll have to run down and get the child out.
Well, I'm afraid they don't grant bail on a murder charge.
Murder?
Murder?
One of the items the police recovered from the girl was a diamond earring. The mate to it was found today in the apartment of Pharaoh Gillis, along with Miss Gillis's body. So it seems that the orphanage has been harboring a juvenile murderess.
I saw Mary Leonard the next morning. She had no tears for me. She was terribly quiet, terribly white.
I told you no one could do anything for me. Didn't I, Mr. Race?
Well, I haven't been able to do much, have I, Mary? But I want you to know that I've got an idea about this affair. It's just an idea, and a pretty hazy one at that. But it might lead somewhere. I'll keep in touch with you. For the rest of the day, I had Mark out gathering information, while I busied myself doing the same thing. We got together at 5 o'clock.
Hey, you know something? You were right about that Gillis dame. She flipped all around like nothing. And the moolah she give away, I should have known that lady.
Did you visit Mary Leonard?
Yeah, I saw the kid. Yeah, Ray, she's scared. She's really scared. They're gonna have to let the newspapers in on a deal, unless you turn up some.
It was about an hour later that I got a call from Doris Sanford.
Race, can you come to see me right away? It's important.
Trouble?
Well, in a way. Nothing to do with the orphanage. But it does concern us.
Well, let me see. I'm expecting a report on something, but I know what I'll do. I'll call and tell them to get in touch with me at your place. I'll be right over.
It's Winthrop Grayville, Race. He thinks he's in love with me, and he's become insanely jealous of you.
Can't help that, can we? After all, he's a big boy now.
But he can hurt you with that column of his.
There's a phone call for Mr. Race, Miss Sanford.
I took it in the library. It was the report I'd been waiting for. When I got back to Doris, I found Winthrop Grayville with her. He greeted me with a frigid nod. His face was flushed, and his eyes had a too bright look.
Was it the call you've been expecting, Race?
Yes. It seems that Pharaoh Gillis not only made a promise to give $50,000 to the orphanage, but she actually delivered the money.
What are you talking about?
Pharaoh Gillis always did everything with cash, and that's the way it was handed over. $50,000 in United States currency. I guess it was too much for the party who accepted it, because nothing was ever said about it. And that's why Pharaoh Gillis was murdered.
So where do we go from there?
To the fact that Pharaoh Gillis wasn't murdered just to keep her silent. Drawers and cupboards had been emptied in the apartment. She'd evidently obtained a receipt for the money, which the killer wanted, and got, I believe.
And I suppose you know all about the killer's identity, eh?
I do know.
Who did it, Race?
You did, darling.
Ah.
I got my lead on that from the way you folded those linens last night.
The way I folded the linens.
So carefully, so meticulously. The same way everything was handled in Pharaoh Gillis's apartment. You were disturbed before you could put the things back, but you left everything so neatly piled.
You're being ridiculous, Race. I just inherited a fortune from my father.
I know. But this afternoon I learned that it wasn't a very liquid fortune. Not much money. So inheritance taxes were going to cripple you, make you sacrifice a big slice of your holdings. I think the courts will accept that as a pretty good motive.
Oh, you're wrong, Race.
No, I'm not. The item I particularly don't like is the way you set that little girl up for a patsy. Framing her with some frowsy jewelry. Planting the stuff so she'd not only be suspected of thievery, but of murder as well.
Win, this man is trying to frame me.
Yes, but he's not going to get away with it.
Put that gun away, Grable. She's making a fool of you.
No, you've been trying to make a fool of me. Making passes at her when you knew she was engaged to me. Well, it's the last pass you'll make at any woman. Why, you...
Sorry, Grable. I can only allow you one miss. Oh!
Race,
Yes, dear.
I've been thinking of taking a trip to Lake Louise. Why don't you come with me? After all, you can't prove I did anything. That receipt is no longer in existence, nor the duplicate.
I know. But you wrote pretty heavily when you made it out. Heavily enough to mark up the blank underneath. That was what my report was about. The police lab was able to show it all up. The amount and your signature. And you can put down that poker, darling, before I forget I'm a gentleman.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Jack Carrington, and Bert Holland. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Reckless Daughter.
Night brooded over the city, and its streets seemed quiet. But you could sense the bitterness that lay beneath the apparently placid surface. This was a section of the European continent, and here the scars of war showed jagged and ugly, with a healing, not a happy process.
Oh, brother, talk about dead towns. Everybody here must be between the quilts.
It's almost midnight.
That's late? In New York, things are just be getting started.
I'm afraid it's different here, Mark.
Yeah, I'll say it's different. Every guy you meet gives you the dog eye. They all seem to think that...
Hold it.
Oh, brother, they come kind of close.
Listen.
Hey, I say this town was dead. I'm now munching on my words.
Well, now with you standing here, let's go.
Look, what are we doing in this town, Race? You never did get around to telling me.
I don't know what the job is yet. You have to see a man by the name of McDonald.
And well, I can see that there's no... Hey, that one just about took off my ear.
Stay back against this wall, right here in the shadow.
Look, what goes here anyway?
Wait a second. Thought I heard someone call.
Americans, you can come here.
Hey, it's a dame.
In the doorway over there. Come on.
You made it.
Yes. And thanks for the suggestion.
Oh, I could not leave you there, could I? Not when those bullets are really meant for me.
Yeah, who's on the other side of them?
Probably the police.
Cops? Leave us not stay here. There's no future in it. Let's...
Well, doesn't seem to be much future out here either. The police throwing lead. If they are the police.
Oh, you don't believe me.
Yeah, I wish it went so dark. If the rest of you goes with that voice...
You must not strike a light. We would draw their fire.
Which brings up the question of getting out of here.
There is a little cafe in the next square. We could perhaps make a break for it.
Well, not all of us together, but I have an idea. Which way is the cafe?
To our right.
Then I'll make a dash to the left, while you and my friend here leg it for the cafe. We'll meet there.
Look, let me do the solo act, Grace. You stay with the lady, huh?
No sale. It was my thought.
Yeah, but I'm used to driving a cab, which makes me better at dodging things. Go ahead, get going. I'll see you later.
He was gone before I could protest. With two shots reaching out for him as the girl and I took the other direction. The cafe in the next block turned out to be pretty much like the rest of the city. Not much light, not much glitter. Very little sound.
Well, do I match my voice?
You witch. You knew you'd knock me over, didn't you? You were sure of it.
I'm surprised, too. Very pleasantly surprised.
Red hair and brown eyes and all the accessories. And I mean all of them.
A woman at whom someone fires bullets. Remember?
You're gay. You laugh when so many of these around are grim and unsmiling. Why?
To waste life on anything but laughter is foolish.
Who are you?
Stephanie?
Just Stephanie?
That seems to be it.
Would it do me any good to ask you the why of the bullets?
Not at the moment, because we're going to be intruded upon.
I object to that word, Stephanie. You make it sound too personal.
He had the look that spelled bloodhound. And I sensed that because of the girl, he was going to be my enemy.
Grace, this is Gregor Savas.
Won't you sit down?
You will pardon me if I do not.
Sit down, Gregor. It will ease that temper of yours.
You have a companion, I believe, Mr. Race.
Yes, What happened?
He is quite all right. But we will have to charge him with resisting arrest.
Now you know, Race. Savas is a policeman. A highly placed policeman, to be sure, but a policeman nevertheless. Gregor, do sit down and have something to drink with us. It will lighten your spirits.
I am not anxious to lighten my spirits. There are other things to think about.
Savas, if Mark Donovan's guilty of anything, then I am equally so.
And I.
If I thought I could make use of such a situation, believe me, I would. Your companion was guilty of physical resistance. In this country, that is serious.
In this country, everything is serious. Let the man go, Gregor. He was only trying to help me.
If I have my way, and I think I will, he shall pay a full penalty. And that, for your information, Mr. Race, is quite severe.
This was his parting shot. With it, he left us, pausing only a moment or so to say something to a man beside the door.
I'm sorry, Race.
I'd better start doing something about Mark.
Oh, of course. I wish I could help. Will I see you again?
Why not?
I'm staying with a friend, a countrywoman of yours. Find the church of San Sebastian and walk through its graveyard.
Unusual directions.
Geraldine Carr is an unusual woman. I'm very fond of her.
I headed for the door, but halfway there I got my eye full of trouble. The lad to whom Savas had spoken had a knife in his hand. So I jammed my way past a side door and into a small room that offered exit in the shape of a window already open. I went through this and landed on the pavement outside. I told Mark that we'd come to the city to see a man by the name of MacDonald, and it was to this person that I went now. It was after midnight, but I found him still up, reading the latest blurb on the condition of Europe.
Oh, I never seem to sleep well in a hotel. Silly, isn't it? No, sit down, Race.
I came at this hour because I have a friend who's just been thrown in jail on a petty charge. Thought you might be able to help us.
How long is it since you arrived?
About 9 hours.
9 hours, and you already have a problem. Problems. This country is full of them. I know I'm in business here. I could probably do something for your friend. I'm wondering if you can do something for me.
I'll try.
I want to trigger a big expansion program here, Race. My syndicate is willing to spend millions because we know the industrial record of this nation. It's great. Naturally, to keep such a development sound, we must have insurance. But the underwriters are balking. Too much instability of government, too many factions at cross purposes.
I can imagine that. You sense it just from walking the streets of the city.
There's one man who ties the nation together. He's done it before. He can do it again.
Anton Vendine.
Yes, you know him. It's largely because you know him that you're here. Now, if we can persuade Vendine to again become prime minister, the insurance companies are willing to restore protection to business. That's the most important thing that can happen to this country. I want you to talk to Vendine, Race. I want you to persuade him to accept the post that people want him to take. If he'll say yes, President Lator will appoint him tomorrow.
I'm surprised that he hasn't already accepted. What's the impasse?
Well, for some reason, he's become a recluse. Won't talk to anyone. That's why your name was mentioned. You know, I understand you once held a cellar with him, kept a full detachment of Nazis at bay for almost 2 days.
Yes. He's a lion, that Vendine.
Ah, yes. Say nothing of yourself. Will you see him?
Yeah, as early as possible, tomorrow. I found Anton Vendine working in his garden. I remembered him with dark, gray-streaked hair. Now his hair was almost white. But the look of him was the same. Rugged, fighting features and the eyes of a child running to receive a toy. His eyes had always carried that expression, even in battle.
Race, I can't believe it. I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah, it seems a long time, Anton.
Yes, a long time. We saw some hectic days, didn't we? And now I cultivate roses.
Anton, we've always been strong friends. We've always been frank with one another.
I can recall that with pleasure.
So you can understand why I'm puzzled. The people of this country want you for their prime minister. The post has been vacant for weeks, waiting for your acceptance.
Politics. I no longer have an interest there, Race.
Well, in your case, I prefer the word statesmanship.
In my case, it's all the same.
There's something else bothering you. No man could change this much in 5 or 6 years.
Yes, there is something else. Do you remember my daughter? You must. In 43, she was 17.
Yes, I remember. I recall that you were very close to each other.
Yes, we were close, weren't we? She was not only a daughter, she was a companion in arms. A child to make a man proud of himself.
Anton, has something happened to her?
I thought I had done all the proper things with my daughter. Psychologically, educationally. She saw some very bad times, like the rest of us. But I felt her to be sound inside. I've always admired the women of my country, Race. Admired them for their strength and vitality. My daughter has both of those attributes in abundance. And now she insists on turning them to the pursuits of vandalism and violence. Philosophy she thinks is new and different. be gay and seek enjoyment no matter what the cost to others. This has become her only aim in life.
I see. But you can't let this affect you, Anton. You can't...
Race. When a man cannot influence his own child, a girl to whom he has given all his talents, the best of his efforts, how can he expect to lead a nation?
Anton, if my memory serves me correctly, your daughter's name is Stephanie.
That's right, Race. And she was always very fond of you.
And if my memory serves me still further, Stephanie has red hair. Stephanie Vendine. No wonder I hadn't recognized her. I remember what she'd been like 5 years before, thin from lack of nutrition. A young girl who seemed all eyes. She'd changed, and how she'd changed. I kept walking. The thought of Stephanie Vendine's beauty couldn't quite dispel the feeling of depression I developed in talking to her father. Because of my preoccupation, I didn't notice the car until I'd almost reached it. It was stopped so as to block my passage across the intersection. There was the driver, a man sitting in back. Another man stood alongside the car, leaning slightly on a cane.
Mr. Race.
Savas.
You may be interested to know that your companion was set free about an hour ago through the request of a rather influential person.
Well, that's gratifying.
I resent meddling, particularly on the part of foreigners. And I consider you and your companion to be a disturbing influence here. So I am making a suggestion. Get out of the country. If you remain here after noon tomorrow, either of you, you will be hunted down and shot.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The overall picture had become clearer now. The country had turned within itself out of dissatisfaction, and the Corps was assuming the old pattern, dictatorship. Already it had become a semi-police state. And there was a possibility that Savas had the drive to make it his party, the flame that would twist the country into his grip. There was only one remedy. Anton Vendine must return to the post of Prime Minister, which meant that I had to see his daughter.
I think we could have got here a little faster. We could have done a looking by daylight. This must be it. You said a church on one side and a graveyard on the other, didn't you?
Yeah, this is it, all right.
And we go through the graveyard in the dark. Oh, brother, what a routine.
The girl is living with Bohemians.
I thought you said she was staying with an American then.
By Bohemian, Mark, I mean Artie. They like to do things in an unusual way.
Well, they're doing it. What's the matter with that flashlight? Seems to be getting dim. When you go walking through a graveyard at night, you what?
Hey, Mark. Where are you?
Here I am, Race. The bottom of this pit.
Well, his light went out. Must be the batteries. Wait a second. Ah, there it is. Ah. Well, I'll be darned.
What are you laughing at? It's a lucky thing I didn't break my neck. What is this, anyhow?
Marcus, you're in a grave.
I'm in a what? You kidding?
An open grave.
Yes, me, that's Russian things a little.
Yeah, let me help you out, huh?
You have to reach way in. They bury him deep in this country.
Here, grab.
I got it.
All right, now dig in with your feet. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, that does it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can find those women without any more mishaps. Huh? The place turned out to be the loft over a barn, but a loft that had been decorated quite fetchingly. We found no one there, but a note had been tacked at the door. A note asking any callers to go in and wait.
Very cozy. I never would have thought it. Look, what's the pitch on all this, Racer?
A beautiful girl who thinks that tearing around and involving herself in madcap escapades is fun, even though it threatens to ruin her father's career.
Dames. And when they're beautiful, it makes it all the tougher.
Oh,
Huh?
You sound so cynical, the pair of you.
Hello, Stephanie.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, we have a back door, too. Hello, Race.
Why didn't you tell me who you really were?
Uh-oh. You've seen my father.
Yes, I saw him.
I couldn't resist it, Race. I was so mad about you when you were here before. I was only 16 then. Remember?
I remember a girl who could think of nothing but her country's freedom. A girl who adored her father.
I adored you too, Race. I think I could still adore you. With a little encouragement.
Maybe I ought to stroll down by the graveyard and commune with the spirits.
Not on my account, Mark.
Meaning you have no such romantic inclination. Is that it, Race?
Stephanie, why do you insist on placing your father in such a bad position?
You mean because I refuse to wave the flag any longer? Maybe I suffered from war nerves, too? Maybe I want a little fun.
From what I gather, your fun gets pretty rough. Vandalism. Be quite a crowd you're traveling with.
I like them. They know how to live. All I ever really knew before I met them was how to die. Ah, this is probably Geraldine now.
And Ted. Well, darling, we missed you. I thought... Oh, I'm sorry.
Why? Because she's got another man here? Well, I'm not sorry. He's too good looking. This must be your other American, Stephanie.
Oh, not as much my American as I had hoped. Race, this is Geraldine Carr and Ted Lamson.
Ted Lamson looked like All America in 1948. His slacks and shoes had been yellowed by mud, but his attitude was completely casual. Geraldine Carr had the look of a nightclub hostess, and the attitude to go with it.
You mean he's giving you trouble, Ducky?
Oh, he thinks I'm being a silly, willful female.
Why, Race? Because she refuses to moan about the probability of the next war? Because she's sensible enough to know that having fun's the most important thing in life?
It's quite a breezy philosophy. Good thing it hasn't been the creed of all mankind.
And why not?
We'd still be peering out of caves.
It's our idea that you can be happy and still do things, Race.
Oh, I understand you do things, all right. Not very constructive, though, are they?
Do come in, Gregor, even without knocking.
I am not here socially, Stephanie. This time my visit is official.
Then I'm sure it concerns me.
I am sure it concerns you, my dear. The Church of San Sebastian has just been robbed, and the custodian murdered.
Murdered?
His body is lying in the graveyard at this moment, with a knife in its side.
What was taken, Savas?
A gold statue, worth a lot of money.
Gregor, if you think I had anything to do with this...
What else can I think? The way you have been acting, the things you have been
The
doing...
things I've been doing have never included thievery or murder.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. I must place you under arrest.
Race.
Mr. Race is leaving the country. He has less than 24 hours. I trust he is keeping that in mind.
I could think of nothing else but to head for the home of Anton Vendine, where the immediate reaction to my news was one of hopelessness.
You see, Race? This finishes it.
I can see it'll finish a lot of things if we don't act quickly, including the freedom of this country. What are the mechanics of your taking over the premiership?
Well, I could simply be sworn in at any time. But with what has happened, I'm afraid the president will no longer be considering my appointment.
Let's go to him, Anton, before it's too late. President Lator, a gray little man with furrows of trouble etched across his forehead, shook his head dubiously.
The papers all have it by now, Anton. I am afraid the feeling is going to run high. Yesterday, you were the hero of the people. Tomorrow, they may think of you only as the father of a murderess. Under the circumstances...
I understand.
Will you excuse me, gentlemen?
He left us to answer his phone. When he came back, his expression looked even more troubled than before.
What is it, Nikolai?
Gregor Savas. He insists that I summon him to the post of Prime Minister.
If you do, Mr. President, it'll be a move you'll gravely regret.
I'm afraid I'm going to have no other alternative. I have held the post open too long as it is, waiting for you, Anton.
And Mr. Van Dien's ready to accept it.
But this is a scandal, Race. We may as well give up.
We are a religious people, Mr. Race, and that statue had great importance to us.
Suppose we find it. Suppose we prove that Stephanie Van Dien had nothing to do with its theft.
Oh, I should be most happy.
Then I'd like you two gentlemen to meet me at the side entrance to the Church of San Sebastian in about an hour. I think I know where to find that statue. See anyone yet, Mark?
Nah, nobody. But it's a good thing that moon come out, and behind those clouds, they wouldn't be able to see nothing. You want the president and Mr. Van Dien to come first, don't you?
Yes. And if I've timed it right, that's the way it'll work. If I've timed it right. There's so much that can go wrong with this, Mark.
Hey, here comes a couple of guys now, right?
Here, let me look.
The ones you want?
Yes. It's the president, Anton Van Dien. We're in this doorway, gentlemen.
All right, Race.
Oh, Mr. Race, whatever you are going to do, you must do it quickly. I have only a short time in which to make a decision.
If I've timed it right, Mr. President, you shouldn't have too long to wait. In fact, there's someone now.
Where?
Coming through the graveyard.
Who is it, Race?
A countryman of mine, I'm ashamed to say. Oh, but something's wrong. He should have had company.
He's gone. One moment he was there, and now he's gone.
Come on. All right, Lamson. You can stop digging. Come out of there.
Grace! That is the one, all right. Same grave I fell into.
Climb out, Lamson.
But this is nothing but an empty grave.
Not entirely empty, Mr. President. Buried at the bottom of it, you'll find that stolen statue. Morty Lamson.
You sneak. You trapped me into coming out here.
Don't talk about sneaks, Lamson. You've been letting Stephanie Van Dien think you were a friend.
Well, you won't get away with it. I'm not alone in this.
Go ahead, Lamson. Tell us who else is in it with you.
I think I can answer that best, Race.
Sebas!
Yes, Sebas. And with this as a present for all of you.
Sebas! I'm in here too. Watch out for me.
You are a bungling fool. You are going to die with the rest of them.
He means it. He's going to kill me too.
There seems to be others with him.
Surely. Sebas is set right now to make his first push.
Yeah, with us is the Gone Goslings.
Wait. Let's give them something back.
Mr. Race, what is going on here?
I'm afraid our friend Savas intends to assume control of this country. To do that, he knew he'd have to discredit Anton Van Dien. So he took advantage of Stephanie's apparent waywardness and framed this theft and murder. That's the way of it, isn't it, Lamson?
Yes. Yes, that's the way of it.
Yeah, he'd have made it stick, too. If Mark Donovan hadn't fallen into this grave.
Oh, it looks as though he may win even so.
Yeah, they're pinning us down while they come closer.
It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time.
You let them come closer. I welcome it.
You know, I still can't see how you figured this one out, Race.
You notice this grave now, Mark? It's just about 6 feet deep, isn't it?
Yeah, but when I fell into it was a lot deeper.
6 feet has always been the proper depth for a grave. But if you wanted to hide something in it, you'd make it deeper, wouldn't you? Which they did. They went right down to the yellow soil that Lamson had on his shoes.
Race, I think they're coming.
We are coming, all right.
Stand back a moment, Race.
Race!
Oh, brother. What was that?
Anton, you wiped them out with a hand grenade.
We did it once before, Race. Remember? Against the same kind of people.
Let's get out of here, Anton. So we can have you sworn in as Prime Minister. For the second time, you've earned it.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Evelyn Scott, Jack Crucian, Wilms Herbert, Joe Duvall, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Silent Heart.
It was hot in New York. One of those summer days when the newspaper sent cameramen on the prowl for some citizen sufficiently touched with the sun to try frying an egg on the sidewalk. At the moment, I felt like the egg. But coming out of the furnace blast of the street into the air-cooled offices of Trans-Columbia Life Plan was like passing from this vale of tears into some unexpected Valhalla.
Oh, ain't this something? Say, are all offices like this, Race? No wonder secretaries look so fresh at 5 o'clock.
In the reports, you look pretty fresh to secretaries, too, Mark. At all hours.
Stop with a clown. Look, who is this guy that you're going to see?
Fred Jeremy. There's his name right there in that door.
Well, why don't I go in with you? Maybe the guy's got something cool in a glass to go with the cool air.
He probably wants to see me alone, Mark.
Can I help you?
My name's Race. I'd like to see Mr. Jeremy.
Oh, well, go right in, Mr. Race. You're expected.
Race, I think I'll wait out here after all.
Mark, someday they'll pass a law making cab drivers wear blinkers. It'll be rough on you, boy. Rough.
Take your time in it.
I will. You take your time out here.
Hey, look, baby, I know a place where there is a three-piece band at
I hate dancing.
Mark.
Yeah?
You try not to freeze to death while I'm gone, huh? Fred Jeremy. Thick-lensed glasses and a high forehead. You had the look of the kid who sat next to you in school, the one who turned in his arithmetic paper 20 minutes before you finished yours. At the moment, his eyes were glued on some charts hanging on the wall.
Know anything about graphs, Race?
A little.
Take a look at these. Statistics on angina pectoris, heart disease. This one represents the national average of deaths due to heart ailments.
Oh, it looks pretty high.
It is, Race. It's a big killer.
And what's the other chart?
That represents one county in our New England district.
Same disease?
Yes, Race, the same disease. But notice the sharp upswing in deaths during the past year.
Almost doubles the national average.
Yes. Of course, it could be a coincidence.
But you don't think so?
Obviously not, or I wouldn't have sent for you. Race, I think there's a murder ring operating in that county.
Any special pattern that the claims follow?
Yes. The majority of the claims have been paid to business partners. Look at this latest one. The deceased, Richard Dodge, was insured for $50,000 by the financing partner, Arthur Becker.
Mm-hmm.
But Becker's original investment in the business was only $8,000.
I'd like to have a copy of that report.
There's one in this folder, along with a list of other cases that are suspiciously similar. Race, the town of Midville is situated on a lake right near the center of that county. It's rather popular as a vacation resort. You could use a vacation, couldn't you?
I'll leave tonight. I'll let you know where I'm staying.
Oh, brother, what a layout. Now, this is living, Race. And did you see those gorgeous chicks down by the lake? I am going to like you there.
Yeah, be careful of your heart, Mark. This place is becoming noted for angina pectoris.
Yeah? You know anybody who can introduce us to the dame?
Now, this is one you wouldn't enjoy meeting. Come on, let's climb into some swim trunks, huh?
That is exactly what I had in mind.
Come in.
Mr. Race?
That's right.
My name is Arthur Becker.
He was a fat man. But the way he carried himself told me that muscles were hidden under those layers of flesh. Muscles that would respond viciously if ever he was cornered. His eyes were those of a hunter. Light blue and cold. Very cold. Too cold for this to be vacation.
My business partner, Richard Dodge, passed away a short time ago. I had him insured to protect my investment. I understand you're investigating the claim.
Who sells you your information, Becker?
This is a small-town race. You sent a wire reporting your arrival to the insurance company. The boy who took the wire has rather a poor sense of ethics. He reads things.
What do you want, Becker?
What do you want, Race? I might help you to find it quickly and save us both a lot of time.
You insured Richard Dodge for $50,000, but you only invested $8,000 in the garage he opened. It doesn't add up.
I like Dodge. He was a competent mechanic with a good reputation.
And according to the medical report, when the insurance examination was made, he was a very healthy mechanic with a very good heart.
People have been known to take sick quite suddenly.
Yeah, well, this is a bit too convenient, especially with the money involved.
Well, I can see you haven't a very trusting nature, Race. I thought I might be helpful. After all, none of us know when the old pump might give out, Race. Could happen to anybody. It might even happen to you.
In checking around Midville, I found that Richard Dodge, the latest victim of the heart disease racket, had a mother. I went to see her.
I can't understand what happened to my boy, Mr. Race. He was so big and strong. He played football when he was in high school, you know.
Did he have any insurance? Any payable to you, I mean?
Well, he did before he went into the business with Mr. Becker. But then Richard increased his old policy and made it over to Becker so that the premiums wouldn't cost too much.
You mean Richard paid the premiums himself?
No, I paid them. I had a little money left over from my husband's pension.
I see.
I have some pictures of my son in his football uniform and when he was a soldier. Would you like to see them, Mr. Race?
No, I'd... Yes. Yes, Mrs. Dodge. I'd like to see them. There are some pictures you can't erase from your mind. Richard Dodge had been tall and straight, mean-looking. Now there was nothing left for the little old lady who'd prayed him safely through a war, only to see him die without reason. I walked back to the hotel.
Well, hey, it's about time you got back. It's been a dame looking for you. She said there was something you didn't know, and she thought might help you.
I must be this week's target for good deeds. Everybody wants to help me. Did she leave a name?
Yeah. She said she was Mrs. Dodge. That mean anything?
Mrs. Dodge? Well, I just left the old lady less than half an hour ago.
This dame was here a half hour ago. And, she ain't old. Not with that complexion. She said she'd get down and wait for you in a car. Parked at the end of the driveway. Blue convertible.
I better see her. Yeah, but I've got something for you to do, too. Here's a list of all the possible victims of the ring. They all died in this county. The county coroner's right here in Midville. Go over this list with him, will you, and find out if he performed an autopsy on any of them, and tell him I'd like a copy of his report in each case.
Oh, fine. I get all the nice jobs. All you gotta do is chase after the dolls, but lucky me. I draw the county coroner.
Now get going, boy. He may be beautiful. The blue convertible was at the end of the driveway, all right. The girl behind the wheel steered to the highway. I saw her face in the last glow of the sun. It was lovely. Lovely enough to make me forget for a moment why I was here. Finally, she turned into a small country lane and stopped.
Got a cigarette?
Here.
Thanks. You didn't know Richard Dodge was married, did you?
That's something I still don't know.
We were married secretly more than a year ago.
I don't want to sound like a house detective, but I suppose you have the license.
No. Richard kept it.
Well, that was an odd choice. Most men keep the bride. Especially when she looks like you, Mrs. Dodge.
Call me Rain.
Rain. That's an unusual name.
Not really. It stands for Lorraine. When I was a child, it was too much to handle all at once.
Why did you bring me out here? Not just to tell me that Richard Dodge had a wife.
Our marriage was secret. I didn't know what would come out in your investigation.
You're safe. His insurance wasn't made out to you.
Richard and I never announced our marriage because I was sorry I ever got into it. It wasn't until later that he told me about his heart.
Told you what about his heart?
He was sick. He was always afraid that he was going to die.
The insurance examiner doesn't agree with him. Neither did the doctors in the United States Army.
They could be wrong, couldn't they, Ray? You believe me, don't you?
She leaned toward me, and her eyes were blue in the dusk. But blue and smoky as a Harlem band at midnight. Her hair brushed the side of my face, and her arms went around my neck. A man who gets kissed like that needs a strong heart.
I could grow very fond of you, Race, if you'd let me.
I shouldn't object, should I? After all, you recover quickly. The last man you were found of has been dead almost 2 weeks.
I told you that Richard was a mistake.
Whoever killed him made a mistake, too.
You have no right to say he was killed, not unless you have some proof. Race.
All right, Race. Well, out of the car. Get your hands up.
Race, it's a holdup.
Save that for the Midville Little Theater, baby. You'll never make Broadway.
You keep your lip buttoned, wise guy. Tell the dame to start the car and get out of here.
Why don't you tell her? You know her name as well as you knew mine.
Go ahead, sister. Beat it.
Night had fallen. She had to put her lights on to turn the car on the narrow road. My back was to her, and the lights hit the man with the gun square in the face. I dove at him. I'm turning this gun into your stomach. Why don't you pull the trigger now?
Let me go, you!
Sure, with pleasure.
Oh, Race, I was so frightened.
Yeah, you're so sincere. Come on, drive me back to my hotel.
Well, what about Carson? Oh.
So his name's Carson. Thanks. Let's leave him there. The dew will bring him around.
Brother, what happened to you? You got lipstick on your mouth, but the rest of you. What did she do, kiss you and then push you into a concrete mixer?
Yeah, rival popped up. A fellow named Carson. How'd you make out with the coroner?
Fine. We'll kill the whole quart of elderberry wine. He makes it himself.
How about the death reports?
He says it was all just plain heart failures. Said we was worse than our time.
He too, huh?
You know, some I think I'm going to turn in early. That wine has made me woozy. Will probably have me a Technicolor hangover. A few minutes ago, everything looked blue, and now everything looks yellow. Ain't that funny, Rick?
Yeah. Yellow. What looks yellow, Mark?
Everything. It's funny, everything.
Mark, light up, boy. Right here in the couch.
Race. What's the matter with me?
Your order, please.
Tell room service to shoot up some ice and plenty of black coffee right away. And send the house doctor up. Hurry.
Race, what is it? I feel...
Yeah, Mark, you gotta be quiet, boy. I'm afraid you're gonna have a heart attack. Got about a 50-50 chance to save your life.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I stayed at the hotel waiting for the doctor to get finished with Mark. It was touch and go. I knew he was having a rough time of it. But while he was conscious, he never lost that grin. Made me want to go out after Becker and his mom. But you operate off cue when you get like that. I knew better. How is he, Doctor?
He's sleeping now. I think he'll come out of it all right. The coffee you poured into him probably saved his life.
I was right about the drug, then.
Yes, an overdose of digitalis. Administered orally. If he'd gotten a bit more of it, nothing would have helped. How did you spot it?
He had yellow vision. I know that color distortion's often the result of a heart depressant.
Yeah, it could be caused by something else. You made a good guess.
No, the nature of the case I'm working on eliminated guesswork in this instance.
I'll have to make out a report, naturally. Do you know who is responsible?
Not for sure, but I hope to before long. As soon as I've had a chance to sample some wine.
You'd better stick to water if the gentleman you have in mind spikes his wine with digitalis. Speaking of water, I think I'll try some.
I hope so. There's also some scotch over it.
Yeah, thanks. This'll do.
What's the matter, Doctor?
This water. I thought you said he was given the drug in wine.
You mean there's some in that water?
Enough to kill a mule, I'd say. I'd better have this analyzed.
Yes. I'd better start shopping around for a new suspect. For the next 12 hours, Mark slept like a log. I stayed close to him. The stuff he'd swallowed had obviously been meant for me. Made a few long-distance calls, including one to Fred Jeremy. He came up by plane loaded with information.
Well, I checked with the police, Race. There's a lot of stuff. I hope you can make it fit.
How about Becker?
Yeah, there's a prison record, all right. He also has an alias. Sometimes calls himself Benjamin Delaney.
Benjamin Delaney? Well, that's the name of another of the beneficiaries on a policy you paid off a couple of months ago.
That's right.
Now, how about Carson? You able to run down anything on him?
He served time with Delaney. He's also out on parole.
Good. Now, how about Richard Dodge? Any record of his marriage?
Yes, as he married a girl named Lorraine Gregory. A civil ceremony performed in the next county.
Lorraine Gregory? The county coroner's name's Gregory.
That's right, Race. She's the coroner's daughter.
So what were Becker and Carson convicted for?
Armed robbery.
Well, they picked a less spectacular game, but one that's all even more lethal.
Race, in view of what happened to your friend, I think we could get the police to make an arrest.
No, not yet, Fred. Couldn't make it stick.
Why not?
Because we can't prove access to the drug. It's hard to obtain. I've had every source checked and all prescriptions searched. There's no way they could have gotten their hands on the quantities used. None that we could prove.
Hi, fellas.
Hey, Mark, come on, now get back in bed.
Ah, not a chance. Don't you know more people die in bed than any place?
I'm sorry about what happened to you, Donovan. The company will try to make it up to you.
Oh, thanks. But I am interested in how you could have made it up to me if I drank just a little more of that stuff.
I guess you're getting better, all right.
I've been slip Mickeys before, you know. But this one was meant to be permanent. I would like to get my hands on the gent who's prepared it.
I hope you'll get that chance. I'm going out.
I bet there's another dame in this.
Yes and no. I'm in the mood for a little elderberry wine. I'm going to visit Coroner Gregory and his daughter.
Well, hello.
Hello yourself. Is your father home?
Come to ask for my hand, Race?
When I ask for your hand, baby, I'll be carrying handcuffs in mine.
Who's out there, Rain?
A man named Race. He wants to see Father.
Well, bring him in, girl.
Enter, Mr. Race. Mother, Dad, this is Mr. Race.
I'd like to talk to the coroner officially and alone.
Wow. I can always wash my hair. But you'll find that Mother and Dad are hard to separate.
You may leave us, Margaret.
I'll stay right here. You had too much wine to be left by yourself.
You mean he might say things I shouldn't hear?
What I mean is my business.
Gregory, you almost had another heart failure case in your hands. Friend of mine.
That's so.
If he had died, your report might have been interesting. I wonder what it would have said.
Since he ain't dead, there's no way of telling.
I think you'd have passed it off as a natural death, just as you have in so many other cases.
Heart trouble is a common disease.
Yes, but not when it's caused by digitalis. Why didn't you do an autopsy on Richard Dodge?
I know how to run my job.
Well, it might not be a job for much longer. I'm going to ask the state's attorney to appoint a grand jury to investigate these deaths.
Go ahead. You ain't getting me out of this job. Margaret will see to that, won't you?
Shut up.
Why should I? These city fellas are so smart. We don't like outsiders around here, mister.
You can't like your own people too well, either. They're dying off too easily. On that cue, I left. I'd uncovered one small point. Wherever Gregory's local political strength came from, it came through his wife. I checked around and found that he'd held some minor political office or other for years. But the key was Margaret Gregory. And it wasn't long before I could fit her into the jigsaw. I went back to Fred Jeremy and Mark.
Well, what's the answer, Race? Who tried to do away with me?
Well, we're getting close.
The coroner?
Only part of a setup. I know now why Becker and Carson and probably quite a few others are wandering around loose.
They were paroled.
Yes, but they shouldn't have been. Not if the parole board had been given the full facts.
But who could hide the facts?
Only one person. The secretary who prepared the reports. And when they were released, that secretary happened to be the coroner's wife, Margaret Gregory.
Well, that ties it up, doesn't it, Race?
All but the digitalis. But I think that I know where that comes from.
Well, it must have come from someplace. They got gallons of it.
Well, there was a third man in that holdup with Becker and Carson. A man named Otto Rodman.
Yes, but Rodman was never paroled. It was his third offense, and he got a stiff sentence. He has another 10 years to serve on a 15-year rap.
Yes, but he's behaved himself very well for the past 5 years. He's a trustee at the prison.
Yeah, so what's that got to do with the
Digitalis, Mark.
That's what I said.
I think Rodman supplies it. Because for the past 14 months, as a trustee, he's been assigned to the prison hospital.
Ah, that's rough, Race. Things get around quick on a prison grapevine. If we went in to investigate, he'd know it before we got to him.
Well, not the way we're going to do it, Fred. I'm going to set it up with the state's attorney. Mark and I are going into that state prison as a pair of convicted hijackers.
All right, now, which two go to the infirmary?
We do.
Get in there. Here are two guys for sick call, Rodman. Probably faking. I'll see him on the way back after the doctor gets in.
Okay, Mr. Seward. What are you guys in for?
The cops say we hijacked a truck.
Yeah, but of course you didn't.
Well, of course not.
Yeah. Ain't it a shame the way we innocent guys keep getting thrown in here for nothing?
It was a frame-up. What are you in for?
I borrowed some money and forgot to give it back. You guys really sick of just stalling?
Yeah, my heart's been giving me a little trouble. I guess being in this place brings on heart attacks.
Nah, you get used to it. We ain't had more than 4 hot cases in a year I've been on this job.
How do you get an assignment like this?
Keeping my nose clean.
Is this better than the other spots?
Yeah, grub's better. Few special privileges. Private room visitors 3 days a week.
Does it work hard?
Nah. Guy's got to be pretty sick before they let him stay in here. Mostly it's a clerk's job, keeping records, ordering supplies. Those books right there beside you.
That looks pretty simple. Aspirin, bandages, codeine, and digitalis. Quite a lot of digitalis. A large order every month, yet you've only had 4 heart cases in more than a year.
Well, the stuff's spoiled to stamp here. You got to make sure it's fresh. Besides, you better put that book down before the doc gets here. Get over and sit on that bench.
Rodman, you've been slipping that digitalis out of here 100 grains a month. To Becker and Carson.
You're crazy. You're nuts, both of you.
Watch him, Race.
What are you, a couple of stool pigeons?
Rodman, you're an accessory to more than 20 murders, and you'll die for it unless you get smart.
Die? Will I?
Put on that scalpel, Rodman.
Put it in your...
Look out, Race!
Stay back, Mark. This thing is sharper than a razor.
Can you take it? I'll kill you and...
Drop it. Drop it. You lose, Rodman. There's an electric chair in this setup someplace. Who's going to sit in it? You, or Becker, and Carson, and the Gregorys?
All right. All right, I'll talk.
Save it. I'd like the warden and a couple other people to hear it. Open up, guard!
Hey, you know something, Race? I'll bet we're serving the shortest sentence anybody ever served here.
Well, Race, can you think of any reason why we should pay your fee after treating you to such a fine vacation?
A vacation? Are you kidding? I almost become a corpus delicious.
Oh, Mark, Latin and you do not make a team. Fred's guy.
I certainly am. What a ring. The coroner and his wife and daughter, and a pair of cutthroats.
Hey, you know something, Race? That Rain dame wasn't bad looking. I don't think she was so bad. Maybe her family just roped her into it, huh?
She working on your heart for the second time?
What do you mean the second time?
Who do you think poured that stuff into your drinking water?
You mean she did it? Why, that two-timer, no good dame.
That would have gone on if you hadn't stopped it, Race. You've saved the company a lot of money.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Fred. You never paid Becker for the death of Richard Dodge, did you?
No, and we won't have to now.
Now, those premiums were paid by Dodge's mother, Fred. Sweet old lady. She's the real victim of this.
Oh, I see what you're driving at, Race. I think I can arrange to have the claim paid to her.
Ah, thanks, Fred. You're a decent guy.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Ted Von Eltz, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Garrulous Bartender.
There's something about having a date with a redhead that causes a man to spend an extra 5 minutes with his razor, take a little more time in choosing a tie, and maybe giving himself a last look in the mirror just before he's ready to go. Which is just what I was doing when...
Hey, I was wondering if you'd be here. I've been trying to get hold of you all... My, don't the man look pretty?
Big night, Marcus. I'm dining with that delicious lass with the Titian tresses
Who is third from the left in the chorus that legs it in Mike Shannon's floor show.
Exactly. And now you may congratulate me.
And now I am going to break your heart. Mr. Daniel Poulsen of the Pacific Insurance Company wants he should see you, but bad, and but right away.
Look, Mark, I'm willing to forget you ever gave me this news. Breaking this date tonight would make me very unhappy.
Yeah, huh? Mr. Poulsen is already unhappy. He told me so 3 times, all the way from Los Angeles.
You mean Poulsen's been calling from California?
Yeah, which costs more than a nickel a throw. He's a big account, ain't he, Race?
Yep. Here goes my redhead. What did Poulsen say?
He's at the Biltmore Hotel out there, which, I understand, is a fair to Midland manger. And he claims he wants to see you the first thing in the morning. He told me that at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is now 8:30.
All right. Let's go. Los Angeles was having one of those days her Chamber of Commerce doesn't like to discuss. Cloudy. And the weather matched the expression of Dan Polson as he greeted me in his suite at Biltmore.
I'm glad you got here. We've got to move fast on this thing.
What is it?
An embezzlement job. $100,000, and you know what that means. We don't crack it, there'll be 100 more of them all over the country.
It must be a bank job.
It is. A man by the name of Thomas Carney. Manager of the Spring Street branch of the Merchants National Bank.
Any leads?
Just two. They're both pretty slim. He had recently been frequenting a bar on Main Street, a spot called Crow's Nest. And in his apartment, the police came across an envelope postmarked Juarez, Mexico. Had no return address. There was nothing inside it.
Oh, that's something. I guess my first move was a visit to this place called the Crow's Nest. Skid Row with music. That's Main Street, Los Angeles. Here you'll find plenty of drifters. The lads that don't seem to have a knack for what's known as making a living. But the barkeep at the Crow's Nest looked affluent enough. He had a pendulous paunch, cheeks that could have doubled for dewlaps, and a pair of pop eyes that indicated thyroid trouble.
Sure, I know Connie. Not a bad guy. You never can tell, can you?
You ever hear him say he'd been in Juarez?
Juarez? You know, I think he did say something like that once. Yeah, but why?
I'd like to talk to him. I thought he might be there.
Don't kid yourself, mister. You ain't got a chance of talking to Connie.
He might want to talk to me. Might even have changed his mind about keeping that money.
$100,000? Yeah, why would a guy want to change his mind about $100,000?
Because he finds that he's afraid of what he's done. Because he finds that if he had it to do over, he wouldn't.
Yeah, well, you got something there. Come to think of it, Connie was kind of scared, little guy. Might change his mind at that, if you could put it to him that way.
What way, Benny?
Remember the kid you knew in school who enjoyed pulling the wings off live flies? Well, he was one grown up. He looked as though he might have just stepped out of his web. And the bartender's reaction made you think of the flies.
Hello, Zucker.
What way, Benny?
Oh, I was just saying, I bet Connie's having a good time in Juarez. Tijuana, maybe.
You talk too much. You know that, Benny?
Sure. I talk too much, Zucker. But I don't mean nothing by it.
Guys that talk too much don't hang around very long. You don't know that, Benny.
Sure. I know it. Excuse me, Zucker. I got a customer.
You heard my name, pal. What's yours?
Race.
You're a cop, aren't you?
Not exactly.
I hate cops.
Now, just to keep the record straight, I'm an insurance investigator.
It's all the same. You're a cop.
Which adds up to what?
Gonna head right for Juarez, ain't you? Just because that flabmouth said Connie might be there.
I might head for Juarez.
Gonna head right for Juarez just because that little flabmouth likes to jabber. And Benny...
What do you want, Zucker?
Come here.
Oh, look, Zucker, I told you I didn't mean nothing.
I said come here.
What do you want, Zucker? A drink?
Lean over here.
What for?
So I can take hold of you. Like this!
Let go!
You fat flabmouth, I'm gonna...
Let go of him.
Get your hands off me.
If you don't let go of him, I'm going to break your arm.
All right, I'll let him go. Big guy, ain't you? Tough, hard, big guy.
Why don't you drift?
You know what I'm gonna do with you, big guy? I'm gonna be around. I'm gonna be around all the time. You stay here, I stay here. You go to Juarez, I go to Juarez. All the time till I get you somewhere just right. Then I'm gonna make you wish you'd never been born.
Hey, that character wasn't kidding, Race. He's a bad one.
We've had bad ones before.
Sure. He always made a play, and we took care of him. This guy's gonna hang back. That ain't good. But I got an idea. Why don't we go to work on him first?
It's probably a good idea. Fairly sound. But it isn't the way we operate, is it?
Ethics. What good are ethics? Me, I'll take an end wrench anytime. Yeah. What do you make of this setup, anyway?
A little bank manager rubs shoulders with the underworld.
And lets himself get talked into embezzling $100,000. You'll be lucky if they let him keep a nickel of it.
That's a pretty sound observation. Know anything about Juarez, Mark?
I was there during the war. It's the toughest town on the North American continent.
Well, Juarez is where we're going, as of now. The toughest town on the North American continent looked sleepy, felt unbearably hot, and gave you the feeling that here had been gathered all the dust in the world. It was just after noon, siesta time. But I ran into one native who seemed willing to give his time to something else besides slumber.
You better come in from that sun, senor, before it burns a hole in your head.
It's probably an excellent suggestion.
You were looking for something, senor? My name is Enrique Hernandez. I like to help people look for things.
I'm looking for Americans.
Oh, we got a few here. How'd you like them? Like this or like this?
I'm looking for a man. A man by the name of Carney.
Carney, a little man with part of his hair gone.
That adds up. Can you take me to him?
He would be worth something, senor.
$100 if I get right to him.
See, this evening, senor, I'm going to meet you here. You have the $100 in your hand, and I will show you the way to this man, Carney.
I had sent Mark Donovan looking for information. I found him seated at a table in the bar of our so-called hotel, sipping drinks with three people who were obviously Americans. There was a man and two women. Mark saw me as I came in, excused himself, and came over to me.
Hey, you have any luck, Race?
Oh, a little. You look as though you're doing all right.
Yeah. I kind of stumble into this. See the two dames? Well, I make a play for the young one, and the old one gets the idea I mean her.
Well, look up it. She didn't exactly slap your face.
Yeah, not Emma. In 15 minutes, I am the thrill of her life. May not be important, but they're a lot of fun. Come on over, I'll introduce you.
Mark introduced the man at the table as Jack Kemp. The women as Peggy Dana and Emma Tellifer. Kemp must have been about 30. Nice-looking person with a pleasant manner. Peggy Dana reminded me of a girl I'd once fallen for in high school. She wore slacks and a sweater, and I felt I could do the falling all over again. Emma Tellifer was wearing slacks, too. And she shouldn't have been. A red splash of bandana had been tied around her head and face that would have looked better on a football helmet.
Suppose you're wondering what we're doing down here, Mr. Race. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering myself. What are we doing, Peggy?
Why, darling, you said you wanted to do something different, something exciting. Didn't she, Jack?
That's the way I heard it.
As Mark had said, it wasn't important, but it was fun. So much so I remembered my appointment with Enrique Hernandez just in time. I made my excuses, left Mark behind, went out to find Enrique waiting impatiently. He had me follow him to an alley that led to what appeared to be an abandoned cafe.
Here you are, senor. Another $100, please.
After I've seen my man. Where is he?
You just open the door, senor. Where you see the light. You're going to find him inside.
All right. I find him, then you get your 100.
Who's that?
The man on the other side of the room was staring at me with the cool, clear, all-seeing gaze of a drunk peering through a wet window. But he wasn't drunk. He was frightened. Little and bald-headed and frightened.
Didn't you hear me? I said, who is it?
Someone who wants to talk to you.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Well, if you let me, I'm going to help you.
I don't need any help. Help me. How?
I can make it possible for you to go back to the States.
I don't want to go back to the States. Yeah. How would you make it possible?
I can arrange a deal.
What kind of a deal?
You turn back the money you embezzled, and I think I can get you off with a light sentence.
No, I couldn't do that.
You'd rather sweat it out like this, would you? Terror-stricken, wondering what's going to happen next.
I know, but I couldn't return the money now. They wouldn't let me.
Who wouldn't let you?
Never mind, I can't say.
You'd rather keep eating your heart out, would you? All I have to do is telegraph. We'd get a reply back in a matter of hours. A light sentence, Carney. Then you're free again.
I don't know.
I could see I had him going, so I kept talking until he finally gave in. I was to wire Los Angeles. If the deal could be made, if he could get off with a light sentence, he was willing to turn over the money. I left him and found a telegraph office, but it wasn't until the next morning that I got my reply. Then I went back to see him. Carney, You here?
Yeah, he's here, Ray. Why don't you shut the door?
It was Zucker, looking as though he just pulled a wing off of one of those flies. He was sitting in a rocking chair, rocking gently.
Sit down. Or, I'm afraid you'd get your clothes dirty.
Where's Connie?
He's here, in the other room. Go take a look.
I will. Connie was sitting in a chair, too, and it happened to be another rocker. But Connie wasn't rocking. Someone had beaten the life out of him with a blunt and heavy instrument.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
It all seemed so pat. My scared fugitive with his $100,000 hidden away somewhere, and I'd needed only a talk with him to break the case. So I'd been telling myself, or should I say kidding myself. When a man has no breath in him, he does no talking. And this was now the permanent condition of Thomas Carney, embezzler. I turned back to Zucker to find he'd been joined by a couple of dubious-looking companions.
Kind of a mess, ain't he?
Carney? Yeah, he's a mess, all right.
Somebody must have really had a grudge against that boy.
Somebody who wanted that money he was carrying.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it, too.
You didn't want it, of course.
Me? I was Connie's pal.
That's right. You were his protector, weren't you? So you let someone murder him.
Go ahead. Needle me. See what it gets you.
Of course, you weren't with him when it happened.
That's right, I wasn't with him. Or it wouldn't have happened. Not right now, anyway. But somebody was with him. It might have been you.
Sure, yeah. That's the way I make my living. By murdering the one man who can break the case for me.
Well, it's been done before.
That's right. You don't like cops, do you? You don't think they're honest.
That's right. I don't think they're honest.
I told you I wasn't a cop.
You're a cop, all right.
I suppose you've been looking for that money.
I hate cops.
If you had the money, you wouldn't be here. And you wouldn't have killed Carney unless you were sure of the money. So that lets you out.
I'm much obliged. But it don't let you out.
No?
No. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna tease you. Tease you till you tell us a story on that dough.
You're overlooking something, aren't you?
Yeah? What?
Would I have come back here if I already had the money?
How do I know? How do I know what a cop's liable to do?
You want we should start in on him now, Zucker?
No, not here. We might want to work on this boy for quite a while. We wouldn't want them Juarez police to butt in.
So I take him to the motel, eh?
No, you take him out in the sticks. Out in the sand where we went yesterday. You keep him in the sun while you work on him.
That's gonna get a little hot.
For you? Sure. But think how hot it's gonna get for him.
You ain't coming?
No, not right now. I want to have a look around this joint. I'll catch up with you later.
A pair of assistants took me outside to a car they had waiting at the end of the alley. I was pushed into the back seat, but it didn't start moving. The car just wouldn't cooperate. It sounds like you boys might be a little low on gas.
Then you put no bush in this crate? No, you didn't. Look at the gauge, you jerk.
Well, let's go back and tell Zucker. He'll probably be quite happy with the efficiency shown by you boys.
I ain't gonna tell Zucker nothing about it. There's a gas station a couple of blocks from here. We'll go get some. All right, come on, get out.
Oh, you want me along, too, huh? No, I thought maybe you'd let me sit here and watch the passers-by.
Quit clowning. Get out.
It was more than 2 blocks. It was 5. All of them dusty, all of them hot. And my companions weren't used to walking. That quickly became obvious. So by the time we reached the gas station, both were thoroughly disgruntled with me, with the weather, and with each other. Then we had to wait.
What goes on around here anyway? Ain't there nobody to run this joint?
It's 1 o'clock, siesta time.
Oh, damn it, siestas. No wonder they never get nothing done around here.
Now, here's a can. We can just take some gas, leave the money.
We'll take some gas, all right, but we ain't leaving nothing.
Here, I'll fill it for you. Okay, where do you want it?
In a can, you creep. Where else?
I was thinking a good spot might be your face. I let them both have it right in the teeth. Then I dropped the thing and ran. I didn't slow up until I felt purple and reasonably assured that I'd lost them. It was then that a familiar voice spoke to me.
You better come in from that sun, senor. It's not good for running like that.
Oh, it's you, Hernandez. And you're so right. Only an idiot would run in heat like this.
See. You had not forget my $100, have you, senor?
No, Enrique, I have not forgot. Yeah.
Oh, gracias, senor. Muchas gracias.
I was a little surprised you weren't waiting for me when I came out of that place last night.
I would have waited, senor, but I was afraid. While you were in that place, there was someone else who came.
Someone else? Who? What'd they look like?
I could only hear, senor. It was too dark to see. But they stood outside while you were there, and that $100, it was for telling about Carney, not for fighting about him.
You have sound logic, Enrique. It should carry you a long way.
Is there anything else for which the senor would like to employ me?
There may be, Enrique. We'll see. I was hot and thirsty, and full of the conviction that I had bungled what appeared to be a fairly simple case. A combination of circumstances that called for a drink. A long, tall, cool one that I secured at the bar of our hotel. And while I quaffed it, something feminine and lovely sidled under the stool next to me. Something feminine and lovely by the name of Peggy Dana.
Hello, Race.
Hello yourself.
You look as though you'd been running.
I have, but we won't talk about that. What would you like?
I didn't stop for a drink. I just thought I'd like to talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Had I known that was coming up, I'd have gone downstairs and prettied up a little.
Oh, you look all right as you are.
You look all right, too. You look awfully all right.
Race, why are you down here?
Hasn't Mark Donovan told you?
You know he hasn't. He's not the type.
What are you doing down here?
I just came down for a look at the place. I'd heard it was wild and woolly. Now I guess I'm just staying because you're here. But you've been keeping so busy.
What about the boyfriend, Jack Kemp?
Yes, what about me, Peggy? I thought I was in your good books.
I think you're wonderful, darling.
See, Race, the girl really loves me. So quit trying to steal her, will you? Look, why don't we go to a table where we can start some serious drinking?
Oh, Jack, it's too hot.
Not for me. How about you, Race?
I don't think I could handle another one.
Good man. Now, I'd like to make you a bet. Just finish one more of those things you're sipping now. And I'll give you any odds you want that it's the beginning of your downfall.
He was almost right. A hot day and a bartender who knew how to hide dynamite in a cool, delicious drink. That's enough to cause your grandmother's downfall. By the fourth one, I knew I'd have to slow up. It didn't seem to bother Kemp. The only way he showed any effect was by insisting on paying for every round, and by the careful and exact way he counted out the bills to pay for them. I was finally rescued by Mark, who somehow got me up to our room.
Are you off your rocker? You can't drink like that in this country.
Or in any other.
What do you want? Hot coffee, cold shower, or both?
I don't want either, Mark. Be quite truthful, I just want to go out and send another wire to Los Angeles.
You nuts. Here, just let me ease you down on this bed now.
Ease down onto yourself, boy. I'm going out and send that wire. I just thought of something I think is going to crack this case.
That's you, Race?
Yeah.
It's almost midnight. What have you been doing?
Playing watchdog. Did I get a wire from Los Angeles?
Here it is.
Good.
What? So what you wanted?
Right on the button.
Oh.
Come on, Mark.
So now what?
We're going to have a look at a room 3 doors down the hall.
there anyone in the room?
No. Ah, here we are.
Key and everything, huh?
Yeah, I got friendly with the night clerk. Made him a loan he doesn't have to pay back.
Look, tell me, what are we looking for?
$100,000. Or most of it, anyway.
Oh, brother, $100,000. Listen, if we find that, you're going to have to worry about me. But what makes you think it might be here?
Because this is the room of the...
Hey, what is this?
Good evening, Mr. Kemp.
Hey, Race, what goes? You ain't tagging Jack for this deal, are you? Jack's a nice guy.
Kemp just seems to be a nice guy, Mark. He also seems to be a wealthy playboy, but he isn't. He's a bank teller who followed Carney down here and murdered him.
What?
You drank too much today, Race.
A bank teller? I think you're missing on this one, Race. Jack just ain't the type.
Yeah, but he acts the type in one very peculiar way.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the way you counted out the money this afternoon when you were paying for those drinks. Meticulously, carefully. You laid out each bill with just the proper snap of your thumb. Just the way you've been doing it for 11 years at the Merchants National on Spring Street in Los Angeles. Start looking for that money, Mark.
Right.
The bank has nothing on me. I quit legitimately, without touching a dime.
So they said. But you knew about Carney. He'd been foolish enough to confide in you a little, shall we say? You knew he was going to a rendezvous down here with thugs he thought were going to protect him. So you came here, too, and got to the money before they could. But you had to murder him to make it stick.
Hey, Race, here's the dough. It was in his phone book.
And you can turn it all over to me. Thanks for leaving the door open, boy. It's a written invitation.
It's still open, Zucker. For you to back out.
I ain't backing out of nothing. Come on, chum. Bring me that phone book.
You can still leave, Zucker. But not with that phone book.
Like I told you before, Race, I don't like cops. You crowd me too far, and I'll prove it to you. Bring me the phone book, chum.
That gun he's got in his hand, Race, that's a good argument.
I've got a gun in my hand, too, Mark. In my pocket. But, maybe you had better give him the phone book.
Oh. All right. I'll give it to him. Hey, you did have a rod in your pocket.
That's right. Sometimes when you can't afford to bluff. And this was one of them.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, D.J. Thompson, Wilms Herbert, Tom Holland, and Jack Crucian. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. we join Frank Race for the adventure of the vanishing favorite.
Nothing can buy as much excitement as a $2 bill. Anybody addicted to the sport of kings can tell you that. It was a soft, balmy afternoon, and I was lined up with the other balmy $2 bettors at one of the mutual windows of my favorite race course on Long Island, intent on wagering a deuce on my 40-to-1 shot selection that he could beat 9 other 2-year-olds to the wire in the opening gallop of 5 furlongs.
Race! Hey, Frank! Wait a minute! Oh, brother, what a mob.
I thought you weren't going to bet on the first, Mark.
And I still ain't. Anybody which would bet on 2-year-olds must be off of his stick. I come down to find you.
Why'd you wait by the finish line where I left you? Think I wouldn't come back?
Well, maybe I should have said I was sent down to find you. There's a guy in the clubhouse wants to see us. He wants we should sit in his box with him.
Seats in this crowd?
Yeah.
Mark, you're a man of miracles. Who is the benevolent gentleman?
His name is, wait a minute. It's right here on the passes he give me for the box. Robert J. Sherwood.
What? He's the racing secretary.
Ah, nah, he ain't no secretary. He's a big shot. You ought to see the ushers clear a path for him. And, speaking of paths, he wants you to beat one to him pronto.
All right, Mark. Thanks for the offer of a seat, Mr. Sherwood. We've met before, haven't we?
Yes, Race, we have. Some securities were once stolen from me. You recovered them for me through my insurance company.
Oh, that's right, I'd forgotten.
Now, I don't mean this to sound ungracious, but when I saw your companion, Mr. Donovan, in the crowd, I asked him to bring you up here. My reasons are not entirely social.
Lose some more securities?
No, but I do have a certain responsibility that might lead to problems. This time, I want to take precautions in advance.
A personal matter?
Yes, in a way. It also involves this track. It might involve the future of horse racing in this country.
Sounds big. But it also sounds rather vague.
I'll try to be more specific, Race. Do you particularly care about seeing the second, or?
No, I took too much of a loss on Lady Borgia in the first. In a roundabout way.
Good, good. Come back to the stables with me. I'll show you the root of my trouble.
We went out to the neat white stables behind the track. The root of Sherwood's trouble, as he called it, turned out to be a jet-black colt with a hide that glistened like satin. Needed only one look to tell me that this was no ordinary oat burner. He stood a good 17 hands high, and when he shifted his weight, muscles rebelled. And the look in his eye that spelled his champion.
Holy smokes, what is this, citation?
No. His name is Flame of Athens.
The Wonder Horse from Greece? But I thought he was shipped to Santa Rosita.
No, Race. That story was false. It was given out to the sports commentators for a reason.
The reason being you don't want anybody to know that the horse is here. Why?
Because several attempts have been made to kill him.
It takes somebody pretty low on the rung of humanity to want to harm an animal like this. You're really a piece of horseplay, aren't you, boy?
Race, I'm stumped. I don't know who wants to get rid of the animal. It could be too many people with too many motives.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to be responsible for the safety of the horse until he's flown out to Santa Rosita track next week for the match meeting with Galway King.
Oh, it's a little out of my line, Sherwin.
This looks more like a job for a lodge babysitter.
Well, you'll find it isn't so simple if you take the assignment. I need your help, Race. I can see that you love a thoroughbred. So do I. I also love the sport. But if it's going to exist, it must be kept clean.
What do you figure might be trying to muddy it up?
There's been a lot of betting on the match between Flame of Athens and Galway King. Originally, Galway King was a heavy favorite because he's beaten almost everything over here. People figured a foreign horse doesn't have a chance against him.
But the betting switched?
Yes. Yes, a lot of money showed for this horse all over the country. Now he's the heavy favorite. It's only 1 to 3, odds on. A lot of bookmakers gave bigger odds in the beginning, though. They stand to be wiped out if he wins.
Then you figure that the bookmakers are the heavies in this.
For the sake of the sport, that's what I'd like to figure.
But there are other possibilities?
Yes. It's the owners of the horses. They have a side bet. Even money. Horse for horse.
How big is the bet?
$500,000.
Holy cow, you mean there really is that much cabbage in the world?
Both owners are wealthy men. Galway King is fourth on the list of all-time money winners. And Flame of Athens beat everything in Europe before he was shipped over here.
Both owners and all the bookmakers in the country. It's quite a batch to keep tabs on.
You'll take the job then, Race?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Good. And as a bonus, I'll give you one more suspect. The jockey who was slated to ride Flame of Athens, Georgie Clements. He's been removed from the mount.
That makes bingo, Race. The only ones we don't have to watch is each other. That's a fine thing playing nursemaid to a horse. Hey, Race. Race! Race! You awake?
Yeah, the answer is yes. Since you twisted my arm.
I can't sleep on this cot. Feel like I'm back in the Army. Keep dreaming of that sergeant who always put me on KP. I peeled 4 barrels of potatoes since the first time I closed my eyes.
Yeah, go back to sleep.
I can't. To do any more work in my sleep, I'll be too tired to wake up.
Quiet, Marv.
Huh? What is it?
Somebody outside. The nocturnal prowler stood framed in the doorway. There was no moon outside, but whatever dim light there was cast a blurred shadow into the stall. My cot was next to the outside wall. I gathered my knees under me and made a lunge.
That's get him, Race.
Yeah. Turn on the flashlight, Mark.
Yeah, sure. Uh-oh.
Oh, I was right. No wonder one punch was enough. It's a girl.
Yeah. And a honey. Hope you haven't put her out of commission for good. Kids like this make the world nicer to look at.
Yeah, she'll come around in a minute. Get some water in a towel, will you?
Yeah.
Come on, wake up. Wake up.
It's a funny thing. I get to wake you up, but you get to wake her up. Am I always going to be water boy in this thing? I wasn't talking to you, wise guy.
Come on, you beautiful thing. Wake up. Here, try to sit up.
What happened to me?
I introduced myself rather crudely. Hangover from ancestors who lived in caves.
Oh, why did you hit me with a club?
I'm sorry. Truly sorry.
Well, you needn't be. I think my father would approve of you. He might even give you a reward.
I take it Daddy regrets not using the hairbrush when we were younger. But before we get into that, who is Daddy?
Oh, you mean, who am I?
No, I was trying to be more subtle.
Oh, from the way my jaw feels, it's too late for subtlety. Don't tell me you don't recognize me.
I'm beginning to. Magazine covers, no?
Magazine covers, yes.
Poor little rich girl turned model. You're Lita Galway, aren't you?
That's right. And by whom have I had the pleasure of being knocked unconscious?
The name is Frank Race.
That's a nice name. But you say it as though you don't like it.
I was thinking of something. You're Richard Galway's daughter. Your father owns Galway King.
Yeah, that's right again. You should go on information, please.
What were you doing around here?
I like horses. Runs in the family.
Yes, honey child, but there's only one horse in this stable area. Flame of Athens.
Yes, I know. I wanted to see him.
The middle of the night. With a match meeting coming up. And a $500,000 bet on the side.
Well, wouldn't that make me interested in the horse?
Oh, yes, definitely. I see you even went to the trouble of bringing him an apple.
It's a good way to make friends. With horses or school teachers.
Now I know why you were kicked out of so many colleges. You looked undernourished. Why don't you eat the apple yourself?
Why should I? Oh, I see, Mr. Race. You must read detective stories. Well, just to show you how wrong you are.
She ate the apple, grinning at me at each bite. Even in the cold glare of the flashlight Margaret placed on a feed box, her face had a special kind of beauty. The boys that grow up with a yen to marry the boss's daughter always hoped the daughter would look like this.
Convinced, Race?
Completely.
In the Garden of Eden, wasn't it Adam who ate the apple?
Yes, he also lived to regret it.
But this one wasn't poisoned. You just thought it was. Maybe I'm not as poisonous as you think.
I'll do some research on it. Someday when I have some spare time.
Do you know you're the first man who ever hit me?
I said I was sorry.
I'm not. Women are strange creatures, aren't they, Race?
She leaned toward me. As she came closer, her face blurred out, except for that wonderful, smooth mouth. I reached for her, and she didn't resist. For the next 10 seconds, I felt like a man going over Niagara Falls in a barrel.
That was nice.
I may have been the first man who ever hit you, but I can see you haven't been neglected in other ways.
Make sure you don't neglect me from now on, Race. How about walking me back to my car?
All right. Mark should be back in a second. I wonder where he went for that water.
Stop wondering about other people and concentrate on me.
I walked Lita to her car, stopping every once in a while to get the Niagara Falls feeling again. We strolled down a path lined with trees, and I helped her into her yellow convertible. She was gone. It was then the weight of responsibility pressed on my mind again. I planned a straight-line shortcut through the brush to get back to the stables again.
Hurrying someplace?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm the inquiring photographer. You just asked the question for today. Why don't you try answering it first?
I can't see very well. That's not a camera you're holding.
No, it's a Smith & Wesson. It goes bang. It makes holes in things. Now sit down on that stump over there and keep me company for a while.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to refuse that invitation.
It's not an invitation. It's an order.
And you'll use the gun to enforce it?
Do I look like the type who'd make casual conversation?
No. That'd make it rather silly for me to try passing it, wouldn't it?
Very silly.
Which leaves two other alternatives. To sit down and visit or take that gun! Ooh, my eyes!
I'm letting you off easy this time.
I don't know how long I lay there after he hit me with the gun, but a shot had been fired along the side of my face. The flash had blinded me temporarily. When I came to, my eyes were still smarting. I seemed to be seeing red. Everything was tinted with color, even in the night. Then I smelled smoke and I jumped up. The glow came from the stables. They were on fire.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
By the time I reached the stables, the place resembled Dante's Inferno. Whoever had named the horse Flame of Athens must have had a premonition of things to come. Nothing in that row of stalls could have been saved. Swipes and grooms and other track personnel had formed a bucket brigade to keep the fire from spreading to another line of stalls. There was nothing to do but join them.
Let me get in there, will you, Mac? Let me in.
Mark, what happened to you?
Shh, tell you later.
Oh, that poor animal. I bungled this one, Mark.
For a brilliant guy like me, helping you, all your worries are imaginary.
You mean the horse is all right?
Here comes the red wagons. Get out of here, and I will show him.
Well, if you got that horse out, you shouldn't have left him.
I left him, and nobody will be looking for him. He's in the stalls with the white horses.
Oh, nice work, Mark. That's good cover.
And not only that, but I have spotted a place where they rent trailers. I thought you and me and the horse might go camping for the weekend.
A very excellent suggestion.
Oh, brother. I've hauled many strange characters around my cab race, but this is the first time I have ever played chauffeur to a horse.
I better find some side road soon and get off the highway. Look at this headline in the paper I picked up at our last coffee stop.
Match-made favorite vanishes in stable fire.
The state police may have been alerted. They know the horse didn't perish in the fire.
If he did, it's an awful live ghost back there in that trailer. He almost kicked the sides out of that thing.
I'm going to send a couple of wires as soon as possible.
Oh, shall we?
Yeah. Let him know the horse is safe. We can take him to some isolated training farm. Trainer can come down and get him in shape for the match.
Oh, here's a side road which looks promising. And there's a town up ahead. We'll camp in here. Then you can walk to town and get the messages off.
No, there's a spot in that grove of trees. It's not far from the main road, but it's hidden.
Yeah, and look, a little pond.
Good. It's drinking water for our equine passenger. It sort of resembles the old swimming hole back home. Now, let's take a dip and freshen up, huh?
Okay. Last one in is a mutton head.
It seemed like a good idea, but it wasn't. When you're a kid with nothing in your mind, the old swimming hole can be fun. But when you're growing up and the responsibility for a couple of fortunes riding with him, the fun gets washed out along with everything else. I left Mark still splashing exuberantly and dressed. Went back to the trailer. I'll put down the ramp, boy. Then you can come out and move around a little.
I don't mind if the horse moves, but don't you move.
It was the man from the night before. I hadn't seen his face until now. That voice was unmistakable. Another thing that was unmistakable was the gun in his hand. He carried it as though it were standard equipment.
Hugo,
Yes, Sam.
take care of the other fish down at the pond.
That's a little early in the day for violence, isn't it?
It's also too late to turn philosopher. Don't worry about Hugo. He's gentle.
As the girl's father might say, what are your intentions?
I'm just going to tie you two jokers back to back and relieve you of this horse.
I don't think so.
Would you like to make a bet?
With you acting as bookmaker?
That's my business.
Your companion called you Sam. That could mean Big Sam Evans.
It not only could, it does.
And a lot of people have bet a lot of money with you that Flame of Athens could beat Gulliver King.
He won't.
Maybe not. But I'm going to see that he gets a chance to try.
You tried this last night, remember?
Yes, but I forgot to do this. I slipped down with the pond. Hugo also had a gun and was trained on Mark as he slipped into his clothes. Picked up a stone and a heavy piece of deadwood. I tossed the stone into the pond. And as Hugo turned, I let him have the business end of the club, right behind the ear.
Nice work, Grace.
Come on, Mark, let's get out of here. If there was going to be a match meet at Santa Rosita Park, it seemed like a good idea to get Flame of Athens out there. I sent my wire to Sherwood, and he arranged for a plane to pick us up at a small airport off the beaten track. We loaded Flame of Athens on board and headed for California. We took him off the plane at another small airport, and under cover of darkness, slipped him into a stall near the training track.
You, think we're giving him a shake, Rice?
Well, there's one thing we're sure of. The plane wasn't followed.
That makes sense. It also means we should not be running into no trouble for a while. So, maybe I could take a little time off, huh?
To do what?
Well, there is a girl who slings hash at the drive-in across the road from the Santa Rosita track. Her name is Ramona. Ramona Glutz. Oh, what a doll, what a doll. I met her out here once before.
With a name like that, she must be unforgettable. All right, run along.
Won't be gone long, Race. Don't be lonesome.
Yeah, I'll try not to mind.
And I'll try to help you.
Well, you again. What do you do, haunt stables from coast to coast as soon as the sun goes down?
Aren't you going to slug me again?
Still carrying peace offerings, I see.
Oh, you mean the apple? The horse missed out on a treat last time because you were so suspicious. I can give him this one, can I?
I'm afraid not, honey child. Just a precaution.
Race, can you think of any reason why I might want to harm Flame of Athens?
To save your daddy $500,000.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be necessary, Race. He could simply say that Galway King is not in condition and cancel the match.
You mean there's no forfeit?
That's right. No match, no bet.
Then that eliminates your father as a suspect. But not you.
What do you mean, Race?
Big Sam Evans, the bookmaker. You know him, don't you?
I've met him once or twice.
He was also out at the track with you that night the stables were burned.
That's not true, Race.
Oh, yes, it is, Ducky. Because there was only one car at the gate to that area. Your convertible. And he was there after you left.
How did he get away, then?
Simple. You drove up the road a bit, waited for him. Because Mark Donovan saw your car outside the fence when he was finding a safe place for Flame.
I used to think I was in love with Big Sam.
What changed your mind?
You did, Race.
I didn't believe her. But you can forget about your beliefs when you hold a woman like that in your arms. She was all the things that ad men promise a woman she'll be when they put a new perfume on the market. I don't know how long we stood there. It must have been a long time because...
Hey, look it. A romantic couple.
Shut up, Ramona. Hello, Race.
Hello, Mark. You know Miss Galway?
Yeah, but we wasn't introduced the last time because she was unconscious.
And this lovely creature with you, I take it, is Ramona Floods.
Yeah.
Hey, listen to him. Why don't you ever say things like that?
Ramona told me a couple of things I figure you ought to know, Race. About that Georgie Clements, the jockey that gave the boot.
The boy who was slated to ride the flame. What about him, Ramona?
Oh, it ain't nothing much. But he used to eat at my place a lot, see, and I heard him talking about the match a couple times.
Well, that's been a popular subject wherever horsemen gather.
Yeah, Race, yeah, but this kid was all set to lose.
You mean he was going to pull a horse?
It don't mean nothing else but. Tell him, baby.
Well, that's why the odds on the horse were so high at first, Mr. Race. The bookies all thought that Galway King was a sure thing, see? So Georgie bet against his own horse. But then when they took him off the horse, that's when the odds dropped, and they made Flame of Athens the favorite.
Hey, you see, Race? That puts it right in the lap of the books. The trouble started right after.
No, Mark. That eliminates the bookmakers. They have nothing to do with it.
What do you mean?
Mark, if the race doesn't take place, all bets have to be refunded.
So that's what they want, ain't it? Then they wouldn't have to pay off.
No, they would have stopped the bets altogether. They're taking the odds, but they're gambling on a match. They're gambling to win. If they tried to do anything to the horse, they'd have tried it just before the match. Not to kill him, but just to make him lose.
Hey, that's right, yeah.
Tell me something, Lita. And don't stall, Ducky. Why was Big Sam out at the track that night?
He said he wanted to get the horse away where he could watch it. Keep it safe.
But you didn't believe that?
No, Race.
You should have, baby. He was telling the truth.
What? You mean that gorilla Hugo was also playing guardian angel to the horse?
As innocent as a babe, Mark. I know the answer now. We can wind this up tonight if Ramona will help us.
Oh, gee, I'd do anything to help you, Mr. Race.
Good. Mark will take you back to work.
Yeah, but I'm off duty until tomorrow.
You get back on duty. And just drop the word that Flame of Athens is stable here. Let it circulate. Not only that, but give out that the horse is alone and will be until his trainer gets here tomorrow.
You ain't gonna leave him, Race.
No, I'll be right here. And I'll be expecting a visitor. Quiet, boy. Quiet.
Hold on. Hold on. Come on, boy. Come on, Flame.
All right. Don't move.
Hey, douse that flashlight. You blinded me.
Who are you?
Just an exercise boy. I thought I heard a noise.
You're Georgie Clements.
All right, so I'm Georgie Clements. Is that a crime?
No, but arson is. You're wanted for burning down some stables back east. And for murder.
Murder?
It was a lie. A long shot, but I played it. I had to sell him a parcel of fear and hoped it would break him down.
And there was no horses in that stable race. You got Flame out. And even if you didn't, killing a horse isn't murder.
There was a tramp sleeping in one of those stalls, Georgie. He was badly burned. He died this morning.
Hey, you can't pin that fire on me.
Yes, I can, Georgie. I saw you.
You saw me.
I was the only witness.
Well, that's only good if you can testify. But you ain't gonna testify, Race!
A powerful little man. He lunged through me back. He was all muscles and shoulders. I could have handled him, but the horse was fractious. He kicked me as I slipped, and his kick caught me in the small of the back. For a minute, I couldn't move.
Now, Race, I'm gonna finish you off with this rod, and then I'll take care of the horse.
I'm afraid somebody's going to catch up to you, Georgie.
Come on, Hugo.
Hey, stay where you are, you guys!
You punk, stay low, Race.
Oh, boy. Easy, easy.
Ah, nice going, Race.
Well, nice going yourself. You saved my life. Well, this horse is safe now, and that means you stand to lose a fortune.
Or win one, Race. I like to gamble.
You must think Galway King can take the flame.
I don't know, Race. Maybe yes, maybe no. All I know is the King is one of our own horses. He's beaten everything but citation. I still think he can knock off a horse from across the seas, even Flame of Athens.
You know, Sam, we had a lot of guys like you in the Battle of the Bulge. They weren't favorites either.
Yeah, I know, Race. I was one of them. I still like the home team, win, lose, or draw, odds or no odds, as long as the contest is on the level.
Well, I've taken care of this horse as far as I could. Now I've got a piece of business to attend to.
What's that?
Well, I'm going to take a tip from a nice guy. From you. I'm going to bet that Galway King beats his ears off on that track Saturday.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Peggy Knudsen, Florence Hallop, Ted Von Eltz, Frank Lovejoy, and Bert Holland. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. Now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the embittered secretary.
Fifth Avenue and a turtleneck sweater. The avenue was mellow under a mid-afternoon sun, and the sweater was mellowing my sales resistance as I thought of what it would do to a young lady of my acquaintance who happens to be the outdoor type and prefers it in men. I just about made up my mind to step into the shop and make the purchase when a reflection in the window sent my glance to the disapproving face of Mark Donovan.
Oh, no. You ain't gonna buy that thing.
What thing?
That sweater.
I was thinking about it. You see, there's a girl I know that...
It's yellow.
There's nothing like color where this girl's concerned.
It'll make you look like a canary, and that ain't good. Even for a guy with your build.
You don't think I should, huh?
Definitely not. Now, on a dame, if that sweater was a little smaller...
Yeah, I know. But for race, it's out. No.
Don't be so unhappy about it. Just stick to women that go in for pinstripe suits. It's simpler.
What are you doing around here, anyway?
Catching up with you.
A call?
Huh? From Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company, and since I am parked double, and there might be a cop along any second.
We must rush.
Yeah.
First, you spoil my day by nixing that sweater, then you want to push me headlong into work.
Race, I am just trying to be helpful.
You know, Marcus, there are times when you're so helpful, I'd gladly sell you into slavery. Let's go. Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company rated a beautiful office, secretary to match, and a complete set of tube fingernails. He screwed his face into a pained knot as he watched me light a cigarette.
Go ahead, smoke. I have to lay off for things.
You should have sent word. I'd have brought along some Cubebs.
Other business. You know Chuck Hardy?
Well, there's a Chuck Hardy who plays third base for the Baltimore Orioles. And there's another one who plays polo and rides herd on a $20 million inheritance, or thereabouts.
It's the second one we're talking about. And after the build-up, I have to let you down with a thud. Hardy's lost some jewelry, trinkets of some kind. And because he has a big account with us, he insists that we supply an investigator. Our best. Will you do it, Race?
Of course, Max. Never can tell where those things will lead.
There's the house across the street, Race. And it looks like you might have a reception coming.
Yeah, I noticed that. Who's the lad with the bow tie, Mark? He looks familiar.
He should. That's Danny Emerald, and he is tough, Race. The genuine article.
Now stay put. If I need you, I'll give you a nod.
Okay. Just don't hold back, huh?
There were three of them, standing at the door of the brownstone front as though waiting to get in. As I went up, I got a look from the one with the bow tie, the one market tabbed as Danny Emerald. I knew the name and the reputation that went with it. The bow tie was wide and soft with an artistic droop. But looking into that face, no one was going to comment on it.
Where do you think you're going, chum?
Oh, I'm here to see a man, and not about a dog.
A wise guy, Danny. A lippy character.
Sometimes I like wise guys. I may even like this one, if he gets us past this door. Stand back, Trigo. You too, Pete. When that butler looks through the peephole and just sees this guy, maybe we'll all go in.
I think I'd rather go in by myself.
You don't like company, is that it? You want to be antisocial?
I just want to go in by myself.
Me, I like company. I ain't antisocial at all. So I'm going with you. Me and the boys.
You don't really want to do a thing like that. It'd be in bad taste.
What I tell you, Danny. A wise guy.
I don't think the butler's coming anyway, so if you don't mind...
Wait a second, wise guy. Rushing off like that. Danny might want to talk to you. Biting you, Danny.
You have a strong grip.
Sure. I know how to use it, too.
Take it off my arm.
Don't like it, huh? Too rough for you, is it, wise guy?
I said take it off my arm.
And if I don't, just what are you gonna do about it, wise guy?
Just this. Well, he had it coming, Emerald.
Hold it, Trigo.
No, Danny.
I said hold it.
He broke my watch.
You can get another one. What's your parlay here, chum?
Nothing exciting. I simply came here to see a man, as I told you.
And you don't scare.
Should I?
Sometimes it don't hurt. Sometimes it's smart.
I can agree with that.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator.
I had a hunch. You already know this guy, Hardy.
No, we've never met.
He's a Welcher. He owes me dough and he's trying to crawfish out of Painter. A guy with his money. You wouldn't want to work for a Welcher.
I get the feeling you're telling me that, not asking it.
Well, would you?
Suppose I said yes.
Then you're a sucker, both ways. And I think you'll get what I mean.
I'd rather have you give it to me straight.
All right, I will. Engraved. Hardy and me have got a beef. Stay out of it, or you'll get hurt.
I tried the Hardy Menage about an hour later. Got the same result. No response. I headed for home after that. Puzzled a little by Danny Emerald's place in the picture, but not particularly intrigued. From where I looked, it seemed pretty much like an uninspiring sort of case. In front of my apartment house, a man got out of a car, moved to intercept me. He was young, blond. His features had been freshly battered by someone's fists.
You don't happen to be Mr. Race, do you?
That's right.
I'm Tom Enders, secretary to Mr. Hardy. He's out at the Larches, and he'd like to see you there.
And where is the Larches?
It's his estate up the river, about 20 miles the other side of Yonkers. You don't need to bring anything. I've got the car ready.
Well, it should pick up a couple of toothbrushes, don't you think?
We have those, too. We have everything at the Larches, including trouble.
Just the same, I took time to pack a bag. Then I sat beside Enders while he nosed a 1949 Cadillac convertible out of the city and northward along the Hudson River.
I understand you're coming up to investigate the missing jewelry.
That seems to be it.
A few $100 worth of medals, and Hardy goes crazy.
You sound bitter.
I sound that way all the time. It's my natural tone.
What does Danny Emerald have to do with Hardy?
I wouldn't know. Who is Danny Emerald?
A lad who's learned to make gambling pay. You're bitter. You've been battered. What's the story?
My boss doesn't trust me.
Hardy?
Mr. Hardy. For a while, he had the idea I might have taken the stuff.
You?
And because I wouldn't admit it, Mr. Hardy became angry. And when he gets angry, Mr. Hardy likes to maul people. Mr. Hardy is very good at mauling people. He was Olympic light heavyweight contender in '36.
Well, what do you do about a situation like that?
Me? I just stand there and take it. I got a wife and a couple of kids. I'm 33 years old. During the war, I spent almost 4 years in the Army, and that takes a chunk out of a man's life. Gets to be that a job's a job.
So it seems worth it.
Not to me alone, it doesn't. Having the wife and the kids, well, a job's a job.
Who else beside Hardy will be at the lodges?
Quite a few people, including a woman who will make you forget everything but your name.
The hallway at the lodges looked like a B-picture nightclub. And I got the feeling that the rest of the house would match it, both as to size and decoration. Andrews and I took a small elevator up to a custom-built gymnasium. It had been finished in leather and chrome and a finely stained wood, but it smelled like all gymnasiums. It affected me as being the first really human thing about the place. As I watched, a vivacious blonde pinwheeled across a large mat. And watching her languidly was a man with the features of a collar ad and eyes like bad wishes. Andrews and I walked across to him. And I met Chuck Hardy, 9-goal polo player.
I've been wondering when you'd get here.
I called at your place in town. You had another visitor at the same time. A lad by the name of Danny Emerald.
Oh?
You seem to have designs on your peace of mind.
Emerald and I had a disagreement about a bet. I wired him this morning that he'd get the money from Enders tonight. That doesn't really concern you, does it?
I had an idea that the news might be of some interest to you.
My only interest lies in getting back the items that were stolen from me.
I understand that what you lost doesn't have a great deal of value.
It does to me.
Small stuff, sometimes hard to recover.
Look, Junior, I want those things back. I'd like that understood.
And I'd like something understood, too. I've suddenly developed the conviction that you and I aren't going to be compatible. Maybe no one's ever mentioned it to you, Hardy, but you're about as agreeable as a wad of gum on a throttle pedal. Get yourself another boy. I'm going back to town. I wanted no further part of the Hardy setup, so I found a phone, called the nearest village to check on train reservations. I learned that the next train out wouldn't be leaving for another 4 hours. I also learned that the village had no taxi service available. I was mulling over the prospect of a 6-mile hike when I noticed the girl who'd been gyrating in the gym. Where there was another young woman, a tawny-skinned, flame-haired girl who gave me a "what are you going to do about it" look that made me breathe deeply to maintain my poise. It was this one who spoke to me.
Running away, Mr. Race?
That's quite an opening. Where do we go from there?
I'd like to see you stay. Anyone with the nerve to say no to Chuck Hardy is needed around this place.
Am I to believe that you can't swim?
Not I or any other woman in the world. Not Chuck Hardy.
Well, if he doesn't go for you, he's kidding himself that he's alive.
Merrill, I knew I was going to like this man.
I get the impression you don't care for our host. Then why stick around?
Touché. You can be very direct, Mr. Race.
Just matching your mood.
Get along with Chuck once you know him.
Merrill here likes polo. That's why she likes Hardy. People who go for polo all adore Hardy. Jerk.
There's nothing quite so fascinating as a lovely woman who uses earthy language, particularly when she has red hair. What's your name?
Jake Conlon. And in case you don't know, this is Merrill Reed.
Hello.
Both interesting people. I'm sorry I can't stick around to know you better.
Oh, if you're stuck for transportation, take my car. Just leave it at Nagel's garage for me.
Be still, Merrill. I don't want him to go back.
Oh, sorry, lovely, but this place curdles my ego. All right, Merrill, I'll take you up on the loan of that car. Thanks.
It's a green town and country. Here are the keys.
There was no one around as I went to the garage, found Merrill Reed's car, and climbed in. I stuck the key in the ignition lock, was about to stab the starter when a glance at the rearview mirror froze all my actions. There was someone in the seat behind me, a man, sitting grim, silent. I turned very slowly, and in the light of the dashboard panel, I saw that it was Enders. He seemed to be smiling, until I realized that the expression was really a distorted grimace. Enders was dead. Something or someone had broken his neck.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute.
What?
And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Crime is a funny thing. You get into a part of it that starts out in a small way, and suddenly you find yourself in the middle of something big and ugly. I crawled into the back seat of the Chrysler. In addition to his neck, Ender's right arm had been broken, along with one of the fingers of his right hand. At his feet, I noticed one of those new pencil cigarette lighter combinations. I stuck this in my pocket and went back to the house. I found Hardy in his study with him, a middle-aged woman with a sweet face and a quiet smile. But Hardy made no effort to introduce us.
I thought you were getting lost.
I was on my way. But I thought I'd better tell you that your secretary is dead.
Anders? Dead? What is this, a gag?
He's sitting in the back of that green Chrysler in your garage.
Sounds like a job for you, Martha.
Or the coroner. Mr. Race, I'd better introduce myself, since Charles never bothers with trivialities. I'm Dr. Clemson, the Hardy family physician.
I'm sure you can't do anything for Anders, Doctor. But you might take a look.
I'll come right away.
I stuck around another hour till the local peace officer became satisfied I could tell him no more than I already had. Then I talked one of Hardy's chauffeurs into taking me to town. I got to the station with 15 minutes to wait for the outgoing train. It wasn't what you'd call a busy station, but I soon had company.
Hiya, chum.
Hello, Emerald. What are you doing here?
I got some dough coming. 50 grand. Guy would go anywhere for 50 grand. I'll do anything.
That sounds rather pointed.
It is. You see, I just been talking to Chuck Hardy. He was telling me about Enders.
Yeah, that was rough.
Funny rough, but understandable.
I don't get you.
Enders had that 50 grand on him. For me.
How do you know?
Hardy just told me. We had quite a phone conversation, me and Hardy.
What else did he tell you?
He told me that so far as he knows, the only other guy that knew about that 50 grand was you.
So?
So, you could save yourself a lot of grief by ponying up. Right now.
What makes you so sure that Hardy was leveling with you?
Hardy don't lie. He's a heel and he's stubborn, but he don't lie. You don't have to. Not when it comes to dough.
So I go down in your diary as a wrong guy.
Not yet, you don't. I don't mind a guy trying to turn a buck. I just don't want to be the loser on the deal.
I don't have that kind of money on me. I'll let you look if you like.
Suppose I give you an hour. An hour to make up your mind. An hour to show up with it. Out at Hardy's place.
You're a very reasonable man.
So my friends tell me. And I got lots of friends. I got 3 of them in this neighborhood right now. Including Trigo.
I get it.
So, you meet me at Hardy's place in an hour. Play it smart, Grace. Be there. With the dough.
I went to the local drugstore, called New York City. Was lucky enough to get Mark Donovan right away.
Hey, what are you doing, Race? Having yourself a time?
You're having a wonderful time. Wish you were here.
Huh? What's wrong?
How soon do you think you could get here? A place called The Larches, 6 miles west of Glenview.
Let me see. Oh, maybe like 45 minutes.
Well, that'll do. And Mark,
Yeah.
bring along that end wrench of yours. Back at the Hardy place, I encountered only a couple of servants who eyed me vaguely. I wandered about for a few minutes and finally blundered onto a rather spectacular mezzanine that overlooked the gigantic dining room. It was as I stood here that Merrill Reed appeared.
You mind if I say I'm surprised?
At seeing me back?
You were so definite about your intentions to leave.
Forces beyond my control have entered the picture.
It's a big room, isn't it?
It is. I don't have to stretch my imagination to see Hardy sitting at the head of that table, throwing bones to his boarhounds. But never mind, Hardy. I'd rather concentrate on you.
Oh?
Look quite fetching in that evening gown.
Thanks. But Jade got the same reaction in just a sweater and shorts, didn't she?
Nobody's going to overlook you, baby. You're a huskier girl. But it's packed in all the right places. Matter of fact...
Don't try to kiss me, Race. Not unless you really mean it.
How can I know what I mean till I've tried it? Here.
No.
I had my arms around her, but she twisted sharply away and left me standing there, feeling as a male usually feels under such circumstances, miffed, a little incredulous. I waited a few minutes, then moved out into a large hall where I ran into Dr. Clemson.
Yeah. You look like a man with a purpose.
I'd like to find Hardy.
May I ask what for?
Well, you're a family friend. I'm afraid you might not be in sympathy with my plans.
I like you, Race. I've known you scarcely long enough to say hello, but I like you. So I'm going to give you a warning. Don't cross Charles Hardy. He's headstrong, he's arrogant. And he has the power to be more vicious than sin.
Thanks for the tip. Do you know if the police are still here?
No, they left. About half an hour ago. And took that boy's body with them.
How do they figure this business?
They're inclined to believe it was an accident. They think Enders might have fallen, going down those concrete steps inside the garage.
And then planted himself in that car?
He could have crawled to the car, Race. It's possible.
Yes, I suppose it is possible. I'm beginning to think that anything could be possible around this spot. Leaving Dr. Clemson, I went out into a night as cool as a preoccupied woman. Then, about 100 feet from the house, a grim-looking figure suddenly loomed up in front of me.
Where you going, Race?
Trigo.
Yeah, Trigo.
What do you want?
3 guesses. Stay where you are, Race. I got you. And the moon just right.
So I'm properly lighted. Now what?
Danny give you an hour, didn't he? Just 1 hour.
I've been keeping track. I still have 8 minutes.
8 minutes. That ain't a very long time, is it, Race? Not when a guy like me is waiting for the payoff.
I still don't have the money, Trigo.
That's gonna make Danny kind of sad. But it ain't gonna bother me at all. And you know why?
I can imagine. You like your pound of flesh, Trigo. And after all, I did break your watch.
Yeah, you broke my watch. And I couldn't get it fixed. Know how I got that watch, Race?
No comment.
I won it in a contest, singing on a stage, and you had to go break it.
I'm sorry about the watch, Trigo.
You're being sorry don't make no difference.
I felt reasonably sure of that. But I thought I'd make the gesture. Incidentally, you're obstructing progress. I was on my way to get that money, but I can't get it standing here, can I?
You're lying.
I might be, but you can't afford to gamble on it, can you? Danny Emerald isn't interested in watches. He wants that 50 grand.
You're stalling. I'm gonna plan on slugging you.
But not for several more minutes. If you fire before the time's up, Danny might not like it. I just thought of that, so I really don't need to stick around here, do I?
Hey!
I paid no attention to his yell. Just kept legging it for the house, away from that gun in his hand. I could hear him coming right behind me. Then, from up behind...
Right! Over here!
Marcus, boy, to say the least. I'm very happy to see you.
That guy ain't so tough. He didn't like that slug I sent him. Look, what goes on here?
I'm in trouble. Plenty of it. Danny Emerald thinks I'm holding out $50,000 that belongs to him.
No, Daddy. That ain't good. Not when the guy is Emerald. Everybody says it was Emerald or rubbed out Augie Calder. Emerald's bad.
Well, there's no use trying to run away from him. Let's go into the house.
Look, ain't you got an out of any kind?
Not a thing. I've been wrestling with it every... Wait a minute. There comes a faint flicker of understanding.
Yeah?
Wrestling. Yes. Come on, Mark. I want you to do something for me.
Come on in, Race. We've been kind of waiting for you.
Looked like the gathering of a clan. There was Hardy and his 3 feminine guests. And Emerald had with him 2 of the friends he had mentioned. I told myself I could probably expect Trigo at any second.
Race, we thought we heard a shot a moment ago.
Well, nothing important, Dr. Clemson. It missed. Emerald, I may as well give it to you straight. I don't have that money. I've never had it.
What are you trying to prove, Race? That you don't scare? You can run that kind of thing into the ground.
Race, why didn't you leave? Now you're in trouble. He ain't that kind, honey. Are you, Race? Here, Merrill. Have a smoke and calm down.
Try this lighter, Merrill. And you may as well keep it. I believe it's yours anyway.
Gosh, yes. Where'd you find it?
alongside Ender's body.
What are you talking about?
Merrill's a rare girl. She knows judo, or jujitsu, if you like that term better. And that's what she used on Enders as he came down into the garage. A wrist lock, wasn't it, Merrill? A wrist lock often breaks a man's arm, doesn't it? And his neck, too, if he crashes against concrete steps.
And I suppose you think you're going to the police with that story?
I've already called them. And I think if we hold Miss Reed here, they won't have any trouble finding that 50 grand.
I don't care about the money, but I'm not sitting still for the kind of publicity that'll come from this. Merrill.
Merrill isn't going anywhere. Is she, Mark?
Not while I'm standing here holding this pistol.
Now, listen, there's no reason we can't make a deal.
I don't know what you can arrange with the others, Hardy, but I'm not going to agree to a cover-up for murder.
What do you want me to do, ram your teeth down your throat?
I'd been hoping all along you might take that attitude.
All right, you've been asking for it. Try this for size.
Well, not bad. A little high.
Yeah?
I felt it, though.
And you're going to feel this one. Sorry. My turn. Oh!
I felt that one, too. Right up to my wrist. Why don't you get up, Hardy? Then we can both try it again.
I'm getting up. Just wait. Oh!
Oh, poor Mr. Hardy.
Let's all stay put now, till the police get here. And that goes for you, too, Emerald.
I ain't making a single move.
Race, will you teach me to handle myself like that? Think of the interesting things I could do to all the mourning males I meet.
I don't know, Sugar. I've got plans for you, but they don't include boxing lessons.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dubov, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Talking Bullet.
Jones Beach and a portable radio. That's the only logical escape from a sultry summer night in the breathless heat of a Manhattan apartment. Lying there on the sand with Mark Donovan, I took my comfort and solace from the radio via one of the classic-minded stations, which featured a fine pianist addicted to Beethoven.
Look, I know it's hard enough for everybody to be dead, but we also gotta listen to this funeral music.
Mark, there are times when I think you have no soul.
And there are times when I think you got no ears. This long hair stuff won't ever amount to anything. All you gotta do is turn that little dial and get some real music. Cab Calloway.
You just touch that dial and I'll break your arm.
Okay. If you don't want people to think you're a square, you better get
We
with it.
interrupt this program for a special news flash.
Quiet, Mark.
State prison officials who had been keeping the story under wraps have just admitted that Blackie Martin, convicted murderer, made his escape from state prison early this evening, just a few hours before his scheduled execution.
Holy cow, Race. You know...
Prison officials finally released the story when local police disclosed that Judge Robin Dexter, who presided at Martin's trial and who sentenced the bank holdup killer to the electric chair, was found dead in his chambers at the courthouse just a few moments ago. At the time of his sentence, Martin swore in the courtroom that he would escape and kill the judge and jurymen and the witnesses who appeared against him. Stay tuned to this station for further development.
All right, Mark, turn it off.
Oh, brother, that Blackie Martin is sure out to pay off. He ain't wasting no time.
No, he isn't.
It means a lot of people wouldn't be sleeping tonight even if it was cool. Now, with that guy after him, he said he'd get his wife for turning against him, and Graham, the columnist, and holy cow, Race. You! He said he was going to kill you, too, for bringing him in.
Yes, Mark. I'm sure I'm right up near the top of Blackie Martin's list. You'd better drive me home. A man already convicted of murder doesn't have much to lose. I kept thinking of that as Mark drove me back to town. Martin had strangled a bank night watchman, and another life or two either way wasn't going to make much difference to him. But by the time I got home, most of my thoughts concerned the pleasure of sleep.
Welcome home, Race.
My uninvited guest was seated comfortably in an armchair near an open window. He appeared to be completely relaxed, except for his right hand. It was clasping a .45 very tightly, and I could see the blue veins pulsing in his clenched fist.
Surprise, Race?
Well, not exactly, Blackie. The radio has been giving your exploits complete coverage.
I didn't like it up the river.
You shouldn't have been so impatient. You were going out tonight anyhow.
I'm the lazy type. I'd want to walk that last mile. It's too warm to be electrocuted.
You may find it even warmer here. There's a dragnet out for you, all over town.
I'm not in it yet. And stop bedging near that desk. If you want to sit down, sit over there, where I can watch you.
Thanks for the hospitality, even if it is my own home.
I want some information, Race. Where's my wife, Lola?
I don't know. Haven't seen her since your trial.
Now, she isn't singing at any of the clubs around town, not any of the ones she used to play. I've been checking them on the phone while I'm waiting for you. I got something to settle with that dame.
I understand she plans to get married again, Blackie, after you're eliminated.
Married to someone else? What are you giving me?
Well, she's been seen around with Walker Graham, the columnist who covered your trial.
Oh, so that's it? That's why she spilled the story of that bank job to the yellow paper he works for. What's that?
Don't get jumpy with that gun. It's only the phone.
All right. Get used to the sound. There's no phone service at that hotel up the river. All right. Answer it. And be careful.
Hello.
Hey, Ray. Did you hear the latest news report?
Yeah, no, Mark. What is it?
Well, I just want to let you know so you could sleep good, see? You don't have to worry about Blackie Martin.
That's very interesting, Mark.
The cops have got the courthouse district bottled up tight, see? And they're sure he's still in there someplace, so don't you worry, pal. You're safe.
Yeah, thanks. I'm feeling a bit faint until you reassured me. But tell me, Mark, did you ever finish that mail order course you were taking on hypnotism?
Well, yeah, sure. Why?
I was just wondering if you could give me some instructions on how to hypnotize a man with a .45 automatic in his hand.
Oh, well, you look him right.
I warned you, Race.
Hello? Hello, Race, hello. Race!
Come on, Race. Come on, snap on it. You all right?
Yeah, it feels as though I have two heads. Yeah, but I'm alive.
Oh, what happened?
Blackie Martin. He was here when I got home. Tried to tip you on the phone, and he sandbagged me.
Oh, brother. It's a wonder they didn't try to polish you off. That would have made us score 3 for the night.
3?
Yeah.
You mean there's been a second murder?
Yeah, that's right. Just found a stiff. Heard it on the air driving over here.
What did he get?
Nobody in the list. It's an old lady, Mrs. Chikowski or something like that. I don't know. Scrub woman on the 4th floor of the courthouse. Found her in a broom closet, shot, just like Judge Dexter was.
Well, she must have heard the shot in the judge's chambers and went in to investigate.
Or she saw the killer in the hall and he knocked her off before she could raise a howl.
Mark, call one of the news commentators and find out where Mrs. Chikowski lived and if she had any family. Then you can drive me out there.
But, Ray, she wasn't connected with the trial. She was just an innocent bystander who got it in the neck.
I know, Mark. That's why I'm curious. Very curious. There are some people who die without reason. And Mrs. Tchaikovsky, the old scrub woman, had been one of them. Talking to her daughter wasn't easy.
But why? Why would anybody want to hurt my mother? She never hurt nobody. She was a good woman.
I'm sorry, Miss Tchaikovsky, but other people are in danger, too. I need your help to protect them.
What can I tell you? What do you want to know?
All about your mother. Who she knew, any friends or enemies, anything.
Could she have enemies? She works all night scrubbing in the courthouse ever since she came to this country. And in the daytime, she would sleep or stay around the house always.
Well, she had no friends at work?
I don't know. Nobody who ever came here. I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, she couldn't speak no English. You see, we always talk Polish at home.
Oh, but you speak English well enough.
My father brought me here when I was 12 years old. My mother, she only came from the old country 4 months ago.
Only 4 months ago, huh?
Yes. When my father died, I sent her his insurance money to come here. Then she went to work in the courthouse. That's all there is. That's all I know.
Naturally, your mother couldn't read or write?
No. Not even in Polish. She had no education at all. Why? Why did they let that man escape to kill my mother?
That's one of the answers I'm looking for, Mr. Kowski. Because I don't think Blackie Martin killed your mother. I don't think he's killed anybody. Yet.
Now, look, Grace, it's all right for you to have a hunch, see? But when you tell me that you don't think Blackie Martin has anything to do with the murders at the courthouse, well, it don't make sense.
Well, there are a lot of things about this case that don't make sense, Mark.
But, Race, you always told me a murder's gotta have a motive. Now, you tell me, who else had a motive for knocking off the judge? Answer that, huh?
Well, I can't answer that at the moment. Right now, I want to make sure that all the possible victims are alerted.
Oh. I made up a list of their names and addresses while you was in there. I'll take you to the places one by one, see? And, this house up the block should be our first stop.
Mm-hmm. Who lives here?
Let me see. Timothy Aloysius O'Brien. He was the foreman of the jury.
Come on in with me.
The house is dark, Race. It's, midnight, you know.
Well, just the same, O'Brien should go to the police and ask to be taken into protective custody until this is over. You ring the bell.
Yeah, all right. No sign of life. Maybe you already went to the cops.
Well, let's make sure.
All right. Hey, they did it. Look. Huh. Light went on the back of the hall, look.
O'Brien sleeps the deep sleep of the pure of heart, considering his place on a list of people who might never wake up again.
Here he comes now.
No, what do you want?
My name is Race. Blackie Martin's escaped from prison, and you may be in danger. I want you to go to the police station and stay there until he's caught.
And you woke me up for that? Look, if the police want to protect me, let him send a man over and he can sleep on the doorstep.
All right, O'Brien. I can't force you into it, but don't open the door so easily if anybody else should come calling tonight.
I'll be so sound asleep I won't even hear him. And good night.
Good night.
Good night.
He's Irish.
You better drive me to the precinct station house, Mark. I'll ask them to send a man over right away.
All right.
I wish I knew where to find Blackie's wife, Lola, though. I'm sure she's number one in his hit parade.
Oh, maybe she's singing in one of the smaller joints, huh? Hop in.
We can make the rounds of a few spots later on in.
Hey, what's that?
Shots inside the house. Come on. Knocking won't help this time. Smash it in. Right. Better must be back here where the lights went on before.
This must be it.
Yeah. Light a match, will you, Mark?
Yeah. bad, Race?
Right through the chest, Mark. He's dead.
Hey. I heard something move.
Douse the match.
Right.
Keep your eye on that drape at the window while I... Look out, Mark!
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
One of the bullets had hit Mark, and he fell in front of me, blocking my dive for the bulge behind the drapes. By the time I recovered, the person responsible for the murder of O'Brien was gone. I picked Mark up, piled him into his cab. My speed picked up a cruising motorcycle cop, and in a matter of seconds, he was transformed into a flying escort for a city emergency hospital. I'm sorry you stopped that bullet, Mark. It was meant for me.
It's all right. Better my shoulder than your head, Frank. Did you look at Blackie when he fired?
No, he got clean away.
At least it should wash up your idea that somebody else might be doing the killing. Judge Dexter and then O'Brien, that ties up with only one guy. That guy's Blackie Martin.
It does narrow the field down. If it isn't Blackie, it's somebody else connected with the case. There's one big question that still needs an answer.
What's that?
Blackie had me cold turkey at the apartment when I'm on his list. Why didn't he pay me off?
Well, maybe he passed you up once, but he just tried to make up for it. And you better make sure he doesn't kill you while you're trying to prove he didn't kill the others.
Here's the hospital. Emergency ramp. That's us. With the aid of the motorcycle cop and a young doctor, I got Mark into the operating room. I showed the cop my credentials and explained the setup. He left to make a report while the doctor went to work on Mark.
Hey, lay off the eat if you can, Doc, will you? Makes me sick.
All right, we'll try a local. That ought to help, son. Have to cut your clothes away.
Mark, try to think. In driving around town, haven't you seen some sign of Lola Martin singing someplace?
No, Rich. Maybe she changed her name, huh?
Lola Martin?
Oh, yes, Doctor. Did you ever hear of her?
No. There is a girl named Lola singing at the Tiger Room. It's a hangout that the interns frequent over on 10th Avenue.
Yeah, redhead? On the, curvaceous side?
On the curvaceous side, all right. But a blonde. That could be peroxide, though. Ready for the needle?
Yeah, I'm ready if you are.
It'll take hold in a second. We can probe for that slug.
Oh, brother. That's Lola at the Tiger Room, Race. You better get going. You still got some time.
No, wait until the doctor finishes with you.
How's the shoulder feel now?
Numb.
Good. It's gonna hurt you some anyhow.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, almost got it. Hold tight. Here it is.
Mark boy.
He's passed out for a minute, that's all. Here's the slug. 38 caliber.
Well, so it is. My hunch is paying off.
What's that?
The last I saw of Blackie Martin, he was carrying a .45. Tell my friend that when he comes to. Some of the patrons of the Tiger Room look like interns, but the rest look like they might be in the business of turning decent citizens into ambulance cases. The singer on the floor was Lola Martin, all right. She was just finishing a song, so I took a seat at a corner table.
Hello, Race.
Well, Walker Graham, the Manhattan Tattler. What brings an ace columnist to this den of iniquity?
I'm worried about Lola with Blackie on the loose.
You ought to do some personal worrying. The tip you printed was one of the things that helped to send Blackie on that one-way trip. At least it was supposed to be one way.
I know it, but what about you? You brought him in.
Yes, but I didn't start wooing his wife as soon as they threw him in the cooler.
Well, I can't leave Lola without protection.
I'll see that she gets home safely.
Would you, Race?
Sure.
I hope you don't think it's yellow of me to take a powder.
What I think of you isn't important.
She'll be back here in a moment. Tell her I got an important call, will you?
Sure. I'll tell her you went to play ping pong with Blackie.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Race.
Don't mention it.
Wow. Mr. Race, how nice. Where was Walker heading in such a hurry?
I think he heard the Grim Reaper swishing his sickle. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. Order me a pink lady, will you?
Waiter. Pink lady for the lady.
And now, a cigarette.
Here you are.
Light.
Would you like my wristwatch?
Walker Graham usually takes care of these little things. Not that you aren't a pleasant substitute.
You flatter me.
Walker became quite attentive after Blackie's trial. But you're the one I was hoping I'd see again.
If you want to see anybody again, you'd better take yourself out of circulation until Blackie's taken back into custody.
I can't.
Want me to tell you why?
All right, Race. Why?
Because the money that Blackie stole was never recovered. You and Walker Graham have it stashed away someplace. You've got to be out moving around to make sure that neither Blackie or the police get to the money.
You're smart, Race. But this town is too hot for Blackie to be on the loose much longer. There are a lot of people he wants to get to. I'll take a chance that he doesn't get to me before he's caught.
I've got news for you, Logan. You're Blackie's #1 target. He isn't going to bother with anybody else until he gets to you.
That isn't what the news reports tell me. He's kill crazy.
If you mean Judge Dexter and O'Brien count Blackie out, he didn't kill him.
Who told you that?
A murdered scrub woman. Because if Blackie had killed the judge, Mrs. Jackowski would still be alive.
Why? Suppose she caught him there. She could be a witness against him.
A man already convicted of a murder wouldn't be afraid of a witness to a second murder. Mrs. Jackowski wasn't even in this country when Blackie was convicted.
What are you trying to prove?
That she wouldn't have been able to even recognize him. She couldn't read, so she couldn't have read about him.
So?
So whoever she saw leaving the judge's chambers was somebody she'd seen before. Somebody she knew.
Like me, for instance.
You saw Judge Dexter after the trial. You'd visited him a couple of times, had dinner with him.
There's no law against that.
No. But you were known around the courthouse.
I don't have to listen to you, Race.
And only a moment ago you were so happy to see me.
I hope Blackie sees you next. I really hope so. Good night, Mr. Race.
Lola Martin stalked out of me before I could stop her, so I called Ed Levis, police lieutenant friend of mine who happened to be in charge of the manhunt for Blackie Martin. I told him where he could locate Lola, and I went home and turned in. I slept fitfully until...
Come on, Race, wake up. Wake up, will you?
Well, you look happy, my perforated friend. How's your shoulder?
Fine. And I am getting a chuckle out of having the laugh on you for a change. Look at this newspaper extra which I just picked up.
Oh, you know I can never focus my eyes before breakfast. What's it say?
Says that you are wrong about Blackie Martin. He shot and killed his wife Lola in the Times Square subway station at 2 a.m. this morning in front of 20 eyewitnesses.
Let me see that, Mark.
Yeah, sure. Have at it.
So he finally paid her off.
That's what it says, Maestro. And furthermore, there was just a flash on the radio. The police have Blackie staked out in an empty warehouse over by the waterfront.
Well, look, let me jump into some clothes and you can drive me over there.
Well, here we are, Race. This is the finish for Blackie.
There's Walker Graham. Come on. Hello, Graham.
Huh? Oh, hello, Race. Well, you got Lola after all.
I know. I'm sorry.
We're going to be married. I guess this winds it up, though. It won't hurt anybody else.
Where is he?
In the cellar of that building. It's full of storage bins, and he's got the doorway covered. They've sent for equipment to smoke him out.
Who's in charge?
Lieutenant Olivas. Here he comes now.
Hello, Graham. Race?
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Ed. Looks like you're having a little trouble.
Oh, I could get him if I had to, but why should I risk losing a man? He can't get out.
What are the orders? Shoot to kill?
I don't like it, but that's it. He's dangerous.
Ed, I want you to do me a favor. Pull back your police line to the other side of the street and let me go in after him.
You tired of living, Race?
Oh, you know I'm not an idiot, Ed. I'm playing a hand.
Well, all right, Race. I'll chip in with you. Say, Sergeant, come on, move those men back. All right, move back there. Well, there you are, Race. It's all yours.
No, don't do it, Race. He'll kill you for sure.
What a column this will make.
Oh, you see, Mark? You wouldn't want to spoil Graham's column, would you? See you later.
No, wait.
This is Frank Race, Blackie. I'm coming down to talk to you.
Come on. Make a wonderful target when you come through that doorway.
Here goes. You missed me, Blackie. I'm in, and you can't see me any better than I can see you. There's no light with that door closed.
I'll find you without a light, Race. I'll find you and I'll kill you.
Maybe, but you're a cinch to die in here unless you listen to me.
All right, Race. I'm listening. Go on, talk.
Here's my proposition, Blackie. I want you
Hey, he's been down there a long time. I'm afraid Blackie got him as he went through the door. Smoke equipment is here now. Hey, more shots. Hey, look. Cellar door, it's moving. Get that door covered, man.
Hold your fire up there, Ed. Race.
All right, nice work, Race. Come out. Hold that crowd back there, man.
Hey, look. Look, he got Blackie's carrying him out.
Let's get this body into the warehouse office, Ed.
Right. Come on, Donovan. You can come in, too, Graham. And call your paper.
Yo, this boy's heavy. I'll dump him here until the wagon comes.
Thanks for a great story, Race. I better call before deadline.
Hold it a minute. The story is bigger than you think.
What do you mean?
Who would a man try to kill first, Graham? A judge who was only doing his job, or a wife who double-crossed him?
Well, I guess Lola was the main one, but he got to the others first.
No, he didn't. Because Blackie didn't kill the others. The person who killed the others had to kill Mrs. Jakowski, too, because she recognized him. It was somebody who went to the courthouse every day. Somebody like you, Graham, covering the beat for your paper.
What motive would I have for killing Judge Dexter?
Because you thought he was wise to you and Lola. That's why she was shining up to him. And you figured the other murders would make the police redouble their efforts to get Blackie and shoot him on sight.
You haven't got a shred of proof, Race.
Not yet. But I think you have the proof on you. A .38 caliber gun, the gun that killed 3 people. See, Blackie Martin's gun was a .45.
All right, genius.
Here's a gun. Now move back, all of you. Grab that gun, Graham.
I said move back, Lieutenant. I know how to use this.
Let's be smart, Lieutenant. Do like the man says.
I'm going out that door. Don't try to stop me.
Well, don't leave without saying goodbye to Blackie. He's right behind you. And he still has that .45.
Dead men don't worry me, Race.
I ain't so dead.
What? As you go.
Drop that gun, Graham, before I put a slug through you.
Nice going, Blackie. Now you might as well give the gun back to me since it isn't loaded.
Why, you
I was hoping you'd try that.
Well, Race, we won't have much trouble taking him in. Thanks, Blackie. But you still have a date with the electric chair yourself.
I'm ready. I don't mind now. As long as I know that Graham is going to be practically sitting in my lap when they turn on the juice.
What went on down in the cellar, Race?
I knew Graham was guilty. I knew Blackie didn't want to die and let Graham get away. So I sold him on this little act.
Oh, brother, for my money, you get the Academy Award.
Thanks, Mark. Well, let's get this unconscious Oscar to the police station. Another hot day. No, I'll never catch up on my sleep.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Michael Ann Barrett, Mark Lawrence, Lou Krugman, and Dick Ryan. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Fat Man's Loot.
There's nothing like a Turkish bath for complete relaxation. I hadn't had an assignment for 2 weeks, and the heat and the humidity of the steam room at Barron's Baths on 3rd Avenue were rapidly dissipating any desire I might have had for ever working again. But the door opened, and I was joined by a familiar figure who made his way through the wispy steam with all the abandon of a cab driver in a fog.
Hey, Race. Go in here. He melted and ran right down the drain. Hey, Race!
Over here, Mark.
Oh. Holy cow. You've been in here long enough to turn into a lobster. Of all the guys to have to go looking for, you are the only one which has ever made me get dressed up in a towel.
Well, it's good for you, Mark. Opens your pores.
Yeah, huh? Let's get out of here. Look at the color of me. Be lucky if I'm not snatched off the streets and sent to an Indian reservation.
If you don't like it, why didn't you wait outside where I left you?
Because somebody's looking for you. Ted Coleman, the Universal Surety Riders.
Must be a jewelry case, huh?
Yeah, from the sound of them, there's a diamond left in the world that hasn't been stolen.
All right. One cold dive in the pool and we can get out of here. Ted Coleman, insurance company vice president with the eyes of a heavyweight champion. He doesn't talk about it, but one of his souvenirs from the war is the Congressional Medal of Honor. As we came into his office, he got up from behind the desk to shake hands. On the desk were a couple of items of jewelry that would have made whistles come from the Vanderbilts. And on the wall behind the desk hung a map of Europe.
Hello, Race. What do you think of these trinkets?
Pretty baubles. They must be paste. No stones could be that large.
No, Race, they're real. They were even larger before they were cut and reset.
Who do they belong to?
Some unfortunate people who are no longer with us. People who were murdered in Europe during the war. I've been waiting for some of this stuff to turn up. This is only a small part of what I'm looking for.
And you want me to find the rest?
Yes. It isn't going to be easy, Race, because these jewels are part of the loot confiscated by Herman Goering.
Old fat stuff himself, huh?
Hey, Goering's dead, ain't he?
Yes, he's dead, all right. But obviously, somebody who was close to him is still alive.
Alive and living like a king with stuff like this in his possession.
I don't like the idea of that, Race.
Neither do I. Where do I start?
A Nazi captain named Ludwig Strauss was in charge of Goering's jewel collection.
Oh.
I've checked all the war crime records. Strauss has never been picked up.
He's had a couple of years to change his appearance and his name.
You better start in Berlin. That was Strauss's home. Here's some notes on him. Former addresses, names of intimate friends, many of whom were taken care of at Nuremberg. Here's a picture of him with Goering at the gambling casino. Goering's in the background, and that's Strauss getting ready to throw the dice.
He's almost as fat as Goering.
Well, tell me, Ted, where these jewels turn up?
Got the places circled in red on the map. Marseille, France, Torino and Geneva in Italy, and the necklace in Barcelona, Spain. Details are in the notes I gave you.
I guess you paid out a fortune in claims on this stuff, huh?
Now, this might sound funny coming from an insurance man, Race, but I wish we'd paid more, because that would mean that some of the owners would be alive to collect. I want that Strauss, Race. I wish I could go after him myself.
Well, I'll do my best, Ted. Arrange visas for Mark and me. We'll take a plane to Berlin in the morning. Berlin, capital city of the losing team. And yet they didn't act like losers. They seemed better clothed and better fed than the rest of Europe. And the old arrogance was returning. You could feel it behind their thin, careful smiles. The conversation was limited to 2 negative statements. None of them had ever been Nazis, and none of them knew anything about Ludwig Strauss.
Hey, listen. Sounds like a party going on someplace, huh?
Yeah, right across the street there. Must be a nightclub.
Brother, that's for me. I would just love to park me tired carcass and inhale one short beer.
All right, Mike. The street had been almost deserted, but the interior of the club wasn't. It was more than a nightclub, and it wasn't for ordinary patrons. There was gambling going on, and it was strictly big time.
Wow. Hey, we must have gotten off the wrong plane. This looks like Monte Carlo.
Yeah, it looks better than that, Mark. You know, I think we've hit the jackpot.
Oh, what do you mean?
The croupier at that dice table in the corner. One with the green eye shade. And
Yeah, but I don't get it.
you haven't forgotten this picture Ted Coleman gave me, have you?
Hey. The same guy, all right. And a picture with Strauss and Gary.
Yeah.
What's our play?
Let's see if we can't roll a couple of 7s.
All right, yeah. Excuse me. Let us through here, will you, please?
Hey, all bets, please.
I'd like to make a private bet.
Please, mein Herr, all bets on the table.
Well, you wouldn't really want me to place this photograph on the table, would you?
Where did you get it?
I'll ask the questions. Where's Ludwig Strauss?
He's dead.
Want to talk to us in private?
If you'll step this way, please.
All right. Where is he?
I do not know.
I could turn this picture over to the denazification authorities.
I was not a Nazi.
You know I believe you, don't you? Come on.
I haven't seen him since just before the occupation. He used to come here every night, and then he disappeared.
Keep talking.
That is all I can tell you.
Carl is right. It is all any of us can tell you. I couldn't help overhearing. I was behind the drape looking out the window.
I could not help myself, Mater. They have a picture.
Who are you?
I am the wife of the man you are seeking. Frau Ludwig Strauss.
She puts the statement like a hand grenade, and Mark and I reacted. No picture was going to rattle this woman. She was cold. Cold, but beautiful.
Hey, Race. Did you hear what she said?
Yeah, I heard. Where is your husband, Frau Strauss?
I'm not sure, Norway or Sweden. I wish I could help you. You see, I hated my husband.
But you love American investigators, hmm?
If somebody like you, that might not be hard to learn.
What have you got against Ludwig, baby?
I did not share his beliefs. You see, I was not...
You were not a Nazi, yeah. Thought that was it.
You do not believe me?
Oh, of course I do. Of course I do. If I sound surprised, it's only because I keep thinking of how much damage Adolf managed to do all by himself. Come on, Mark, let's get some fresh air.
So, here we go again. Which we try first, Norway or Sweden?
Neither one, Mark. We're being steered. No Nazi officer'd hide out in Norway or Sweden. If he were discovered there, they'd tear him apart.
Then you think Strauss is still here?
No, too many people who might recognize him.
Well, that means we got nothing but the whole wide world
Save
to
it,
search.
Mark.
What's up?
Car's been telling us. Quick, this doorway.
Herr Reis, may I give you a ride to your hotel?
Race, it's a guy who was running the crap game.
I know you are here someplace. I just want to help you.
Get out of the car and walk over here with your hands up.
Oh, there you are on the doorway. All right, Otto, schnell.
Somebody else in the car.
Down, Mark. One down.
I was making a break for it.
Stop!
Oh, don't hit me. Give me that gun, Frank. It's Cam Otto. Frank, you're all right.
Get in the side. Better commandeer that car and get out of here.
All right. Take it easy, Race. Come on. I lost a lot of blood.
Yeah. I did a pretty neat job of bandaging.
Oh, that ain't mine. I got a medical over from the American sector. He'll be back to see you tonight.
We won't be here tonight.
Oh, wait a minute. He said you can't move out of here for a couple of days. Besides, well, what's the use going off on a wild goose chase till we know something?
We do know something, Mark. Something that should have been obvious. And something that Frau Strauss made even more obvious.
Like what?
Like steering us north. That should mean that Strauss is someplace in the south.
Yeah, that figures. But where?
Place you mentioned last night. Monte Carlo.
Now you're guessing, Race.
Maybe, but with reasons. Strauss spent all his spare time gambling. When a man doesn't change his habits, you know.
Yeah, but there are other places.
Yeah, get that map out of my pocket, will you, Mark? The one Coleman gave me.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Look at the places circled in red, where the jewels were found.
Yeah. See what you mean.
Now, they all fan out around Monte Carlo. Yeah. He goes to a different place each time he unloads some of the stuff, but it all points to a home base in the middle.
This I gotta buy.
While you're at it, buy something else. 2 tickets on tonight's Riviera Express to Monte Carlo.
Oh, brother, they're kidding. What a train. Now I know what they do with all American cattle cars when the cows refuse to ride them anymore.
Only a few more hours, Mark. Why don't you try to cop a nap?
How can I sleep when this guy next to me is using my shoulder for a pillow? Come on, Mike. Wake up, will you?
Pardon, monsieur. I must have fallen asleep.
For a minute, I thought you dropped dead.
You gentlemen are tourists?
We're in the jewelry business. A buying trip.
Oh, one can pick up some wonderful bargain in Paris. Have you tried there?
I thought Monte Carlo might be a good spot.
Monte Carlo? Oh, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Most of the jewels one sees in Monte Carlo are worn by your rich American women.
Well, natives must have some jewelry of their own. I guess they might sell some of it if they get a losing streak at the casino.
Again, you will be disappointed. The regular residents of Monaco are not permitted to play at the casino. It is against the law. Really, you would find Paris preferable.
Everybody seems to have a suggestion as to where I should go.
I do not understand, monsieur.
Yeah, perhaps you don't. We'll skip it.
This is my station. Au revoir, monsieur.
Au revoir.
Yeah, au revoir. Hey, wait a minute, wait. You forgot something.
Oh, that is my lunch. I overslept. My wife will have a hot meal prepared. Please, accept it with my compliment.
Well, thanks, hey.
I wouldn't eat that if I were you, Mark.
Don't be so suspicious. The guy was just a farm. I'm hungry.
You can wait a while.
Well, we'll take a look anyhow. Oh, boy. You really wrap things up tight over here. Hey, look, wires.
Throw it, Mark, quick. Out the window.
But I can't.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
What that homemade bomb would have done in the close quarters of the compartment, I hate to think about. But I got it away from Mark and made a heave just in time. Even so, it tore up a section of track next to us and broke enough windows on the train to make it look like the aftermath of a sandlot ball game. The blast couldn't be traced to us, and after the authorities finished their rather confused investigation, we went on to Monte Carlo and settled into the Hotel Crown. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Race?
Yes.
Well, I'm Helen Farragut. You don't know me, but...
From the sound of you, I'd like to.
Well, that's just what I'm calling about. You see, I'm a fellow American, and I'm lonesome.
And your looks don't match your voice.
I mean lonesome for company from home. I've been here for 4 years, sort of a self-imposed exile. And every time a new American comes to town, I hear about it, and I invite him up to the villa for tea.
What time and where?
4 o'clock. And I'll send a car for you.
I'll be waiting. The villa that housed Helen Farragut was something you see in dreams or on picture postcards. You could count 7 different shades of blue in the Mediterranean as you looked down from the hillside. But beautiful as the sea was, Helen Farragut could snatch your attention from it without half trying.
My blind dates don't always turn out this well, Mr. Race.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Will it be tea or something more stimulating?
Well, this is definitely Cointreau with him and atmosphere.
I'll join you. 2 Cointreaus, please, all right?
Yes, Miss Farragut.
When we get our drinks, I'll introduce you to my protectors.
Protectors?
Mm-hmm. You see, I always invite a couple of extra people just to have them on hand if the blind date should turn out to be disappointing. They're out on the balcony.
Will they always be out on the balcony?
No. Next time we'll be alone.
Miss Farragut. Monsieur.
Oh, thank you, Honor.
Well, thanks.
And now, the balcony?
There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. One of the men was an American businessman, Dan Carpenter, a bit on the paunchy side. He had the distracted, futile air that Americans get when they've been abroad for too long. Then there was Rudolf Richter, a German right down to the proverbial Heidelberg dueling scar. I needed no introduction to the woman.
We meet again, Mr. Race.
Yes, Mrs. Strauss. Despite all obstacles, we meet again.
Oh, you know each other. Well, that's nice. You can chat while I get on ready to fetch her out.
I'm telling you that I would understand.
Well?
I had a run-in with some of your friends before I left Berlin.
They were not my friends, but there's no point in telling you that. You don't want to listen.
Your voice, yes. To the words, no.
Perhaps in time I could convince you. But this is hardly the place.
We'll be meeting again.
Tonight, perhaps? Dinner?
All right.
Race, I'd like you to settle an argument for us. You've just come from the States.
Yes?
Richter thinks that America is all for keeping Germany down. I told him once we've won, we forget about all that nonsense.
Sure we do, Carpenter. Places like Belsen and Dachau are easy to forget.
There you are, Richter.
I think I denoted a note of irony in Mr. Ace's voice.
I get that way around people like Carpenter.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think you sat the war out in some nice, cozy spot like this. You can forget anything. You weren't hurt.
Look, I was too old for
Sure, you were too old and you had no sons. It figures.
Why,
Easy, fellow.
Oh, tell Helen I had to go. I'll call again when the tourist season is over.
I'm afraid Carpenter does not like you.
Well, that makes it even. I don't like Carpenter. I'm surprised to find you on my side.
Why, Mr. Ace? Because I am a German? I was not a... No, I won't say that. It is too commonplace.
Coming from you, I might believe it.
Coming from Richter, you should believe it. He lost his family at Dachau.
I'm sorry.
I was a jeweler, Mr. Ace. My company was, well, it was comparable to your Tiffany's. Now I have nothing but the desire to find one man and to make him pay. Not for the jewels, but for my wife, my child.
Ludwig Strauss, huh?
Yes, Ludwig Strauss.
Your mistress runs quite an establishment, all right.
Miss Farragut is very wealthy, monsieur.
Nice of you to drive me down.
Miss Farragut wished it. I do as I am told, monsieur.
I guess the casino collects quite a bit of revenue from Miss Farragut and her other guests.
Monsieur Carpenter plays heavily and loses. Miss Farragut does not gamble.
Now, how about Richter?
He spends most of his spare time at the casino. Usually is with the other lady.
Mrs. Strauss, huh?
Oui. He's madness, this gambling. We're natives. It makes us laugh.
Well, it's always funny from the collector's side.
You wish to go directly to your hotel, monsieur?
No, Henri, I wish to go directly to the cable office. I need a little information. I sent a cable to Ted Coleman. There was a sense that Ludwig Strauss was in Monte Carlo or not far away. And there was a better than even chance that I'd already met him without knowing it. I went back to my hotel, took a fast nap, and waited for the answers. Hello, Mark. Where you been?
Over at the casino, getting my pockets picked by the roulette wheel. Oh, brother, my salty. Oh, here. It's a cable for you. Picked it up at the desk.
Oh, good. I've been waiting for that.
What does it say?
Plenty. Information Coleman dug up about Strauss. Went to school in England and the United States. And English is one of the languages he speaks like a native.
So how does that help?
It helps plenty, Mark. With his physical appearance changed, hair dyed, new name, he might be almost anybody we meet. Might even be an American businessman named Dan Carpenter or a German named Rudolf Richter.
Yeah. Might even be my grandmother in Williamsburg. What a case.
Mark, would you say that a piece of jewelry would be an appropriate gift for a lovely lady?
Well, only if you was going to marry the dame so you could get your claws on the thing and hock it if things got tough. Why?
I've been thinking of buying a brooch, a large diamond brooch. It's a sentimental offering.
Are you off your rocker?
No, Mark. I want you to go to a jeweler and have one made up.
Race, you nuts.
Well, listen to me. I want a paste job that will look like the real McCoy. Plenty of flash and no value.
Oh, that's different.
Now, Scoot, I've got to dress and meet a lady for dinner.
You look different by candlelight, Race. Your eyes, they are not so cold and adamant.
You look different yourself. Make me feel that I misjudged you. As a matter of fact, I've been feeling sorry about that.
You can make it up to me.
I brought you something that might help. Will you accept it?
A brooch. Why, it's lovely.
Oh, it's nothing, really.
I would like to thank you, to really thank you, but this is not the place.
Shall we go out on the terrace?
Yes. Now I can thank you.
She came into my arms. I said she was cold, but she only looked that way. Her lips took me on a rocket trip to the equator and nothing flat. I hated to break away, but it wasn't a matter of choice.
How touching.
Rudolph.
That gun doesn't look very friendly, Richter.
Move away from her, Race.
All right. I'll move. I turned the gun toward the sky on Richter, and I struggled for it. He had the power of a madman. I caught his fingers, bent them back until he let go of the gun. But as I straightened, his foot shot out, caught me under the chin, and I went sprawling.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I will be. In
There's
a minute.
his gun.
Oh, never mind. I'll get it.
Oh, I'm frightened, Race. You better take me up to Helen Farragut.
Well, that's a thought. I'd like to go up there myself.
Must have been quite an evening, Mr. Race. Maida will be all right as soon as she's had some sleep. I gave her a sleeping pill.
You'd better keep an eye on her. Call me if you see Richter wandering around any place.
I will. You know, you should have had dinner with me. Would have been less hectic. And also, I know how to be grateful for expensive gifts.
Glad you're impressed. I like to impress people, especially beautiful women.
You impressed Maida, all right. She gave Henri the brooch and told him to put it in the wall safe.
Yeah, would Henri mind driving me down? I'll let the taxi go, and I want to stop at the casino.
Not at all. I'll call him.
I am glad you asked me to drive you down, Monsieur Rice. I had the urge to visit the casino this evening.
I thought you were opposed to gambling.
One is human, Monsieur.
Well, don't lose your shirt.
With my salary, Monsieur, neither the house nor I can get into much trouble.
I left Henri and wandered around the casino looking for Rudolph Richter. He wasn't at the roulette tables, he wasn't at the dice tables. I went into the baccarat room, watched the play for a while, then decided to give it up. But when I came back through the main room of the casino, I saw a familiar face. Dan Carpenter. And he wasn't happy.
Cash in these chips, take them off my tab. I'll give you a check.
Having a losing streak, Carpenter?
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Gambling's an expensive pastime.
So's giving out advice you haven't been asked for.
I'd like to talk to you.
Not now. I'm catching a plane for Firenze.
What for?
To sell some Italian holdings, if it's any of your business.
Monsieur Reyes! Monsieur Reyes!
Henri, what is it?
Miss Farragut just called. It is about Mr. Richter. He just killed himself up at the villa. He jumped from the balcony.
He's down there, Race, by the rocks. There are men coming along the beach with torches to recover the body.
How did it happen?
Well, Maida was too upset to sleep. We came out on the balcony. And Rudolph came in and he started to scream something about being trapped. And then he jumped.
Where's Maida?
In here. Look, take it easy with her. She's in bad shape. Look, dear, let me call a doctor for you.
No, I don't need a doctor. Well, are you satisfied, Mr. Race?
Should I be?
You can leave my husband alone now. You can't do anything to a dead man.
Maida.
You might as well know. Ludwig changed his name to Rudolf Richter. When Race came, I tried to help, but I couldn't. He was frightened, and now he's dead.
Can I do anything to help, Miss Farragut?
No, thank you, Henri.
I don't suppose you'd want anything around to remind you of me, Mrs. Strauss. May I have that brooch back?
Yes. Just take it and get out. And leave me alone.
Would you get me the brooch, please, Henri?
Yes, sir. I think I put it right over here by the cafeteria.
Thanks. You can stop performing now, Maida.
What do you mean, Race?
I mean that Rudolf Richter, that was his real name, didn't jump off that balcony. He was pushed. Because he didn't believe Maida's story anymore, and he was getting too close to Ludwig Strauss.
All right, Race. Go on.
I don't have to go any further. I'm already there. Henri?
Yes, monsieur?
Why didn't you put that brooch in the safe?
I forgot.
You didn't forget. You knew it was paste. And you aren't a native of Monte Carlo, are you? Because it's against the law for local citizens to go into the casino.
You are being ridiculous, monsieur.
Well, we can make sure. Let's send a copy of your fingerprints to AMG in Nuremberg.
That won't be necessary, Race.
Very neat, those pearl-handled revolvers.
I've enjoyed this meal ticket for too long to have you mess it up.
Very nice front. Rich American girls are very common over here. So you pose as one and give Ludwig a perfect cover-up as houseboy and chauffeur. And he enjoys the luxury of the villa, Except for serving at tea parties, of course.
Are you ready to make the jump now, Race? Or must you also be pushed?
I'll jump.
Let go of me, you! Oh!
Drop that, Ludwig! I'm sorry it had to be this way, Mila.
Yes, Race. So am I. But now there's nothing in our ways there. You know I care for you.
Oh, you misunderstand me, baby. I meant that I'd rather have seen Ludwig stretching rope at Nuremberg.
I was talking about us, Race, you and me.
Oh, I wouldn't plan on us, Mila. I've been a stage door Johnny at times, but a jail door Johnny... Yeah, I'm afraid you'll be too old and unattractive by the time you get out.
Schwein.
No such language. Now, you just sit there quietly while I invite some guests to the party. Operator, get me the Monte Carlo police.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the General's Lady.
There's nothing quite as bad as the liquor you get in the Mediterranean area. And the Bar Talibri in Tunis is no exception. But it has an atmosphere you'll find nowhere else. And I sensed a dawning appreciation of this in the attitude of Mark Donovan as he stood beside me drinking imitation scotch.
It's a great town, Race. I like it.
You didn't think you would, you remember?
Yes, I was wrong. When you said Africa, all I could think of was a lot of elephants snorting through the jungle. This place is class. And dames. Wait till I get back to New York and tell the boys about these dames. Guy couldn't do no better in front of Minsky's burlesque theater.
Pardon me. Didn't I hear the name Race mentioned?
Yes, I'm Race.
You're my boy. I've been looking for you.
I had noticed him before. I'm standing at the end of the bar. He was tall and broad and red-headed, with a grin that would have elected him to public office.
Heard a lot about you, Race. Guess that's why I was looking for someone who'd be throwing his weight around. You're a lot quieter than your reputation. I'm Ted Connolly.
Oh, it's a pleasure. This is Mark Donovan.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
How'd you happen to hear about me?
Pete Peterson.
Pete? He was going to meet me here.
I know. That's why I've been looking for you. Pete couldn't make it.
Knowing Pete, I'd say that means trouble. What's the story?
He's been hurt. Badly hurt.
Where can I see him?
You want to come with me?
We'll come. Lead the way. Pete Peterson, international troubleshooter for one of the biggest insurance outfits in the business. When you thought of Pete, you usually thought of drive and vitality. But the drive was out of him now. He had about as much vitality as a wet sack. Pete Peterson had become a limp heap on a bed of pain.
Race. Glad you got here.
What goes, Pete? What happened to your face?
My face? Yeah. Got to take some surgery to make it look decent again.
Who did it, Pete?
I could tell you the name of one of them. Lepard.
Sounds like a Marseille dock rat.
Yeah. Wears a big ring on his right hand. A knuckle duster. I know all about that ring. Believe me, I know all about it.
Why, Pete? Why are you here?
Because of a guy named Lemitrin. Know him?
General Lemitrin. Yeah, I know.
Well, he's in Tunis because of a woman. The company got the tip that he was never going to leave the city alive. If Lemitrin's murdered, it could mean civil war in Monaco. So
you came to play nursemaid?
And look how I ended up.
Have you seen Lemitrin?
Never had a chance to get near him. I'm going to have to turn it over to you, Race. And the only lead I can give is the name of a woman. Joan Veneer.
You can give me one other lead, Pete. Where did you encounter this Lepard?
In a dive called the Eleanor. But, Race.
Yeah, Pete.
If you find him, watch it. I know a few things about taking care of myself. But man to man, he handled me like a child. Whatever you do, don't let him get his hands on you.
The Eleanor. A low ceiling, a low cobweb line, and judging from two arguments that flared as soon as we got there, a low boiling point. Mark and I stuck around, drinking once in a while to avoid being conspicuous. Then, after about 45 minutes, my attention was drawn to a hand resting on the bar beside me. It was a monstrous hand, hairy and thick. The fact about it that held my gaze was a massive ring that encircled the third finger.
You seem to be curious about me, my friend.
I'm curious about that ring.
You have a reason, perhaps?
I've been told that a man by the name of Lepard wears such an ornament.
So? Well, you can talk to me about that. I am Marcel Lepard. What else did you hear?
That you wear the ring as a weapon.
And that annoys you, oui?
I'm annoyed when I think of the man you disfigured within you.
There have been so many men who have tested my little trinket.
Well, this man's name is Peterson, a friend of mine.
Ah, a friend. So you would do something about it, eh?
Yes. I thought of doing this.
So you would have smashed my hand, huh? If I had left it there. What did you take me for, an idiot? But now, my friend, it is my turn.
He didn't hurry. Just crouched a little. A squat, thick-bodied man of tremendous strength. I set myself, and he came in. I was sure of one thing as I got my knees under me there on the floor. This Lepard was no lily pad to be plucked lightly. I watched him warily as he came erect across the room from me. Then I became conscious of something else. He had friends. Proof of that was presented in the form of a heel that gouged into the calf of my leg.
Race! I'm blowing the lights. Let's get out of here!
Well, I think we're clear now.
That's a good thing. I couldn't go another 50 feet.
Oh, thanks, Mark, for the diversion you created back there.
No, brother.
Yeah, I was in a spot.
Oh, you know you were in a spot. That guy had more pals than all of them in the pool room.
Yeah.
Look, tell me something, will you? Since when you started going around picking brawls?
Well, you saw what Lepard did to Pete Peterson.
Oh.
That was enough to raise any man's blood pressure.
Well, look, anytime you tangle with that Lepard, you ain't attending no tea party. Oh. What do we do now?
Well, it's pretty late. You better go back to the hotel, turn in.
Oh, no. You don't think you're being subtle, do you? Anytime you come out with a suggestion like that, there's only one answer, chump. You're gonna go see a dame.
That's right, Marcus. A dame by the name of Joan Veneer.
Yeah. Well, take it easy. And try and stay out of trouble, will you? I begin to get the feeling that this town is full of it.
Joan Veneer. I expected a brunette. A tall, statuesque brunette, maybe about 35, with a lot of schmaltz. Instead, her door was answered by a combination of flaxen hair and blue eyes. Not at all statuesque, but with a figure that'd top any cigarette girl you've ever seen.
What is it you want?
I know it's late, but I understand we have mutual friends. Thought you might like to chat about them.
Oh? And just who are these mutual friends?
General Lemitron and the General's most able aide, Salvon Sebastian.
I see. And who are you?
The name is Race, Frank Race. I'm here because I'm worried about the General.
Perhaps you had better come in, huh?
Thank you. Do you mind if I say I'm surprised?
Concerning what?
Well, you were described to me as a lady of intrigue. I expected someone, well, shall we say,
I'm sure you mean to be complimentary.
Oh, I do mean it. Believe me, I do.
Want to sit down, Race? Would you care for a drink?
No, thanks. I'm quite content with the atmosphere as it is. But there's something that puzzles me.
Yes?
Why the tie-up with Lemitron? He's big, but he's not that big. Well, you could have anything you set your mind on. You could...
No, you're not being complimentary at all, are you?
You know, you'd almost make me believe those words.
Don't make yourself try too hard, Race. Now, what is it you came to see me about?
Lemitron's here in Tunis because of you. If he stays, he's in danger of losing his life.
Race, you must know something clearly. I'm not in love with General Lemitron. I never have been. Nor have I ever given him any encouragement. If he is here because of me, I cannot help it.
I can understand all you've said. I can believe it. Sometimes a man goes a little out of his head over a woman, even though she doesn't feel the same way about him. Would you be willing to leave Tunis so that he'll go too?
Tunis is my home.
Well, if you did it just for a short time, we could go to Paris, do some shopping.
Is it really so important, Race, or is it just a whim of someone?
American insurance companies learned the General Dimitrons to be assassinated here in Tunis. If possible, we'd like to prevent that happening. That's why I'm here.
All right, Race. I'll go to Paris. But I won't enjoy it.
I won't enjoy it either. Much rather have you here in Tunis.
Will I see you again?
Would you like to?
I think so.
Here. Let's see if this will help you make up your mind.
When, Race? When will I see you again?
Don't worry. I'll never keep you waiting very long. Outside, for all the lateness of the hour, the night was full of sound. Murmuring people, patronizing sidewalk cafes. You could hear them, but you could hardly see them. Tunis is like that after dark. There are few lights, and it has the atmosphere of a darkened stage set for drama and suspense. And as I walked, a voice reached for me from the shadows.
Race, one moment. Perhaps you don't remember me. Salvon Sebastian.
Of course I remember you. And as a matter of fact, I'm glad to see you.
At the risk of seeming impertinent, I must ask what you are doing at the apartment of Mademoiselle Bernier.
Always the watchdog, aren't you, Sebastian? I was discussing General Lemitron. And yourself.
Lemitron. A great man. A genius. At the moment, he suffers from temporary insanity because of a woman.
Give him credit, Sebastian. She's a woman well worth it.
No woman is worth a man's life. Do you know who's after Lemitron, Race? Bargon himself. The general has become too strong. The party has become too strong. At home, I would not worry. There we can protect Lemitron. But here...
Yeah, maybe it'll work out. I've just persuaded the girl to go to Paris.
Paris? What good will that do, Race? Lemitron will follow her. No. We'll have to get him home. Oh, would the girl go to Nolonaco?
Well, you'll have to ask her. I won't. And I doubt it. She says she's never given Lemitron any encouragement at all.
I know. That all seems so hopeless. Race, why don't you come with me to our villa? You know Lemitron, and he may respect your advice.
You can at least talk to him.
Good. Let us go at once.
It was only a short walk, not more than 5 minutes. And I stirred up my thinking to plan what I'd say to the general. But in front of the villa, I found myself with other problems in the shape of several shadowy figures that suddenly confronted us.
You are going somewhere else?
Pardon.
Oui, Le Prat.
Would you mind getting out of my way?
You are forgetting something, Race. We have some unfinished business.
Later, Lepard. At the moment, I have other matters to take care of.
Now, Monsieur Race, and this time you will not run from me.
I spun as he came in, ramming a heel into his knee. He fell away, but then his companions came at us, making a wild, spinning affair, with Lepard and I again finding one another in the dark.
This time you will not get away. This time I am going to kill you.
He had his hands about my throat, and they were like bolt cutters. But I slammed a punch to his stomach, and another, and he let go. But then as he came in again, I drilled through his jaw. You all right, Sebastian?
Yes. Those wharf rats. I should have had this gun out sooner. What about your men?
I'd say he's in a thorough state of coma.
Then everything is satisfactory.
Maybe. Let's get inside. I have a feeling we better check with the general. Sebastian nodded, and we went into the villa. We had no trouble finding General Lemitron. He was in the living room, but in no condition to receive a visitor. The general lay face down on the carpet, a sprawled, grotesque figure. The general had been stabbed to death.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
From the look of it, the general had been stabbed just as he came into the room. His hat, a soft Panama, lay a few feet from his head. The incongruous note was an electric razor that had been placed on the phone stand. I glanced at Sebastian. He stood immobile, staring down at his dead chief. He stood this way for a long time before he said anything. And when he spoke, he still kept his gaze on the quiet form lying at his feet.
So, they have done it. And all the time I've been afraid. I never really thought they would.
But let me mix you a drink, Sebastian.
You will never know, Race, how much I worship this man.
Some of this brandy should help.
They murdered him because he became too popular with the people. He would have been our next president at the next election. Do you realize that, Race? It was a foregone conclusion.
Here, Sebastian. Take this drink.
You drink it, Race. The fire I need is already beginning to burn inside me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Set the country on fire, huh?
What do you expect? You think I'm going to let them get away with it?
You said you've got an election coming up. Why don't you let the people return the verdict? Through their ballots.
No. We will settle this now, when I take back Lemitron's body.
Yes. That'll do it, won't it? All you'd need to do would be to utter a cry. Avenge Lemitron. And the country's in for a bloody civil war. But nobody will be surprised, will they, Sebastian? You people have always done it that way, haven't you? An eye for an eye.
Yes, we have always done it that way. An eye for an eye. And that girl...
Now, wait a minute. You have no proof that Joan Venner had anything to do with this.
I don't need proof. She was the cause of his being here. That is enough.
I've got a warning for you, Sebastian. That girl must not be harmed.
First, I take care of the woman for you, General. Then we go home.
He was standing there like a man in a trance, and I knew that nothing could be done with him. So I turned from him, left the villa, returned to the center of the city.
Race, what is it?
I must come in and talk to you.
At this hour? Oh, Race, you're insane.
No, I'm not insane, but Sebastian is. General Lemitron's been murdered, and Sebastian is blaming you.
Blaming me? All right, Race, you may come in.
Her hair was tousled from slumber, and her eyes were sleepy. She looked cuter than that chick in an Easter basket. So I took her in my arms. but only for a minute. This was a girl in danger.
What is it about Sebastian Reis?
He's always been a fanatic about Lemitron, and now he's gone mad.
But can you not realize that
You can't get that through to him now. I tried. He's in a fog of bitterness and hate. So I'm going to get you away from here. You're going to the Hotel Majestic. I was able to get a room for her next to the one Mark and I had. It was 3 o'clock by then. But when I tried to turn in, I found myself too restless to sleep. So I awakened Mark.
What goes?
That girl I went to see when I left here. She's in the next room. She might be in danger, so I want you to watch out for her.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's going to happen, but stay alert anyway, will you?
Yeah, sure. Where you going?
I don't know. I can't settle down. I thought I'd go out for half an hour. I'll be down at the bar at the Libre.
Okay. Have one for me while you're at it.
Hey, Race! Over here!
It was Ted Conley, his red hair a little on end from having a good time. With him was another American, a lad he introduced as Larry Charles.
I sure am glad to meet you, Race. We need a little company around here. Place has been dying on its feet.
Celebrating something?
I sure am. I'm celebrating the fact I'm about to become a BTO.
BTO?
Yeah, big-time operator.
He's dreaming big dreams, Race. But liquor does that to Larry every time.
Listen, boy, I'm a cinch, I tell you. Hey, what'll you have, Race? Hey, don't try none of this phony scotch. It'll cut your throat.
I'll have a Fina Low.
Huh?
Brandy and soda.
Oh, yeah. Hey, give the man a Fina... Hey, give the man a brandy and soda. Listen, Race, let me tell you about me. Know what I do for a living? I sell nitrates. Hey, that's a fancy name for fertilizer. Yeah, that's what I do. I sell nitrates all over Europe. Here's your Fina Low. Brandy and soda.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. I sell nitrates, but I got a competitor. A nice fella, but a competitor. 3 or 4 months ago, he beat me out on a big order. Millions of sacks of this stuff. I was feeling pretty bad. Toss that down, Race. Have another one.
Oh, thanks. I'll nurse
You know
this
what
one.
happened? Big country to the north all of a sudden wants a lot of nitrates. More than anybody can supply. Which sends the price way up. And here's my competitor all contracted up to deliver every bit he's got to Lanaco. But me, I ain't signed up to deliver nothing, you see. So I can deal with the big country up north at those very pretty prices.
Well, I drink to your success.
Thanks, Race. Thanks a lot. Hey, you're drinking to a big operator, you know that? A big operator. Ain't it a shame, they don't have any bourbon around here? What I wouldn't do for a good glass... Bartender, another Fina brandy and soda for Mr. Race. Yeah, but you gotta listen to some more, Race. You ain't heard the funniest part of it.
Race!
You see,
Race,
we got this competitor.
Pardon us, Larry. What is it, Mark?
Look. Yeah, she's gone. I was lying awake like you said, but I must have dropped off. Then I heard something. I went out in the hall, but I was too late. The door was open. She was gone.
Trouble, Race?
Plenty of trouble. Lovely girl in a jam through no fault of her own.
Well, let's get her out of it. Yeah, we'll help, won't we, Ted?
Of course.
Well, that makes 4 of us, Race. We ought to be able to do something about it. We could find her.
Well, I've got an idea where she might be. Come on. I guess it was Lemitron's villa, and that's where we found her, guarded by a couple of waterfront renegades.
Did we take them ourselves, or do I go out and get the other guys, huh?
Yeah, we're here. We'll take them ourselves. You get the one in the chair. I'll take the lad with the cigarette. Let's go.
I got mine!
And I'll get mine!
Oh, brother. Nothing to it. I'm getting so I don't even need an end wrench.
Race, I had a feeling you'd come.
Oh, Joan, I hope you're all right.
If you'll just untie my
Hey, a
hands.
fine thing. You said you were just coming in to reconnoiter. Yeah, why'd you let me and Ted in on the phone?
I'm sorry, Larry. It seems simpler to do it this way.
What makes you think it's so simple, Ray?
It was Sebastian, standing in the doorway, and I knew what he meant. He had the glare of a fanatic in his eyes. He gripped a submachine gun in his hands.
Let me repeat my question. What makes you think it's so simple?
I see I was wrong.
And a man cannot afford to be wrong when he meddles in affairs that don't concern him. Can he, Race?
Sebastian, we've known each other for years. Be logical about this girl.
She was one of the causes of Lemitron's death. There were other causes, but she was one. So she is going to die. Is it that you wish to die with her, Race?
His mood was hair-trigger. A look and his finger was going to flame that Tommy gun into action. I sensed that its bullets wouldn't stop with Joan Veneer. I stood there, frozen, without a thought. And then, just a part of my glance took in the electric razor I'd seen before. The incongruous note. It was still on the phone stand, and it started gears meshing in my brain. I spoke to him again. Sebastian, this girl didn't have anything to do with Lemitron's death, and neither did any of your countrymen.
Now you're talking just to divert me.
No, I'm not. The answer, Sebastian, is nitrates.
Nitrates?
Your country contracted for heavy shipments of the stuff a few months ago. You remember?
Which means nothing to me.
It means everything. Since then, the price for nitrates has gone up tremendously. If the contract with your government could be broken, the seller stands to profit considerably by the increase in price. But it's hard to break a contract with a nation, isn't it, Sebastian? A civil war would do it, though, wouldn't it? Then the seller could refuse delivery. Do you see, Sebastian?
I see no proof. I see no killer.
You can turn your eyes on the proof. That electric razor on the phone stand. I'll gamble that there's your proof. Here, let me show you.
Hold it, Race. If this is a trick.
No, it's no trick. General Lemitron was a soldier, an engineer. An engineer is an orderly person. What would his razor be doing in this room unless someone else moved it here? Lemitron couldn't have been using it. He'd just come in when he was murdered.
A lot of words, Race.
No, I've got it. I know it. The killer waited here for the general, waited a long time. He wandered about, idly picked up the razor in the bathroom and started to shave himself. But the general's arrival startled him, and he kept the razor in his hand when he came in here. Well, look, even the cord's still attached to it. I'm going to pick it up, Sebastian. I'm going to give you further proof.
All right. Pick it up. But any tricks and I turn this gun loose.
Now, Larry, you were saying plenty about nitrates this evening, remember?
Well, yeah, Race, I remember. What's that?
That competitor you mentioned, you were talking about Ted Conley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, but...
Wait a second, Race. You can't pin this on me.
I think I can, Conley. I think I can. Here's your proof, Sebastian. Proof that Ted Conley was in this room today. The hairs inside this cutting mechanism. Some of them are gray, but the others indicate this razor has been used by a red-headed man.
Hey, Conley's gone.
Leave that to me. I'll get him.
Race, if I ever live through this night.
Oh, but you've got to live through it, baby. I've got plans for a lot of other nights. And all of them include you.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the violent virtuoso.
It was one of those evenings where sooner or later you know you're going to end up on the fire escape. It had been hot all day, and it was still hot. And the weatherman had just informed the city by radio that there'd be more of the same tomorrow. Unfortunately, when a weatherman forecasts heat, he's always right. So I was reclining, trying to divert myself with a 5-star final, when Mark Donovan came in with a proposition.
Hey, look, what do you say we go out and do the town? Huh?
Oh, go away. You've just had a shower and it's gone to your head.
No, I mean it. Look, let's go out and get ourselves a couple of warm-hearted females. Huh?
Mark, I regret having to break it to you, but at this moment, anything that can be described as warm seems utterly distasteful to me.
You'll forget all about the weather.
Look, you go. I have 1 or 2 phone calls I'm waiting for. Answer the door, will you?
This ain't the kind of night for staying in.
He kept it up all the way to the door, and I felt the argument to be resumed as soon as he came back. But I was wrong. He reappeared wearing a grin that was almost a leer.
Now I see why you wanted to stay home. I also see why you wanted to get rid of me.
What are you talking about?
It's the dame, the one you're expecting. And, brother, if anything is cool in this town tonight, it is her. But, she ain't gonna help your temperature any.
You trying to tell me there's a woman out there?
There is, brother. And she'll make you take a long drag on that cigarette you're smoking.
He was right. And I did. She was tall and slim, blonde. Her eyes and mouth had a go-chase-yourself look that suggested money, and lots of it.
I'm Sybil Thorne.
Oh?
Mr. Latham of Intercontinental Underwriters said that he'd call you about me.
Yes, he called. Mentioned something about a stolen ring. He said he wouldn't be contacting me until tomorrow.
I got restless. Do you mind?
You know, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
Could I have a cigarette? I finished the last of mine coming over here.
What would you like?
Oh, I'll take the kind you're smoking. And I'll take a drink, too, if you have the ingredients.
We have the ingredients. And Mark, 10 bar, will you? What's your preference in this?
Have them surprise me.
You hear that, Mark?
I did. 3 surprises coming up.
Latham didn't say much about the ring. Did you lose it?
It was stolen from me.
Valuable, I suppose.
Oh, I paid $7,500 for it. But I don't want to collect the insurance on it. I want the ring back.
How about the police?
I'd rather not have the police in on it yet. You see, it was stolen from me by a friend.
That makes a lovely picture.
Will you take the case? Chalmers Latham said you would.
I guess so, Duchess. Who's the friend?
Did you ever hear of an actress by the name of Carol Corson?
Yes, I've heard of her. Better than that, I know her. You're not trying to say that Carol Corson's a thief?
I'm not trying to say it, Race. I am saying it.
On second thought, I don't think I'd do you any good on this case, Duchess.
You've already taken the case, Race. I wouldn't like it if you turned me down now.
Here you are. 2 tall ones guaranteed to cool your temperatures down to 0. In fact, they might even embalm you.
Thank you, Mark. Race,
Yes, Duchess.
you will take the case, won't you?
Yes, I'll take it. But before we get through, you might not like me. Carol Corson could be seen at the Majestic, where she was doing a well-received skit in a popular review. She was an old friend, and for good reason. Carol and I had once gone around for several weeks thinking of little else but each other. At the Majestic, I found her in her dressing room.
Ray's darling. Talk about ghosts out of the past.
Still the same color hair, still the same figure. You wearing well, baby?
You big stiff. You know, I never quite got over you.
Well, I've heard different. How about Ernie Jetto? Now I understand is Lawrence Landry.
Well, you can't blame me for Landry, Race. He might even make me forget you. Oh, when he plays that violin.
I'm not blaming you, baby. But Ernie Jetto could be bad news to an affair
Now,
like
don't
that.
say it, Race. Just the thought scares me silly. Oh, look, lover, I've got to go on.
All right, but I must talk to you, and soon. You're being accused of thievery.
I'm being what?
Do you know Sybil Thorne?
Well, sure, I went to a brawl at her place last night.
Well, Sybil has lost a ring worth $7,500. You've been tabbed as #1 suspect. What? The ring was insured with Intercontinental, so I'm on the case.
And I... Oh, but Race, this is silly.
I'm sure it is, baby. But
Oh, listen, lover, I do have to skip. I'll get in touch with you, huh? Where are you staying?
at the Carlisle.
All right, I'll see. I've got to Zoom.
Could have waited for her, but it was late, and I felt tired. I got as far as the stage door when...
Hold it, pal. I want to have a talk with you.
Ernie Jetto. I'd heard him use that same tone against a district attorney while on trial for murder. Ernie Jetto, unconvicted killer. A second man stirred nearby, and I recognized Duke Temple, another chunk of dry ice.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right.
Me? I'm only Jetto.
I know. I remember your sidekick, too. How are you, Duke?
I'm all right.
Well, what were you doing inside, Race?
I'm talking to a friend of yours.
Harold Corson?
Yeah, had some business to discuss.
Yeah, now I'd like you to hear my story. You know how I feel about Carol, don't you, Race?
I've heard rumors.
I've been hearing rumors, too. But some guy trying to cut me out. You had a yen for Carol a few years ago, didn't you, Race?
That I can't deny, Jetto.
Now I find you hanging around here. Could add up, couldn't it?
But it doesn't.
How do I know?
Just have to take my word for it.
I don't take nobody's word for nothing.
All right. And where do we go from there?
First, I'm going to tell you something. Stay away from Carol Corson. And just so you don't get absent-minded, Duke is going to tie a little string around your finger.
If Duke has any idea about using those brass knuckles, you better change his mind, Jetto.
Bothers you, does it? Go ahead, Duke.
I wouldn't try it, Duke.
Me, I'm working for Ernie. Here, bite on this.
Sorry, Duke. I never cared for brass knucks. Don't make any more plays, Jetto. This Luger can spit lead faster than Duke lost his teeth. Better not, Duke.
Tough guy, ain't you? Packing a rod. Makes you feel good, don't it, packing a rod? Let him ride, Duke. We can catch up with him. Later.
For the next couple of days, the case showed about as much activity as a Philadelphia weekend. I heard nothing from either of the two women involved. Then on the morning of the third day, I got a call from Sybil Thorne.
How would you like to take me to a concert tonight?
Well, you sound gay. Did you get your ring back?
I did not.
I thought you might be dropping the affair.
I am not. And I want you to keep on with it. Have you done anything?
Stirred up a case of physical violence for myself, but nothing else. If I'm going to be of any value to you, Duchess, I'll need to know more about this business.
So, we should get together. How about the concert idea? Do you like violinists?
Well, like anything's good.
Oh, Lawrence Landry's great. He's new and brilliant and...
Landry? Is it his concert?
Yes. You might pick me up about 8.
Well, that evening, just as I was ready to leave, Mark Donovan came in, so I commandeered his services as a driver.
Look, this is the dame that was here the other night.
The same. Where's your cab?
Halfway down the block.
So you're going to a concert, huh?
Yeah. I don't know if any woman is worth that, Race.
Look, I like classical music.
Yeah, I guess even a guy like you has to have a flaw in his character somewhere.
Thanks.
Hold it, Race.
What is it?
Down! Race.
There, you can get up. He's gone.
Oh, I thought he got you. I didn't want to look.
Nothing wrong with me. The good brushing off won't cure. Where was that boy? Did you get a good look at him?
Yeah, right between them two Buicks that were short, chunky, dark complexion.
Duke Temple. Tough trader.
Trader?
Seems to want my life because I relieved him of some front teeth. Come on, Mark. Let's head for Sybil Thorne's before we have to start explaining to the police. Lawrence Landry put on a good show. Young American, he had the looks to catch himself a feminine audience wherever he went. But he was no great violinist. Teresa Vane, his accompanist, was a far better musician. As a solo number, she keyed out a rendition of the Appassionata that saved the evening for me. Afterward, I went backstage with Sybil Thorne and met both of them.
Oh, Larry, you were marvelous. I enjoyed it ever so much.
I'm glad, Sybil. I thought the audience a little lukewarm.
Oh, no, darling. They were mad about you. Weren't they, Race?
There was a question about a ring of falsehood or making myself disliked, so I avoided the issue by turning to Teresa Vane with my opinion of her work.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mr. Race.
Oh, I more than enjoyed it. That job on the Appassionata enthralled me.
It's wonderful of you to say so.
I thought you were great all the way.
Mr. Race, you've made me very happy.
But I hadn't made Sybil Thorne happy. And later in the cab, I heard about it.
I don't understand you, Race. Why did you have to go so completely overboard for that girl's playing? You didn't say a word about Larry.
If I'd praised Landry's work, I'd have been a hypocrite. He's far from being a first-line violinist.
You're insane. Well, he's marvelous.
Have a cigarette, Duchess. Listen while I tell you something. You're infatuated with Landry, and it makes you blind and deaf. It's made you hate Carol Corson, too.
You are insane.
I was able to put the picture all together tonight. Landry goes for Carol, so you detest the girl. Which casts quite a doubt on your loss of that ring.
Are you accusing me of lying?
I'm accusing you of a more horrible malady. Jealousy. And I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to write this case off as finished. For your sake, Duchess. For your sake. After leaving Sybil Thorne, and there was no goodnight kiss involved in our parting, I found a phone booth and called Carol Corson.
Hello?
Carol, this is Frank Race.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
It's Race, Carol.
Who? Oh, Ray. We have a very bad connection, lover.
Well, then maybe I'd better stop in and talk to you. You still up?
Up, did you say? Of course, lover. I'll be up for hours yet. Where are you?
Well, practically around the corner. It's all right then, huh?
Oh, wait a minute, Ray.
What is it, Carol?
Someone just came into the apartment. Oh, it's you. What are you doing with that gun?
Who is it, Carol?
Wait. Wait, don't do that. No! No! No.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Through the few scrambled, hurried minutes that it took Mark Donovan and me to reach the door to Carol Corson's apartment, I developed a sense of guilt. I'd been too willing to write off this affair as a bit of unimportant jealousy. I'd been wrong. The exchange I'd listened to over the telephone had sounded convincingly like murder. Mark and I found the apartment door ajar. Another somber note. We went inside.
Used to go with this girl, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I used to go with her.
Through the chest. Won't do no good to send for a doc, Race.
No. Won't do a bit of good.
Well, what are you going to do?
The only thing I can, Mark. Call the police. Started out hot again the next morning. I felt dull-witted and lethargic. About as useful as a barkeep at a revival. It was just after 11 o'clock when I got the phone call.
Race?
That's right.
Honey, Gerald.
Hello, Gerald.
I've been reading about Carol, about how you found her.
I guess it was all there. I haven't seen a paper.
I told you how I felt about that kid, Race.
I know, Gerald. It's tough.
Plenty tough. Too much for a guy like me to take lying down. That's why I thought about you, Race.
I wish I could tell you something. Can't.
You have to tell me nothing. I get it all figured myself. Guess what I come up with?
I'm not very bright this morning, Jeno.
I come up with you, Frank Race, the private pry with a big reputation. The big guy that's in with the cops, a guy that can get away with murder.
Look, Jeno, I'm as sorry about Carol as you are. Maybe sorrier. I had nothing to do with her death.
Carol was a good kid. Maybe a little crazy, but a good kid. We was doing all right, Carol and me, and you show up again.
Jeno, you're wrong.
You got an unlisted phone, ain't you, Race? I latched on to the number, didn't I? I know where you stay, too. At Carlisle. Now I want you to know something. I'm gonna get you. I'm putting my mind on that and nothing else. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. In the next couple of 3 days. But I'm gonna get you. Right.
What's the matter, Race? Somebody hang up on you?
Yeah, Mark. Somebody hung up on me.
Mr. Race.
Hello, Miss Vane. Forgive me for interrupting you, but I'm anxious to find Landry, and I haven't been able to locate him anywhere.
Well, not even at his hotel?
And that's it. I don't even know where he's staying.
The Commodore, 2205.
Oh, thanks a lot. Readying something for a concert?
Yes, one of my solos. Beethoven's 12th, you know it, of course. We're here again next week. I hope you can hear it.
I hope I can, too.
Yes?
You may not remember me, Landry. I'm Frank Race. Met you the other night at the hall.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Yeah. Hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not if you don't mind my going on with this workout. I never miss a day.
Barbells. And the postgraduate weights, too, from the look of them.
Yeah, I guess I do all right. I should. I haven't had it for years.
I came to see you about Carol Corson's death.
You what?
I'm an insurance investigator, and it's become rather important to me that this crime doesn't go unsolved.
Crime?
Haven't you read the papers?
Good heavens, no. I just got up.
Well, I hate to have to give it to you this bluntly, but Carol Corson was murdered last night in her apartment.
Carol Corson? Murdered?
That's it, Landry.
Race. Excuse me a few minutes while I get into some other clothes. There'll probably be reporters coming.
He took more time than just a few minutes. So much more that I began poking around the room for diversion. Well, there was nothing to look at in the way of reading matter except a stack of programs he'd played across the country. They proved to be a very interesting measure of his skill. He had a limited repertoire. He offered nothing very demanding in the way of technique. Teresa Vane's share of the program seemed equally light, an addiction to sweetness and gaiety.
Oh, you still here, Race? I thought you might have given me up.
He was wearing a fresh carnation in the buttonhole of a double-breasted job that did a lot for his strong physique. Here was a boy ready not only for reporters, but photographers as well.
What was it you wanted to discuss about Carol?
She was carrying a torch for him. I had the feeling it might have been mutual. I may have been wrong.
Why, I liked Carol, of course, but there was really nothing too serious between us.
How about you and Sybil Thorne?
I'm very fond of Sybil.
Do you mind telling me if you were with Carol Corson last night?
Luckily, I wasn't. Not last night.
Could you prove it?
Why, well, proving it might be a bit awkward.
It might be a lot more awkward if you can.
What do you mean?
We're talking about a murder. Murders have a way of getting downright nasty with reputations.
You mean I could get bad publicity out of this?
It's hard to say which way it'll twist.
But no one's been to see me yet, and it's mid-afternoon. Maybe the police won't know about...
Won't know about your connection with Carol? They'll know.
Because you'll tell them. Is that it?
I won't go out of my way to tell them, but I may have to.
You're trying to make something out of nothing. I know a lot of women. I happen to be popular with them.
Yes, you sort of work at it, don't you?
I work at other things, too. I'll demonstrate one of them.
He took me suddenly by surprise, moved in, gripped my arms, lifted, jammed me against the wall.
There, Race. Completely helpless, aren't you? And I can step back and...
There. Do that a few more times. Could have a new opening into the adjoining room.
Wouldn't do you any good either, would it?
It makes an interesting game, all right. Do we keep it up, or have you expended enough energy?
I just want to make sure you're impressed with the fact that I didn't see Carol Corson last night. Also, that there was nothing serious between us.
So I'm not to say anything to the police?
That's right.
Well, now that I've been properly impressed, would you mind putting me down? The evening papers broke the thing wide open as far as Landry was concerned, without my saying a word. Couldn't help grinning when I saw his picture on the front page. But Ernie Jetto's likeness was there, too. And looking at that wiped away the smile and left me with a tight little knot in my stomach. Ernie Jetto had been picked up, but I felt it wouldn't be long before he'd be free. That meant anything but pleasure for yours truly. If I wasn't working for anyone else in this case, I was working for myself. Another complication entered the picture about 9 o'clock when Sybil Thorne showed up at the apartment.
I thought we should get together and have a talk.
Sounds like a sensible idea. Come in.
You know, Larry Landry is furious with you, don't you?
You must have just seen him.
I just talked to him by phone. Larry and I have a date tonight after the concert.
You sound quite smug, Duchess.
And you don't like it.
In a way, you deserve that, Turkey. But I get the feeling that in a lot of other ways you could be pretty regular.
Careful, Race. You're getting out of character.
Why did you come here?
Why,
Make it a good one, Duchess.
You're still working for me, aren't you?
Well, maybe I'm giving you more credit than you deserve. You came to gloat. Why?
Oh, stop it.
You came to put across the effect of a very cool lady on a warm night. Well, you've clicked. I'm thoroughly affected.
And what am I supposed to do now? Go home?
No. Not yet. Not until I took her in my arms. Those cool-looking lips had warmth and softness. That slim-looking body had... Well, I didn't let it go right away. She still kept her hands on my shoulders as I drew back to gaze at her.
Don't get any ideas, Race. I'm still going to keep that date with Landry.
All right, Duchess. As I said before, maybe you deserve him. I spent the next couple of hours moving restlessly about the apartment. Made myself some coffee, tossed down a scotch and soda, picked up the paper, read the program of Landry's concert. It'll be over by now, and the realization of it was like being poked in the eye. The answer to the whole thing. I grabbed up a jacket, slung it on, and...
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I've just figured out this case, Mark. I've got to move fast to stop another murder.
Oh, hold it, will you? You go out on that street, you'll move right into your own murder. You got a reception committee out there.
The same one as before?
And another guy, mean-looking, face like a badger.
Ernie Jetto. But I've got to go out, Mark.
All right. But this time I want something besides an end wrench. Yeah. There's your Jetto, pal. Across the street by the lamppost. The other guy's somewhere around.
I'm going out. Cover me.
All right. I got Jetto, Race! And the other guy's running.
Come on, Mark. Get me to Sybil Thorne's before it's too late. Now you can turn on the light.
Let me go.
I'm sorry.
Let me go.
But you'd better stay. And this is the gun that killed Carol Corson, isn't it, Miss Vane?
I...
Jealousy. Horrible malady, isn't it?
You can't know. You can't know how much I love him. How much I've been hurt.
Come in, Duchess. Better bring Landry with you.
Teresa, what are you doing here?
Better close the door, Duchess. This isn't a pretty situation. Miss Vane is here, Landry, because she intended to kill Sybil Thorne, same way she killed Carol Corson.
Kill? Good heavens, Teresa, why?
Because she's in love with you, to the point that it's made her sick.
But, Teresa, I gave you to understand.
You gave her to understand what? That she should just forget you? You know, some people can't pull that off, Landry. They get ill. They're driven to murder.
But what are we going to do about this, Race?
We're going to give this girl all the breaks we can. Teresa. Teresa, will you go and give yourself up?
Yes. Yes, I'll give myself up.
Now, wait a moment. I think we should hold her here for the police. After all...
I'm making this decision. It may give her a break. And she'll keep her promise. Won't you, Teresa?
I'm not going to let you do it that way, Race.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, no, you don't.
More muscles, Landry? All right, try this on your biceps. Go ahead, Teresa. You'll find a cab downstairs. The driver will know where to take you.
All right.
How did you know, Race?
Music. It's all wrapped up with that girl's emotions. I happened to leaf through a pile of Landry's past programs. All of Teresa Vane's solos had been Sweetness and Light, Handel and Debussy, that sort of stuff. But last night, before killing Carol Corson, she showed her mood with the Appassionata. Tonight, with you in mind, she featured that funeral movement from Beethoven's 12th Sonata. It's just an idea, but I guess it paid off.
It saved my life. I'm terribly grateful, Race.
Are you, Duchess? Maybe we should talk about that at much greater length.
The The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the fourth round knockout.
If it ever came to a war between Brooklyn and the rest of the world, I'd be tempted to bet on Brooklyn. Whatever they go for there, they go for with spirit, whether it be the Dodgers or boxing matches in one of the small local clubs. Mark Donovan, a native son, had dragged me over to one of the clubs to see a young heavyweight on the way up the ladder.
I bet you never expected to see a fight like this, Race, huh? Look at him there in the corner, fresh as a daisy. Go on, kill him this round, Freddie, kill him!
And that boy of yours is a rough customer.
Freddie? Sure. Used to be a longshoreman before Mike Lang picked him up. Mike used to push a cab before he became a fight manager.
Well, I'll admit I never saw a fight like this one before. Tell me, Marcus, haven't they ever heard of the Marcus of Queensbury?
No. Who's he?
I'll tell you later.
This is station WBKL, the voice of Brooklyn, coming to you from the ringside of the Red Hook Stadium. Fourth round of the main event between Freddie Natchez and Joe Kenny. Freddie has had things all his own way tonight. He's moving into the center of the ring, and Kenny's backpedaling. Oh, Freddie moved in fast and caught Kenny with a straight left jab. Kenny is back on the ropes, and Freddie's pounding him with rights and lefts.
On in the La Panza, Freddie! The La Panza!
Kenny twists away. He's mighty tired, though. Freddie's shuffling after him. He intends to finish it in this round. And another right and left to Kenny's midsection and a left to the side of the head. Freddie's had that right hand cocked. He's looking for a Sunday punch opening, and there... Oh, Kenny ducked away and flicked the light left into Freddie's face. Didn't seem much of a punch, but Freddie's backing up a little. He's falling. Freddie Natchez is down. The referee's counting. 5, 6...
Hey, what a palover. Come on, get up, you bum.
Take it easy, Mark.
He threw the fight. Who's he kidding?
Let's get out of here.
I want to go back to the dressing room and see Mike Lang. Oh, boy, will he be sore. I wish Mike would come out or let us in or something.
You said he'd be out as soon as the doctor got finished with Freddie.
Doctor? What's that Palooka need a doctor for? He was hardly hit.
It didn't seem as though he was, but I don't know, Mark. It was a funny fall.
That wasn't no fall. It was a dive. He went into the tank like Esther Williams at the... Oh. Hello, Mike. Tough break, fella.
Yeah, Mark, yeah.
That double-crossing... I like to go in and slug him myself, but... What's the matter, Mike? Oh, come on, don't take it so hard.
He's dead, Mark. Freddie's dead.
Dead?
Well, it didn't seem like much of a punch, Mike.
It wasn't. That isn't what killed him. He was poisoned.
Poison?
So the doc says. But I don't know. I don't know how.
Who was around him before the fight?
Nobody but me. Was the only one with him for the last 4 hours, right up until the time he climbed into the ring. Afraid I'm in a jam.
Did Freddie have any enemies, Mike?
Who doesn't?
Well, I mean, is there anybody in particular who might have wanted him out of the way? Was there anything unusual about this fight?
Well, there was a lot of betting, Race. Too much for a small club bout.
That means that somebody might have made a big killing.
Yeah, but who? Wasn't one of the big plungers. Most of them bet on my boy.
Any particular gambler around here goes for nothing but sure things?
Oh, yeah, Benny Sloat, but he's clear on this one. I saw him bet $1,000 on Freddie just last night. Race, I know you get big dough for your work, and I ain't got that kind of money, but...
You're a friend of Mark's, that's good enough.
Oh, what are we going to do, Race?
Well, let's look up the sure thing boy, Benny Sloat. You know where he lives?
Yeah, sure. He's got kind of a mansion up in the hills off Grand Central Parkway. Ravine Road.
You better drive me up there. Benny Sloat. I seem to connect that name with recent headlines, Mark.
Yeah. He got a big splash, something about fixing a favorite at the track. The horse lost, and they say Benny raked in 100 G's. Oh, here's Ravine Road now. Better lock the door on your side, Race.
Lock it? Why?
Pretty narrow road, a lot of sharp turns.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I know the road pretty good, though. Used to drive Benny around a lot before he got that foreign guy so nuts about. Canary yellow job.
Sounds like it makes gambling pay well.
Oh, brother, you can say that again. Hey, turn my rear vision mirror up, will you?
Right. That okay?
Yeah. Guy behind us has his brights and a spotlight going to a blinding.
Perfect vision's mandatory on this run. The man with the spotlight seems anxious to pass us.
He can't. Too narrow, too many cars. I'll let him by when we come to a straightaway in the road.
He isn't waiting, Mark. He's coming around us.
Hey, look out! Just roll, Wally, out! I'm gonna get that guy, Race.
Yeah. I'd like to say a few words to him myself.
Be able to follow his taillight as soon as we make up some ground.
We're making it fast. There's the light now.
Yeah, we're gaining.
Curb sign there.
Let's see it.
There's the car.
Good. I'm gonna push right in his baby's tail until he stops.
Light's deceptive, Mark, but that car seems to be bright yellow.
Hey, it is. That must be Benny Sloat's job I told you about.
It seems to be slowing down.
Yeah, he knows we're tailing him. Probably scared stiff.
He's stopping.
And so are we. Brother, here's where I read the riot act to this character.
Well, I'd like to add a few words of my own.
Oh, yellow rat. He ain't even getting out of his car.
Well, probably wants to hear what we have to say first. That's pretty dangerous driving you did back there, friend. What was your hurry?
Yeah, Benny, what's the idea? You want to kill somebody with a...
Never mind, Mark.
Never mind, when a guy Oh.
I guess we have nothing to say to Benny Sloat after all.
Yeah, but Race, we followed this guy over a winding road doing better than 60. We were less than 30 feet behind him. He's alone in a car.
I know all that, Mark, but just the same, Benny Sloat's dead.
Look, Race, maybe we ought to call in the cops.
No, they'll come in soon enough. I'd like to clear Mike Lang before any arrests are made.
All right, you're the boss. Here's Benny Sloat's house now. Go on, I should come in with you.
No, you make the rounds of the gambling hangouts. See if there's any talk floating around about the fight, the gambling part of it.
Right.
Then go back to my apartment and wait for a call from me. Mark drove off, and I studied the exterior of the house that Sure Things built. It was in excellent taste. Plenty of glass and brick. Much bigger than it seemed at first glance. I decided to see if the interior matched.
Yes?
One look at the woman in the doorway was enough to tell me who had provided the aspects of good taste in the life of the late Benny Sloat. Fashions from Paris had taken care of her dress, but they didn't come close to what nature had provided for the filling. Here was a woman no man could ever whistle at. It takes breath to whistle.
May I help you?
Is this the Sloat residence?
Mr. Sloat isn't home.
No, he's as close as he'll ever get, though. May I come in?
Well,
I'm not selling anything, really. I just want to discuss a dead man I found up the road.
Come in.
She snapped the light on as we went into the living room. But the room wasn't empty. 2 glasses were on the coffee table in front of the fireplace, and a slightly balding man was sitting stiffly on the divan.
Mr.
Race. Frank Race.
Mr. Race, this is Mr. Honigman.
A pleasure, Mr. Race.
Hello.
Mr. Honigman was just leaving.
Yes, I was just leaving. I'll send you the statements in the morning, Miriam.
Mr. Honigman is our investment counselor, Mr. Race.
Oh, very interesting business.
Oh, rather dull, really. Facts and figures. Most people just aren't cautious enough to handle their own affairs.
Does anybody have a match?
Allow me, Miriam.
Look out, you clumsy fool!
There, it's out. No harm done. Burn yourself, Honigman?
No, the whole book of matches just flared up in my hand.
Well, it's a bad habit folding the cover over behind the matches.
Yes, stupid of me. Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Honigman. Now, Mr. Race?
I was driving along your road with a friend. A man in a yellow car almost drove us off the road.
My husband?
An exceedingly heavy man, about 50.
Not heavy. Fat. And 55.
But you're...
22, Mr. Race.
We followed Mr. Sloat. When we reached his car, he was dead.
I could still use a light for this cigarette.
What makes you so emotional, Mrs. Sloat?
I asked you for a light, Mr. Race.
Of course. Here you are. You'll forgive me for being so old-fashioned about dead husbands.
Thank you for the light.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, shall I mix us a few martinis and get some dance music on the radio?
You needn't be sarcastic, Mr. Race. My husband's death is not unexpected. And it's neither a shock nor a loss.
Why not unexpected?
Well, he's had a very serious heart ailment for many years.
Well, that could do it. But I don't think so. You see, I've had a sneaking suspicion that's grown a bit stronger since I came in here.
What do you mean?
I think your husband's been murdered, Mrs. Sloat. Just as Freddie Natchez was murdered in the ring a few hours ago.
Oh.
You ought to put on some fresh makeup. You're pale. Your hand's shaking just a little.
Oh, isn't that understandable with my husband dead?
He was dead when I lit your cigarette a moment ago.
It must have been his heart, Mr. Race. What motive?
Motive? Well, let's take yours, for instance.
Mine?
You obviously hated him.
Well, so did a lot of other people.
Yeah, I'll take your word for that.
Benny made my life miserable. I had orders to stay away from other people, men or women. I wasn't even allowed to let anybody into the house unless he was home.
Including Honigman.
Oh, Honigman's different.
Not the romantic type, huh?
Benny was a jealous fool.
I think that's a story you'd better tell the police.
I think I can convince you that that isn't necessary, Mr. Race, if you'll give me the chance. There's something I'd like to show you.
What?
It's in this drawer over here. Does this convince you, Mr. Race?
An automatic pistol. Well, that's always convincing.
I'm not going to have you involving me in this. Do you understand?
An automatic demands a lot of respect and complete attention. But mine was distracted momentarily by a movement outside the window.
You needn't look for help, Mr. Race. This house is quite isolated.
I know it is. You said your husband had enemies. Do you have a choice few of your own?
Why?
May be very important to know in the next few moments. Do you know how to use that cannon you're pointing at me?
I assure you, I'm an expert.
Let me, I have a demonstration. Do you think you can hit that lamp, put it out quickly?
What are you getting at?
I'm not sure, but I think I'm trying to save your life. Don't look now, but there's a man outside in your garden. No, don't turn. He has a rifle, I think.
Harry Connors.
I don't know if he's going to shoot you or me. If it's you he's after, it might be to your advantage to get rid of that light.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Miriam Sloat fired a split second before the man outside the window had let go with his rifle. And I dived to the first sound, dropping her to the floor behind the divan and away from the window. We found each other in the dark. You all right?
Yes.
That was a good shot. Crawl over behind the sofa.
What are you going to do?
Wait. Until your Harry Connors comes in and see if he hit anything.
That's him.
Will you gamble on something?
What?
There's no point in risking a shooting match in the dark. Give me time to crawl part way to the door, then throw your gun at the window.
All right.
Miriam? Miriam? I hear you in there. Answer me. Miriam!
Well, nice work, Miriam. All right, turn on the light.
He was going to kill me, wasn't he?
He certainly didn't come courting you, young widow. I suppose you tell me who Harry Connors is. Because he's coming to it and may get very busy around here again.
Harry and I were engaged before I married Benny. He introduced us.
Well, how did he come to know Sloat?
Harry used to make bets for Benny when Benny didn't want other people to know his money was up.
When was the last time?
Just before Benny and I were married, 3 months ago. They had a fight.
About you getting married?
Yes. Harry said he'd kill both of us.
Well, he's ought to keep half his promise. Or maybe finish the last half. You pardon me while I ruin your draperies.
What are you going to do?
Tie friend Harry up, tuck him away in a closet for a while we enjoy a nice drive in the cool night air.
Where are we going?
To call my friend Mark Donovan. Pay a visit to a fighter named Joe Kenny who knocked Freddie Natchez out of this world.
Is Kenny's joint right here?
Good. You and Mrs. Sloat take a few turns around the block. I want to talk to Kenny alone.
Right, right. Yell if you need me, huh? Yeah?
Benny Sloat sent me.
Come in. Look, Benny wants me to front for him and not just kill him. Tell him I'm not going to do it, the dirty double-crosser.
Benny doesn't want you to get excited.
Excited? What's the matter? Was he too yellow to come up here himself? I don't want to be mixed up in this. Poison, murder, it ain't my line.
Well, something went wrong.
Yeah, you can say that again. I'm set up to take a dive in the 6th. And then Freddie curls up and dies on me in the 4th.
Well, Benny says you'll get your money back.
I better get it back. Every cent I had after 11 years in the ring. I'm too old. I was willing to make one killing. But not the kind Natchez got. All I wanted was dough.
All right. Just don't talk and you'll break even.
Yeah, I'll talk, all right, if anybody starts to finger me at the inquest. Benny's too smart. We're all supposed to be betting on Natchez. But I know how he switched his action to me, placing his dough against mine and everybody else's.
You bet $1,000 on Natchez.
Yeah. I should have gotten wise right then. Benny wouldn't bet one lousy grand on a sure thing. You know him better than that. Or do you?
What do you mean?
You're not one of Benny's boys. I never saw you before. You're a cop.
No,
You're a cop. You're trying to frame me.
I'll take it easy, Ken.
No, you ain't getting me.
He came at me like a bull. He was an old fighter, and his reflexes were just trifle slow, but he could hit. Caught me one under the heart, and my knees buckled. But I caught him behind the knees and dumped him to the floor. I ground my heel into his shin as he got up. He jerked forward slightly, and I planted one low in his stomach, and I let him have an elbow on the side of the jaw. And I pounced on him as he fell. All right, now, Kenny. Don't move or I'll break your wrist.
All right, cop. You got me.
I told you I'm not a cop. I'm investigating for Mike Lang, Freddie's manager. All I want is to save his neck.
You on the level?
Yeah. Now, can we get back to a normal conversation if I let you up?
Okay.
You said that you knew that Benny switched his action to you and cleaned up by betting on your win. Well, Benny's dead.
Huh? He's dead?
Yes. And the key to his murder, and Freddie's, is the man who placed the bets for Benny. Now, who was it?
Well, I don't know for sure. I don't even know his name. Hey, but there was one guy.
What did he look like?
He was about 5.
Here, look out!
Did you get anything out of Joe Kenny, Race?
Somebody shot him while I was talking to him.
Holy cow. And look at you. You look like someone's been using you for a drum.
I'm all right. Where's Miriam Sloat?
Want to make a phone call at the all-night cafeteria on the corner, and so did I.
We'd better find her. I want to run back to her house, check up on Harry Connors.
Connors was the reason for my phone call. I thought I'd see what I could dig up about him.
What'd you find out?
Well, he was a betting commissioner for Benny Sloat, see? But you know what he used to be? He used to be a pharmacist. Now, ain't that interesting?
Since Natchez and probably Benny were poisoned, very interesting.
Here's a cafeteria.
Well, I can see the phone booth through the window. It seemed to be empty. Wonder where she went.
There she comes, from around the corner.
Looking for me?
Yes. Who did you call before?
Bill Honigman. You met him at the house.
Oh, yes.
I thought you might want to examine my husband's books or ask Honigman about his recent business dealings.
Well, it might be a good idea. First, I think I'll call on Freddie Natchez' wife. Under the circumstances, I'm sure she won't be sleeping.
Did Kenny give you any information?
It's time for you to have another cigarette. Somebody shot him while I was talking to him. Anybody at all your husband saw just before the fight, Mrs. Natchez?
No, only Mike Lang. But Mike wouldn't hurt Freddie. I know it wasn't him.
You know it and I know it, but the coroner's jury won't. You've got to think.
Well, somebody wanted Freddie to throw the fight, but that was earlier in the day. Besides, Freddie said it was just a joke.
A joke?
Yes. He was a real estate salesman, wanted to sell Freddie a house.
Did Freddie act strangely before the fight? Different from other times?
No. He wasn't so nervous like he sometimes got.
Any reason why not?
Well, he took something to calm him down. He even took a nap.
What did he take?
Some kind of a pill. He got it from the real estate fella. He must have took one himself, 'cause Freddie asked him if he took vitamins, and he said no, he had a nervous stomach. And then he gave Freddie one of them and told him if he took it just a couple of hours before the fight, he'd feel fine.
And it worked, huh?
Yeah. It was fine when it left.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Mrs. Natchez.
Find them. Find who killed my Freddie.
Come on in.
In a moment. You stay outside, Mark. But don't wait in the car. Stand over there in the bushes. Right?
Well, Race, are you coming or not?
Be right there.
I got you. Go ahead.
Where's Mr. Donovan?
He had to leave.
I didn't hear the car.
He probably carried it to avoid waking the neighbors.
You go out of your way to make it obvious you don't like me.
But I do. I like you very much.
Well, you don't show it. I feel so alone, Race. I need somebody to hold me and baby me a little.
That could be an invitation.
Other men would like to have me in their arms, Race.
She came closer. I reached for her. For a crowded city on a desert island, she'd have been the perfect companion.
There'll be more for us, won't there, Race? We'll meet again, won't we? Away from all this.
Of course we will. After Benny's funeral, we can meet nights at the cemetery and hold hands as we sit on his tombstone.
You...
Careful now, Miriam. There's a gentleman present.
Honigman!
I'm sorry. This is embarrassing. I got here and nobody was at home. I must have dozed off.
Were you spying on me?
No, I dozed off.
Mr. Honigman left evidence of his presence in the entry hall. His raincoat, hat, rubbers.
I catch cold easily, Mr. Race. I know it must seem silly to you when there's no sign of a storm.
Race, look. The closet. Harry must have...
He's gone. I noticed that when we came in.
Aren't you going after him?
The police can pick him up later.
Well, I hope he's innocent. I'd hate to see him...
Still sentimental about Harry. That's nice. Even if you aren't engaged anymore. Or maybe you will be again with Benny gone. Huh?
You were engaged to Harry Connors?
Yes, Honigman, didn't you know? She threw him over to marry Benny Sloat. Of course, Benny was older and fat, but he did have money. Maybe she'll go back to Harry now.
Yes. Maybe she will.
Of course, she might marry somebody else with money. Temporarily. Some fellow who might have made a big killing on a betting transaction.
That's possible. I'm sure Mrs. Sloat's romances don't interest me.
Mrs. Sloat? Don't you mean Miriam? You're on better terms than that. Now tell me, Mrs. Sloat, wasn't Harry Connors your investment consular before Honigman took over?
Yes. Why?
Because Connors used to place your husband's bets. And if Honigman took over the job, he's the one who placed Benny's bets for the fight last night.
Are you accusing me of killing Sloat?
Yes, and Natchez.
Then you're a fool. Because whoever killed them also killed Joe Kenny. And I can prove I was in my hotel when Kenny was killed.
Who told you Kenny was killed?
Miriam told me when she called to ask me to come over here.
Oh, that's too bad. Because I didn't tell Miriam until after she had called you.
Honigman, you fool.
Miriam, I didn't know.
Fortunately, I didn't rely on you, Honigman.
No, Mrs. Sloat still has her automatic.
Mm-hmm. And this time it won't be the light bulb I hit.
Yeah, before you pull that trigger, Miriam, I might warn you. You're in for a deafening silence. I opened your purse and emptied the gun while we were driving back in the car.
What? Why?
Drop it!
It was loaded. Oh, my arm. Honigman, you let him get away.
Not far.
Hold it, Junior. Hold it. I said
Let go of me.
Imagine a guy like that trying to say no to me and my end wrench. Can't get over it, though.
Get over what, Mar?
That dame there. Yeah, wildcat. But that sissy little guy, Honigman.
Just the victim of a wild love. He wanted the money and sweet Miriam.
I can figure how she shot Kenny, but how did she poison the others?
Well, he's the type who has a pill remedy for everything. Only he had a few special ones made up for special people. Slow dissolving capsule with a delayed action. Possibly cyanide.
I still don't see how you pegged him, though. You don't look like a guy who takes chances.
Yeah, but he was. It always shows in some way. With him, it was the way he carries matches. He didn't follow his usual behavior pattern.
Oh, what do you mean?
He bent the cover behind the matches and they caught fire. A careful, conservative person wouldn't do that.
Oh, what do you know?
I better call the police, Mark. And call Mike Lang, too. Tell him he can go to sleep now.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Florence Hallett, Frank Lovejoy, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, and Ted Von Eltz. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of Three on a Match.
A rainy night in Bordeaux. It was late, and the chill had become as insistent as the tone of a nagging woman. But I didn't care. I was only a few seconds from the bar debris, a hostel of good liquor and interesting patrons. Here I was to meet Mark Donovan, and I stopped just short of the door. Someone was running toward me. I caught the figures of two men.
Oh!
One of them had been hit. He lurched into my arms.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Here, let me help you.
Mike, come on. We better get inside the bar, Race. Mark, come on, will you? Them people ain't kidding. Well, it's Charles Borden you're propping up. Borden is Frank Race.
Hello, Race.
Yeah, Bullet, how badly you hurt?
Oh, if I could just sit down.
Here, there's a table, Race, by the wall. Come on.
Well, that tears it.
What's the matter?
They followed us in here.
Oh, never mind. Just ease yourself into this chair.
Thanks.
Now, where are they?
The other end of the bar race. 3 guys and the dame with a gun in her hand.
Do you remember Bergman and Intermezzo? If you were a man, you thought of her as being everything a woman should be. Well, here was another one. The same honey-colored look, same expression about the eyes. Kind of woman to turn a man wistful and introspective. And she stood at the end of a bar with a gun in her hand.
Some gal, all right?
Who is she?
I don't know.
Well, looks as if we're going to find out. She's coming over here. What about that wound, Borden?
Well, there's some pain, but I think I'm going to be all right. Could I have a cigarette?
You're going to need a doctor. We'll get you to one as soon as you've had a rest. Here's a light.
I will take a light off that, too.
3 on 1 match?
Are you superstitious?
Only that it may burn my fingers. Here you are.
Thank you. Would you mind if I sat down?
Obviously, you're an exponent of the fait accompli.
My name is Marie Vartel. It is my intention to take this man out of here.
But why? What do you have against me?
As if you did not know.
Why don't you put that pistol away? You know it could alarm people into calling the police.
I'm not afraid of the police.
I don't imagine you're afraid of anything. But strong-arm methods aren't going to get you anything here. Borden's been hurt. I'm going to see to it that he gets to a doctor without interference.
I have 3 men with me. Each of them is thoroughly capable of this sort of thing. I shall give you about 30 seconds to decide. But you should be sensible.
She meant every word she said. I couldn't let her take Borden. The gun she'd laid on the table was the only weapon showing, and I sensed that this was the instant to make a play. I shifted my hands to the underside of the table and heaved.
Borden, get out of here!
Race the girl, watch it!
No.
Come on. No. That's better. It's about time you come out of it.
If I had my choice, I'd just as soon not.
You've got a nasty cloud on the sconce. How do you feel?
Oh, like a dying duck in a thunderstorm. What happened to Borden?
Believe it or not, he got away. You started quite a Brannigan, you know?
Yo.
Seems as though every guy in the joint took it as a personal signal to start slugging the guy next to him.
Where are we now?
In the back room of the joint. I give the gendarmes quite a pitch about being innocent sightseeing Americans, so they don't know all the sin. Want to get up?
I think I'd better give you a pull.
Yeah. Head pretty bad, huh?
Yeah, I've had gayer, more carefree moments. I've got to get something straight, Marcus. So I'm going to try concentrating. Where did you locate Borden?
One of them hotels on the list. The guy is scared, Race. That's why I left the Metropole without no forwarding address.
But he was willing to come and see me.
When I told him who you was and that Acme Indemnity had sent you over, he got downright eager.
When will you jump at that girl and her boyfriends?
3 or 4 blocks from here. You know, I still don't get the reason for it. Do you?
I haven't the slightest idea, Mark. But I'm going to do my best to find out. George Seals, Paris representative of the Acme Indemnity Company, looked startled when I told him why I dropped in at his office.
Why, for Pete's sake, Rays, do you mean that you don't know the story behind this affair?
When Dan Carlson called me for the case, I'd been in New York just 2 hours after a flight from Trieste. He said I'd get the lowdown from Borden.
If Borden is coherent enough to give it to you, he was treasurer for the fund.
What fund?
European Children's Relief. Better than £500,000. You see, Borden had turned it over to a committee of 3 in London. The Countess d'Artois, Gilbert Evans, the diplomat, and Phil Gaynor, the American broker. Who was to know that Gaynor had just gone broke and would embezzle the money? He produced the signatures of d'Artois and Evans for the full amount, signed it himself, and that was that. It's particularly pathetic because of the crop failures throughout the country. The kids are going to be in desperate need of that relief fund.
Do you know of a woman by the name of Marie Vartel?
No. Should I?
In one way, yes, but probably better off the way you are. I'm going to Bordeaux and look for him.
Marie Vartel, eh? So you would like to know who she is, monsieur? What?
She's very beautiful. Does it seem unreasonable that a man should seek information about her?
Marie Vartel. Monsieur, men used to pray by that name in this country.
Ah, then she must have been with the underground during the occupation.
In Bordeaux, monsieur, Marie Vartel was the underground.
Now tell me, where can I find her?
If I tried to tell you that, I would be wasting your time. I do not know, monsieur.
It was the same way in other places. Many knew of Marie Vartel. None would say where she could be found. But finally, at the expense of $50 American, I got the lead I wanted.
Oh, it is you.
It occurred to me, Miss Vartel, that I didn't think to mention my name the other night.
Oh, your friend mentioned it during the fight. Mentioned it at the top of his voice. You're called Race.
You don't seem at all surprised to see me.
I gave up being surprised several years ago. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Marie Vartel. You must have been a pretty youthful member of the underground.
I was 17. You've been asking questions.
People talk because they seem fond of you.
What did you want, Race?
What made you shoot Charles Borden?
What made me... You're laughing at me.
I'm completely serious.
The next time I see him, Race, I intend to kill him.
But why? Tell me why.
Borden has been custodian of a fund subscribed by the people of your country for the children of Europe. He reported that it had been embezzled, the equivalent of $2 million of your dollars. $2 million intended for children. They fought for things like that during the war, Race. And I have information that Charles Borden has that money himself. In cash.
It all shaped up as pretty much of a puzzle. My job was to get back that money for the sake of Acme Indemnity and the kids of Western Europe. So I felt I was getting a definite break when Borden called me that afternoon.
I've tried several times to get in touch with you, Race.
I've been in Paris. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I've been under the care of a physician.
Borden, we haven't had a chance to talk, but I wish you'd tell me if you know anything concerning the whereabouts of that money.
Why, it's in London, Race. I sent it to my brother there.
You... But I thought the money had been stolen.
It was stolen, but I got it back.
Hey, look, Borden, I seem to be all mixed up about all this business. I'd better see you and talk to you.
The sooner the better, Race. I'd like to share my worries with you, and perhaps my safety.
He gave me the address of a hotel nearby, and I went there at once. I found him in a dressing gown, his left arm in a sling. Been smoking a lot of cigarettes.
I got something new to fret about now. I have a feeling that someone listened in on our phone conversation just now. That could be rough on my brother.
What about your brother?
Well, he's Dr. Jonathan Borden. Perhaps you've heard of him.
Yes, the literary authority.
Yeah, that's right. You see, he's in London doing a work on the life of Charles Dickens. I sent him the money simply because I had to get it off my hands.
Borden, would you mind briefing me on something? If the money was embezzled, how did you happen to have it?
Through a fluke. You see, I'd been suspicious of Phil Gaynor, and when he made his move, I was right behind him. I happened to catch up with him in a hotel room in Lyon. Or rather, I caught up with the bag containing the money.
Mm-hmm.
Gaynor had stepped out, so I just carried the bag away. Well, it's been like having a time bomb in your possession.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Race, 6 attempts on my life have been made in the past 4 days. I realize now that I may have placed Jonathan in the same position. And he isn't well. He was with the Marines in the South Pacific, and he suffered wounds that left his heart in pretty bad shape. I wish you'd go to London and take over. I'm worried about Jonathan.
In London, I found Dr. Jonathan Borden in the midst of a puzzled mood and an upset flat. He stared at me when I mentioned the money.
£500,000. Then that explains this very cryptic note I received from Charles. Here, listen to what he wrote. I'm sending you the money in charge of Doty. For heaven's sake, take good care of it. What would he mean by that? I haven't received any money, and why would he do a thing like that? Why didn't he just turn it over to the French police?
I'm afraid your brother isn't in what we like to term a normal state of mind.
Oh?
He's been attacked and harassed continually for several days. He's been under drugs for a gunshot wound.
Oh, yes, I realize he's in trouble. That's why I'm packing to go to France. And I'd like you to go with me, Mr. Race.
Dr. Borden and I reached Bordeaux late that night. There was no rain, but the city lay soggy in the grip of a heavy fog that had drifted in from the Atlantic. We went straight to Charles Borden's hotel.
Funny. He doesn't answer.
Was he usually a heavy sleeper?
Well, not as a rule, but if he's been receiving drugs...
Let's try the door.
Well, he's asleep all right, but...
I caught the impact of it at the same time. It was in the twist of Charles Borden's head, in the grotesque stretch of his body beneath the bedding. Charles Borden was dead. Someone had cut his throat.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Looking at what was left of Charles Borden suddenly left me weary and depressed. A man I had been trying to protect, murdered. Whatever the reasons, this was one kaleidoscope of crime that assumed too many shapes for me. I needed straightening out on it. So I went back to the offices of the Acme Indemnity in Paris and caught George Shields on the verge of taking a client to lunch.
You know Gilbert Evans, don't you, Race?
No, we've never met, but I remember the name. You served on the committee of the Children's Welfare Fund, didn't you, Mr. Evans?
That's right. A very unfortunate business.
I can't help being curious about something, Mr. Evans.
No?
How was it that Phil Gaynor was able to persuade you to sign that welfare fund check for such a large amount?
I didn't sign anything. My name on that check was a downright forgery.
I see. And how about the Countess d'Artois? Was her signature a forgery, too?
Well, that I can't say. You might ask her.
Emily, Countess d'Artois. She came down to greet me and fill me something that looked as though it might decide to stop clinging at any moment. She was quite a dish, and well aware of it.
I'm told you came to see me about Phil Gaynor.
That's right.
Do you know Phil?
Not at all. But I'm doing my best to remedy the situation. You're an American.
Yes. Does that destroy your illusions?
You'll do in any language.
You're quite direct, aren't you, Race?
Did Gaynor forge your name on that check, too?
No. No, I signed it. I thought Phil was all right then. Is it important?
Frankly, I don't know. You ask a question here and there, and possibly you learn something. Or it may be a waste of time.
And, in my case?
No male would ever call you a waste of time.
Oh, well, that sounds like something we should drink to. What would you like?
I'd say this atmosphere calls for absinthe.
Oh, I'm complimented. I think I'll have the same.
She had plenty of firepower. And the effect wasn't what you'd call unpleasant. The way she manipulated that figure had me making mental passes until the absinthe turned me into the physical type, at which point I reached for the woman. By the time I let go, in spite of the absinthe, I had this girl pretty well tabbed. Here was a surface that simmered, but with a core that operated at 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Why do you look at me like that?
Trying to figure your angle.
What's the matter, Ray? Suffering from an inferiority complex?
No, let's not fret about me. I've been to market before and had buyers. But you know.
You know, Race, I could like you. I could like you a lot.
For myself alone.
Have another drink, darling. You'll be happier without those suspicions.
Maybe you're right. Guess we can have fun without being soulmates. For a while, anyway. You and Phil Gaynor, weren't you rather fond of each other?
Should I say yes? What do you take me for? A jerk?
Careful, Countess. Your past is showing. I suppose you can take him or leave him.
That's right. Same way I feel about you.
I don't think I'm going to be too badly hurt.
Oh, you'll be back. If I were in the mood, I'd offer you big fat odds on that.
It was almost as soon as I left her place that I got the feeling of being tailed. I went for a couple of blocks, and then as I was about to cross an intersection, a cab swung to a stop at the curb in front of me.
You've had enough time for strolling. Get in.
Sorry, my mother always taught me to refuse rides from strangers.
Don't try being clever, unless you want to start out with a split in your skull.
He had no sense of humor. And since this condition went with a pair of eyes like lead pellets, I repressed an impulse to be flip. Besides, he had 2 other similar personalities with him. So I became a passenger and ended up in a cheerless-looking room over a vacant shop.
Now, Ace, maybe you'd like to tell us where we can find that money, huh?
And if I don't, I suppose we're going to play games.
We can be friends if you want it that way. But friends do favors for each other, no?
And what happens if I give you a fast, handsome answer that turns out to be a dud?
You will still be here. We will merely come back and discuss it with you again.
Well, who gave you the idea you could get this information out of me?
Where's the money, Ace?
Well, let's see now. What can I tell you to postpone this buffeting I'm due to receive? After all, there's always a chance the cavalry might arrive.
Maybe this will stir your thoughts.
Well, looks like a railway express dump.
So it is. We found it in your hotel room in Bordeaux, in the pockets of a jacket.
I remembered it when he said that. I'd picked it up in Charles Borden's room while his brother and I had been waiting for the police. My lethargy, I'd forgotten about it.
Well, Ace?
Well, didn't you check on it with the express office?
Since we could not provide the name of the person to whom it had been issued, they would give us no information.
Could I say it? You mentioned my name, didn't you? Well, that should prove I had nothing to do with it.
Not at all. You could have used another name.
Yes, I could, couldn't I? All right. Where do we go from here?
Where's that money, Ace?
I sent it to London.
So, you sent it to London. I will try again. We'll go on trying. Where's the money?
There was only one way out for me. I gave him another snappy answer, and when he swung this time, I leaned into it. I came out of it looking into the brown eyes and honey-colored hair of Marie Vartel. It took a second or so to lick the dryness from my lips, and then managed to grin up at her. She smiled back at me. It was faint, but it was a smile.
How do you feel, Race?
You keep rough company, baby.
All right, Race, on your feet.
Let him alone, Menard. My instructions were for you to follow him, nothing else.
This is the faster way. Get up!
Menard! One more bit of play like that, and I'll set your head to ringing with his pistol.
You go too far, Marie. I should take that trinket away from you.
So? And will you try it now? No. Then get out of here.
You have a way with you, baby.
Here, let me help you up.
Thanks. Maybe you have 2 ways with it. You aren't very big, are you?
I don't like men to touch me, Race.
Well, this is purely in gratitude, baby.
And that was that ingratitude, too?
I think it started out that way.
You're free to go, if you like, Race.
Tell me something first. You on the level with this Joan of Arc business?
Joan of Arc? Oh,
Or are you really after that money for yourself?
what good would it be for me to say?
All right. I can't understand why you don't concentrate on Philip Gaynor, the man who got away with the money in the first place.
Gaynor is dead.
Dead? How do you know?
See for yourself.
She handed me a piece of cutout newspaper, date-lined London. It was 3 days before. It told of the finding of the corpse of Philip Gaynor, London businessman of American citizenship, and mentioned the details concerning his embezzlement of the welfare fund. According to the account, none of the money had been found in his body.
You see, Race?
I wish I did see. Wonder how he died.
I would say he was murdered. Wouldn't you?
Oh, brother, what a whistle stop this Bordeaux. More fog than a 3-day hangover. And how's your noggin, by the way?
Well, my headache's just about let up. I'll be okay.
2 clouds inside of a week. Next time, how about ducking a little quicker? Huh?
What'd you find out at the express office?
I just mentioned the name Borden, and they told me all. But there was no dough involved. Just a shipment of books. That means something?
Not at the moment. Maybe it's the condition of my head.
Yeah. Oh, just a second. Here. Dr. Jonathan Borden.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Doctor.
I called to see if you turned up anything, Race.
I wish I could say yes. Everything seems to be just as muddled as before. Incidentally, did you get some books that Charles sent you?
Oh, yes. They caught up with me this morning after going to London and back. A lovely centennial edition of Charles Dickens. Any significance?
If there is, I haven't sensed it.
Oh, by the way, while I was out yesterday, I had a caller. A woman by the name of Vartel. Do you happen to know...
Marie Vartel.
You sound perturbed.
A little. It occurs to me that we should get you back to London as soon as possible. Marie Vartel. The most provocative unknown quantity in the case. Marie Vartel. Marie Vartel.
Come on, Race. Wake up, will you? Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, chum, time to go down for dinner. Come on.
Dinner? You haven't been sleeping that long?
You've been corking it off ever since that guy phoned.
Yeah. Dr. Borden. Yeah, I remember. Said something about a set of books. Dickens. I wonder what... Mark.
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Books. Dickens. I've got it. Come on. You'll raise the window a little higher, will you, Mark?
Yeah. You know, chum, if the gendarmes catch us doing this, we are liable to spend no little amount of time in the Bastille. But it's too late to turn back now, ain't it? We have already broken and entered. Great. What next?
That case of books on the table.
Somebody opened them for us. Looks as though they have already went through them.
Find David Copperfield.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me see. David Copperfield. Yeah, here it is. If you're looking for dough, there ain't nothing in it. Look.
I think you're repeating a mistake that was made before, Marcus. Being too hasty. Unless I'm very wrong, these... Yes, you see? This is one of those editions where the pages have to be slit.
So slit?
Yeah. There we are. A brand new 1,000-pound note.
Holy cow. Look, the book is loaded with them.
I thought I heard someone in this room.
I hope you'll forgive us, but we're rather anxious to check this little matter.
You found the money?
Yes. Now we must see that it gets to the proper authorities.
Well, naturally, I'll take care of that.
Why should you?
Well, for one thing, it's in my possession. I also happen to be Charles Borden's brother.
As my friend here would say, in a pig's eye you are.
What do you mean?
If you were Dr. Jonathan Borden, you'd be an authority on Charles Dickens. As such, you'd have known what Charles Borden meant when he mentioned Dodie. That happens to be the pet name David Copperfield's first wife had for him. No, you're not Dr. Borden, but you're his killer. You moved in and murdered him when you learned he was being given custody of the money. You're Phil Gaynor.
Yeah, and don't reach for a gun bust. I already got one in me mitt.
Yes, but you can let it drop to the floor. You heard me? Let it drop.
Come in, Countess. You see, Race, my ace in the hole turns out to be a queen.
Yeah, queen of clubs.
What's our next move, Phil?
Well, we can't very well take these two with us, can we, darling?
And we can't very well have them yapping at our heels when we go.
It's really quite simple. We shoot them and get out fast. You take one, I take the other.
Well, Race, at least we've seen the wild.
See Bordeaux and die. Is that it, Countess?
Let's get it over with, Phil.
All right. Ready? Now!
It's a good thing I was curious enough to follow you here, Race.
Marie Vartel.
You will see that the money goes where it should, won't you, Race?
Yes, but you're leaving?
I think that might be a discreet move on my part, don't you?
You'll stay in Bordeaux?
But why?
Well, because if you're here, I'll come back. So hang around, baby, so I can see you again.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Gerald Moore, Jack Carrington, Michael Ann Barrett, and Paul Dubov. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Roughneck's Will.
Sometime people come back to you through the years. People you used to know or work with. They come in unexpected phone calls or chance meetings on the street of some strange town. And some of them you want to see and some you hope you'll never see again. Jim Fallon was one of the former. We'd gone through law school together, played football together. And one night in 1943, we'd almost died together in a parachute jump behind Rommel's lines. So when Mark Donovan relayed Jim's call to me, I told him to ignore the red lights. I was full of the excitement that always comes from the thought of seeing an old friend or an old flame.
There's a layout. Office suite 401 to 416. And look at the names on that door, will you? Fallon, Foster, Peabody, Morton, and LaRoche. Attorneys at law.
Yes, Jim Fallon's come a long way, Mark.
A guy has to come a long way when he spends every day working till 16 offices.
Well, let's go in.
No, not in there. He said you should come to the door marked 411, ignoring that it is marked private.
Sounds top secret. Here. Here's 411. Hello, Jim.
Race. Oh, man, it's good to see you.
You know Mark Donovan.
We spoke on the phone. How are you?
Hi.
I understand you're having a little trouble, Jim.
Race, this isn't little. I can brush any doubts out of your mind by mentioning the name of my problem. Martin Bayard Cullen.
That could be serious.
Wait a minute, that name sounds familiar. Who is he, Ray?
Martin Bayard Cullen's an old man who avoids publicity. You can't avoid it altogether, though. It's hard to avoid it if you happen to be one of the 10 richest men in the world.
Holy cow.
We handle his legal business, Race. Since this morning, though, I've been wishing we didn't.
He's kicking up his heels, huh?
No. But somebody broke into this office last night. They opened Cullen's will. I want you to read the will, Race. He wrote it himself. And it's an invitation to murder.
Is this it?
Yes.
Brief, isn't it? One paragraph.
One paragraph, written with TNT. Go ahead, read it.
It is my wish that my entire fortune pass into the hands of only one person. However, I list here the 4 persons who have been closest to me, with the provision that the entire estate go to the last one surviving.
The last one surviving? Oh, brother.
You know the 4 people named here, Jim?
Yes. 2 of them are granddaughters of his wife by a former marriage. Cullen never had any children.
Then they must be Joan and Leona Richards.
Yes. And there's Carrie Bragg. She's been Cullen's nurse for the past 10 years. And the man, Bill Forsyth, is Cullen's secretary.
And all any one of them has to do to become fabulously wealthy is murder the other 3.
Mm-hmm. That kind of money has turned some pretty nice people into murderers, Race.
Yes, it has. Now tell me, does Cullen know his will's been opened?
Yes. I informed him immediately. I asked him to change the will at once and let it be known that it has been changed.
But he won't do it, huh?
Nope. And he told me not to call an investigator. But I can't hold still for that.
I'd like to have a talk with Cullen. Will you clear a meeting?
I'll try. I'll do it while you're driving up to his place. The estate is called Gray Acres. It's in Larchmont.
Gray Acres was appropriately named. The house had the grim aspects of a medieval castle, and even the grass and trees seemed colorless and drab, despite the evidence of care. Martin Bayard Cullen matched the general atmosphere. Only his large, dark eyes glittered through a shriveled and pasty skin as he lay propped up by pillows. But when he spoke, his voice belied his 90 years.
My orders to Fallon were quite precise. I want no investigation.
I let you in so I could tell you that. Now get out.
I'm not here in your behalf, Mr. Cullen. I just wanted to see what kind of a man it is who uses his fortune to try to influence murder.
Since I'll be the first to be murdered if it does happen, it's still my affair.
It's time for your medicine, Mr. Cullen.
This is one of my heirs, Race. Or shall we say that Miss Bragg is a candidate? She doesn't seem to be out murdering anybody, but she is giving me medicine to drink. Someday it may not be exactly what the doctor ordered. Isn't that right, Miss Bragg?
That's right, Mr. Cullen.
She agrees with me, Race. See? Everybody agrees with an old man. Especially when he has millions they may get their claws on.
Come on, Mark. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, the medicine ain't the only thing that smells in this joint. Well, now there's a sweet old guy. Will you tell me how that prune with the lemon personality get to be rich, huh?
Well, he started out as a roughneck on a drilling crew. Oil wildcat is. Now he's loaded. Oil and steel, bonds, stocks, cattle. You name it, he's got it.
You seem pretty well informed about the old man, Race.
Oh, hello, Forsyth.
How'd the interview go?
Not too well. You warned me. Hey, look, Forsyth, you're his secretary. Anybody been especially snoopy lately?
Only me, frankly. I have my finger on all of the old man's affairs.
You know about the will?
I've always known about the will. You see, Race, I typed it.
You know, Race, that old guy must be tired of living. And at his age, I can understand him.
At his age, a man can be tired of a lot of things, Marcus. But he can also be very determined.
Like about what?
About not wanting things investigated. There's been a blue convertible perched on our tail since we left the estate.
Well, I will lose it, but quick.
Now, let's play it the other way. Slow down, come to a stop at that billboard sign.
Right.
All right, get out. Pretend to be checking the tires.
I get you. Here comes a car. It's slowing down.
We gotta stop, though.
Duck, Race, duck!
Come on, Mark. Behind the side.
They're backing up.
Keep low.
Now, you must have winged him. The car got out of control.
He's hurt. Not badly. Let's follow him.
Can't. Look, he nicked one of the tires on my heap.
Oh, that's too bad. It's too dark to get the license number.
I got all the numbers I need. They say that somebody doesn't want us around. Did you get a look at the driver?
No, I just fired at the hood. Now let's get that tire changed. Pay another call.
On who?
On Joan and Leona Richards, Cullen's granddaughters.
Oh, brother. If the Danes which live here are related to that old moneybags, I will bet you we are about to come face to face with a couple of pigs.
Remember, Marcus, they're only related by marriage.
Yes?
Yeah, my name is Frank Race. I'm an investigator working for your grandfather's attorney.
Oh, won't you come in? I'm Leona Richards.
The hallway was dim, and so was the room. But not so dim that you couldn't see the large eyes. Eyes that could reflect hurt easily. And they looked as though they made a habit of it. Except for that, her face was plain. But something about her said, if I ever come into your arms, you won't want to let me go.
I'd offer you a drink or something, Mr. Race, but, well, the household budget won't stretch that far.
Oh, I could run down and pick up a fill.
Never mind, Mark.
If my grandfather sent you to bring me back to Gray Acres, Mr. Race, I won't leave my sister.
Saying that doesn't make you happy. I didn't know you'd lived at Gray Acres.
We moved out 3 months ago.
What?
Because my sister...
Because her sister had reasons. And the reasons are nobody's business but mine.
Another girl stood in the doorway to the bedroom. She looked like Leona, only she was beautiful, and her eyes were deep and dark, but hard as polished onyx. It was a few seconds before I realized that her left arm was hung in a sling.
Joan, this is Mr. Race.
I heard everything. What do you want?
Your grandfather wrote a will, and some eager beaver opened it, a little ahead of schedule.
Light me a cigarette, Leona.
All right.
The terms of the will might place your life in danger. Your life and your sister's.
Suppose you let me worry about that.
No, but it doesn't end there. This particular will might also work in reverse and make you the menace.
Sounds like Grandpa's up to his old divide-and-conquer tricks.
Don't say things about him, Joan, please.
I know you're fond of him, but I'm not.
Do either of you own a blue convertible?
Well, yes, I do.
She owns it, and I use it.
I see. Tell me, why the sling? What happened to your arm?
I don't think my answer is going to surprise you, Mr. Race. Somebody shot me.
Look, Grace, what for are we going back to that mausoleum?
I think it might be wise to hang around Gray Acres for a while.
Think that John Richards' dame was the one who was using us for target practice?
Yeah, slow down, Marcus. There's the gate to Gray Acres up ahead.
Oh, there's more than a gate there, Race. There's a guy with a shotgun blocking the road.
Now, you stay in the car. I'll talk to him.
Put your hands up there.
They're up.
Who are you? What you want?
My name's Race. I'm working for Mr. Cullen's attorneys.
Oh, yeah. Told me you was here earlier today. I'm Blair. Tom Blair. Old man Cullen hired me to guard the property.
Cullen hired you?
Yeah. Used to work for him before, you know. Whenever there's trouble, he sends for Blair.
Well, do you have orders not to let me through this gate?
Well, I use my own judgment. Cullen's got a lot of faith in my judgment.
Well, do I pass or do I make camp out here on the road?
Who is it, Blair? Oh, Mr. Forsythe. It's that investigating fella.
Oh. Hello, Race.
I thought I'd come back, just in case.
Yes, I had a hunch you would. I have a room prepared for you and your friend.
You letting them in, Mr. Forsythe?
Have any objections, Blair?
Me? Why should I?
I was just wondering, that's all. I'll drive up with you, Race. There's space for your car in the garage. I think you'll be comfortable in here.
Holy smokes. Ali Can would be comfortable in this joint. Even without Rita. What a room.
Yeah, before you go, Forsythe, I've got a question.
Fire away.
Was Joan Richards here this afternoon when I was here?
No, she wasn't. But Leona was.
Driving a blue convertible?
Oh, yes. It was a present from her grandfather last Christmas. A matter of fact, I got one too, Race. And so did Mrs. Bragg, the nurse.
You mean there were three of them?
That's right, 3 of them. Good night.
3 convertibles, all identical. I thought about it. And after we turned in, I dreamed about it. Leona had been here, but Joan was the one who had been shot. I twisted fitfully and seemed to doze off finally. Then...
Holy cow. Race, what was that?
Somebody screamed. Come on.
That came from the old man's room, Race. Hurry!
Where's the light switch?
I'll get it.
Martin Bayard Cullen lay propped on the pillows. His staring eyes fixed right on us, his withered old hands motionless against the white counterpane. It wasn't the stare of death, though. His glittering eyes turned to the far side of the bed. I moved around to see what he was staring at. I needed only one look. She was on the floor in a crumpled heap, her neck very neatly broken. Nurse Carrie Bragg wasn't going to inherit anything. She was dead.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The murder of Nurse Carrie Bragg narrowed the field of Cullen's potential heirs to 3. Leona and Joan Richards and Bill Forsythe, which meant that 2 more of them had to die before there was any payoff. I sent Mark into town to get a few answers from Jim Fallon at his law office, and I started for a stroll around the grounds when... No telling where the shot had come from. I dived behind a hedge, flushing some birds. I caught a wisp of smoke coming from a clump of trees near the ivy-covered wall, and got off a wild shot in return.
Hi! Who's shooting there?
You should know. You started it.
That you, Race?
Yes.
Well, this is me here, Blair.
I knew it wasn't Gregory Peck.
You crazy man? What you shooting at me for?
I wasn't shooting at you until you tried to pick me off with that rifle. Come out of those trees with your hands up.
Man, I wasn't shooting at you.
You clipped the top of the hedge as soon as I dove into it.
Well, I didn't even say you. I was just shooting the blue jays. Here, I'll come out holding the gun over my head.
What makes you so hot about blue jays, Blair?
Oh, they're bad, man, bad. Get in the chicken coops, suck the eggs dry, you know.
There aren't any chicken coops here.
Well, I guess I just got the habit from down home.
Maybe yes, maybe no. I think you were trying to scare me, Blair.
Oh, now why would I want to do a thing like that?
I don't know. But whether it's me or a bunch of innocent birds you're after, take a tip. Make your first shot count the next time you start playing this game. Because next time, I won't miss. Mark came back from Fallon's office with information that turned on a few lights. This latest will of Cullen's had been drawn up 3 months before and replaced a more sane and reasonable request that had been properly drawn by the attorneys. The contents of the first will told me it was time to have another chat with Leona and Joan Richards.
Please believe me, Mr. Race. I knew nothing at all of my grandfather's will. Either the first one or the new one that's causing all the trouble.
His original will left you 1/3 of his estate, and the rest was to go to charity.
That doesn't surprise me, Mr. Race. Leona's his favorite.
Then you should be interested in the contents of the new will, because they call for action, not orders.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Race. I know the contents of the new will, and I didn't have to break into Fallon's office to learn them. I'm going out. Leona likes to answer questions, but I don't.
Oh, Ray, she's so stubborn. Suppose something happens to her.
Hey, this is no time to break up, baby.
I'm sorry. I'm so nervous and upset.
Here, let me use my handkerchief. Maybe we can get those eyes pretty again.
Let go of me.
No.
Do you know that? That's the first time a man ever kissed me.
Well, if you can do that without practice, you'll be murdered next time round.
You don't believe me, do you?
Should I?
It's true. I've never danced. I've never had a date, and I'm 24. Now go ahead and laugh at me.
If you mean that, I'm not laughing.
Grandfather never thought that any man was good enough for us. That's why Joan's angry with him. That's why we left Gray Acres after he found out that...
Go ahead.
I can't.
What did your grandfather find out about John? Maybe important.
I can't tell you. I can't, that's all.
All right, baby. It's your secret, and you can keep it. I only hope it doesn't cost you your life.
Well, hey, it's about time you got back. Where you been?
I've been walking around town, thinking.
About a dame, judging by the look on your kisser. And I'll bet it's that Leona Richards, too. And brother, that's bad.
Well, if you mean one of the girls killed Carrie Bragg, you're way off base, Marcus. They didn't do it.
Oh, brother. You got so many stars in your eyes, you can't see them all.
The old man's angry with them. He might change a will in the spur of the moment and change it within an hour. They know that.
All right, so what?
So if either of them intended to latch onto the whole fortune, they'd have killed Cullen first to make sure the will isn't changed.
Wait a minute. That makes sense. With that Bragg dame dead, that only leaves one guy.
Yes. That leaves Bill Forsythe, Cullen's secretary. Let's go in and have a talk with him.
Well, okay. Which is his room?
Well, this is the one he came out of last night. Forsythe?
Maybe it's in the library. That's where he works in.
Yeah, we'll see later. Meanwhile, let's have a look around in here.
Hey, what are we looking for?
I don't really know, Marcus. You go through that bureau, and I'll take the writing desk here.
Okay.
Oh, very neat person, Bill Forsythe. Everything in order.
Yeah. Hey, he wears nylon shorts, too. Look. Imagine me in these things.
Now, never mind that. Keep going. You may come in.
Don't seem to be anything but clothes in here. I guess it... Hey, look at this.
What is it?
Framed picture of Joan Richards in a bathing suit. That babe should wear tighter dresses. This I never know.
Now, look at the inscription down on the corner.
Huh? Oh, I didn't notice that.
You wouldn't. To Bill with all my love, now and forever. John.
Wait a minute. There's something else under the guy's pajamas. A couple of letters. Hey, listen to this. Darling,
Miss Bragg says the doctor gave grandfather a sedative. I can meet you tonight, usual place.
Is it signed?
It must be Joan.
Yep. Put everything back.
What, does it mean something?
It means plenty. Old man Cullum found out about Joan and Bill Forsyth, and he knows that Kerry Bragg was helping them.
So he set up the will to start them knocking each other off.
I'm afraid that's it.
Are you going to look around anymore?
Well, just in the closet. I want to find out if Forsyth has any weapons hidden around. You take that one, I'll take this one.
Race. Race, come here.
What is it?
Oh, brother. It's Forsyth. He's been hanged.
For the next few hours, the number of police on the grounds at Gray Acres were almost equal to the blades of grass. I cleared permission and took Mark into town for a visit to the morgue. Only it was a newspaper morgue.
Look, chum, look, I've read the newspapers for the past 10 years, and my thumb is worn out turning the pages.
Keep going.
All right, but what are you looking for?
Just the items, Dateline, Texas. If it comes up, you'll know it.
Nothing ever happens in Texas except an occasional murder like this one, eh?
What is it?
Old stuff. Happened 8 years ago. In the oil fields, a wildcat killed in a gunfight by a guy... Holy cow, a guy named Blair, Tom Blair.
That's it, baby. Give it to me. Here, look. A witness said Blair did the shooting, then couldn't identify him before the grand jury. No indictment.
Yeah, but how could he not recognize a man he knows?
He must have been bought off. Look at this. The murdered man had refused to sell Cullen an oil lease, and Blair was in charge of Cullen's drilling operations. Come on. We got to get back to Gray's Acres fast.
Hey, look. The garage is all lit up. And there's Blair and one of the maids.
Yeah, we're carrying somebody. Hurry.
Race, give me a hand here.
Yeah, it's Joan Richards they're carrying. Yeah, look, Mark. Grab the car and get out of here. Find Leona Richards and stick to her. Bring her back here.
Right.
Yeah, here, Blair. Let me grab her. What happened?
Maid found her.
She was in the garage with the motor running. I passed by. I smelled the gas.
All right. Put her down here.
I'm afraid you're dead, Race.
Yes, I'm afraid she is.
Oh, poor Mademoiselle John.
Does Cullen know about this?
Well, now, how could he know, man? We just haul her out this minute.
I think I'll go tell him.
Well, sure will bust it up.
Yes, he sure will. Cullen seemed never to sleep. His eyes burned at me as I came into the room, and there was a little color in his cheeks. He made no effort to conceal the victory he was tasting. If I had things figured right, though, I had one ace. The fifth ace in the deck. The Joker.
Well, Race.
There's been an accident, Cullen.
Yes. People always blame things on accidents, Race. Usually things that happen are planned to happen. Didn't anybody ever tell you that?
One of your granddaughters is dead, Cullen. This time I know it was an accident, a mistake. Because the wrong girl got killed.
The wrong girl?
Yes. It wasn't Joan, Cullen. Leona is dead. His eyes went wild, and the veins at the side of his neck thickened, and a flood of red spread across his cheeks. He drooled at the corner of his mouth, and then he screamed,
Blair! Blair!
I'm here, Miss Cullen.
Leona, I told you not to hurt Leona. You were supposed to kill Joan and the others.
Shut up, you old fool.
That's all I wanted, Cullen. He did kill Joan. Leona's safe.
Oh, Leona.
I'm afraid you've been too smart, Ray.
He moved toward me, a drilling roughneck, squat and solid. I fought tough men, but not as tough as this one. His hands were as hard as a diamond drill.
I'm going to freak you.
I had to keep him off, but no matter how hard I hit him, he kept closing in. I finally got his hand on my throat.
Now, Race, I'm gonna kill you.
Struggled and twisted, but it was no good. Suddenly, I got tired and blacked out. Across the centuries and out of time and space, I came alive again. I didn't know whether I was in this world or the next, because the dead eyes of Martin Bayard Cullen stared down at me from where he'd slumped across the edge of the bed, seized with a final heart attack. But then I heard a welcome voice that belonged to the living.
Come on, you ain't dead. Wake up, will you?
Hi, Mark.
Hi. What a skull that Blair has got. Look, I bent me end wrench when I whacked him with it.
Yeah. You couldn't have gone all the way back into town and come back.
No. You see, I got to thinking, and I turned around, see. I figured that Blair was the heavy, so how could Leona get hurt if he was here? I figured the old man was using the will to cover his own dirty work. That's all.
Very astute reasoning.
Yeah, I thought so. I called the cops while you was out, and Leona called here. I told her the whole story, and she wants to see us.
Oh, that's good, Marcus. Very good. Because I want to see her, too. She'll be one of the richest girls in the world when Cullen's will goes to probate. And her education's been woefully neglected. She'll have to be taught how to protect herself.
And you're going to teach her how?
I ain't going to be shooting blue jays, boy.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gloria Blondell, Frank Lovejoy, Michael Ann Barrett, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again at this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Green Doubloon.
Central America and rain. They go together like bread and jam, only the combination is not nearly so pleasant. Our plane was a few minutes from the landing field at Calan, gate to the eastern entrance of the Panama Canal. And Mark Donovan was doing a little bouncing of his own, independent of the atmospheric conditions.
Oh, brother, next time I come down this part of the world, I'm taking a nice, slow cattle boat. Even if I have to share a room with a wild bull.
It is a little bumpy, Mark.
A little bumpy, the man says. I would like to see Gene Autry stay in his seat if it wasn't for the safety belt.
We're losing altitude. You'll be on the ground in a few minutes.
Yeah. I hope the weather is nicer down there than it is up here. Look, what do we have to come to this place for, anyhow?
To see if we can persuade an embezzler to part with $300,000 in exchange for his freedom.
300 G's?
Yes.
So why didn't they just get in touch with the cops down here and have them latch on to the guy?
The company figures he might give up the money if I can convince him of the error of his ways and promise that no charges will be pressed.
Look, who is the guy? What makes him so sure he's down here?
His name is David Bellamy, and he's a passenger on the SS Kermit bound for Peru. According to the timetable, the Kermit figures to be in port at Calan, waiting to go through the locks to the Pacific.
You know anything about this Bellamy character?
Yes. Used to be a radio actor and a master at dialects. Then he got in trouble and spent some time in prison. While he was there, he learned accounting.
Brother, he must have learned plenty to be able to juggle 300 grand. Hey, look. If he learned accounting while he was locked up, what did they lock him up for in the first place?
He served 8 years for manslaughter, Mark. He killed a man with his bare hands. If you're a kid addicted to the making of mud pies, then Kalan in the rain will appeal to you. But if you're an adult addicted to the simple comforts of life, there are better places. However, the weather wasn't the only unpleasant feature about Kalan. There was an additional unpleasant touch, supplied by the Office of the Port Authority.
I'm sorry, Mr. Race, but your friend Mr. Bellamy isn't aboard the Kermit. He was when she made port this morning, but he seems to have disappeared.
I see. Thanks.
Of course, the ship has just started through the locks. He may catch up along the way. Passengers do miss connections sometimes. It's not unusual.
Yeah. Maybe he went on a bender in town and he'll turn up later, huh? We can go on a ship and wait for him.
No, he won't be turning up later. Come on, Mark.
Grace, look. How do you know the guy won't be going back to the Kermit?
Because the passage he booked to Peru is too obvious. It's a throw-off. He came this far, but now he'll try to make a connection to go someplace else. And this time, he won't leave a trail.
Yeah, but you're not sure of that.
No, I'm not. But I can make sure. You go aboard the Kermit. See if he shows up in the next couple of hours. If he doesn't, meet me back here at the port office.
Okay. But, where are you going?
I'm going to see if I can find out how a man would go about disappearing in Panama. I knew that Bellamy wasn't going to be easy to find. Away from the ship, he was going to have another name. And since he was an expert in dialects, there was every chance he'd adopt a different nationality. I thought about it as I made my way through the narrow streets, deserted in the rainy night. I seemed to be the only man without shelter in Colin, but I wasn't.
Do you have a match, senor?
Huh? Oh, I didn't see you. Yes, I have a match. But I doubt if you can get a light in the rain.
I like the rain, senor. I always get what I want in the rain. People are so nice. They never refuse Diego.
That isn't a cigarette in your hand.
No, senor, no. That's a gun. Step into the doorway.
How can I refuse?
Now, if the senor has any valuable he wishes to contribute to Diego's welfare fund, Diego will be most grateful.
I only have a little cash, but this wristwatch is worth a sizable sum.
Yes, that's going to be fine.
He bent his head slightly to look at the watch, and his gun hand dipped automatically. We were in tight quarters in the doorway. I brought my hands up to undo the watch strap, stepped quickly to the side, and let Diego have a left in the solar plexus. Now, drop it!
Si, senor. If you insist.
That's better. I'll confiscate this weapon for the present.
Oh, this senor talk like a gentleman. Such a gentleman wouldn't waste his time taking Diego to the police. Besides, Diego would be an excellent guy.
Guy?
Si.
Come off it, Diego. You're not a native. You're a Mexican. I can tell by your accent.
This senor is clever. They didn't like Diego in Mexico, so Diego ran away.
And you got this far before you ran out of breath. All right.
The police might send Diego back to Mexico, and I can't stand that place on account of my health.
Fugitives who get into a place are usually smart enough to have their eye on an exit. Turning Diego over to the Panama authorities might take him off the streets, but it wouldn't bring me closer to Bellamy. I had a hunch, and I played it.
Senor, I would do anything to avoid the police.
I'm not turning you in. I can't afford it.
This senor has a dislike for men in uniforms.
Let's say the police would rather find me than you. I've got to get out of here, Diego, and I've got to do it without a passport. Maybe you know a way.
From Colón? Oh, no, senor. Too many American officers.
There must be someplace.
Si. 30 miles to the east, senor, is Puerto Bello. It was once the hiding place of pirates. In Puerto Bello is a cafe called the Green Doubloon.
The Green Doubloon?
Si. And the proprietor is Senor Kamamoto, a Japanese. He is very good at making people disappear, senor.
I picked Mark up at our rendezvous, and we headed for Portobello, Caribbean hangout of the old-time pirates. It was a port of intrigue, an international black hole, a Western Hemisphere counterpart of Shanghai or Calcutta or Suez. And at the bottom of the hole, with no other spot claiming competition, was the Green Doubloon.
Oh, brother. You ever want anybody's throat slit for $50? This is the place.
Some boots back there by the wall. Let's take one of them.
Ain't you gonna ask for this Kamamoto card?
You can die quickly asking questions in a place like this. We'll sit down and let somebody else do the asking.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
If you order anything, Mark, better make it American beer. I wouldn't vouch for the beverages in a place like this.
You don't have to vouch for the beverages, but personally, brother, I would vouch for the doll which is walking toward us here or any place else.
Welcome to the Green Doubloon, gentlemen.
She was Eurasian, an Oriental half-caste. And when they're beautiful, they make other women take a tight grasp on the arms of their husbands. This one was beautiful. Beautiful enough to make a movie star self-conscious about her faults.
I am Mono Kamamoto. My father is the proprietor. I see my voice surprises you.
I expected more of an accent.
My mother was an Englishwoman.
Your mother and your father are to be congratulated.
That is a very nice thing for you to say. But now, I will say something to you that will not sound nice. But if you are intelligent, you will be grateful.
All right, baby, what is it?
Leave the Green Doubloon. Do not look back. And do not come back.
We want to leave more than the Green Doubloon. We want to leave Panama quickly and quietly.
Yeah, fast and with no noise, see?
Then you have come in search of escape and not in pursuit of another?
Yes, and I'm ready and willing to pay for my passage.
Who sent you here?
A man named Diego. We had to leave Mexico rather abruptly.
Right. Guy at the bar looking at us, and he ain't friendly.
I've been watching him.
He's coming this way.
I had better leave
No, stay.
Mona, come back to the bar.
She's having a drink with us.
I'd better go. He will make trouble.
I grabbed her arm and held her in the chair. The man who'd been standing at the bar moved closer. He was a Norwegian seaman. He was wearing a mate's cap. His soiled white shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a powerful hair-matted chest. He came over and placed his hands palm down on the table.
Did you hear me, Mona?
Please, Gunnar.
I have told you before.
I caught the movement of his hands as they came away from the table. The back of his hand caught Mona across the face, and I threw the table over and
Get him, Race! Get him! Look out behind you!
Gunnar had friends, a couple of other Norwegian sailors, and they moved into the fight.
Ah, come on, drop that chair, pal.
Come on, Gunnar, try again.
I'll kill you.
Mona, the light.
All right.
Come on, Race, the back door.
I streaked for the door, but somebody intercepted me. I heard the swish of a chair coming through the air and tried to duck. I didn't make it. As the sound of the Green Doubloon faded out, and so did the rain, everything faded away into black silence. I came to in a storeroom lighted by a feeble candle. Mark was trussed up in a corner, still unconscious. Two men were seated on a couple of small barrels. One of them was a Japanese.
You did considerable damage to my place of business, Mr. Race.
How did you know my name?
From your American driver's license. This is Mr. Harrow.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, Race.
Harrow was wearing a white suit and a Panama hat, and neither of them had been improved by the climate. On the small finger of his left hand, however, was a blue-white diamond which demanded recognition in any climate.
I see you're admiring my ring, Race. It was a gift from a passenger.
The passenger?
My daughter tells me you are anxious to leave Panama. Mr. Harrow has accommodations for people who find our company boring.
I haven't exactly been bored, Mr. Kamamoto. But if Harrow can get us out of here, I'm ready to leave.
My yacht, the Chaucer, is in the harbor. We'll sail at 4 a.m. I don't imagine you have a passport.
If I had a passport, I'd be sailing from Calan. Where's your next port of call?
It's sort of unscheduled, Mr. Race. You'll be dropped off someplace in South America. Venezuela, perhaps, or the Guianas.
Will there be other passengers?
One other, in addition to you and your friend.
Speaking of me and my friend, would you mind untying us?
Oh, I'm afraid that isn't quite possible. You see, I'm a stickler for procedure, Mr. Race.
And tying up the passengers is part of the procedure?
Yes. You'll be blindfolded, taken aboard the yacht just before we sail. It'll be a rather uncomfortable journey, but then one must suffer some to attain one's goal.
You mean we'll be tied up all the way?
Until we can put you ashore, Mr. Race.
I can see the point here where somebody might give you away. But why aboard the ship?
Fugitives from the law are risky cargo, Mr. Reyes. The South American nations are rather thorough about their coastal patrol vessels.
I have as much at stake there as you have. I wouldn't want to be caught.
Good. Because if you are tied up, we can make sure you won't be caught.
What do you mean, Harrow?
You and your friend are hot cargo, Mr. Reyes. The only way to carry hot cargo is to be sure you can get rid of it in a pinch. If we're spotted, Mr. Reyes, you'll be weighted down and thrown over the side.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Reyes in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Reyes.
A sea voyage with weights around your ankles is no vacation at all, especially when you can't change your mind and go to the mountains instead. Even if David Bellamy and his embezzled $300,000 were on board, chances of getting the money were slim, and chances of leaving the vessel alive seemed even slimmer. It was something to think about in the darkened hold as the yacht Chaucer pitched and rolled her way into the open sea.
Oh, brother.
That you, Mark?
Reyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me, I think. Hey, what's going on? An earthquake or something?
We're on board a yacht. A kind gentleman is smuggling us into South America.
Oh. Brother, right now I would sign away my Social Security to be smuggled into the Brooklyn Navy yacht. Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong with me, Reyes. I can't move.
You're tied up.
So come and untie me.
I happen to be in the same boat, Marcus, if you'll pardon the pun. Roll around and see if you can work the ropes against something with an edge.
All right. No good, Reyes. Tied to some kind of pipe. I don't... What was that?
What's the matter?
Something bounced off my head. It was alive.
A rat, probably. The hole is full of them.
Oh, brother. For this, I give up driving a nice, comfortable cab with not even a mouse in it. Hey. A light up there.
Somebody coming down. Keep quiet.
Reyes,
Mona, what are you doing aboard?
I often sail on the Chaucer. My father owned it before Mr. Harrow. I've come to help you.
You can start by cutting these ropes. Do you have a knife?
No, but I can go and get one.
Too risky. There's a very small penknife on the keychain in my pocket.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have it. Be still now.
Is there another passenger on the ship?
Yes, in the captain's cabin.
Traveling first class.
Think it's Bellamy, Reyes?
Better be Bellamy. How many in the crew, Mona?
4, including Gunner.
Good. I want to see that boy again.
Oh, Reyes, be careful. He wants to kill you. And this time he has a gun. All of the crew are armed. There. Now your hands are free.
Now you get to work on Mark. I'll untie the leg ropes.
All right.
I'm going up on deck, Mark. If I can, I'll make the captain's cabin.
All right. What do you want I should do when I get loose?
See if you can separate one of the crew from a gun and meet me there. There was an oil slicker hanging at the top of the companionway, and I slipped it on for cover. The crew on deck was too busy to be counting noses in the storm. I hugged the rail until I got to the captain's cabin, then I caught the door handle and crashed in!
Hello, senor.
Diego.
Senor is surprised that Diego has enough money for an ocean voyage. You see, after you left me, I ran into another man with no wristwatch and much money. He was loaded. Now Diego is loaded.
You're liable to be loaded with lead before this trip is over, Diego. They have no intention of landing us safely. We'll be jettisoned at the first sign of a coast patrol boat.
Only you and your friends, senor. Not Diego.
How come?
For the same reason Diego was not tied up in the hole. I seek only to escape, senor. But you have come to find somebody, no?
I have come to find somebody, yes. How did you know?
I hear them talking. You are looking for David Bellamy, eh?
Then he is on board?
He is on board.
Careful, those things that are falling! What in the... We hit a reef.
We've got the tanks, senor.
Diego, get out of here.
Don't go for that gun, Harold. You're going to need all the help you can get.
All right, Reyes, I'll make a deal with you.
Take the pup in the forward bulkhead. Diego, you go aft. I'll send your friend to help you, Race.
All right, and you better hit the radio and put out an SOS.
That isn't going to be easy. The door to the radio shack is smashed. I'll have to project plenty to be heard over the sound effects.
Mr. Hunter, the pumps.
Hey, never mind him. We'll be lucky if any of us get out of this alive.
Oh, brother. My hands are blistered in this pump race.
It won't be for much longer. Look up ahead.
Hey, that's land, ain't it?
It's a small island. There's a patch of clear sky. He's heading her into the lagoon.
Oh, brother, safe at last.
That's the misstatement of the year. Once we hit the calm of that lagoon, that's when the trouble starts.
I mean, that's when they're going to start blasting.
We'll have outlived our usefulness.
Right. It's a pretty narrow opening into that lagoon.
Yes, and we're coming into it fast. The tide flow is picking us up now. That narrow entrance may save our lives.
How do you figure that?
Foliage comes right down to the water and overhangs. We abandon ship as soon as we hit the entrance.
You mean we dive her?
I'm afraid so, Marcus. It's dive or die. We'll have a better chance if we can get our feet on land.
Oh, brother, we're really riding this tide now.
Mm-hmm.
This tub feels like a surfboard.
All right, boy. Here it comes. Stay underwater as much as you can. The current will be rough. Good luck.
Good luck, Race.
All right. Dive. Let's go.
Race, stop!
Come out of it, Mark. Come out of it. You're all right.
Oh, brother. Oh, what I did to geography books. Thought I have swallowed the whole ocean, and I'll have to be changed. Speaking of geography, where are we?
Not too far from where we started. Small island off the Panama coast.
Our pals get the ship in, all right?
Yes. She's beached to the lagoon. Move that brush a little and you can see her.
Yeah, keeled over. That baby ain't gonna sail anymore. But where is everybody?
I'm afraid they're beating the brush looking for us. They spotted us when I dragged you ashore.
And this island ain't very big, Race. One of them's liable to yell bingo any minute.
Duck!
What's the matter?
It's Kamamoto, in the tree on the other side of the lagoon. I didn't even know he was on board.
He is?
No. We better stay low until he comes down.
See anything, Kamamoto?
Nothing. I'm here.
How about you, Gunner?
All clear on this side, right down to the beach.
They must be on the other side of the lagoon. Find your men now. Beat every inch of that ground.
All right, Mark. They'll be coming, and there's no way we can avoid them. We better get busy while we can. Or they're coming around.
What are we gonna do?
Ever hear of a Malay man trap?
No. What is it, a dame in a sarong?
Just as effective. We gotta get back into those saplings and pull down some of the vines. We take 2 of the saplings strong enough to require your weight and mine to bend them. Then we stake them to the ground and make a noose from the vines.
You kidding? Well, guns or no guns, I'd rather fight them guys and hang myself.
If this works, we'll have at least one gun to fight with. You stay under cover. When we get the trap rigged, I'll stake myself out as bait on the other side. Now, as soon as one of them steps into the noose on the ground, release the vine holding the sapling, we'll have ourselves a gun and one man less to contend with.
Oh, I get it. Sure. The trees go up and the guy goes up with them, huh?
Like a piece of dust in a Hoover vacuum cleaner. Come on, we haven't got much time. That does it, Mark. You know when to release the vines?
Sure. Soon as somebody steps into the noose on the ground.
Right. We finish just in time. Get hidden.
You see who it is?
It's one of the seamen. I'm going on ahead and draw him after me.
Right. Come on, baby. I'm dying to see if this thing works. Well, come on, stupid. You're looking the wrong way. That's right, baby. Step right into my parlor. Just a few feet more. That's the jackpot!
Hold down, Mark.
Huh? It worked, didn't it? Look at him up there. He's not cold.
We can cut him down later. Pick up that gun.
Oh, with pleasure. Now we can begin someplace and haul out.
No. Now we can reverse tactics. I'm tired of being hunted. I came after Bellamy, and I'm going to get him.
But which one of them is Bellamy?
I'm not sure. Kamamoto, maybe. Or even Diego. Or Harrow.
Kamamoto is Japanese, and Diego is a Mexican.
And Bellamy is an expert dialectician. Remember, he did all right as a radio actor.
Hey, that's right. That's right. And don't forget that Gunner character. Bellamy once killed a guy with his bare hands, didn't he? Well, that Gunner's got the biggest hands I ever saw.
If Harrow got that SOS through when we were piling up on that reef, it may not be long before a patrol boat gets here. I want to have Bellamy wrapped up by then.
All right. Hey, Here comes a new customer.
He sees us.
Notch up another one, Race.
Nice shooting, boy.
Nice shooting, Warren. Don't turn around.
What do you like that? Caught flat-footed.
Throw the gun behind you. Throw it.
Better do it, Mark.
I got them, Harrow. I'm going to let them have it right now.
No, you're not, Gunner. Drop your weapon, too.
Don't you tell me. I've got him. I'll kill you, too.
Well, I guess that's the end of the killing race.
Not while you're still holding that gun.
Oh, very well then. I'll throw it away. I couldn't stand by and see murder done, even if he was going to make it profitable.
Are you sure it was the prospect of murder that changed your mind?
Why, what do you mean, Race?
I mean the United States Coast Guard cutter that's heading into the lagoon.
What? Well, what do you know it is?
Yes.
Oh, brother, look at that beautiful flag.
Why, I didn't even see it.
Excuse me, Race. I'm going down and throw flowers at those guys.
Harrow, what made you kill Gunner?
I told you. I didn't want to see him shoot you down in cold blood.
You said he was going to make it profitable. What did you mean by that?
As you may have guessed, his real name is Bellamy. He's the man you were after.
What's your real name, Harrow?
I don't understand.
You had Mona steer me to Diego. First, you wanted me to think that he was Bellamy. But you stopped Gunner from shooting me when you saw that cutter coming into the lagoon. Now that he's dead, you want me to think that he's Bellamy.
But he is, I tell you. He was.
You ever been a radio actor, Harrow?
I've never even listened to the thing.
No? Then why did you refer to the storm as sound effects? And why did you say you'd have to project to be heard when you send an SOS?
Smart, aren't you, Ray?
Smart enough to know radio language when I hear it, Bellamy. I want to make a deal with you on that money you embezzled. Tell me where it is, and there'll be no charges pressed.
Can I count on that?
Absolutely.
Money's in the American Exchange Bank in Brazil under the name of Edward Harrow.
Good. Now you won't have any prison term to serve after you're executed.
Executed?
You're not forgetting you just murdered Gunner, are you?
Why, you know... You're not as good as you used to be with bare hands, Bellamy!
Hey, Ray. Ray, what's going on here? What's going on?
Mr. Bellamy just signed off after a mediocre farewell performance.
Bellamy? That's Bellamy?
Yes, it is. Well, Marcus, what are you looking so unhappy about?
Oh, no. No, look at them clouds up there. Holy cow, Race, I'd rather be dead. It's gonna rain again.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Herb Butterfield, Jack Crucian, Michael Ann Barrett, and Gunnar Peterson. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. we join Frank Race for the adventure of the sobbing bodyguard.
It wasn't what you might call a respectable hour, and I had nothing left but a grunt of relief as I doused the light and burrowed into the bedding. There'd been a meeting with 2 former combat companions, a pair of lusty travelers intent upon my liquid downfall. I'd outlasted them, but now, with morning threatening to crack at any minute, I needed no crystal ball to forecast what had held for me, a fat hangover. But before I could concentrate on oblivion, there came a sound from the living room. I heard the switch click, and then... That you, Mark?
Yeah. Be there in a second.
What goes on?
Where are you? In bed?
Finally. What have you been doing? Packing someone on your back?
Look, whether you know it or not, you ain't kidding.
Well, I hope you're kidding. I'm in no condition to nursemaid a drunk.
Look, you bottle?
Oh, I'm sober enough. You actually have someone in there?
Race, remember when you were in Italy last summer by yourself?
Yes.
Well, I took a fare up to Saratoga for the races. While I was up there, I get into a beef with Eddie Harrington.
I'm a little muddy. The name rings no bell.
Look, get with it, will you? Nightclub owner, hard guy. We get into an argument at the track, and I bust him in his snoot, and he has his boys work me over.
And this is the first time you tell me about it.
Well, I guess I was kind of ashamed of being mauled. Of course, it took 4 of them to do it, you understand?
I understand. And does all this have something to do with the fare you just unloaded in the living room?
It does indeed, brother. That lump in there happens to be Harrington.
Come again, will you? If he's drunk, why bring him here? Or are we conducting a haven for lushes?
Race, listen to me. The guy in there ain't drunk. He's dead.
That brought me out of bed and sent me into the living room with a lunge. Mark's passenger lay spilled over the end of the divan, a big fella, the athletic type gone to seed. His features, even in death, held to a sadistic leer.
That's quite a deal, huh?
What's the story? And it better be good.
There ain't nothing good about it. Look, I am in Follies having me a cup of coffee. When I come out, here is this lad planted in the cab. A guy I had a rhubarb with, the guy that had me beat up. And he's dead in my hack of a bullet through the sconce. So right there I say to myself, Donovan, you are behind a well-known double 4-ball.
Bullet through the ear. Could have been suicide.
Are you kid with no gun around? No, Race, no. The brains of homicide would just snort at that one. I gotta plant this boy on somebody else's doorstep, that's all. I gotta think about it with great care.
Mark, the smart thing to do would be to call the police.
Oh, no. I don't want to do that, Race. The first place I tabbed the thing for a frame. Not against me in particular, you understand? It's just that somebody perforated this guy and wants a patsy to pin it on. I happen to fit. Motive and everything.
All right, if you want to play it that way. But if the police do move in, it'll be that much tougher. Why don't you just dump him out in the street somewhere right away?
Because I picked up a tail the moment I pull away from Follies. A prowl car, no less. Latched on, wouldn't let go. Followed me right here to the door. I had to make like this boy was a drunk I was delivering home.
It's all too pat. Are they still outside?
Nah, I think they left. I'll have a look, though. Hey.
Still there?
Yeah, with another one pulling up behind him. Look, this thing is getting tight in the French bathing suit. I'm gonna get out of here.
Wait, what for?
Them cops.
If they take you, I'll have you out in a matter of hours.
Look, nothing doing. I never liked the clink. But if you really want to help me, here's something you should know. Harrington and I got into that fracas because of a dame he was shoving around, see? A dish by the name of Coral Kennedy. Last I heard, she was singing somewhere in Jersey City. I'll see you later.
He got clear of the room by a scant couple of minutes. The visiting group included a patrolman and a couple of plainclothes officers. One of the detectives I knew, a Lieutenant Kessel. This was a complication, because we'd never liked each other.
This layout belong to you, Race?
I've been under that impression. What's the picture? Am I being evicted?
I'll laugh at that one after breakfast, but I'm not so liable to gag on it. I'd explain the lad on the divan.
Looks a little inebriated.
He's dead and you know it. How'd he get in here?
All you had to do was push the door open. He might have done the same thing.
With a bullet hole in his head? Why don't you stop? Where's the other guy that lives in the apartment? He was spotted packing this cargo in here.
What's the pitch, Kessel? It's all so pat. You're knowing just when to arrive and tabbing Donovan so neatly. He felt he was being framed by someone. Looks as though he's right.
You helped him get away, didn't you?
You can put that one back in your hat, Lieutenant. I know nothing about this business. Anything I do for Donovan from now on will be done in my capacity as a licensed investigator.
Yeah? Well, first you're going to stand a little investigating yourself. Starting as of now.
What with the medical examiner and pictures and questions, it was 8 o'clock before I was able to detach myself long enough to grab a shower. After this, Kessel finally and grudgingly indicated that I wasn't to be taken in. So I went out for a breakfast of dry toast and black coffee. While I ordered, another customer slid onto the stool beside me. Plump, sleek, well-manicured, he eyed the counterman with the quiet gaze of a snake digesting a rabbit.
Let me have some coffee, too. Make sure it's hot or I'll push your face in it. Hey, Race. Remember me?
I remember you. Flip Clemson.
Yeah. I come in here so I could talk to you.
I'm gratified.
I hear you got Addie Harrington's body over to your place.
You're full of news.
I hear things. But this is hard to believe. You see, Race, I've been working as Harrington's bodyguard, and I couldn't help feeling real hurt if that was really Addie's body.
Sorry, Flip, you'll have to read about it in the papers.
You keep stalling, I ain't gonna like it.
Look, Flip, I've had a tough night. I've got a headache. Start nagging me, and your face will go into the coffee.
Don't ever try nothing like that with me, Race. You'd only get your fingers down your throat. A long way down.
All right. Now that we've both made faces at each other, why don't we just say so long?
Race,
Yes?
that ain't really Harrington's body, is it?
Buy a paper, Flip. Read all about it. A nightclub at noon. It's like looking at an unmade bed. And the yellow slipper in Jersey City was no exception. But there was nothing dowdy about the girl I found there practicing new vocal numbers.
No. I don't mind taking time out. But if you're an agent, I already have one.
Do I look like an agent?
They come in all shapes and sizes. And I don't know anything about your mentality.
I'm not an agent.
Wouldn't be a better job, would it? No deal if strings dangle from it.
Put away the truculence, will you? I came over here simply to ask an impersonal question.
Go ahead.
Can you think of any reason why Addie Harrington would want to commit suicide?
Can I...
She took time out for a few seconds, and the wariness tightened across her features. She turned to the man at the piano, a swarthy personality who looked more like a croupier than an accompanist.
Hear that, Rocco?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it.
What would you say?
I would say Addie wouldn't commit suicide for nothing or nobody.
Well, Race, there you are.
I asked you the question. No offense, Rocco, but would you mind getting lost?
Me? I'ma stay. Unless Carl tell me to go.
Take 5, Rocco. Go get yourself a beer.
For some reason, Rocco didn't like it, but he left. And then I told the girl about Mark Donovan.
Oh, yes, the cab driver. Well, I certainly do remember him. You see, Harrington got pretty mean that day. I think your friend saved me a mauling. Harrington was like that. Always wanted to wrestle.
And you had enough of that type.
I've had a hatful.
How about helping Donovan?
What can I do? I didn't even know Harrington was dead until you broke the news.
Who else could I talk to about Harrington?
Rocco Mentora. Rocco knew him pretty well, but Rocco never liked him. And Rocco doesn't like questions.
Who else?
Well, you could talk to Jean Harrington, Addie's wife.
Where would I find her, at his club?
Jean? She never went near the place. You wouldn't be caught dead in it.
Don't sound so bitter. Doesn't go with those freckles on your nose.
Afraid I can't help it. Singing in a $1.95 layout like this when I could be in New York. And if it weren't for Harrington, I would be.
New York isn't very far from here. When do you have a night off?
Tomorrow? But if you...
Dinner with me? I'm the mental type. I don't start wrestling until very late in the evening.
All right, Race. Might be fun.
This thing was beginning to worry me. If they brought Mark Donovan to trial, he might not fare so well. They'd bring out his liking for brawls. They'd dwell on a revenge motive. I had a friend with the district attorney's office, so I called him, only to find he'd gone on a vacation. But the call brought results. The office sent a visitor that evening, a deputy DA by the name of Manning.
You stirred up quite a fuss at the office this afternoon, Race. What's the gripe against the police department?
I thought I was talking to Carlson when I got on the phone. That's why it seemed as though I was popping off.
Oh, they said you seem to think the Homicide Bureau is pulling a fast one. Oh, that's the nuts. There's nothing wrong with the department.
Nothing vicious, but a thickhead by the name of Kessel happens to be handling the Harrington case. Someone gave him a tip on Mark Donovan. He can't think of anything else.
Oh, yeah, I know Kessel. One-track mind. But what do you want us to do?
I called Carlson because I thought he might give me a break on information. I got nothing from Kessel but abuse.
Well, I'll do what I can to help. Right now, we don't know any more than was in the papers. But I'll keep in touch with you.
It was about an hour after he left that I got a call from Mark Donovan.
Rice, I think I'm in trouble.
Where are you?
Michael's drugstore. You know, the one right around the corner?
What's the problem?
A couple of Joes at the fountain look like dicks. They've been giving me the double O. Now, if I had you here to sort of create one of them diversions...
I'll be right there, right away. Stay put.
You ain't going nowhere, Rice. You're gonna stay right here.
It was Rocco, the Jersey City piano player, standing just inside the doorway. There was fever in his eyes, in the way he drew on the cigarette plaster to his lower lip, in the way he gripped the automatic in his hand. He was feeling big and tough and in command of things. My guess would have been the stuff that dreams are made of. Bad dreams. Some drug that made him about the deadliest item in the city at the moment. I spoke soothingly to him. Sit down, Rocco. We'll have something to drink.
Won't do you no good to try not to race. Because I'm pulling a stopper. Right now.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I was on the floor, with the room full of gun smoke, with Rocco still at the door looking as though he'd just been elevated to a priesthood. But his bullets hadn't spilled me. I had dropped a split second before he fired, and now I feigned limpness, reasoning he'd come over for a closer look. He did. And when he got near enough, I grabbed! And now Rocco was down and out. It was probably going to be several minutes before he'd be capable of answering questions, and unfortunately, I couldn't hang around, not with Mark waiting for me. But at the drugstore, there was no sign of Mark. I slammed back to the apartment and found Rocco gone, too, which left me floundering. So I called headquarters, and I learned that Mark Donovan had just been brought in and was being booked on suspicion of murder. Now I had two things to do. One was to see about freeing Mark. The other was to pay a visit to a woman I'd never met. Cool and sparkling, she reminded me of fine glass. It was hard to picture her as being married to a man like Addie Harrington. Then it occurred to me that I hadn't seen Addie Harrington at his best.
You're not a policeman, Mr. Race.
How do you know?
You're too intelligent looking.
I can see I'm going to have to tread carefully with you.
Not unless you want to. I have a taste for big men who also happen to be good looking.
And you, a brand new widow.
Addie and I were divorced 6 months ago. It was a parting without tears.
And you don't know a thing about what just happened to him?
Not a thing, Race.
Yet right away you go into an act for me. A man you've never seen before. Why?
I don't know what you mean.
Look, Duchess, you're much too smooth to start gushing within the first 15 minutes. Unless you have a motive.
Oh, come now, Race. You underestimate yourself.
You wouldn't want to tell me if Harrington carried heavy insurance, would you?
I would if I could, mister. But Addie Harrington always kept his affairs very much to himself, which was one of the reasons we were never compatible.
Do you happen to know anything about his death?
Only what I read in the newspapers. I've been out of town, Race. I got back only a few hours ago.
Uh-huh. Well, is there anything you can tell me about a lad called Rocco Mentora?
I don't believe I've ever heard of him.
With a slight touch of hesitation, indicating that your answer would hardly stand up against the lie machine.
Race, for a man who isn't with the police, you're boringly inquisitive.
I'm sorry, Duchess, I have to be. In this case, it'll keep a friend of mine from being convicted of murder.
Race, come on over.
Hello, Clemson.
Race, this is Johnny Ortega. Climb in, we'll give you a lift.
No, thanks. I need the exercise.
What'd I tell you, Johnny? Cagey guy. Never wants to say nothing. Yeah, Race, go on, look at me. So I've been balling. Guy's got to right the ball when a pal gets knocked off, ain't he? Well, ain't he?
I guess he has, Flip.
Eddie Harrington was a good guy. An unhappy guy, too. The club going broke on him. There was no reason for to knock Addie off. Besides, it ain't good for a bodyguard's career to lose an employee. Who's this pal of yours that gunned him down, Race?
Hang up, Flip. You've got the wrong number.
You heard me. Who was he?
Sorry, Flip.
All right, you asked for it. Take him, Johnny.
Yeah. Ortega had been standing alongside the car, and suddenly I found myself in the iron clutch of a hammerlock.
Now, maybe he'll talk before Ortega breaks your arm. Put a little pressure on him, Johnny. Yeah. Okay, give. You talker, Johnny. You'll twist that arm clear over your head. Give him another boost, Johnny.
Yeah. When you're standing erect, there's an antidote for a hammerlock. But you have to get your feet clear of your man. Ortega, busy with his sadism, finally left himself open, so against his shin, I jammed a heavy heel. He let go of the hammerlock and sat down on the sidewalk to rock back and forth in agony. Flip Clemson stared in disbelief for a second, then stabbed at the car's glove compartment. But he dropped the gun, getting it out, and as he bent over, I jammed his head against the floorboard and got it myself. You just relax, Flip. Then we'll all be happier. Personally, I have no hard feelings at all, because you've just given me the probable reason for Addie Harrington's death. I got Mark out on a writ of habeas corpus, but with an inquest coming up, we were in need of information. So I called Detective Lieutenant Kessel. When I told him what I'd like to know about Jean Harrington, whether she had a boyfriend or not, his reply mirrored his feeling for private investigators.
Look, you're a shamus. Find out for yourself.
And that was that. I felt fortunate I could go to Manning in the DA's office.
I guess we can find that out for you, Race. Anything else?
I'd like to know if Harrington carried a big insurance policy, but I'll check on that myself. On the anxious seat now, I phoned Manning the next afternoon.
No dice, Race. At least no boyfriend we can turn up.
Thanks anyway.
What'd you learn about the insurance?
That part gels, Manning. One of the terms of their divorce settlement stipulated that Harrington keep up a $100,000 policy with Jean Harrington as beneficiary.
Yeah? What do you make out of it?
Nothing I can prove yet, but I'm going to keep trying. It was the next night at dinner that Coral Kennedy told me she'd given up her Jersey City job and come to New York for good.
You see, with Harrington dead, I'm finally free.
Free?
Well, Addie had me under contract, and when I walked out on him, he wouldn't release me. That's why I was working under the phony name.
All of which might be an excellent motive for your having murdered Harrington.
Gosh, it could seem that way, couldn't it?
Except that he wasn't murdered.
What?
Well, at least that's my belief. I just wish I could prove it. There was plenty of reason for his suicide. Harrington was broke, been drinking heavily, and his club was deep in the red.
When did you find out all this?
Today, I've been in half the bars and nightclubs in town.
Well, who'd want to make it look like murder when it's a suicide?
Mrs. Harrington, they were divorced, and one of the terms of the settlement was that Harrington maintain a $100,000 insurance with her as beneficiary.
Oh.
But suicide on the part of the insured always voids a policy.
Well, I've got some news, too, Race. I went by Harrington's nightclub today. It was closed, but I ran into Addie's man there, his Filipino houseboy. He told me that Addie'd been feeling morbid and depressed. He said Addie took an overdose of sleeping pills just a week ago, but got sick and snapped out of it.
My angel, where can I find that boy?
I've got his address right here. Oh, gosh, Race, I left it in my other purse. It's at the apartment.
I know of no better reason for you to take me home with you. Come on, baby.
You'd better wait in the hall, Race.
Nothing doing. I'll help you look.
Oh? And then?
And then I'll go and get some ice cream, and we'll have a real homey evening together.
Oh, you fool, you.
You ain't going nowhere.
Neither one of you.
Rocco!
Yeah, Rocco. You've been talking too much, chicken. You've been talking too much to the wrong people.
Seems as though you and I went through this sort of thing once before, Rocco.
Yeah. But this
Get
time
going, Coral.
I ain't missing.
I came out of it looking up at a clinically white ceiling. That and my sense of smell told me I was hospitalized. Swiveling the neck a little, I gazed into the opaque countenance of Detective Lieutenant Kessel.
Well, Race, how do you feel?
Like a ham on a hook. What goes with the arm?
It's strung up like that because you took a slug through the shoulder. Nothing serious. You'll be out in a couple of days.
How'd they do all of this to me so quickly?
Get wise, Race. You've been here some time. This is now tomorrow afternoon.
Well, it's nothing like a good sleep. How about the girl?
You're, speaking of this one, I suppose?
He pushed a newspaper at me with a photograph on the front page, Coral Kennedy's photograph. But beyond recognizing that, my eyes wouldn't function, so I asked Kessel to read the account.
I don't have to read it. I know it by heart. She was found this morning by some guys going to work in a galvanizing plant. What was left of her was found in a vat of molten zinc.
Kessel had said I'd be out of the hospital in a couple of days. He turned out to be wrong. I made it the next morning. But I left the place with about as much enthusiasm as a used car appraiser inspecting a Model T. At the curb, I found Mark Donovan waiting in his cab.
Climb in, Race. We got things to do.
What are you so brisk about? This is the day of the Harrington inquest.
Yeah. I know. And the way things look, I will most likely be indicted. But I just turned up a little nugget of info that might change the whole picture. I have learned where that lad Rocco is holding up, and it happens to be at none other than the apartment of the late Mr. Harrington's former wife, Jean.
You're sure?
I am in dead earnest. What do you say we go get him?
All right, but not by ourselves. One, it wouldn't be good for you to become involved in a fight right now. Two, I personally haven't the strength to wiggle a mound of tripe, so we'll get Kessel. And to make sure he stays in line, we'll also take along Manning of the district attorney's office.
I hope this doesn't turn out to be a false alarm. I've got other things to do.
Don't worry, it ain't no false alarm.
We take your car, Manning. It's a sedan.
Sure, it's right here.
And what am I going to do with this Rocco? Even if I take him in, Race, it's only your word against his that he shot you. Hey, what's the matter, Manning? Can't you get your own car door open?
Oh, there it is. Okay, get in. We can at least go out and talk to this fellow.
Well, what a deputation.
I'm sure you don't mind if we come in.
Why,
I'll check right through the whole place right now, Race, huh?
Look, what goes on?
Do you happen to know a man called Rocco Mentora, Mrs. Harrington?
Rocco? Well, of course, he's my former...
Yeah, he's here all right, Race. Out cold. Whether from sleep or reefers, I wouldn't be prepared to say.
Mr. Mentora hasn't been feeling well. He came over here for a few hours to rest. It's all perfectly proper. I keep a housekeeper here and a maid,
You told me a few days ago you'd never heard of Mentora.
Just what are you trying to prove?
Yeah, that's a good point, Race. What are we trying to prove?
Well, first, that Addie Harrington wasn't murdered, but he committed suicide. But it was important to Mrs. Harrington that it looked like murder, so she could collect her husband's fat insurance. That's why her boyfriend murdered Coral Kennedy, because Coral knew too much.
Boyfriend? You mean this Mentora guy?
No. I mean you, Manning.
Manning? You're kidding, Race.
I'm not kidding. I didn't bring Manning into the case. He came in himself when he heard of my calling Carlson. It gave him a chance to be on top of everything all the way. And it was Manning who pushed Coral Kennedy into that vat of zinc.
He's gone off his rocker, Kessel. They let him out of the hospital too soon.
Oh, wait. How do you know, Race? How do you know? How do you know Manning pushed her into the vat?
He couldn't get his car open because of the condition of his keys. His keychain must have been dangling when he handled Coral Kennedy's body, so that the keys went into the galvanizing solution. That's why he had trouble opening his car. Take a look at the keys, Kessel. The evidence is all over them.
Don't go for that gun, Manning. Ain't smart.
I figured you'd be handy when I asked you to come along, Kessel. You're always so doggone truculent.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Jack Crucian, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the diver's loot.
London, under a heavy rush of cumulonimbus clouds, scudding thunderheads that looked as though they might knock off your head at any moment. I just left the embankment and was hurrying across Westminster Bridge when
Hey, Race! Race, wait a second!
it was Mark Donovan running to catch me. And for some reason, the sight of a New York taxi driver afoot in London seemed incongruous enough to rate a grin.
All right. I give up. What's so funny? Just because a guy has to lope like a highboat bank tail to come up with you.
Sorry, Mark. I was just thinking how different this is compared to ramming a cab along 42nd Street.
It ain't so different. Just had to hack my way through a jam. It was worse than going for the X's on fight night back there in Trafalgar Square.
Slow down. You're wheezing like a sump pump.
They ought to be. I almost forgot. I've been pulling this marathon because a guy wants to see us. Personality named Rhodes.
Lawrence Rhodes?
Yeah. Very pip and cheerio. Wants to see you pronto. Offices in Eaton Square, you know.
I can't take on another assignment. We should be getting back to New York. But I'll see Rhodes anyway. Everything about Lawrence Rhodes was thin. His weight, his hair, the wispy line of his very blonde mustache. He looked as though he might be the operator of an exclusive ladies' shop. Actually, he served as British representative for Acme Indemnity, and during the war had cracked a Normandy beachhead as leader of a tough commando unit.
Decent of you to come, Race. We feel it's imperative that we have an American in on this, since it's an American venture to begin with.
Well,
and when it's a case of children losing their lives... Oh, forgive me. What were you saying?
I was going to say that... What's this about kids losing their lives?
A little French lad, killed aboard the salvage vessel.
Rhodes, I'm afraid you're going to have to start this from the beginning.
Of course. Old habit of mine, assuming people have previous knowledge of what I'm talking about. Forgive me. All this stems from a salvage operation just across the channel. But before we discuss it further, I want you to meet someone.
He left me for a few minutes and came back with a husky-looking man of about 50. A man he introduced as Charles Menifee.
Mr. Menifee can tell you much more about this matter than I can, Race. He's in charge of the operation.
It's a cleanup job. My company secured the contract for dragging the harbor off Cherbourg. We've been picking up the residue of stuff that was sunk there during the war, particularly after D-Day. I happened to be on the vessel in question when this affair took place. Besides the mishap to the boy, we lost a diver by the name of Joe Donner. just disappeared, leaving nothing but broken signal and airlines.
How old was the boy, and how did he happen to be aboard?
Well, he was 12, a waterfront kid that had been made a sort of a mascot by the men. Apparently, they smuggled him on the vessel for this voyage. It was all pretty much of a mix-up, and no one seemed to know anything about it.
That brings up an important point, Race. Acme is indemnifying Menifee's company against all liability, and if this youngster died on that vessel, then we'll assume our full obligation. But we should know if he really did die on the boat. Your opinion on the report will decide that for us.
What sort of accident was it?
That's the peculiar part of it. The thing probably can't be called an accident at all. You see, the boy was shot to death.
Menifee and I left Rhodes' office together and stood talking on the street while waiting for cabs. I was to fly across the channel that evening. He would meet me in Cherbourg on the following day. And as we planned this, a car sidled up to the curb. A gleaming new sedan with the rakishness of a destroyer stopped directly alongside us, and a quiet voice spoke from the rear seat.
Don't you guys try rushing off anywhere. You'll develop more holes in a bum alibi.
From the look of him, he might have been an usher at your sister's wedding. He even had the carnation on his lapel. With the manner of a maestro handling a rare fiddle, he lifted the submachine gun he'd been holding in his lap.
Get your hooks behind your heads and get in here with me.
Should be an enjoyable ride. It's a beautiful car.
A most beautiful car.
Ain't bad for a foreign job. Okay, Connie, but take it easy. We don't want to have to brush off any nosy cops.
Now you're being discreet. In this country, they object to people who carry artillery.
We carry what we like anywhere we go.
Nothing like self-confidence. We haven't met before, have we?
I never forget a face. We ain't met.
I'm Frank Race. My friend's name is...
I know your friend's name. It's Menifee.
Hadn't realized I was so renowned.
How about your identity?
Me? I'm Freddie Troy, an independent voter. I run a little business of my own.
How is business?
Don't pay like it used to, especially over here. Guy's got to take what he can get.
Well, from the looks of this car...
Menifee, I'll give fat odds that the owner of this car hasn't the slightest idea as to who's driving it at this moment.
You're a real hep personality, Race.
Do you mind telling us what this is all about?
No, I don't mind. I'm taking you out to the country for a ride. A real old-fashioned ride.
But what for?
Some people in Cherbourg, they think you're in the way. So I'm taking care of you. And when I take care of somebody, I do it right.
He let his own words send him a little, just enough to relax the vigilance that had been in his attitude. For an instant, the nose of the submachine gun wandered upward away from Menifee and myself, so I lunged! I didn't have to yell at Menifee. He was already on top of the driver as the four of us strained.
Now look what you've done. I'll murder you.
All right, Troy, now here's a little payment in kind.
Race! The machine gun!
I'll get him!
Knocked him cold. Are you all right, Race?
I think so.
You deflected that gun upward just in time. He'd have killed a dozen people.
Where's Troy?
Troy? Well, he must have got lost in the crowd.
Well, conditions are getting better in London. Last time I was here, I had to dodge bombs. This time, it was just machine gun bullets. Cherbourg is still a disabled war veteran, showing gaunt open spaces and bombed-out buildings as mute testimony of the travail she endured. I met Menifee again at the Crillon, one of the larger hotels. With him was a man and woman he introduced as Jim and Sandra Whalen. Jim Whalen worked as Menifee's head driver. He must have seen too many George Raft pictures, judging from the way he persisted in twirling a keychain all the time we talked. The woman, slim, young, red-headed, rated seconds on any man's glance.
Turned up anything yet, Race?
Nothing, but I have Mark Donovan out looking for leads. You haven't met him. He's tops when it comes to prying out clues.
I want you to know I'm suspending all operations for the time being. The local police seem pretty well stopped by it.
The four of us sat in the lobby and watched it begin to rain outside. A condition that turned the city gray and dismal-looking. Succumbing to the effect of the weather, Menifee and Jim Whalen presently left to take on a few drinks. Sandra Whalen immediately crinkled her nose at me.
It's about time we had a chance to talk to each other. I get pretty tired of hearing nothing but diving and salvage.
Oh? What would you prefer to discuss?
You and me.
Somehow I get the feeling that that could become rather complicated.
Oh, I'm counting on it. Do you mind?
What's the matter, bored?
I was, until you came along. But I'm not bored now. I'm not bored at all.
Sorry, Ducky. There are certain conditions under which I never move in, and this seems to involve all of them.
Oh? Well, you better tell me about it. You see, I've always been led to believe I was rather attractive.
You're most attractive. But there happens to be a guy in the background. A guy by the name of Jim Whalen.
Who also happens to be my brother.
Your brother?
If you doubt it, go and ask him.
I'd look pretty silly doing that. No, I'm more than willing to take your word for it. And now, would you begin all over again?
Begin what?
Those ideas you were advancing, those very provocative ideas concerning us.
I've given you too much of a lead as it is.
Let's not waste time with regrets. Isn't there another spot, perhaps a little music?
I know just the spot. Come on, we can slip away before they get back.
Cherbourg no longer seemed gray and dreary. For me, it had suddenly assumed the atmosphere of a Mardi Gras, a mummers parade. But at the door to the hotel, there came an interruption.
Going somewhere, Race?
That's rather obvious, isn't it? Sandra, this is Mark Donovan.
Hello, Mark.
I don't blame you for going somewhere, but I'm afraid I gotta part you two nice people.
Get lost, Mark. I'm sure that whatever you have in mind can wait.
Look, Race, you will probably want to flog me from here to Paris, but it won't wait. It's a red-hot break. It's got to be handled now.
Go with him, Race. We can make it later. Shall we say tomorrow evening?
You're a very understanding person.
I'm a very persistent person. See you later, Race.
Marcus, this lead of yours had better be good.
It's good, chum. Let's go.
Where?
Spot called the Bar de Bouc. It ain't the Crillon, of course.
Crillon.
Yeah, like I said, it ain't the Crillon, but it has its points. It definitely has its points. Ain't this something, Race? Makes you forget all about the rain outside, huh?
Who are we going to talk to?
And a table in the corner. Guy and a dame. He's the American I was telling you about. The one that gave me the knockdown to her. Look, I know you just left the pip, but, ain't this girl something?
She was wearing a black suit and a beret. She had dark eyes and honey-colored hair. She was smoking a cigarette in a long holder, and she looked like something Renoir would have put on canvas. We went over, and Mark made us known to one another, identifying the girl as Annette, the man as Phil Benson. We had drinks and began a casual conversation. Benson turned out to be a paving contractor, dickering with the city of Cherbourg for some of its road rebuilding work.
Well, it's kind of tough. They don't want to give it to anyone but a Frenchman. I don't blame them in a way, but I could certainly save them a lot of money on know-how.
Annette, Mark Donovan tells me you know something about what occurred on that salvage boat last week.
Yes, Race. I know something.
Wouldn't want to tell me about it, would you?
No, Race. I will only speak of what I know to the man who's in charge of the boat.
Is it a question of money?
Frankly, yes.
I could get it for you.
No. No, I will only speak to that man himself. The man called Menafee.
All right. We'll make it tonight. Sweet J at the Crillon at 8 o'clock. Is that all right?
Yes, Race. That is all right.
Sweet J at the Crillon happened to be the apartment Mark and I were occupying. And I had Menafee there at 7:30. He came in with a serious face and a morose attitude. Took a couple of drinks to bring him to the point of unburdening his mind.
It's Sandra, Race. I don't suppose you have any idea that she and I are engaged.
Engaged?
Yeah.
No, I didn't have any such idea. Sandra didn't say anything about it this afternoon.
Sandra's like that. Restless and always on the lookout for excitement, but I have hopes that she'll settle down.
Of course, I'm sure she will. That must be our caller.
Hello, Race.
Come in, Annette. This is Mr. Menafee.
Hello, Annette. Race says you've some information for me.
Yes, Monsieur Menafee. I have 3 things to tell you. First, that I consider you a murderer. Second, that I am the mother of the dead child. And third, that I now intend to kill you with this pistol.
Annette!
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Menifee was down, but I couldn't tell how badly he'd been hurt. I was too involved with a twisting, writhing woman whose intent was to send more bullets into his body.
Let me go. Let me go.
You little idiot. You're not solving anything by making a play like this. Give me that gun. Give me that gun. I'm sorry. You left me no alternative. Now, if you're smart, you'll get out of here. Your police don't like people who use guns.
You're not going to hold me?
No, get going.
Very well, Race. Merci.
Race.
Better stay put, Menifee, till I get some help here.
Doesn't seem too bad. You saved my life by grabbing her the way you did.
She had me fooled right down to the ground. Where were you hit?
It seems to be near the shoulder.
Here. I'll pack it, then I'll get you a doctor.
No, doctor. I'll take care of this myself.
You've got to have a doctor, Menifee. It would be terrible.
No, I'll take care of it myself. Bring in a doctor and you bring in the police. I've had enough publicity on this thing.
We're likely to need the police. That girl might try this again.
You can take care of that for me. Now, I'll find her, persuade her that I'm not at fault. I'm doing all I can to clean up the situation. But no doctors, and no police.
There was no doubt but that Annette would be in hiding. So next morning, Mark and I looked up Phil Benson, the roving paving contractor.
Yeah, I know where she is. But why should I tell you guys? So you can make trouble for her?
Look, don't be a dub, will you? We ain't gonna give her no grief. Race wants to help her.
That's right, Benson. I give you my word.
All right. But I wouldn't want to give her a bum steer. She's a widow, going through a bad time, and I'm nuts about it.
He took us to a small flat over a wine shop on a back street. Here, Annette received us casually, as though nothing unusual had happened. But the moment I mentioned Menifee, her eyes filled with storm.
You may as well know. If I get another chance at him, I shall try the same thing again.
But why? You're not sure that he caused the death of your son?
My son died on that man's boat. For me, that is enough.
Take it easy, will you, baby? Race is only trying to find out what really happened. He's only trying to help you.
I can promise that Menifee won't go to the police if you'll agree to let him alone.
Hear that, baby? Why don't you relax and learn to live again? Give a guy like me a chance to make things different
Oh,
for you.
let me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
You've got to talk about it, baby, for my sake. You know how I feel about you. Just give me time to make one of these paving deals and, well, things will be different, that's all.
Oh, please let me alone.
She stalked out of the room, and I realized the futility of trying to deal with a woman stricken as she had been. Benson looked stopped.
If I could only get a break so I could take her away from here.
Are you having any luck?
Not with the city of Cherbourg. They just don't listen to me. And I could do their cement paving cheaper than anyone on the continent. But it looks as though I've got about as much chance as a plugged bullseye.
Yeah, stick with it, chum. Things will work out.
They have a way of doing that. We'll see you later, Benson.
Hi, Race. Remember me?
Hello, Sandra.
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
Of course.
Or are you reluctant to receive a lady at this late an hour?
Can I fix you a drink?
I've already had a drink. I've already had several drinks.
Well, you're a big girl now. They shouldn't hurt you.
I thought we had a date tonight.
Date?
You know we did.
Well, something came up, something I couldn't avoid.
Menifee talked to you, didn't he? Told you I was engaged to him.
Well, aren't you?
He told me he talked to you. You know, you had me fooled. I didn't think you'd let a thing like that slow you down.
A lot of things slow me down. That's just one of them.
Big, virtuous man, aren't you? Well, I hate virtuous men.
That should simplify everything, then.
Should. But it doesn't. Because after I decided I hated you, I couldn't stop thinking about you. So I got drunk.
You make a very lovely drunk.
Do it, Race. Then I dare you to do something. I dare you to put your arms around me and say that.
You think I'm not tempted?
Go on, Race. Put your arms around me and say I make a very lovely drunk.
I'll make you another drink instead. Sit down, Ducky. You're a little unstrung. As a matter of fact, I'm getting a little unstrung myself.
You're a fool, Race.
I know it. At this moment, I'm probably the biggest fool in Cherbourg. In fact, I'm surprising the very devil out of myself. I'm keeping this light, Ducky, just enough glory juice to give a taste.
You think Menifee's worth being loyal to? Well, he isn't. He isn't worth it at all.
Here, refresh yourself, then you'd better go home.
Do you know why Menifee suspended salvage operations? Do you know why he's not letting anybody get aboard that boat?
I haven't the slightest idea, Ducky.
Because they have gold aboard. A fortune in gold.
Gold? That sounds a little fantastic, Sandra.
It's not so fantastic. They found a plane on the harbor bottom while they were grappling. A Royal Air Force plane that had been shot down during the war. It had been carrying gold to occupy France, to pay agents who wouldn't work for paper money.
Yes. Yes, they did that during the war.
Well, that's why the child's dead. He happened to be aboard that day and someone shot him to keep him quiet. And that's why that diver turned up missing. Judd Donner.
Doesn't add up, Sandra. If it did, why didn't Menifee just take the gold and clear out?
Because he can't find it. That's the joker. It's somewhere on the boat, but he can't find it. Either the boy or that diver hid it before they were murdered. So he's looked everywhere for that money. But he's been looking for the chest it was found in. The fool. Well, if I could get aboard...
Just how drunk are you, Sandra?
Oh, I'm pretty drunk, Race. But I'm not too drunk. I'm not too drunk.
If you could get aboard, do you think you know where it is?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
Let's go out to that vessel, Sandra. Let's go out. Just for the ducks of it. Can you see well enough to hold your course, Mark?
You kidding? I ain't seeing my way. I'm feeling it. Oh, what a night.
There she is. Cut the engine.
We're gonna bump.
Oh, brother, what a break. We hit almost alongside the ladder.
Get the bow around, Mark.
All right.
All right, Sandra.
Watch your step, will you? Take the stairway to Buckingham Palace.
Gosh, we made it.
There's a light aft. Come on.
You know, we could be walking right into something here. Something rough and tough.
You can stop right now, pal. You've already walked into it.
It was Freddie Troy, the killer I'd met in London. From the light shafting past an open bulkhead, I could see that under one arm he cradled a bag of some sort, while at the same time he held a gun on us.
Well, well. If it ain't the chum I met in England. You go around butting into all kinds of things, don't you?
You don't seem as well equipped as you were last time, Troy. Then it was a Tommy gun, now it's just a .45.
That's enough for this job. Get back against the wall.
Racey's gonna shoot us.
How'd you guess it, sister? That's far enough, punk.
You mean me?
Yeah, you. Now, folks, I'm sorry, but...
Mark, how'd you get that hand in your pocket?
It wasn't reaching for cigars, Junior.
You had to do it. It was him or us.
Oh, lady, you can put music to them lyrics.
Ooh, look, that bag. He dropped it and it's spilling gold coins.
We'll have a look at that later. First, let's see if we can do anything for Troy.
Okay, Race, but I'm afraid we're just wasting our time.
Mark was right. It was a case of too much sea and too much darkness. So we turned back to the lighted cabin. And here...
It's the watchman. He's dead.
Shot by Troy.
Oh, I guess I won't have to feel so bad.
Race, look. Look where the coins have been hidden.
What do you know? In a fire hose.
But this is only part of it, a small part. Oh, we're too late. They've been carrying it away.
Yes, they've been carrying it away. But I've got a small hunch that I know where we might find it. They were both at the flat. And I got the feeling that he'd been talking to her again about going away. From the look of her, she hadn't been too responsive to his words.
Hello, Race. What is it you want this time?
Money, Annette. A lot of money. Money that caused the death of your child.
Money that killed my boy? Yeah, but who would have it here?
Benson would. Wouldn't you, Benson?
Me? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a paving contractor calling himself Benson, who's really a deep-sea diver by the name of Joe Donner. How long have you known this man, Annette?
Only a few days. Since Jacques...
Yes. He came to you so he could keep in touch with what was going on. It makes a grim thought, Benson, courting the kid's mother after what happened.
You're crazy.
You tripped yourself in a couple of ways. For one thing, no real paving man would say cement when he actually meant concrete. But you were authentic enough when you mentioned a bullseye today, because that's the term a lot of divers use for the eyepieces in their helmets. You and Freddie Troy were in this together, weren't you, Donner? You were the diver who brought up the chest of coins, which you knew would be confiscated by the government. So you took advantage of the excitement and hid the stuff, and you murdered that boy because he happened to see you. Then you made it look as though you'd been killed yourself, so you could hide out and pick up the coins later.
Race, if you could prove this...
Ask him to open that bag he has at his feet, Annette.
I'm not opening anything. I'm just going out of here. Don't go for that gun, Annette. I know you got one, but don't go for it. I'll...
Race, you stopped me. You let him get away.
He won't go far. Not in France.
And the bag's still here, baby. You didn't get the
I
bag.
could have killed him, and you stopped me.
And right now, you hate me for it. But after a while, you'll be glad I did. After a long while, you'll be very glad.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Wilms Herbert, Paul McVeigh, Michael Ann Barrett, and Herbert Butterfield. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Mormon Country.
A dinner jacket is hardly the thing to wear to Joe Bell's saloon on the Lower East Side. But I was wearing mine, clinging to the hope that the call from Bruce Benton of Trans-Pacific Life Insurance was nothing more than the gag of a warped mind. If it was, I had a date with the lady that I'd be able to keep later. But it wasn't a gag. Benton was there in an isolated booth as Mark Donovan and I walked in.
Yeah, thought I was kidding you, didn't you? Well, that's Benton over there, ain't it?
It's Benton, all right. And that, I fear, means that my lady of the evening dines alone.
Hello, Race.
Hello, Bruce.
I told you I'd dig him up, Mr. Benton.
Thanks, Donovan.
It's all right.
Sit down, boys.
What's up, Bruce? This saloon is hardly the type of place for an insurance company vice president to be keeping late office hours.
Something came up. Something I'd rather handle in an unorthodox manner. I called you to the office or picked one of the usual meeting places. Well, that wouldn't be quiet, would it?
A foundry would be more quiet than this joint.
Quiet was the poor choice of words. Let's say secret.
What's the job?
First, I want you to be a go-between in the payment of $50,000. It's ransom money, Race.
Somebody in your family been kidnapped?
No. The victim is Walter Kruger, one of our policyholders.
Now, wait a minute, I know that guy.
Who doesn't?